Iron Peak City, the Korith household. Torin, you are a once-in-a-century genius. The future of our family rests on your shoulders. That goes without saying. Our son is a talent favored by the misty immortal palace. In time, even the Veilers will bow to us. Kalen stood alone in the corner of the hall, watching his parents fawn over his younger brother. In this family, his existence ranked below that of the more competent servants. His parents had eyes only for Torin's brilliance. Kalen had never been treated as their son. That's right, my talent is naturally far superior to my good-for-nothing older brother. Torin sneered from the main seat, the seat reserved for the family head. Everyone in the clan seemed to believe Torin alone belonged there, as if it were his birthright. Kalen's chest tightened. He had grown accustomed to the ridicule, but familiarity did not blunt the sting. Each barb found the same raw place. Of course, Torin, your talent is the finest in Iron Peak City. How could that waste of a firstborn compare? Every time Torin looked down on him, their parents joined in. Perhaps no one in this family had ever cared about his feelings, or even whether he lived or died. Kalen remained silent, listening. But the competition at the misty immortal palace is fierce. The envoy arrives in half a month. Securing resources there won't be easy. I'm afraid the family won't be able to provide enough for my cultivation. Torin voiced his concern. Their father slapped his chest and laughed.
Don't worry, I've arranged everything.
A marriage alliance with the Veilers will bring a substantial resource shipment, and they've promised you access to their Ashen-level cultivation techniques. The Veilers? Torin frowned. They may be Iron Peak's leading family, but their strongest ancestor has only reached the Tengara realm. I'm about to become a disciple of the misty immortal palace. How could such a family be worthy of my attention? Father laughed, then glanced toward the corner. Ha 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 ha, you overthink it. How could your father not have considered these things? Oh, what do you mean? The proposal isn't for you. It's for your brother. The Veilers offer their third daughter so that Kalen can marry into their clan. Father smiled. The Veilers simply want a connection to us. With your bright future, this is their investment. I've already reached an agreement with their head. They'll provide 1,000 spirit stones and their ancestral secret techniques. You'll want for nothing once you enter the palace. Torin laughed. Excellent. Father's plan is brilliant. The third young lady is beautiful, but she has a birthmark on the left side of her face. One side delicate, the other like a ghost. She hides from sight and suffers endless contempt in her own house. A perfect match for my good-for-nothing brother. Now, with cultivation resources secured, Torin's ascent through the Dragon Gate was all but guaranteed. Master is truly wise. When Torin enters the misty immortal palace, he will soar, Mother said with a smirk. Kalen listened to them chat and laugh, deciding his fate, making him a live-in son-in-law for his brother's benefit, and despair settled cold and heavy in his gut. Torin, I'm still your older brother. How can you call me trash? The words shattered the noisy hall. Silence fell. Father recovered first, jabbing a finger at Kalen's nose. You worthless wretch. How dare you speak to your brother like that? Kalen didn't argue. He stared at Torin. Big brother? Torin mocked, voice turning cold. Someone like you doesn't deserve the title. I call you trash to remind you of the fact. Your cultivation talent is abysmal. After all these years you've only reached body tempering while I stand at the 5th level of Starfall transformation. Do you understand the gap between us? The realms were common knowledge. Body tempering, then Starfall transformation. They were brothers, yet the chasm between them was unbridgeable. Torin, Iron Peak's #1 genius, had become the first disciple in decades chosen by the misty immortal palace. But even if my talent is inferior, does that give you the right to decide my life, to force me into the Veiler family? Anger cracked Kalen's voice. Why should I be sacrificed for your benefit? Do me a favor. You're a waste of space. You overthink it. Torin shook his head. In this world, the strong are respected. The weak have no voice. You were born a Korith? What can you do for the family? You're still trash. Letting you marry into the Veilers is a small sacrifice. What dissatisfaction could you possibly have? Besides, the Veilers are Iron Peak's premier clan. This is climbing upward, understand? That cold voice stripped Kalen of the last thin hope. Perhaps he should have faced this reality long ago. This home had never been warm. Kalen opened his eyes to a sky drowning in stars. They stretched in every direction, a cold sea of light with no horizon, no ground, no end. He stood suspended in the silence, the questions rising at once. Where was this? Was he still alive? His chest convulsed. His heart hammered against his ribs, and a vast ancient will pressed into his mind. The ground beneath him shuddered. The stars flared, each bleeding a different color, painting the void in solemn fire. The astral chart of Evernight. The name arrived with the weight of scripture, a supreme treasure from the dawn of time, holding 3,600 stars and, within them, countless techniques, artifacts, and resources. Knowledge unfolded behind his eyes. When a cultivator's strength reached a certain threshold, they could shatter a star with their own power and claim what lay sealed inside. The first blood bond granted immediate access to the first star's hoard, and the baptism of starlight would remold the recipient's talent. He didn't hesitate. A fingernail bit into his palm. Blood welled, fell, and the void answered with thunder. A star shattered. Light spilled out, coalescing into form. Spirit stones piled into a mountain tall as a man, all of the highest quality. Dozens of spiritual herbs lay beside a single cultivation manual. His breath caught. A high-level ashen rank technique. The Draconis Elephant Overlord body. He knew the hierarchy. Heaven, earth, profound, yellow. Yellow-grade techniques were common at the lower levels. Mid-grade could be bought. High-grade were jealously guarded by powerful clans. Profound rank was the realm of legends. The Koriths, prominent in Iron Peak City, possessed only an upper yellow rank art. The Valas, the city's ruling family, held a single low-grade ashen technique as their heirloom, reserved for direct bloodline. His father had arranged this marriage to pry that technique from the Valas. Now Kalen held something far greater in his calloused fingers. The astral chart has already remade my talent. From now on, I'm no longer the useless trash you call me. The vision fractured. He gasped, eyes snapping open to a dim ceiling. Pain lanced through his chest. His hands flew to the wound, groom's robes, bright red silk, unfamiliar fabric. He lay in a room he'd never seen. "You're awake." The voice was soft, melodic. He turned. A woman sat beside the bed, the lower half of her face veiled. A red birthmark marked her left cheek. He knew her without introduction. Alara, third daughter of the Valas. "How did I get here? How long?" "You were delivered by the Koriths 3 days ago. Unconscious near death." 3 days. The last thing he remembered was Taurin's strike. Ilara continued, reading his confusion. "The Koriths sent you in the night demanding the Valas honor the betrothal. The Valas refused. Who wants a dying son-in-law?" But Taurin invoked his status as a disciple of the misty immortal palace. They had no choice. The pieces fell into place. Taurin hadn't wanted him dead in the Korith compound. A corpse couldn't fulfill a marriage contract. He needed the 1,000 spirit stones and the Valar heirloom technique promised as dowry. So he dressed Kalen in wedding silks and shipped him off while he still breathed. The Valas hadn't publicized it. No ceremony, no guests. Kalen hadn't even been permitted to show his face. Bitterness rose, hot and useless. He looked at Ilara. "You've been tending me this whole time?" She nodded, gaze dropping, the posture of a shy girl. Warmth displaced the cold. "Thank you. Are you hungry? I'll fetch porridge." He nodded. She left, footsteps light. The moment the door closed, his hand pressed hard against his chest. The pain sharpened and his eyes iced over. "Taurin, you never saw me as a brother. If not for this chance encounter, I'd be a corpse or a cripple for life." He peeled off the wedding robes. Beneath, a tattered strip of cloth was bound tight around his chest. It had been with him since childhood, a mystery he'd never solved, a constant against his skin. He stared at the worn fabric, the realization settling like stone, the astral chart of Evernight, all this time. "3 days vanished. Kalen spent every spare moment inside the astral chart of Evernight, driving the Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique, a high-level ashen rank method with no equal in Iron Peak City. Ilara never left his side. She wiped his face, brought his meals, and tended him with a quiet meticulousness that warmed something in him he had not expected. He knew she understood the severity of his injuries. Her staying anyway was a kindness he had no way to repay. He did not leave the room except to relieve himself. Her residence sat remote and servantless, and no one in the Vela clan knew he had awakened. Inside the chart, he exhaled. Domineering. Worthy of its rank. His wounds were healed, but the news had not spread. He knew exactly how hard Torin had struck. If the Koriths learned he was whole, suspicion and trouble would follow. The chart had sharpened his aptitude and granted techniques and resources, yet strength still demanded time. Even so, in 3 days his cultivation had surged from the 2nd level of body tempering to the 5th, a level per day, unheard of. The technique itself stunned him, as the name implied. It specialized in body tempering, perfectly suited to his realm, capable of carrying him to great perfection of the Starfall transformation stage and beyond. After half a day's work, his divine sense withdrew. Before his eyes opened, a shouted argument seeped through the door. "Second brother, you can't go in. He's seriously injured and just woke. If you move on him, you'll kill him." Elara's voice sharp with agitation. "Get out of my way. The Koriths have gone too far. We sincerely sought a marriage alliance and they sent a half-dead man, threatened us, forced us to hand over the promised resources, even copied our clan's Ashen rank technique and took it." Baldric's fury hammered the wall. "A woman follows her husband wherever he goes, even if he marries into our family. He is still my husband, and I won't let you hurt him." Unwavering. "Our entire clan has become a laughingstock in Iron Peak, bullied by the Koriths until our status as the #1 family shakes, all because of the good-for-nothing in this house. The Koriths have Torin, we can't afford to offend him. But Kaelin is a son-in-law who married in, he's one of us. If we can't touch Torin, we can't touch Kaelin either." Baldric's reaction was violent. Kaelin understood the whole story. Torin had indeed gone too far. The Vela's resentment was justified. "Second brother, no, you can't go in." She resisted fiercely, but she was a slight woman. How could she truly stop him? "Get out of my way." A shove, a thud, the door kicked wide. Baldric strode in. Kaelin sat on the bed, eyes burning through the doorway. He saw Elara on the floor and anger surged. Cold, suppressed, silent. He only stared at the man before him. "You're that good for nothing, Kaelin? Because of you my family has suffered such humiliation, become the laughingstock of Iron Peak. I'll beat you to death." Baldric lunged. A cold glint flashed in Kaelin's eyes. He did not speak. "Second brother? No." Elara scrambled up, throwing herself in front of him again. "Get out of my way." Baldric backhanded her across the face. A sharp crack. Her frail body hit the floor. Seeing her struck for trying to protect him, Kaelin could bear it no longer. "You dare hit her?" His voice was ice, eyes locked on Baldric. "You piece of trash, I thought you were mute, and too scared to speak. What if I hit her? Let me tell you, I'm not only going to hit her, I'm going to beat you to death." "Trash!" Baldric sneered. With her out of the way, he charged. "No." Elara tried to rise, to stop them, but there was no time. Baldric's talent was mediocre, yet he stood at the 5th level of body tempering. Even uninjured, Kaelin would have been killed, let alone now. But the unexpected happened. Baldric had only taken a few steps when Kaelin, who had been lying in bed, sprang up and struck first. He was far faster. Before Baldric could react, a fist slammed squarely into his cheek. Tremendous force sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground. Blood covered his face. Several teeth were gone. He stared at Kaelin in disbelief. Wasn't this the Korith's good for nothing? Wasn't he supposed to be dying? "Elara is my woman? How dare you touch her?" Kaelin said coldly, gaze dropping to the man on the floor. Baldric gritted his teeth, stood, and spat blood. "Useless trash, I was careless just now. Who do you think you are, Torin? You're just trash from the Koriths. How dare you hit me? I'll beat you to death." He cursed again, refusing to believe a dignified 5th-level cultivator could lose to trash. Carelessness. That was the only explanation for the sneak attack. This time he would not be careless. He unleashed his strongest skill. Stormreach, fist. Kaelin glanced at it coldly, activated the Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique, and met the strike with his own fist. The two collided. He remained calm, unmoving. Baldric felt as if he had struck an indestructible rock. He staggered back 7 or 8 meters before catching his balance. The cracking sound from his hand told him his bones were broken. "You just wait." Shocked, realizing he was no match, Baldric turned to flee. "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" Baldric froze. This was his family's home, his birthright, yet Kaelin had struck him down and still blocked the exit. Kaelin, you piece of trash, what do you want? This is the Vaylor estate, Baldric shouted, voice cracking. Kaelin's laugh was brittle, devoid of warmth. If this weren't Vaylor grounds, you'd already be dead. Do you know who I am? I'm the second young master of the Vaylors, not someone a Korith cast off like you can. The Koriths? Kaelin cut in, voice flat. I have nothing to do with them anymore. I am Kaelin. Only Kaelin. Elara had risen without realizing it. The scene unfolded like a fever dream. Kaelin, whole and radiating a cultivation pressure that should have been impossible for a cripple. Apologize to Elara, Kaelin said, not looking at her. Baldric sneered, blood flecking his lips. Apologize to this ugly freak? The Korith's trash and the Vaylor's monster, a match made in heaven. The word struck Elara like a physical blow. Her brother, her own blood. She lowered her head, the gauze over her face doing nothing to hide the red welt blooming beneath, the imprint of Baldric's palm still burning. I think you're asking for it. Kaelin moved before the silence broke. Fast, terrifyingly fast. Both stood at the 5th level of body tempering, but the gulf between them yawned wider than realm boundaries. Talent. Technique. The accumulated weight of every choice that had led them here. 3 exchanges, that was all it took. Baldric crumpled, broken and bleeding across the courtyard stones, his cultivation base offering no resistance against ruthless precision. Elara's villa sat secluded, buffered by walls and distance, no witnesses, no interference. Kaelin loomed over him. Do you submit? Baldric coughed, a wet rattle. Whether from injury or rage, hatred burned in his eyes. You, just wait. He staggered away, trailing blood and threats. Elara exhaled, relief warring with fresh dread. She studied Kaelin, expression tangled. You need to leave now. You've injured Baldric, the Koriths have moved against us, no one in the Vaylor family will let this go. Don't worry, it's all right. But the family rules only restrain elders from attacking juniors. My eldest brother Thorn, he's the strongest of our generation, when he returns. Thorn, what's his strength? Elara's worry deepened. He's been gone a month. When he left, he'd reached great perfection of body tempering. He went into the wilderness hunting demonic beasts, seeking the breakthrough to starfall transformation. He should return in half a month. Half a month, Kaelin murmured, the time frame calculating. Prepare a secret room, I'm going into seclusion, but... She tried to argue, to make him see the impossibility. Thorn at great perfection was a mountain. Kaelin, for all his sudden surge, was still climbing the foothills. But his mind was made. She yielded, guiding him to the long-destined cultivation chamber beneath her villa. Spirit stones ringed the space, already drained to husks. Kaelin sat, eyes closing, the Draconis elephant overlord body technique unfurling within the astral chart of Evernight. 7 days vanished. News of Baldric's mauling rippled through the clan. Garrick, patriarch and father to both Baldric and Elara, roared for Kaelin's skin. Literally, he would have taken it too, had the Draconis family ancestor not intervened. Kaelin remained a Korith by blood, and Vaylor law forbade elders from striking juniors without cause. The technicality enraged Garrick. He haunted Elara's villa for days, fishing for provocation, a sharp word, a glance, anything to justify punishment. But the doors stayed shut. Kaelin did not emerge. Garrick eventually withdrew, redirecting his fury toward calculating Thorn's return. If I cannot kill the beast, my son will. 3 more days passed in the dark, body tempering. 6th level, 7th, 8th, 9th. On the morning of the 11th day, Kaelin's eyes opened. He exhaled, a long breath that stirred the dust motes. Great perfection of body tempering. Less than a fortnight from 2nd level to peak. Even the proudest sect prodigies would call it impossible. Yet the final step, body tempering to starfall transformation, demanded more than resources. It demanded opportunity. The same opportunity that had driven Thorn into the wilds. Kaelin rose, joints popping, and pushed open the heavy door. Sunlight stabbed his eyes after 11 days of darkness. You're out. Elara stood waiting, as she had every dawn and dusk, a silent sentinel at the threshold. During the days Kaelin spent in seclusion, Elara stood guard at his door, turning away anyone who might disturb him. She brought meals from the kitchen and passed them through the hatch in the secret room, then ate alone in the corridor. She had barely left his side. Yes, thank you for your hard work these past few days, he said with a smile when he finally emerged. She had a fair, almond-shaped face, clear bright eyes and neat black hair, though the lower half was still veiled. If not for the birthmark, she would have been considered a beauty of unparalleled grace. It is not hard work. How has your cultivation progressed? He considered. Not bad. How have you been? Anything happen? She nodded and recounted the recent turmoil. The head of the Veilers had come to cause trouble several times, and Thorn would return to Iron Peak City in 3 days. Baldric had been seriously injured by Kalen, but the family's extensive medical resources had nearly restored him. The greatest shock to the city was the arrival of envoys from the misty Immortal Palace, now quartered at the Korith residence. An elder had taken an interest in Torin's aptitude, and sent an envoy to guide him before taking him away. Iron Peak City buzzed with the news. The misty Immortal Palace was the largest sect in Dragonspire Prefecture, where Iron Peak was a mere speck. Many whispered that the #1 family should no longer be the Veilers but the Koriths. The misty Immortal Palace, Kalen murmured. Every cultivator in Dragonspire Prefecture knew that sacred place. Many would fight tooth and nail just to serve as menial labor there, and his younger brother had been valued by its elders with a bright future ahead. He shook off the daze and smiled. I'm fine, don't worry. When is Torin leaving with them? Today. What a coincidence. Let's go take a look. Whenever a genius was chosen by the palace, it was a sensational event signaling a family's rise. Half the city turned out, and powerful families brought precious gifts hoping to establish ties with the envoy. Ilara was taken aback. You want to go see? That's right, let's go, or it'll be too late. By the time they arrived, only servants remained at the Veiler residence. The clan head and other prominent members had already gone to pay respects at the Korith estate. The misty Immortal Palace's status in the martial Emperor state was beyond question. As long as Torin remained there, even a blood feud against the Koriths would have to be endured. Kalen and Ilara slipped out amid whispers from petty onlookers. The Korith residence was bright with lanterns and streamers. The surrounding streets packed half the city had come to watch. The palace envoys were high-ranking figures. Meeting one was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Garrick, the Veiler family head, arrived early. Despite leading the largest clan in Iron Peak City, he dared not be arrogant before the misty Immortal Palace, presenting vast quantities of rare materials and spirit stones to curry favor. The envoy was pleased with Garrick's sensibility. Within the palace his status might seem minor, but outside, these envoys were the palace's representatives, and factions vied for their favor. Garrick, you are very good. I will convey your good intentions to the misty Immortal Palace, the envoy said with a smile. Garrick clasped his hands. Thank you. Thank you very much, envoy. Please put in a good word for my family. Torin stood to the side with his parents, faces full of arrogance, showing no regard for the Veilers whatsoever. Do not worry, I will handle this little thing, the envoy replied calmly. Everyone knew these were only verbal promises. The rituals had to be observed regardless. Torin chuckled coldly. Garrick, how is my good-for-nothing older brother doing at your manor? Garrick's lips twitched. Being addressed by his full name by a junior was an insult, but considering Torin's status, he suppressed his anger. Kalen is doing well in my family. His injuries have healed. His injuries healed? Torin raised an eyebrow. He knew better than anyone how badly Kalen had been hurt. Survival was a miracle, let alone full recovery. That is right, he has indeed recovered, Garrick replied, though he also found it strange. Family scandals were not aired publicly. The fact that Baldric had been injured by a good-for-nothing son-in-law was kept secret. Outside the clan, the matter hadn't spread. Mr. and Mrs. Korith were also surprised. They knew the severity of their eldest son's injuries, yet never expected him to still be alive. The misty Immortal Palace envoy remained silent. As a member of the palace, he had no interest in such trivialities. Very few in Iron Peak City warranted his attention. Forget it. I am already a member of the misty Immortal Palace, so I naturally don't care about a good-for-nothing's affairs. Torin considered, then looked at the envoy. Senior, let us leave. The envoy nodded, waved his hand, and took Torin into the air, transforming into starlight and vanishing. This is the envoy from the misty Immortal Palace. First time I've seen him, someone in the crowd said. The Korith family will be extraordinary from now on. The #1 family in Iron Peak City will change hands. Another added. I envy Torin's talent. He'll have a bright future, much better than his good-for-nothing brother. The crowd erupted. While the envoy was present, they had barely breathed. Now that he was gone, tongues loosened, and many compared the brothers to mock Kalen. Before one man could finish speaking, a punch from nowhere sent him crashing down, coughing blood. The attacker was Kaelin. After arriving with Ilara, they had quietly watched the Korith estate entrance until Torin left. After teaching the man a lesson, the pair turned and melted into the crowd. Kaelin hadn't killed him, just a lesson. He'd be fine after a few days in bed. Torin, we'll settle our score later. After watching Torin leave, a fierce obsession took root in Kaelin's heart. In the past, he would never have dared compare himself to his younger brother. His talent had simply been inferior. But the astral chart of Evernight had changed everything. Upon returning to the clan, he went straight to the secret room, hoping to reach the Starfall transformation realm before Thorn returned. His outing with Ilara was no secret. Word had spread through the servants to the family, but with the misty Immortal Palace delegation only just departed, no one made an issue of it. The next morning, Ilara did not stand guard outside Kaelin's cultivation room as usual. At dawn, she slipped from her residence to a separate courtyard reserved for guest retainers, moving cautiously unseen. She did not know Kaelin's current strength, but in her estimation the gap between him and Thorn remained too vast, even after he had defeated Baldric. Today she intended to seek help from Darius, a guest elder of the family. He stood at the peak of the first level of the Starfall transformation realm and had served the clan for many years, holding considerable status far above a certain birthmarked third young lady. Darius was practicing boxing forms in the courtyard when she arrived. Third Miss. As a Starfall transformation realm master, nothing within 100 meters escaped his notice. Mr. Fenwick. She bowed respectfully. Darius nodded. What brings you here, miss? He was also puzzled. In all his years with the clan, he had met her only a handful of times and recognized her instantly only because of the veil she wore. I have a favor to ask, and I hope you will grant it. She moved to kneel. Everyone in the family wanted Kaelin dead. No one would help her. Darius was the only one with a chance to intervene. Third Miss, what is the meaning of this? Just speak your mind. Darius hurried forward to help her up. She did not rise. Mr. Fenwick, Kaelin injured Baldric, and my elder brother Thorn will return soon. They will not let him go. Kaelin, Darius started, then realized, that good-for-nothing from the Korith family? At the insult, Ilara's expression darkened, but she nodded. I heard Baldric was injured by him. To be honest, Baldric is only at the 5th level of body tempering, nothing remarkable. However, Thorn is determined to deal with him upon his return, and I cannot stop him, Darius said bluntly. Sir, Ilara does not ask you to stop my elder brother. She only hopes you can save Kaelin's life at the critical moment. My brother will not hold it against you for your sake. Her reasoning was simple. Thorn wanted Kaelin dead, and Darius could not possibly prevent it. But if he intervened when Kaelin was near death, both Thorn and the clan would likely give him face and spare the youth, at least preserving his life. This assumed, of course, that Kaelin's importance was negligible. Darius understood perfectly. He lowered his head, pondered a moment, then said, Third Miss, I need time to consider. How about this? I will visit your residence tonight. Whether you agree or not, I will give you an answer then. Thank you, Mr. Fenwick. Overjoyed, she left after expressing her gratitude. If he agreed, at least Kaelin's life would be saved. That evening at Ilara's villa, she spent the day in a daze until dusk fell and Darius arrived, keeping his promise. He was shown into her room. Mr. Fenwick, what is your decision? She asked impatiently. Darius nodded, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. I can help with this. Really, thank you, Mr. Fenwick. She thanked him profusely. But what benefit would I gain from helping him? He grinned wickedly. This? She froze. She truly had nothing to offer. Ilara, how about you spend the night with me? That will be your reward. His smile grew increasingly ferocious, a stark contrast to the gentlemanly demeanor he had displayed earlier. Mr. Fenwick, how could you say such a thing? I am already married. She recoiled instinctively. Married? He laughed. He is just a useless live-in son-in-law. The entire family wants him dead. Do you think he will survive? Let me tell you the truth. If you serve me well today, I might try to stop Thorn when he returns. Otherwise, this piece of trash can simply wait to die. No sooner had he finished speaking than Darius lunged forward, revealing his true bestial nature, and tried to tear off her clothes. She screamed for help. Inside the sealed chamber, Kaelin muttered to himself, I never imagined breaking through a realm would be so difficult. Every time I approach the threshold, I am repelled. I simply cannot breach that barrier. He recalled watching Torin break through to the Starfall transformation realm at the clan. Though difficult, it had been nowhere near this arduous. Could it be the Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique? Because it is a high-grade art, I can overpower peers at the same stage, but the breakthrough difficulty is greatly increased? After some thought, he roughly grasped the reason. Cultivation technique quality determined strength levels. When realms were equal, technique quality became paramount. His earlier suppression of Baldric had stemmed from his technique's superiority. I cannot currently reach the Starfall Transformation Realm, and I do not know Thorn's level. Though I have never fought a Starfall Transformation Realm expert, that does not mean I am powerless against him. The Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique filled him with confidence. Body-strengthening arts focused on forging a powerful physique, and his was undoubtedly the most potent of its kind. Suddenly a faint cry for help reached his ears. Familiar, unmistakable, Elara. Without hesitation, Kaelin rose and bolted from the room toward hers. Her residence lay less than 100 meters from the secret room. At his current speed, the distance vanished in a heartbeat. He arrived to find Darius tearing at her clothes, half of her jade-like arm already exposed. He shouted for them to stop. Ilara's voice cracked with desperation. Kaelin, help. She had never imagined Darius, respected by the entire Valar household, capable of this. When she saw Kaelin, she clung to him like a drowning woman, sobbing into his chest. Darius frowned. You're that good for nothing, Kaelin. Before he could say more, Kaelin moved. A kick drove into Darius's chest with a hiss of displaced air. Overestimating yourself, Darius said calmly, meeting the strike with a backhand palm. He was Starfall Transformation Realm. Kaelin, by all accounts, was merely body tempering. The realm gap should have been absolute. Then Darius's palm connected with Kaelin's foot, and something impossible happened. Explosive force surged through the contact point, power no ordinary body tempering cultivator could generate. Darius, caught careless, flew backward more than 10 meters before crashing against the bed frame. His blocking hand went numb, sensation fleeing. Kaelin ignored him. He crossed to Elara, whose clothes hung torn, body trembling. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He shrugged off his red robe and draped it over her shoulders, then turned a cold gaze on Darius. Piece of trash! How dare you lay a hand on me? Darius snarled, though shock flickered beneath the rage. He had already discerned the truth. Kaelin stood at the great perfection of body tempering, terrifyingly strong for the realm, but body tempering nonetheless. A fundamental chasm still separated them. Kaelin chuckled. Trash? If I'm trash, what does that make the man I kicked away? No maneuvering room existed between them, none for Darius, and even less for Kaelin. Darius roared and launched himself forward like a cannonball. Kaelin didn't waste breath. He activated the Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique, power flooding every fiber of his frame, pushed to its absolute limit. They collided at full force. The technique was domineering, overwhelming, but Darius was a true Starfall transformation expert, even if only at the first level. Worlds apart in cultivation, they exchanged blows, punches, and kicks blurring. Kaelin was surprised. This was his first fight against Starfall transformation, and he hadn't expected such resilience. Darius was more surprised. A body-tempering cultivator, even at great perfection, should never stand toe-to-toe with him. How could such talent be called waste? The word itself seemed to lose meaning. Darius made a decision. Kaelin had to die. He hadn't planned murder. The complications would be immense, but the variable was too dangerous. If this boy could fight a Starfall transformation cultivator to a standstill now, what would happen when he reached that realm himself? Darius would be the one beaten to a pulp. These are the words I also want to say to you, Kaelin said, cold and angry. Both men bore numerous wounds, none fatal. Yet, Darius dodged a punch, retreated, and a ruthless glint entered his eyes. From his pocket he drew a jet-black dagger. It's a Voidheart horn blade. Kaelin, be careful. Ilara's face drained of color. She screamed the warning. Kaelin flinched. The dagger radiated a dangerous aura. Darius laughed wildly, charging. Too late, you forced me to this. The Voidheart horn blade, one of the Valar family's 3 great magical artifacts, lost for years in Iron Peak City. Darius's face twisted with rage. He never wanted to reveal it. If the Valars discovered he possessed it, he was dead. But drawing it meant only one outcome. Kaelin and Elara both had to die. Unarmed, they had been evenly matched. The dagger changed everything. The indestructible blade slashed through air, each strike aimed at vitals. Kalen fell instantly to the defensive. Dozens of thin, long wounds opened across his body in heartbeats. None fatal, but blood soon soaked his clothes. "You piece of trash. Let's see how long you last," Darius taunted, though he dared not grow careless. The kill had to be certain. Elara stood frozen at the periphery, terror and helplessness etched across her face. Kalen felt death's approach with crystalline clarity. Each exchange drained him further. At this rate, he would be worn down and killed. The threat forced a sudden desperate clarity. In life or death moments, potential often surged beyond its limits. The Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique activated at full speed. He mobilized every scrap of his limited spiritual energy. He would break through to Starfall transformation right now. Or die trying. Stop dreaming. You actually want to break through now? Darius gasped, seeing the intention. Mockery laced his voice, but his dagger hand accelerated. He had to end this before the breakthrough completed. Kalen stood motionless, steady as a mountain. Even with the blade less than half a meter from his chest, he did not dodge. Breakthrough or die. Die, Darius roared, a ferocious smile stretching his face. At this range, there was no escape. The outcome was decided. Then a deafening roar erupted from Kalen's body. A massive wave shattered the surrounding air. Darius gasped. The breakthrough was happening, but his strike was already committed, dagger aimed at the heart, too close to stop. Even a breakthrough couldn't save him now. Except it did. Kalen caught the Voidheart Hornblade between two fingers. The indestructible weapon stopped an inch from his chest, frozen as if time itself had yielded. "You just said," Kalen said, "who deserves to die?" Silence dropped over the room, thick and cold. Darius went rigid, his face draining of color, flesh prickling with a tremor he could not suppress. Kalen's two fingers closed on the Linjiao Gladius. The blade wrenched free from Darius's grip as though caught in a current he could not fight, sailing across the space between them. Kalen caught it, turned the unicorn hornblade over in his hand, studying the edge that had nearly ended him. A breakthrough at the last moment had been the only difference between this inspection and a corpse. "Excellent," he murmured, weight settling in his palm. "Truly a fine blade." He looked up. Darius swayed, vertigo seizing him, and stumbled back 2 steps before catching himself. When Kalen had still been in the body-tempering realm, they had been evenly matched. Now, with the Starfall transformation humming through his meridians, the seizure of the Voidheart Hornblade had been effortless. Darius could not even summon the will to resist. "Now you should die," Kalen said, voice flat. The reason was simple. The man had touched his woman. Darius's composure shattered. "My lord, spare my life. It wasn't me. It was Baldric. He made me do it." Kalen's brow furrowed. "What does Baldric have to do with this?" Words spilled out in a rush. "Earlier today, the third miss came to me, asked me to save your life. I said I'd consider it. Then I went to Baldric and told him. He's the second young master as chief retainer. I've always had a good relationship with him. When he heard his sister was searching for someone to save you, he flew into a rage. He promised me benefits, pushed me to come here tonight to threaten Elara, to..." Darius's voice cracked. "To violate her. To vent his hatred. That's all. I'm innocent. It's all that beast Baldric's fault." Elara went white. She and Baldric had never been close. Different mothers feeding different ambitions. But she had never imagined such cruelty from her own brother. Kalen's face darkened. He hadn't known Elara had moved for his sake. His gaze settled on Darius with the stillness of a verdict. "My lord, I've told you everything, spare me. From now on I'll be your dog, loyal, obedient, whatever you need." The Starfall transformation expert groveled, dignity stripped bare by the instinct to survive. "Who knew you were here?" "Only Baldric, no one else." Kalen studied him a moment longer. "If you had only offended me, I might have considered letting you live, but now you must die." He moved no wind, no warning, simply there, in front of Darius' blade already driven home. Darius managed a single strangled syllable before the light left his eyes. A red smile opened across his throat. Blood pulsed hot over his clutching fingers. He collapsed, convulsed twice, and lay still. Kalen wiped the blade, glanced at the corpse and crossed to Elara. "Are you all right?" She shook her head, pale from shock and the fresh horror of her brother's depravity. He didn't know how to comfort her. He understood the feeling too well. His own younger brother, Torin, was cut from the same cold cloth. The thought of Torin, now ensconced in the misty immortal palace, reignited a familiar hatred. He would settle that debt, no matter the sanctuary Torin had found. Kaelin dug a grave beneath the flowering shrubs in the villa's garden, buried Darius, and scrubbed the room clean. Only Baldric knew the retainer had come. He would never speak of it. The Veilers would never tolerate the scandal of hiring an outsider to violate their own daughter. He stayed with Elara until her breathing steadied, then returned to his secluded chamber. The breakthrough to Starfall transformation was fresh, unconsolidated. The fight had reopened wounds and drained him. Fortunately, the shattering of the first star in the astral chart of Evernite had yielded healing elixirs enough to knit him back together quickly. 2 days passed in quiet cultivation. No one in the Veiler household noticed Darius's absence except Baldric. He came searching the next morning, waited all day, and left empty-handed. He could not raise the alarm without exposing his own hand, and he dismissed the possibility of defeat. Darius had been Starfall transformation. Few in Draconis Mansion could best him. On the 3rd day, Thorn returned. His cultivation had broken through to Starfall transformation as well. The main hall of Draconis Mansion filled with direct descendants and seated elders. Patriarch Garrick beamed. Good, Thorn, congratulations on reaching Starfall transformation. An elder stroked his beard. Thorn has always been the pride of our family. Congratulations rippled through the assembly. 20 years old and already Starfall transformation, his talent was undeniable. Thorn wore a blue python robe cinched with a dark gold brocade belt, black hair falling past sharp eyes. He scanned the hall, then sighed. The breakthrough went as planned. It's only a pity that Torin of the Coriths has already left for the misty immortal palace. The mood curdled at the name. The marriage alliance between the Veilers and Coriths had been proposed while Thorn was away. He had known nothing of it. In all Iron Peak City, only Torin had ever stood a step ahead of him. Noticing the strange faces, Thorn lowered his voice. What happened? An elder hesitated, then began to speak. The story unfolded. The live-in son-in-law, the half-dead Kaelin, the insult to the Veiler name. Thorn's flush deepened with each sentence. When the elder finished, Thorn's palm came down. The wooden chair beneath him exploded into splinters. The Coriths go too far. His voice cracked like a whip. They dare bully my Veiler family by sending a half-dead waste of a man as a live-in son-in-law, all to steal our martial techniques. The hall fell silent. Everyone knew the storm had broken. Taking advantage of Thorn's rage, Baldric embellished the story of his injuries, claiming Kaelin had ambushed him, conveniently omitting that he hadn't fought back. Now Kaelin had gone into seclusion, untouchable. The Corith's good for nothing. Does he think he's his brother Torin? How dare he come to my Veiler family and cause trouble? I'll kill him. Thorn couldn't reach Torin, but he could take his anger out on Kaelin. Lead the way. Garrick didn't stop them, nor did the elders. If not for seniority, the Patriarch would have dealt with Kaelin himself. Now Thorn had stepped in, exactly what Garrick wanted. Even if Kaelin died, it didn't matter. He was just a useless live-in son-in-law. For 2 days, Kaelin had been in seclusion. The injuries from his fight with Darius had healed, his strength stabilizing at the first level of Starfall transformation. He'd attempted to bombard the 2nd star, without success. Not so simple to blast open a 2nd star, but the gap isn't too large. He opened his eyes. By his calculations, once he reached the first major perfection of the realm and attacked with full force, he should shatter it. Hurried footsteps approached the secret room. Only Kaelin and Elara occupied this separate courtyard. Kaelin, something terrible's happened. My elder brother Thorn is back. Elara's voice came breathless from outside. He just returned to the Veiler family and is in the main hall. Thorn's returned? Kaelin wasn't flustered. He'd already reached Starfall transformation and felt no fear. He stood, opened the door, and walked out. A white robe draped his tall, slender frame, long black hair flowing, clear phoenix eyes bright beneath his brows. He appeared before Elara, surprising her, his demeanor completely changed. His clothes had been tattered from the fight with Darius. This robe had been bought by a servant at Elara's request. Kaelin, you? She was worried, wanted to persuade him to leave but couldn't finish. Where could they go? And though she hadn't spent much time with him, she sensed his stubbornness. He smiled faintly. Don't worry. Useless trash, get out here. My elder brother's back, come pay your respects. Baldric's shout rang from outside. Kaelin frowned. Let's go look. Elara's face darkened at the voice, especially remembering what Baldric had done to her before. Baldric led Thorn directly into the villa, followed by more than a dozen Veiler descendants, not direct line but respected all the same. Everyone regarded Thorn as the heir, though it hadn't been officially announced. "Kaelin, you piece of trash, get out here and see me," Baldric roared, emboldened by his brother's presence. Every day since his injury he'd seethed. How could the Vaylor family's second young master be injured by a useless son-in-law? Intolerable. Thorn remained silent, standing in the crowd with an unfathomable air. He'd long heard of Kaelin, the good-for-nothing older brother of the genius Taurin. "Who's barking?" A loud, arrogant voice reached them. Baldric's face fell. Kaelin had actually called him a dog. Everyone turned and saw him approaching in white robes, light steps, calm expression, more otherworldly than Thorn himself. When cultivation reached starfall transformation, one's entire temperament and aura changed, something body tempering didn't possess. You, Kaelin," Baldric pointed, about to curse, but Thorn waved him silent. The two men glanced at each other, sizing up. "So you're Kaelin, my Vaylor family's son-in-law, Taurin's brother?" Thorn's tone was calm, indifferent. He didn't take Kaelin seriously. "You're Thorn?" Kaelin didn't answer, asked calmly instead. "Damn it. Kaelin, how dare you speak to my elder brother like that? You don't want to live," Baldric roared. Thorn smiled faintly, then nodded. "That's right. I know what happened between the Coriths and my Vaylor family. Your Corith family went too far?" Kaelin remained silent. The Coriths had indeed been excessive. Seeing no response, Thorn continued. "Since you've become my Vaylor family's son-in-law, you're considered one of us. I don't want to bully you. Tomorrow at the City Lord's mansion, you'll kneel and apologize on behalf of the Coriths, and all matters will be wiped clean. From then on, you can live peacefully in the Vaylor family. No one will trouble you. How about it?" "Brother, no." Baldric was stunned. He wanted Kaelin dead. Thorn's meaning was clear: admit defeat, regain face for the Vaylors, be forgiven. But Thorn ignored him, looking at Kaelin with a smile. "How about it? My idea's not bad. After all, you're my brother-in-law." "Not very good," Kaelin refused outright. "You want me to kneel and apologize? Impossible. The Corith family is the Corith family, and I am me." "Hey? Rejecting me? Don't think that just because you're married to Elara, I won't dare kill you." Thorn's voice turned cold, as if ready to strike. "Big brother, no." Elara stepped from behind Kaelin to block him. "Elara, get out of the way. He's ungrateful." Thorn frowned. He didn't have much contact with his sister, but blood was blood. Different from Baldric. She wanted to speak, but Kaelin pulled her back. "Don't worry, he can't do anything to me yet," he said with a smile. "What can I do to you?" Thorn's face darkened. He'd wanted to show mercy for his sister's sake, but no longer. "It's not too late to apologize now." "What if I don't?" Kaelin remained assertive.
"Heh, all right. I see you think you're arrogant just because you defeated Baldric."
Thorn's face hardened. He threw a punch. Fierce wind tore through the air, a powerful wave of energy rushing toward Kaelin. Thorn moved before anyone could react. His cultivation had already broken into the Starfall transformation realm, and even a casual strike carried force no body-tempering cultivator could withstand. Yet the howling pressure dissolved the moment Kaelin's fingers brushed it, half a meter out, unraveling the attack into nothing. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Baldric stared, unable to reconcile the brother he knew with the man whose punch had been so effortlessly erased. Half a month ago they had stood equal at the 5th level of body tempering. Even meteoric progress couldn't bridge that gap in weeks. Thorn's eyebrow arched. "Interesting. Outsiders call you useless, but you don't seem useless at all." His voice settled, calm. "You've reached Starfall transformation as well. Impressive. Whatever you've endured, it's made you formidable. However, my terms stand at the City Lord's mansion. You'll kneel and apologize on behalf of the Corith family before everyone. Then bygones are bygones, and you'll follow me into the Vaylor fold." Kaelin's tone didn't waver. "Impossible, don't dream it." Thorn wasn't surprised. "Then tomorrow at noon at the City Lord's mansion, you and I fight to the death. I'll beat you until you kneel and beg. That works too." "Tomorrow at noon. Fine." Kaelin agreed without hesitation. Thorn laughed, wild and bright. "Good. Don't forget." He turned and left. The Vaylor clan members stood stunned. None had expected the eldest son to accept a death match against Kaelin. A Corith waste against a Vaylor genius. The outcome seemed written. "Kid, you're dead tomorrow. Get ready to beg on your knees." Baldric spat the words and followed his brother out. Once the courtyard emptied, only Kaelin and Elara remained. "Kaelin, you?" She trailed off, worry threading her voice, ready to argue for endurance. Don't worry, I'm fine, rest assured. A faint smile. She opened her mouth again, but he cut in first. I'm hungry, haven't eaten today. Elara had no choice but to nod. She knew he was deflecting, but she trusted him. He wasn't reckless. She went to the kitchen. Thorn returned to the hall and reported the duel to Garrick, the patriarch. Why, he's trash. Why a death match? Isn't that giving him face? Garrick didn't understand. He hadn't seen Kaelin disperse the fist wind so easily. Kaelin still carries Korith blood. They shamed our family. With Torin absent, we'll wash that shame in Kaelin's blood. Father, Torin has joined the misty immortal palace. We cannot afford to offend them. Don't worry, this past month brought more than a breakthrough. Eyes lit around the hall. What did you find? Hunting in the desolate mountains, I encountered an elder of the Fulgora sect. He took a liking to my talent and wants me as a disciple. The sect accepts new disciples in 3 months. I'll go then. Garrick laughed, deep and delighted. The elders echoed his joy. The Fulgora sect might not rival the misty immortal palace, but it ranked among the top powers in the martial emperor state. If Thorn truly joined, even Torin in the misty immortal palace couldn't touch the Valar family. Spread the word. Thorn and Kaelin duel tomorrow at noon. Pack the City Lord's mansion. Let all Iron Peak City know. Garrick waved his hand. I, Thorn, will wash away the Valar shame. As Iron Peak's leading clan, the Valar influence was absolute. Within a day, rumors saturated the city. The eldest son would fight a death match against the Korith family's live-in son-in-law. Kaelin wants to die. Life's hard enough for a son-in-law. Torin's a genius, but his brother has no talent. Years of cultivation, only second-level body tempering. How can he fight Thorn? They say Torin schemed against the Valers, beat Kaelin half to death, forced him into the marriage, extorted resources, even stole a copy of the Valar Ashen Rank technique. That's why Thorn returned for revenge. No wonder. I have to watch. The arena at the City Lord's mansion could hold tens of thousands. Talk buzzed everywhere. Naturally, the news reached the Korith clan since Torin entered the misty immortal palace. The Korith family's status had soared past even the Valers. Kaelin's parents and the clan had been riding high, their day of triumph finally here. Then the death match arrived, and a fog settled over the household. Roderick raged in the hall. Kaelin is a waste, fighting to the death, he's making us a laughingstock. Seraphine chimed in. This beast is already a live-in son-in-law and still causes trouble, blatantly disgracing the Korith name. Roderick's face darkened, after a long moment. Send word. Whether Kaelin lives or dies has nothing to do with my Korith family. From today he is struck from the register. He is no longer clan. Iron Peak City erupted further. Kaelin was expelled, erased from the genealogy. From then on he had no connection to the Korith family. Dawn broke cloudless over Iron Peak City. The City Lord's mansion strained at its seams, the Lord himself reduced to a helpless spectator in his own halls. Iron Peak was a speck beneath the Dragonspire dynasty's heel, a minor administrative seat in a vast province where the mansion's usual business amounted to settling squabbles between commoners. When great families clashed, the Lord looked the other way. Outside the arena, normally a modest venue for local contests, swelled beyond capacity. Tens of thousands craned for a view of a life-or-death duel between Thorn Valar, the Valar clan's shining prodigy, and Kaelin Korith, the disgraced elder brother of Torin Korith, the clan's own rising star. The crowd rivaled the turnout for the misty immortal palace's envoys days earlier, a thunder of speculation rolling through the stands. This Kaelin is the Valar's son-in-law. Yet he dares challenge Thorn. Does he have a death wish? Beaten to death, more like. Thorn arrived before noon, descending through the air to land on the packed earth of the arena floor. His presence alone drew gasps. The Valar clan had turned out in force, Garrick at their head, his second son Baldric, a phalanx of direct descendants and elders. A quarter hour to noon and Kaelin remained absent, inviting fresh waves of mockery. He won't dare show. Fight Thorn? He'd be slaughtered? But if he doesn't come, will the Valars let him leave? He's still their son-in-law. In a single day the story had spread through every tea house and alley. Kaelin, crippled by his own brother, shipped off to marry Elara as a live-in husband, a humiliation dressed in silk. Below the stage, Garrick's face cycled through calculation and fury. The spectacle had been engineered for maximum visibility. The challenger's absence would make the Valars a laughingstock. Beside him, Baldric seethed with a hatred sharpened by personal grievance. Father, that waste won't dare come, will he? Every Vela eye turned to the patriarch. Garrick lowered his head, then spoke low and cold. Send someone, tell him to come. If he refuses, break his legs and drag him here. The message was clear. A public beating to cow the Korath clan. Disowning Kaelan changed nothing. So long as he bore the name, he represented them. Baldric's face twisted. He turned to gather the enforcers. A gasp rippled through the crowd. All heads swung toward the arena gates. A man and a woman approached at an unhurried stroll, he in white robes that seemed to catch the light, radiating an ethereal stillness. She veiled, her figure graceful beneath a crimson dress. The throng parted instinctively, clearing a path to the arena's edge. Wait for me here, Kaelan said to Ilara, then vaulted onto the platform. A soft hum of acknowledgement. Come back safely. Midday, as his boots touched the packed earth, the arena erupted. Makeshift gambling stalls materialized at the periphery, bookmakers shouting odds, 100 to 1 on Thorn, 10,000 to 1 on Kaelan. Even at that staggering payout, barely a handful of tickets sold on the underdog. The bookmakers had expected as much, only fools backed a dead man walking. Then a woman's voice cut through the din. I'll bet on Kaelan to win. 1,000 spirit stones. Silence fell like a hammer. 1,000 spirit stones, a sum that would bankrupt minor clans, a fortune even the Koraths couldn't readily produce. Torin's recent haul from the Velas had included exactly that amount, and it had been whispered about for weeks. The bookmaker frowned, ready to eject a joker, but the woman tossed a storage bag onto the counter. He opened it, peered inside, and gasped. Neat rows of spirit stones, exactly 1,000. Is that acceptable? She asked, a faint smile curving her lips. Acceptable. Acceptable. He scrambled to register the bet, but when he looked up, she had vanished into the crowd. He never saw her face, only the flash of red silk on the arena floor. Kaelan and Thorn sized each other up. Thorn's arrogance wore the polish of long habit. One last chance, Thorn projected, his voice amplified by cultivation to reach every ear. Kneel. Beg forgiveness on behalf of the Korath clan. Apologize to my family. Do that, and I'll spare you. A murmur swept the stands. The challenge had been issued formally, publicly. Kaelan laughed, a short, rough sound. Thorn, are you out of your mind? Thorn's face twitched. The insult, delivered before thousands, landed like a slap. Leaving aside that I've been expelled from the Koraths, my name struck from the rolls. Even if I hadn't been, what relationship would I have with them? Kaelan's voice carried the same amplification, clear and deliberate. What is the Korath clan to me? You, Thorn started. And what are you, Thorn Vela, to think you can make me kneel? You're not worthy. The arena exploded. Vela faces darkened from the stands down. Garrick's most of all, the patriarch's fingers twitched with the urge to strike the insult from the boy's throat. Thorn, stop arguing with him. Garrick's voice cut through the noise, cold and final. Kill this trash. Thorn needed no second bidding, he moved, the challenge dissolving into action. Thorn burst forward, covering 100 meters in a single breath. He materialized before Kaelan, fist already driving toward his chest. Kaelan's mind registered the speed before his body could react. Fast, he discarded any lingering carelessness. Reputation was not earned by accident, and Thorn stood among Iron Peak City's brightest young talents. They collided, exchanging over a dozen blows in the space of heartbeats. Neither yielded ground. Kaelan felt the truth of his opponent's cultivation through their fists. This was no first-level Starfall transformation cultivator. Thorn had reached at least the peak of the second level, perhaps even brushed the third. Thorn was equally stunned. He had reached the second level, perfected it even, thanks to the Fulgura sect elder he'd encountered on this journey. By all rights he should have crushed a supposed nobody. Damn it. We can't drag this out. Every passing second shredded his reputation further. A Vela genius struggling against Korath trash. What would people think? Kaelan's Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique, mastered to perfection, had forged him into something approaching iron during the body-tempering realm. The exchanges left him bruised but unbroken. How? How is he this strong below the stage? Garrick's face darkened. The rumors had called Kaelan a useless waste. Starfall transformation cultivation? Impossible. The crowd murmured, astonishment rippling through every clan. If this was waste, what did that make the rest of them? On the platform, Thorn's breathing had grown ragged after a solid hit to the chest. Among his peers, only Torin had ever bested him. He had never imagined this Nobody would push him so far. Kalen, Thorn roared, the name tearing from his throat like a denial. Kalen had absorbed his share of strikes, but his thickened skin and dense muscle turned them superficial. Technique quality revealed itself in moments like these, the elephant overlord's fierce power finally manifesting. Thorn drove a punch at Kalen's chest. Kalen slipped it, countering with a knife hand to the neck. Thorn ducked, fluid as water, retracting his fist to hammer Kalen's abdomen instead. Kalen gritted his teeth, clasped his hands into a single heavy fist, and brought it down on Thorn's exposed back. A trade, injury for injury. Thorn recognized the tactic but couldn't escape it. He met the blow with his own punch to Kalen's midsection. The impact thundered across the stage. Kalen grunted, swallowed the scream building in his throat, and barely stumbled. His strike landed clean on Thorn's back, driving the Veiler prodigy into the stone with crater-forming force. Thorn gasped, pain flaring through his spine, but he forced himself upright and scrambled back. Staying close meant death. He looked ruined now. Hair wild, robes torn and dust-streaked, chest heaving, the elegant genius had vanished. Kalen stood steadier. Blood marked him. Yes, but only surface wounds. Damn it. Damn it. Thorn felt the weight of every gaze below, waiting, watching, savoring his humiliation. He knew the mathematics. Continue this war of attrition and he would lose. No other way. He fished a jade bottle from his robe, uncorked it with trembling fingers, and downed the contents in a single swallow. His face twisted at the taste. Kalen frowned. What was that? Whatever it was, it boded ill. He didn't wait. Whatever Thorn had taken, ending this before it took full effect was the only play. But the change was instantaneous. Thorn's aura erupted, qualitatively different, stronger than his peak. Kalen stood his ground. No reason to retreat now. Good timing, Thorn bellowed, charging. Their next exchange left Kalen with a minor loss. The first clear advantage Thorn had seized all fight. Below, spectators who'd seen the bottle whispered, "What did he take? His strength, some forbidden drug. I've heard of such things. Is that allowed, medicating mid-match?" Just talk. Nothing changed. Thorn sneered, wiping blood from his mouth. Kalen, you forced this. Purple fire Pilvora. A Fulgorus sect senior gave it to me as a life-saving measure. It burns potential to elevate strength a full level. Precious beyond measure. I never thought I'd waste it on you. No wonder. Kalen understood the terror of potential igniting pills. What Thorn omitted, the pill's half-quarter-hour window, followed by a body weakened for half a month, a desperate escape tool, not a duelist's weapon. Elara, watching from the Veiler stands, clenched her hands until her knuckles blanched. On the Veiler side, Garrick's expression eased fractionally. Thorn had the upper hand now, but the disgrace remained. Limitations, Kalen calculated. Time limits. Side effects. There's always a price. He laughed, cold and sharp. Only a quarter hour? That's more than enough to kill you. Thorn roared and lunged. Half a quarter hour. Let's see who outlasts whom. Kalen's eyes flashed. He met the charge head-on. Thorn's strikes now carried 3 times their previous force. Where before Kalen's body absorbed punches like rain on stone, now his organs trembled with each impact. But Thorn suffered too. The drug amplified strength, not endurance. Pain screamed through his enhanced frame with every collision. He gritted through it, refusing to lose to this waste. Time bled away. Kalen accumulated wounds, blood streaking his arms, his torso, his face. Thorn fared better externally, but his shock deepened. No. Impossible. How are you still this strong? The scorching sun beat down on the arena as the crowd near the City Lord's grandstand fell into stunned silence. Kalen, the Korath family's supposed good-for-nothing and live-in son-in-law of the Veilers, was holding his own against Thorn, the Veiler clan's proclaimed genius despite grievous wounds and an uncertain outcome. That alone was enough to shatter every expectation. How could you, a piece of trash, be so strong? Thorn shouted, alarm cracking his composure. Damn it, it's impossible. He knew exactly where his strikes had landed. Several had struck vital points, blows that would have felled any other cultivator, even himself. Yet the man he had dismissed as waste still stood, still fought. Waste? Thorn spat, the word twisted into a question. Kalen sneered, blood staining his teeth. Then let this piece of trash destroy you. He surged forward in a single stride, leaving a trail of blood across the arena floor. Thorn's core shook, but there was no time to think. Half an hour was nearly up, and he had to kill Kaelin now. In the grandstand, the Vaylor's faces had gone grim. Baldric's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Impossible. How could my elder brother be inferior to a good-for-nothing? Garrick, the family head, sat equally shaken. He had never deigned to look at this useless son-in-law with his own eyes, had even contemplated killing him to wash away the shame. Now he understood. This was no trash at all. Below, the crowd roared. After today, who will dare call him trash? No, impossible. You piece of trash can't possibly beat me. Bloodied and desperate, Thorn resorted to trading injury for injury in the final moments of his drug-enhanced state. He had no choice otherwise. He would be the one to fall. Kaelin saw through the tactic instantly. You want to exchange injuries? Then I'll grant your wish. Blow for blow, palm for fist. No other cultivator would meet Thorn head-on in this state. But Kaelin was determined to crush the Vaylor genius completely. To show everyone who the real loser was, the Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique had forged him a perfect physique during the body-tempering realm, sustaining him through every battle. Thorn, by contrast, was unraveling, his aura disordered, strength fading, mind reeling from the accumulating impacts. Collapse was imminent. Garrick's fists clenched in the stands, his face dark with regret. Why had he agreed to this life-or-death duel? But it was too late to intervene without making the Vaylors a laughingstock across Iron Peak City. The half-hour mark arrived. The medicine's effects evaporated, and Thorn's aura plummeted. Agony erupted through every meridian, each channel feeling torn apart, the side effects taking hold. Kaelin recognized the collapse for what it was. He was no saint. He pressed the advantage, driving his battered body forward through sheer will and the Draconis Elephant technique's support, his own injuries arguably worse than Thorn's. A fist crushed into Thorn's face, caving it in. Only the beginning. Thorn swayed like a target, head bleeding, mind scattered, strength plummeting to the 9th level of body tempering. Who's trash? Kaelin's punch drove into Thorn's chest, ribs cracked, impossible to count how many. Who did you say you wanted to die? Another blow to the temple. Thorn's head slammed into the earth, half his body sinking into the ground, unconscious. But Kaelin wasn't finished. He hauled Thorn up by the collar. Who do you want to kneel? He roared, raising a fist for the killing strike. Thorn had no power left to resist, not even the reflex to brace. The onlookers gasped, a collective chill rippling through the crowd. Even the city lord, watching secretly from the mansion, drew a sharp breath. Enough, Garrick's furious bellow tore from the grandstand. He could not allow Thorn to die, not here, not like this. He rose, unleashing his Starfall Transformation Realm cultivation. A massive wave of energy crashed down, slamming into Kaelin. Already near death, outmatched by an entire realm, Kaelin flew several meters before crashing down. Under the watching eyes of the city, Garrick restrained himself to a repulsion rather than a kill. The outcome is decided, Garrick called out, voice pitched for the crowd. We're all family. There's no need to kill each other. Kill. Kaelin coughed blood, a cold laugh tearing from his throat. What would have happened if their positions were reversed? But Thorn was crippled, Kaelin was broken, and Garrick stood leagues above him. He could only endure. Garrick said nothing more. The Vaylors had lost all face today, but the priority was saving Thorn. He gathered his kinsmen and led the family away in silence. On the arena floor, Kaelin coughed another mouthful of blood. The battle had exacted a terrible price. Are you all right? Ilara rushed the stage, hands hovering over his wounds. He waved her off, a gesture more dismissal than reassurance, and left the arena at her side. The crowd erupted. No one had expected this. The useless son-in-law had won. Back at the Vaylor estate, Kaelin retreated immediately to a secret cultivation chamber. A normal Starfall transformation cultivator would need at least a month to recover from such trauma. But the astral chart of Evernite held elixirs that rewrote the rules. He sat cross-legged, divine sense, diving into the chart's depths. He consumed healing drops without hesitation, swallowing herbs whose names he didn't even know. His knitted flesh visibly mended, the ruined meridians knitting themselves back together. As the pain receded, clarity sharpened. This near-death struggle had been more than survival, it had been a catalyst. The battle had shattered a bottleneck he hadn't known how to breach. Without a suitable Starfall transformation technique, normal cultivation would have taken half a month to reach the first major perfection of the realm. Now, once his injuries healed, he would step directly into that threshold. His eyes gleamed in the chamber's dim light. The Veilers thought they had witnessed his limit. They had no idea. The steward's report landed like a stone in still water. Roderick stared at the man who had served the household for 3 decades, the same man who had never once treated his eldest son as a young master. "It is true, sir. The news is spreading wildly outside." Roderick's jaw tightened. How could this be? That good-for-nothing was only at the body-tempering realm when he left. Now his cultivation has reached the Starfall transformation realm. No one knew Kaelin's aptitude better than the family head. In another house, a useless son becoming a peerless genius would be cause for celebration. But Roderick saw only what he had always seen, a disappointment. His true son was Torin. Master, could it be that Kaelin obtained some kind of treasure? That would explain such rapid improvement. Aurelia? The name surfaced in Roderick's thoughts, a glint sharpening his eyes as his fingers drummed the table. Inside the Veiler Council Hall, the air pressed heavy with suppressed violence. Garrick had returned only to order every precious herb from the storeroom fed to his son. Thorn's cultivation had dropped temporarily from the medicine, but his foundation held. He would recover in months. An elderly man with a full head of white hair occupied the main seat. The patriarch of the Veiler family, a cultivator at the Tengara realm, reputed the strongest expert in Iron Peak City, though he emerged from seclusion only for matters of consequence. Lately, consequence had come in waves, Torin seizing resources, Kaelin injuring Baldric, and now Thorn laid low. "It is good that you are all right," the patriarch said, his voice dry. Thorn finally had the opportunity to establish a relationship with the elders of the Fulgora sect. He has a bright future ahead, and we cannot afford any mistakes at this time. Once you enter the Fulgora sect, everything will be different from the outside world. There are countless precious cultivation techniques inside. Thorn is the hope of our Veiler family's future. Everyone nodded. The Fulgora sect was a power in the martial emperor state. Any elder there stood at the profound core realm at minimum. One such person could erase Iron Peak City. "Father, what should we do with Kaelin? He actually dared to injure Torin. He deserves to die." Garrick's voice was vicious. The patriarch lowered his head, pondering. "This son-in-law is quite interesting. If he did not have some other opportunity, then he must have been pretending to be crazy and foolish in the Korath family before, feigning a lack of talent and hiding his strength." The words rippled through the hall, each face calculating. "Send people to monitor him," the patriarch ordered. "But do not let him find out. Understand?" In the secret room, Kaelin had spent a day and a night in seclusion. His injuries had mostly knit closed. His aura climbed steadily until it crested at the first major perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, then halted not because he could not advance, but because he lacked a cultivation technique for this realm. Advancing without it would be hollow. Time to try shattering the second star. Within the astral chart of Evernight, he summoned it. In this world, the size and sturdiness of the stars bore no relation to each other. Each star represented a test from a stage of his life. Only sufficient strength could shatter them and claim the treasures within. His aura surged to its peak. The Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique flooded his right arm. He rose in a single explosive motion, launching himself at the star. Break, cracks, spider-webbed across the surface. As his power poured in, they widened, splintering, until the star shattered completely. The explosion left him panting, but his eyes shone as he looked upon the treasure manifesting before him. The pile of spirit stones and herbs formed a mountain larger than the first star's yield. Tens of thousands of spirit stones by rough count, including the remainder from before. Beside the mountain lay a gleaming golden scripture. 9 transformations of Starfall transformation. This technique is actually at the lower level of Earth rank, he gasped. A low-grade Earth-level cultivation technique did not exist in any of the dozens of cities surrounding Iron Peak. In Dragonspire Prefecture, such things belonged only to the top 10 sects or the highest-tier families. Anyone else who stumbled upon one would be stripped of it before the day ended. He opened the manual eagerly. 9 transformations of Starfall transformation, corresponding to the Starfall transformation realm cultivation level, contains 3 martial arts techniques. His face lit up. At the 3rd, 6th, and 9th levels of the realm, the technique granted 3 devastating arts, energy-intensive but of unparalleled power. Unfortunately, this 9 transformations of Starfall transformation only has the first 3 levels of the technique, which is only enough for me to reach the 3rd level of the Starfall transformation realm. Disappointment flickered, then settled into understanding. Earth-rank techniques were not common. Besides, the sheer volume of resources he now possessed would save years of cultivation. The only true pity was that the astral chart's treasures could not be taken outside. Without hesitation, he began to practice. 7 days vanished. Kaelin remained in seclusion. Elara brought food on time each day and never left the door. Her own cultivation stalled at the 4th level of the body-tempering realm, talent lacking, interest absent. 3 new maids, sent by Garrick, now tended the courtyard. They treated Elara with exaggerated respect and tried to pry information about Kaelin, but when they learned he was healing in seclusion, they subsided into quiet domestic work. The gate to his retreat slowly opened. Kaelin emerged in a white robe, no trace of injury remaining, his aura denser and sharper than before. "Kaelin, are you all right?" Elara cried out, scanning him from head to toe. She felt the shift in his cultivation and her eyes widened. "I'm fine. How have things been outside lately?" Kaelin stepped from the secret room into a corridor where maids paused in their cleaning, heads bowed, eyes averted. Fear flickered in their glances before they hurried away. Elara fell into step beside him. "News of your victory over Thorn has spread through the clan. No one has come openly to challenge you, but the family sent 3 servants, ostensibly to attend us. Informants, most likely." Kaelin nodded. Naturally, a discarded son-in-law suddenly reaching Starfall transformation and defeating the heir is a curiosity they cannot ignore. There's more. The Korith family sends messengers daily to ask after your injuries. I've turned them all away, claiming you remain in seclusion. He stopped, a sneer twisting his mouth. The Koriths, they're not concerned for my health. They want to know how trash became a threat in less than a month. Elara said nothing, accustomed to his bitterness. "Are you hungry? I'll fetch food from the kitchen." They walked to the main hall. Garrick received word of Kaelin's appearance immediately. The man's resentment was a palpable thing, his pride wounded that the weakling he had dismissed, the boy Thorn had half killed, had returned to humiliate his son. But the patriarch's silence held him in check. The table startled Kaelin, where meals had been thin porridge and boiled vegetables. Today the boards groaned under delicacies. At the center steamed a drunken immortal chicken, its flesh perfumed with spirit wine and herbs, a dish that prolonged vitality and quickened the blood. In the Korith household it appeared only at festivals, and only Torin ever tasted it. Elara caught his stare. "I don't understand it either. I only mentioned you'd left seclusion. The kitchen sent this up within the hour, saying it would speed your recovery." Kaelin ate with sharp appetite. The rich meat and fragrant broth, the best meal of his life. He could not read the Veilers. Having proven himself, they would either court him as family or move to avenge Thorn. So far the blade had not fallen. A servant approached, voice careful. "Third Master Korith, the Korith family has sent representatives." Kaelin's lip curled. "In such haste, do you wish to receive them? Send them in." Elara frowned but held her tongue. The steward entered first, trailed by 2 attendants. Kaelin recognized the man's oily smile, the same expression he wore before Torin. The steward had spent years making Kaelin's life difficult, slashing his allowance, poisoning ears against him. "Young Master Korith?" the steward began, bowing low. "Are you recovered?" He caught himself, the deference sharpening into something calculated. "The master and madam sent me to inquire after your health, and the master is curious. When you left, you were merely body tempering. How did you reach Starfall transformation in a month?" Kaelin's laugh was cold. "Must I account for my cultivation to you? Well, we are family, are we? That wasn't the sentiment when you shipped me off as a live-in son-in-law to funnel resources to Torin." The steward's flush deepened. He opened his mouth, then snapped it shut under Kaelin's gaze. "If there's nothing else," Kaelin said, "get out." The steward retreated, face burning. He reported straight to the Korith main hall. "Master Kaelin gave me no face. He declared he is no longer of this family, and ordered me gone." Roderick slammed his palm on the table. "Ungrateful beast. I showed him too much leniency." "Master, we cannot let this pass," Seraphine said, her voice sharp. "He holds a secret. We must take it for Torin. He will bring glory to our ancestors." Roderick exhaled, mastering his temper. "I'll go myself. Bring the carriage." Kaelin, unaware, had already returned to the secret room with Elara. Time was short. The Veiler's next move was unknown, and every hour of cultivation mattered. Then a roar shattered the quiet from the courtyard gates. "Out of my way, I'm his father. I've come to see my son. Let's see who dares stop me. They arrived with disconcerting speed. Kalen sneered at the familiar voice. He had not expected to see his father so soon, but since the man had come, there was no harm in meeting him. Ilara was perceptive. From the shouts outside and her husband's expression, she had already guessed the visitor's identity. You really cannot enter. Let me inform Third Master first, the servant blocking the doorway pleaded, inwardly distressed. Roderick ignored the protest. Get out of my way! The servants were no match for him. He shoved them aside and strode into the courtyard, the steward hurrying ahead to the main hall. Once, Roderick would never have dared cause trouble in the Vela household. But now that Torin had joined the misty immortal palace, what could the Velas do to them? Father and son locked eyes in the hall. Neither spoke first. Kalen merely stared coldly at the older man. He had once been dismissed as useless by this father, a mere merchant. Ilara sat quietly to the side, her face veiled, revealing nothing. Kalen's aura had fundamentally changed. He had reached the Starfall transformation realm. Roderick seethed. How could his good-for-nothing son treat him this way when he had come in person? Yet, remembering his purpose, he forced himself calm, took a deep breath, and asked slowly, "Is your injury healed?" Before Kalen could answer, his father found a seat and sat down on his own. Kalen remained impassive. "It is all over now." Roderick nodded, hesitated, then asked, "Have you really reached the Starfall transformation realm?" He could not believe the boy had leapt from body tempering to Starfall transformation in a single month. Torin had taken 3 years to make the same climb. Kalen lifted the teacup, sipped, and asked calmly, "What do you think?" In that moment the son seemed the elder. Roderick suppressed his anger again. "So you admit it? My purpose is simple. I want to know how you cultivate and whether you obtained any treasures." Kalen was unsurprised by the directness. "Yes, so what? No, so what? If so, I hope you will pass the opportunity you gained to your younger brother." "Give it to him?" Kalen's voice turned cold. He had beaten himself half to death while his father called Torin useless. Now that he had the opportunity, why should he surrender it? "Torin is a true genius. Your talent is mediocre. For the sake of the family and your brother, giving him your opportunity is the best choice." Roderick explained that he did not believe Kalen had cultivated on his own. He must have found some treasure. Or perhaps they simply did not approve of this son from the bottom of their hearts. Kalen let out a cold laugh, his expression icy. "Roderick, have you forgotten that I am now a live-in son-in-law and have nothing to do with the Korith family anymore? You personally announced days ago that you would remove my name from the genealogy. That means I never existed in the family from beginning to end, correct?" Roderick was stunned. He had indeed forgotten crossing his son's name off the family tree, done in fear that the Koriths would be disgraced by Thorn, then forgotten entirely after Kalen won. "Young master, the master was thinking of the family," the butler hurriedly interjected. "Besides, you still carry Korith blood, do you not? Do you, a servant, have the right to speak here?" Kalen shouted. And a backhand strike sent a wave of energy crashing into the butler's chest. The man flew backward, hit the ground and spat blood, his face draining pale. "Kalen, how dare you lay a hand on me in front of me?" Roderick stood shouting, but shock undercut his anger. His son's strength had indeed reached Starfall transformation, not merely the first level. Judging by the aura, at least the third. Roderick was wrong. Kalen had spent 7 days in seclusion in the secret room, advancing only from the first level to the middle stage of the second. But the 9 transformations of Starfall transformation made his current strength comparable to the third. When the master speaks, it is never the servant's turn to speak. Kalen did not step back. Roderick's cultivation neared the great perfection of Starfall transformation, but this was the Vela household. He would not fall out with the butler over such a trivial matter and fight his son here. The butler dared not utter a sound. He sensed murderous intent radiating from the younger man and dared not provoke this evil star. Roderick took a breath, let the steward's assault pass, and asked again, "What is your destiny? Can it be given to your younger brother?" "My destiny?" Kalen sneered. "You overthink it. Regardless of whether I have the opportunity or not. Even if I did, do you think I would give it to Torin? Do not dream." Father and son glared fiercely, neither yielding. "Let us go." Roderick squeezed the words through gritted teeth, turned and left. The butler struggled up and staggered away, unwilling to remain another minute. Watching them depart, Kalen reflected on what the father and son of the past had become. He did not think he had done anything wrong. When had the other party ever treated him like a son? Roderick returned to the Corith residence and smashed everything within reach in the hall. He cursed his unfilial son. He cursed that piece of trash for daring to speak to him so. He cursed the refusal to surrender the opportunity. The curses echoed through the entire residence, and Seraphine, standing to the side, looked deeply displeased. Master, is there really no way to make that beast give up the opportunity? Roderick cursed back, asking what he could possibly do. Master, why not send word to the misty immortal palace, inform Torin and let him decide, Seraphine suggested. Torin is now a disciple there and highly regarded. He could bring a few people from the palace to torture that little beast, and see if he still refuses to talk. Roderick's eyes lit up. A great idea. Now Kaelin had married into the Vela family and reached Starfall transformation. Even if Roderick wanted to suppress him, he could not. Kaelin had no way of knowing what the Coriths intended. He was already inside the secret room, cross-legged, a spirit stone in each hand, drawing the dense spiritual power into his dantian, and cycling it through his meridians. To an observer he simply sat in meditation, yet his aura climbed steadily, perceptible even through the walls. The astral chart of Evernight was a singular treasure. Its interior existed as a world unto itself, sealed off from the outside. Kaelin had never heard of anything like it, but he judged it at least a Celestera-grade artifact. 7 days passed in the span of a breath. The Coriths sent no one. Inside the Vela compound, the Watchers never relaxed. They reported every detail to Garrick. In a hidden chamber, Garrick knelt before the Patriarch and recited Kaelin's movements. Father, he has not left seclusion since his return. Do you think the opportunity lies with him? Garrick shared the Corith's suspicion. Such a leap in strength had to come from a fortuitous encounter. A man dismissed as useless for nearly 20 years did not simply become strong. He has never left, the Patriarch murmured. I have observed him secretly these past days. He cultivates in the secret room, and there is nothing suspicious about him. The Patriarch stood at the Seraphis realm, a full realm below Kaelin. The secret room was ordinary. At his level he could have probed it without Kaelin's awareness. Garrick frowned. Father, what are you saying? There is nothing strange about the boy, at least. It proves that even if he possesses a cultivation-enhancing treasure, he does not carry it on him. Could he have relied on his own talent? Impossible from body tempering to starfall transformation in less than a month. The stark reversal made the claim feel unreal. The Patriarch sighed. I wonder the same. But watching him meditate, his aura rose sharply. His cultivation speed is extraordinary. He possesses top-tier aptitude. As for why the Coriths called him useless all these years, I cannot say. Perhaps Kaelin hid his talent and never revealed it. Garrick's eyes sharpened. The Coriths have always poured their resources into their second son, Torin. Torin's talent is remarkable. Kaelin's was deemed average. He was never favored, constantly targeted by Torin. That is why they sent him here as a live-in son-in-law in exchange for resources. Could it be that Kaelin feared persecution from the Coriths or from Torin and chose to conceal himself? The Patriarch nodded. Very possible. In any case, we should treat Kaelin better going forward. If he truly holds such talent, his place in the Vela family benefits us. Understood, Father. Garrick understood what it meant for a genius to cross that distance in a single month. Whatever personal resentment he harbored, the family's interest demanded reconsideration. In a luxurious villa within the compound, Thorn sat cross-legged, pale from depleted blood and chi. His wounds had closed, but the medicine's after-effects lingered. Since the life-or-death duel, he had not stepped beyond his courtyard. Baldric sat beside him. Brother, how are you? The injuries are healed. The side effects remain. I need more rest. Baldric hesitated. Brother, are we truly letting Kaelin go like this? You are the future head of the Vela family. He is only a son-in-law. How dare he injure you? Can you swallow this insult? Thorn's face darkened. Losing to someone the world called trash was a blow he could not articulate. Baldric pressed on. Brother, Kaelin injured and humiliated you before everyone. He showed you no respect. What happens later, when he grows stronger? Will he even regard the ancestor? Hatred was not the word for what Thorn felt. The dignified young master of the Velas, publicly beaten in Iron Peak City. What else can I do? I am no match for him, and no one of our generation in the Vela family can stand against him. Family rules forbade elders from interfering in juniors' disputes. Only peers could spar. Brother, no one in our younger generation can rival him, but that does not make Kaelin invincible among all juniors. Baldric smirked. Father's 60th birthday is in 10 days. Not only Iron Peak City but the Dravos family from Silverfen City, the Luminar family from Emberglade City, and others will attend. We can sow discord between them and Kalen. The Dravos and Luminar clans stood equal to the Valors in their respective regions, bound by long-standing alliance. Whenever the families gathered, the most outstanding juniors were brought along to broaden horizons and forge ties across houses. Meanwhile, Kalen cultivated. Nearly 20 years branded useless had left an ember in his chest that never cooled. He would have stayed awake every night if it meant gaining strength. 10 days since he entered seclusion, his eyes opened. Third level of Starfall transformation. Time to go out. He smiled, satisfied. The breakthrough had taken longer because he had been mastering the first technique of the 9 transformations of Starfall transformation, Gloom Veil Lock. The move could unleash 3 times his peak destructive force in an instant. At the 3rd level, a full-power Gloom Veil Lock struck with the power of the 5th level. The cost was staggering, limiting it to a trump card, but that was enough. He left the secret room. Elara no longer needed to guard the door, though she still brought his meals herself each day, insisting on it, though any servant could have done the task. In the hall, she met him with a slight awkwardness. "Kalen, my father's birthday is in 7 days. 7 days remained until Garrick's birthday." Kalen had not expected the timing to align so neatly with his marriage into the Vela family, but the logic was inescapable. He was family now, bound to Elara, and attendance was both a moral and practical obligation. He considered it briefly, then nodded. "All right, I'll go with you." In all of Iron Peak City, Elara was the only Vela he cared for. She exhaled visibly, relief softening her features. She had genuinely feared he would refuse. The arena fight with Thorn had left a sour impression. Garrick had openly favored his other son, but Kalen did not consider them enemies. Whatever his faults, Garrick was Elara's father. "Have you prepared a gift?" Kalen asked. Elara shook her head. "In previous years, father never invited me. This year he simply sent word." Garrick had always kept her away to avoid losing face. That slight was precisely why she wanted to attend now. The messenger had been explicit. Both she and Kalen were summoned. "Then, what would you like to give?" She hesitated. "I have no real expenses. The monthly allowance is small, but I've saved all of it. I thought I might go out over the next few days and find something suitable. I'll accompany you." "Really? Really?" Her mood lifted at once. She rarely left the manor, and though she had wanted to ask him, his cultivation schedule kept him perpetually occupied. She had been too embarrassed to press that he offered first caught her off guard. Kalen felt a quiet gratitude toward her. They shared the same fate, tools, and a marriage arrangement, neither ever truly seen. Walking beside her was the least he could do. Dawn broke clear over Iron Peak City. Elara had dressed for the occasion, a green dress of unusual cut, her veil still in place, though her eyes seemed brighter behind it. Kalen wore white. She had notified the household to ready a carriage, and the Vela staff buzzed with confusion. Elara never went out. That she did so now, and with Kalen, was noteworthy enough to reach Garrick's ears, not because his daughter was leaving, but because his new son-in-law was. Garrick ordered surveillance on Kalen's every movement. The Velas had long wondered what secrets he might hold. They took no family servants, only a coachman, and headed for Aurelia Pavilion, the largest merchant house in Iron Peak City. Elara knew little of the outside world. Kalen knew it well. Aurelia Pavilion dominated Dragonspire Prefecture, with branches in every major city. Rumors claimed imperial ownership, though nothing was confirmed. Prices ran higher than the market, but the reputation was ironclad. Genuine goods, fair dealings, no whispers of theft or violence. They bought and sold spiritual herbs, artifacts, treasures, even cultivation techniques. The carriage stopped at the pavilion's entrance. Inside, 4 floors rose in correspondence: yellow, black, earth, heaven, though the locals called them yellow, ashen, earthly, and seraphis. The ground floor was open to all, stocked with common artifacts and elixirs. The second floor required either powerful connections or a cultivation at Starfall transformation. The upper 2 floors remained mysteries to Kalen. He guided her through the first floor. Crowds milled about, but few recognized them. The arena stands had been distant. Kalen's face was not widely known. Elara's veil concealed hers entirely. "The quality is decent," she murmured, "but it feels inadequate for a birthday gift." Her savings, accumulated over years of meager allowances, amounted to a respectable sum. This was her first invitation to her father's banquet. She wanted something worthy. Let's look upstairs. He smiled and led her toward the second level. Murmurs rippled behind them. First-time visitors, the onlookers assumed. A boy that young at Starfall transformation? Impossible. They lingered to watch the inevitable rejection. Guards stood at the stairwell, but they did not bar entry based on appearance. Kaelin's aura flared, unmistakably Starfall transformation. The guards sensed it and stepped aside. The spectators on the first floor stared, dumbfounded. The Ashen level mirrored the first floor in size but held only a few dozen patrons. Nobles in fine silks, cultivators of Starfall transformation or higher. Curious glances followed Kaelin and Elara. A young server in Aurelia Pavilion livery approached, respect evident in her posture, curiosity in her eyes. "My lord, welcome. What may I help you find?" Kaelin glanced at her, then at the other patrons. Each seemed to have a dedicated attendant. Sensing his question, she explained, upon entering the Ashen level, Aurelia Pavilion provides one-on-one service to facilitate your purchases. He nodded. "I need a gift suitable for a birthday celebration. Show me your best options. A privilege," he noted, reserved for those who mattered. The girl ushered Kaelin and Elara toward the spirit herb counter and asked the shopkeeper to bring out the blood spirit ginseng. He set down a vivid crimson root that still exhaled a faint, metallic scent. "This replenishes chi and blood," he said. "Taken regularly, it extends life and restores vitality, ideal for the elderly." Elara, lingering at Kaelin's shoulder, was pleased. The root was presentable, a fitting gift for her father. Kaelin agreed and asked the price. "Roots a few hundred years old run cheaper. But this one has seen 1,000 winters, 300 spirit stones." Elara inhaled sharply. Over the years she had scraped together a little over 30 stones, nowhere near enough. Kaelin frowned. He had stones, but they were locked inside the astral chart of Evernite, unreachable. He sighed, studying the girl. "Do you buy magical artifacts here?" She blinked, then smiled. "Of course. Our Aurelia Pavilion keeps master appraisers on staff. Fair prices, absolute discretion." Kaelin nodded. "I have something I'd like evaluated." He thought of the Voidheart hornblade taken from Darius. It could not be seen by the Veilers, not without raising questions he did not want to answer. Selling it here carried risk, but Elara's sake outweighed caution. He owed her too much. They were shown to an inner chamber on the second floor, where a white-haired elder waited. "Master Thaler," the girl introduced him. "He appraises treasures, artifacts, and spiritual medicines." Thalor glanced at them with cool indifference and said nothing. Kaelin placed the blade on the table without preamble. The appraiser's composure shattered. He lifted the knife, turning it in the light, eyes brightening. A fine knife indeed. The edge is keen, and it hums with killing intent. Low-grade ashen rank. The arrogance vanished. He handled the blade like a lover, unable to set it down. The girl flushed. Master Thalor has a peculiar habit. When he sees a true treasure, he forgets himself. "Please don't mind." Kaelin said nothing. Eccentricity in a master of his craft was expected. But Elara went still. She knew the blade. It was a Valor heirloom, its value beyond question. She had never imagined Kaelin would trade it for mere spirit stones. Not from fear of the family's loss, but from a sharp, private grief. A weapon of that caliber did not leave the vault lightly. "Kaelin, perhaps we should reconsider," she whispered. He smiled, soft and certain. "Keeping it invites trouble, and you cannot arrive at your father's birthday empty-handed." Something shifted in her eyes. She understood this was entirely for her. The depth of it moved her, though she only murmured assent. Their bond was an odd one. Husband and wife in name alone, bound by neither time nor convention, yet each the other's truest anchor. "The blade is worth roughly 1,500 spirit stones," Thalor said, still turning it over. "Aurelia Pavilion would pay 1,200. The valuation and our offer are transparent, you decide." Kaelin hadn't expected such a sum. He hesitated, then nodded. "Done." Thalor chuckled, still caressing the steel. The girl excused herself and returned moments later with a storage bag heavy with 1,200 stones. They did not linger. Stones in hand, Kaelin guided Elara back to the main hall and straight to the display case. "I'll take the blood spirit ginseng, wrap it up." The girl beamed, of course. "Wait, why wasn't I shown this ginseng earlier?" The voice cut through the air. A young man in his early 20s, richly dressed, stood in the doorway, attendants fanning behind him, and a black-haired elder trailing close. The shopkeeper paled. This lord selected it first. He went to the inner pavilion for appraisal, so we held it for him. The transaction wasn't finalized. So, you're looking down on the Luminar family by withholding it from me. The young man's face darkened. The elder behind him frowned, half a step forward, then stopped. Sir, this gentleman claimed it first and he's ready to buy, the shopkeeper ventured. The young man snorted. He knew Aurelia Pavilion's reputation. His family had warned him not to provoke them lightly. He wasn't foolish enough to truly cross them. His gaze swept over Kalen's plain white robe and Ilara's veil. No great house, then. I want this ginseng handed over. The arrogance was reflexive, the casual cruelty of those who mistake lineage for invincibility. Another buyer might have yielded. Kalen did not. Not for sale. The young man hadn't expected an outright refusal. Kalen merely glanced at him, counted 300 spirit stones from his storage bag onto the counter, and completed the purchase without another look. The dismissal only fed the other's anger. Kid, you rejected me without thinking. Do you know who I am? The young man sneered. I'm Cedric of the Luminar family, Emberglade City. You better reconsider, or you might have the money to buy it but not the life to use it. The threat landed heavy. Kalen's face darkened. Ilara behind him looked worried. The Luminars of Emberglade were the region's largest clan, equal in status to the Veilers of Iron Peak, yet far wealthier, with more experts at their command. Young master, this is the Aurelia Pavilion. I suggest you watch your words, the shopkeeper said, his voice low. He was embarrassed by the earlier scene but not cowed. The pavilion stood tall across Dragonspire Prefecture for a reason. I didn't lay a hand on anyone, I merely stated a fact. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble in your establishment. Cedric snorted, then turned to Kalen. Listen well. Hand over the item now and we'll let this drop. Otherwise, Cedric Luminar. The name rippled through the second floor. Several cultivators recognized him, a Luminar prodigy who had reached the Starfall transformation realm at 20, now at the second level. Kalen had heard the name, but never expected to meet him like this. Once he might have envied a genius whose talent fell just short of his own brother's now. Are you done? If so, get out. You dare, Cedric flew into a rage. As a direct Luminar descendant, he was respected wherever he went. Even peers of equal standing treated him with courtesy. He had never suffered such humiliation. In his fury he forgot his promise, forgot the setting, and charged, his second-level cultivation driving a fist straight at Kalen's face. Kalen frowned, already moving. He met the strike with a backhand palm. The shopkeeper roared for them to stop, but it was too late. Flesh struck flesh. Cedric, striking first, should have held the advantage, yet he staggered back 5 steps before steadying himself, face flushed. Kalen hadn't moved an inch, his expression unchanged. The onlookers stared. Cedric was a Luminar prodigy whose strength ranked among the younger generation's best, on par with Thorn. Yet this white-robed youth had gained the upper hand. He's Kalen, the Veiler family's son-in-law. The realization spread fast. Once, Kalen might have been dismissed, but after his battle with Thorn, he had made a name for himself. You're Kalen, that good-for-nothing who married into the Veilers? Cedric looked surprised. The Luminars weren't a major power in Iron Peak, and news traveled slowly between cities. They knew nothing of Kalen's contest with Thorn, only that Kalen had a younger brother, Torin, of exceptional talent who joined the misty Immortal Palace, then beat his older brother half to death and sent him to the Veilers as a son-in-law in exchange for resources. The Valors had lost face over the affair, which had drawn Luminar attention. Who dares act so insolently? Fighting is forbidden in the Aurelia Pavilion, do you not know this? A middle-aged man led more than a dozen cultivators onto the floor, their combined aura staggering. Kalen was startled. He had only ever felt Garrick, at great perfection of Starfall transformation, release his pressure. This man was only slightly weaker, at least 7th level. Cedric was equally shocked. The strongest guard he'd brought was merely 5th level. The family had repeatedly warned them not to provoke the pavilion, but no one had ever seen the pavilion act, so its true strength remained unknown. The middle-aged man scanned the room. Silence fell instantly. His gaze lingered on Kalen and Cedric, then settled on the shopkeeper. What happened? This young master wanted the blood spirit ginseng, but this person tried to force his way in, and a conflict ensued. The shopkeeper gave a brief account. Kalen remained calm. Cedric's face went ashen. A powerhouse beyond the 7th level of Starfall transformation. What did that mean? His grandfather Alaric was only at the Tengara realm, the Luminar patriarch at great perfection. He never expected such an expert here. So you two caused this trouble? The man's stare was cold. Kalen frowned but said nothing. Cedric hurried to explain. My lord, it was an accident. The other party insulted me first, so I acted impulsively. No offense to the pavilion was intended. No exceptions exist here. Anyone involved in a conflict within the Aurelia pavilion, regardless of identity, loses an arm as punishment. My lord, I'm from the Emberglade Luminars. My grandfather is Alaric. Please, for his sake, grant me a chance. The manager, Morel, frowned. He knew the Luminars, and didn't wish to offend them over a trifle. After a moment he said, Very well, pay 200 spirit stones as a fine, and we'll let this go, but this is a one-time exception. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Cedric breathed out, quickly paying. 200 stones were nothing. Then he turned a gloating look on Kalen, eager to see what came next. Your turn. Will you cut off your own arm, or shall I do it? Morel's gaze locked onto Kalen. Mr. Morel, the troublemaker, was the other side. This young man is blameless. The shopkeeper couldn't stay silent. Silence. It's not your place to judge. The rebuke was ice. Everyone present understood. Kalen was in serious trouble. My lord, we are from the Vela family. Please forgive us for our family's sake. Elara stepped out from behind Kalen and pleaded for mercy. The middle-aged manager frowned, glancing between them. Kalen, the useless live-in son-in-law who had recently defeated Thorn, had caused a stir. The manager didn't care. Thorn was all talk, and if he were a true genius, the Choriths wouldn't have shipped him off as a son-in-law. As for Elara, the third Vela daughter, she was born with a birthmark covering half her face, an ugly monster who dared not show herself. Vela family members may leave, the manager said, pointing at Kalen, but this one stays. If everyone escaped punishment through family connections, the pavilion's reputation would be ruined. He wouldn't offend the Luminars or the Velas, so he'd use the son-in-law as a scapegoat. Kalen's face darkened. The trouble had nothing to do with him, yet he was the target. My lord, why is my husband excluded? He is also a member of the Vela family, Elara exclaimed. The manager sneered. The Vela family? He is just a son-in-law. He doesn't count. Those who break Aurelia Pavilion's rules pay the price. His aura surged. He would sever the young man's arm himself to establish authority. Kalen's expression turned glacial. He clenched his fists, circulating his cultivation, prepared to fight even knowing he couldn't win. My lord, Elara pressed, anxious. Cedric, standing to the side, smiled brightly, anticipating the spectacle. Stop. A woman's voice cut through the tension. The manager frowned. Who goes there? Everyone turned. A woman in a red brocade dress stood there, eyes like autumn water, black hair flowing, an air of detachment about her. An elderly man trailed half a step behind, his bearing respectful. The manager recognized the old man instantly, Valerius Orin, Borealis, Pavilion Master of Aurelia Pavilion. Mr. Orin, I'll handle this. Is this how you handle things? Did you think I wouldn't hear? Get out, accept your punishment. Yes, immediately. The manager lowered his head and fled with his men. No one recognized the woman, but her status was clearly extraordinary. Kalen studied the pair. He'd never seen them before. Why would they help? Wondering why I helped you. The woman in red smiled, reading his thoughts. Kalen nodded. Her identity wasn't simple. He didn't believe in simple kindness. If I said you helped me win 100,000 spirit stones, would that be reason enough? 100,000 spirit stones. Kalen blinked, uncomprehending. If you don't know, that's fine. I'm Elindra Thalia. You needn't worry. Doubt anyone will bother you at Aurelia Pavilion again. She revealed dimples and turned to leave. Valerius smiled. Young man, you're quite good. I'm Valerius Orin. Call me Elder Orin. Visit Aurelia Pavilion often. He followed her out. Kalen exhaled, relief washing through him. Let's go, Elara nodded. She'd only come for a congratulatory gift, not this chaos. Cedric stood dumbfounded. No idea what had happened. Is that all? He turned to leave fiercely, but wasn't so lucky. Young Master Luminar, you haven't paid your 200 spirit stones. Back at the Vela estate, Kalen pondered Elindra's identity the entire way. He confirmed it was their first meeting. Why claim he'd helped her win 100,000 spirit stones? When had he gained such ability? He couldn't figure it, so he stopped trying and went straight to the secret room to cultivate. The encounter had reminded him yet again of his inadequacy. The world was full of dangers. He could rely only on himself. In the secret room, he sat cross-legged, channeled his divine sense into the astral chart of Evernight, and began absorbing spirit stones. The first 3 levels of the 9 transformations of Starfall transformation would carry him to the 3rd level of perfection in the Starfall transformation realm. After that, he would shatter the stars again for the remaining techniques. The Vela family agents sent to tail him hadn't been able to enter the Ashen level of Aurelia Pavilion, so they knew nothing of what followed. Nothing of the Voidheart Horn blade sold, the Blood Spirit Ginseng bought. Time passed. Garrick's 60th birthday arrived. Iron Peak City bustled with a constant stream of well-wishers. The Vela compound glittered with lanterns and colorful ornaments, the main hall laden with precious delicacies. Cultivators lived far longer than ordinary folk. Body-tempering realm practitioners reached 180. Starfall transformation added 50 years, pushing to 230. Seraphis realm granted 300. The grand ceremony was a display of clan power and influence. Garrick was in high spirits, chatting with prominent neighbors. The Luminar family of Emberglade City has arrived, bringing the Jadara Ruyan scepter. The Dravos family of Silverfant City presents a piece of Seraphis luminous stone. Major families sent elders and young geniuses. Treasures piled up in the main hall, and Garrick grinned ear to ear. These gifts, though offered from respect, went to him personally. Kaelin and Ilara sat at a side table with Thorn, Baldric, other Vela direct descendants and scions of powerful families. Cedric was among them. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all my friends for taking time from your busy schedules to attend my 60th birthday celebration. Garrick stood, beaming fists raised in a wide, laughing gesture. Not at all, it's Brother Vela's 60th. Of course we came to pay our respects. Too kind, we haven't seen each other in ages. This was the perfect excuse. Brother Garrick, let's drink until we're blind tonight. A moment of polite silence settled over the hall. As patriarch, Garrick naturally drew those seeking favor. Pleasantries circulated, cups clinked, the usual theater of courtesy played out. 15 people sat at Kaelin's table, all direct descendants, prodigies from the major families. Aside from Baldric and Thorn, the others studied Kaelin and Ilara with open curiosity. They were strangers to Kaelin, but his identity preceded him. The Valors live in son-in-law. Curiosity in some eyes, disdain in others. None of them came from Iron Peak City. They didn't know his strength. Ilara drew glances of a different sort. The 3rd young lady rumored to bear a birthmark, the family's ugly duckling. Kaelin had only heard of her. This was their first meeting. Cedric, however, stared at Kaelin and the 2 Vela brothers with barely contained fury. Brother Luminar, you look murderous today? A handsome man beside him laughed. The table had noticed. Cedric's gaze kept snapping to the man across from him. Nothing, Cedric said, shaking his head. He had no intention of airing the Aurelia Pavilion humiliation in public. Wealthy as the Luminars were, the 200 spirit stone compensation had earned him a blistering reprimand from the clan elders. Baldric's eyes flashed. He smiled. You probably don't know him yet. This is my 3rd sister Ilara's husband, Kaelin, the Vela's son-in-law. He gestured lazily toward Kaelin. Everyone had likely already guessed. Baldric said it only to degrade him. A live-in son-in-law was shameful, no matter the circumstances. Kaelin glanced at Baldric, cold and silent. The atmosphere curdled. Anyone with sense saw the deliberate humiliation. Yet some wondered if Baldric was simply bored. Why stir trouble at his father's birthday? How inconsiderate. Thorn chimed in, laughing. Don't underestimate Kaelin. He's our son-in-law, yes, but he's extremely strong. Even I'm no match for him. An uproar. Thorn, heir to the Velas, admitting defeat to a son-in-law? Brother Thorn, don't joke, Cedric sneered. He's just a live-in son-in-law. I heard he was a good-for-nothing beaten half to death by his younger brother and shipped off. Cedric had fought Kaelin and lost. He remained unconvinced, mocking him at every opening. Indeed. You're the Velas #1 among the younger generation. How could you fall to a mere son-in-law? The speaker eyed Thorn with respect. Kaelin with undisguised contempt. Thorn chuckled. I'm telling the truth, I'm no match for him. He paused, smile widening. Moreover, I'm certain none of you here will be his match either. The claim provoked immediate dissatisfaction. All were prodigies of their houses, yet they were told they fell short of a son-in-law. A disgrace. A blatant disgrace. Thorn, you know I don't joke, take it back. The man in black spoke for the first time since seating himself, eyes cold. Ashen of the Silverfen city Dravos. Ashen, I'm not lying, I'm no match for him. As for you, I don't know, Thorn replied calmly, faintly smiling. Hostile gazes converged on Kaelin. He hadn't spoken a word, yet he was already everyone's enemy. Ilara's expression darkened. She hadn't expected her two brothers to orchestrate this, to manufacture enemies for Kaelin. The purple-robed young man laughed. Thorn's words piqued my curiosity. You're Kaelin, yes? I've heard of Torin from the Iron Peak Koriths, chosen by the misty immortal palace, a true genius, but his brother... He let the implication hang, gaze provocative. How powerful can a live-in son-in-law be? How powerful indeed, someone dismissed, voicing the table's sentiment. Mockery rippled. Ilara, standing beside Kaelin, looked ready to speak. He pressed her back into her seat. Maybe I'm trash, Kaelin said, scanning their faces one by one, a faint smile curving his mouth. But aren't you people who are even worse than me, even worse than trash? The table seethed. Arrogance unbearable, from a son-in-law who had married in. These were family prodigies. None could swallow such humiliation. Several turned openly hostile. Kaelin, dare you fight me? You piece of trash, dare you face me? Let me teach you how to be a decent human being. Challenges rang out around the table. Everyone, please. Today is my father's birthday. Let's not ruin the harmony. Thorn and Baldric moved to mediate, but Schadenfreude curved their lips. Inviting Ilara and Kaelin had been their suggestion. So had the prearranged plan to speak up at the table and paint a target on Kaelin's back. Their thinking, Kaelin was good at fighting, but even if he was incredibly skilled, could he defeat everyone here? Notably, Ashen of the Dravos family was said to have reached the 4th level of the Starfall transformation realm, passed over for the misty immortal palace only due to age. Quite a few others at the table carried similarly high cultivation. The commotion drew attention. Garrick frowned. Thorn, what's all this arguing? His birthday. His son's making a racket. What behavior was this? Father, nothing. I just said Kaelin is very strong, even I'm no match, so nobody believes me and they want to test him. The hall erupted. Thorn's defeat was no secret in Iron Peak City. Outsiders knew less, and curiosity about the son-in-law who had bested the air spiked. The Dravos elder beside Garrick smiled. A good suggestion. Just eating is dull. Why not set up a ring and watch the excitement? Quite interesting if a fight breaks out, another elder agreed. Good opportunity to see the young people compete, a third added. Young people sparring was common. Seeing the consensus, Garrick nodded, smiling. Then let's set up a ring and let these young people have a match. Family sparring was routine in the Vaylor household. But today's opponent was no blood relation. He was a son-in-law who had married in. Kaelin did not refuse the challenge. His reason was simple. He wanted to show the ones who had called him trash exactly who deserved the label. Garrick ordered the servants to clear the forecourt before the main hall. They worked quickly, and within moments a compact arena of several hundred square meters lay ready. The purple-clad youth who had mocked Kaelin stepped forward first. Live-in son-in-law, come on, I'll test you first and see what you're capable of. He was Lucian, scion of another prominent house, and he wore his contempt openly. Laughter rippled through the crowd. The phrase son-in-law who lives with his wife's family drew snickers from nearly everyone present, none of them locals from Iron Peak City, or they would have known better than to jeer. Kaelin said nothing. He stepped onto the packed earth and regarded Lucian with the flat look one reserves for an idiot. Hey, live-in son-in-law, let me tell you, my name is Lucian. If you can't beat me later, remember to beg for mercy and I'll go easy on you. Kaelin's voice was calm. That statement also applies to you. He stood motionless, expression serene, while Lucian surged forward with murderous intent, his cultivation flaring until the air around him shimmered with a staggering aura. This Lucian has already reached the 1st level of the Starfall transformation realm, and he's not far from the 2nd, someone observed. The Virals have produced an extraordinary genius. Brother Lucian, your family is truly blessed. A voice beside Garrick began flattering the Viral elder, praising Lucian for breaking through before 20. Don't mention it, he's still far from good enough, but he should be a bit better than that live-in son-in-law over there. The elder smiled broadly, false modesty masking a deliberate slight. Garrick stayed silent, praying the young man would show restraint and keep the scene from turning ugly. Lucian moved fast, nearly crossing the distance in a heartbeat, but Kalen did not so much as shift his weight. Is the Valor's son-in-law so scared he's frozen? About time. Hope he doesn't wet his pants later. As one family member jeered, most of the uninformed onlookers shared the thought. Then their smiles froze. The instant Lucian closed the gap, a kick caught him in the abdomen and sent him flying backward faster than he had charged. He slammed into the ground, blood spraying from his mouth, face gone white. He had not even seen the attack. The viral elders went rigid, faces burning. Their family's genius had been swatted aside. Garrick coughed. Brother Virel, please don't mind, just young people sparring. He forced an awkward smile. The younger disciples stood dumbfounded. One move, that was all it had taken. My God, this can't be real. Lucian is at the first level of Starfall transformation. What realm is that trash Kalen at? Everyone was stunned, including Ashen, the strongest of the younger generation at the 4th level. Yet he had felt a spike of danger the moment Kalen moved. The opponent was strong. Extremely strong. You. Lucian glared up from the dirt, body trembling. Me? Kalen looked down, a light smile on his face. What's wrong? Haven't you had enough? Planning to get up and continue? Perfect. I held back just now. I won't again. At those words Lucian coughed up blood in rage, but he was being told to stand and fight. How? That would be suicide. I give up. Unwilling as he was, he had no choice. He was no match. Though he had mocked Kalen for being a live-in son-in-law, he was convinced now. Lucian's defeat caused an uproar. When had a son-in-law become this strong? If they had witnessed the bout between Kalen and Thorn, they would have been even more shaken. Lucian staggered away, shame burning hot enough to make him wish for invisibility. The Virel elder shot him a disapproving look but said nothing. A loss was a loss. Next. Kalen's challenge had only begun. He turned his gaze toward the family members who had sneered at the dinner table. They had been free with their sarcasm earlier. Now none dared step forward. Arrogant as they were not stupid. Most hovered around Lucian's level, some weaker. Their opponent had been kicked away. Stepping up would only invite humiliation. I'll do it. Cedric stepped forward. His cultivation sat at the 2nd level of Starfall transformation realm, stronger than Lucian's. Among those present, only Ashen surpassed him. Inside the Aurelia Pavilion, he and Kalen had exchanged blows. Though Kalen had come off slightly worse, Cedric attributed it to carelessness. It's Cedric from the Luminars. Judging by his aura, he's already at the 2nd level of Starfall transformation. I wonder how this match will turn out. Whispers spread. No one made rash claims this time. Kalen's combat power was too astonishing. Aside from a few clan elders, his strength overwhelmed everyone present. I got ripped off at the Aurelia Pavilion last time. This time I'll beat you to death, Cedric roared. His cultivation surged, several times denser than Lucian's had been, trembling the ground beneath his feet. He was not foolish. Kalen was strong, so he would use full strength in his trump card from the start. Cedric closed the distance in a single stride, speed and momentum incomparable to Lucian's. Ignivar Draconis Palmaris. His right hand flashed with sharp light. The Ignivar Draconis Palmaris was an Ashen-ranked martial skill of the Luminars, its power devastating. This Ignivar Draconis Palmaris truly lives up to its name, an elder praised. Cedric is also a genius among the younger generation. I wonder if Kalen can match him. All eyes fixed on the arena, eager to see how he would handle the technique. Then the unexpected happened. Just as against Lucian, Kalen stood nearly still. When Cedric reached him, he moved, leaning forward, clenching his right fist, releasing a terrifying pressure as he drove a punch with every ounce of force. Fist met palm. A shockwave burst outward in all directions. Everyone stared, waiting for the outcome. It arrived in the next second. Cedric spat blood. A sickening crack of bone rang out. His body flew backward through the air, farther than Lucian had. Silence fell over the scene. Kalen had won again. Kalen's cultivation rested on 2 foundations. The Draconis Elephant Overlord body technique, honed in the body-tempering realm, and the 9 transformations of Starfall transformation, his method for the realm he now occupied. Together they granted him strength that far outstripped his nominal level. Lucian and Cedric, both weaker in cultivation, had already fallen. Cedric lay on the stone, disbelief etched across a face that pain forced into acceptance. His right arm was broken clean through. Spiritual medicine and weeks of convalescence would be needed. What galled him more than the injury was the sheer abruptness of it. He had not even glimpsed the full measure of Kaelin's ability before the fight ended. Kaelin looked down, expression flat. "So who's the loser, you or me?" Cedric spat the word. "You." A faint smile. "Want to try again? I'll wait until you're on your feet." Cedric said nothing. The Luminar elder swept in and carried him off for treatment. Kaelin had shown no mercy, unleashing his full force, and the crowd's regard shifted accordingly. Wariness, awe, something edging toward fear. "Next, it's my turn," the voice cut through the murmur. Ashen Dravos stepped into the open space opposite Kaelin, face stern. The Dravos family's brightest scion, the highest cultivation among the young disciples present, 4th level of starfall transformation, a full minor realm above Kaelin. Murmurs rippled through the onlookers before the Vela main hall. "Ashen's not on the same level as Cedric or Lucian." True. But Kaelin isn't weak either. High above, the Draconis clan patriarch had descended to watch. He had seen Kaelin's earlier exchange, and surprise flickered in his eyes. "This one is no ordinary person," he murmured, anticipation sharpening his gaze. Kaelin met Ashen's eyes calmly, the strongest opponent he had ever faced. "You're strong," Ashen said, fighting spirit kindling. "Among the scions here, none will match you. You're strong too. Only by fighting the strong does one hone the edge. Kaelin, show me just how far you reach." Ashen's aura erupted, ground fractured, air warped. He surged forward like a released arrow. Kaelin's expression sharpened. He activated both techniques simultaneously, holding nothing back. A genius at the 4th level, strong enough that even a 5th level cultivator would struggle. Ashen roared, a killing command. Light blazed around him. He moved as lightning, closing the distance in a heartbeat, and driving a palm strike down. Kaelin was caught off guard by the acceleration. Inside 3 meters, Ashen's speed spiked violently. Unprepared, Kaelin would have been crushed. He sidestepped. The palm missed. Without hesitation, Ashen flipped his hand mid-air, fingers stiffening into a blade aimed at Kaelin's throat. A thunderbolt strike with no room to dodge. Kaelin made a split-second choice, trade injury for injury. He drove his right fist toward Ashen's chest with every ounce of momentum he could muster. Throat versus heart, both fatal, neither defending. A cold glint flashed in Ashen's eyes. Higher cultivation meant this exchange favored Kaelin. He wrenched backward, retreating over 10 meters. Kaelin's fist struck only air. The single clash left the onlookers stunned. The ruthlessness, especially Kaelin's willingness to die for a kill, shook them. What they did not know: the Elephant Overlord body technique had tempered Kaelin's flesh to an extreme. He wagered that even a higher realm cultivator could not match his physical durability. Ashen frowned. A probe, nothing more. No blood drawn, no advantage gained, yet he had been the one to retreat. "You're strong enough to make me draw my sword." Ashen's fighting spirit rose another notch. From his storage bag he drew a long blade, its edge bleeding a chill light. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The Albanor Nebulus Gladius, the natal weapon of the previous Dravos patriarch in Silverfen City, comparable to the Vela's Voidheart Horn Blade. They gave it to Ashen? Are they naming him heir? The chatter reached Kaelin. He had not expected such a pedigree. With weapons, his face darkened. Unarmed, he feared no one. Against a natal artifact, caution was mandatory. "I'm a sword cultivator," Ashen said, as if offering courtesy. "Using my sword isn't bullying." He charged, the Albanor Nebulis Gladius singing. This time Kaelin did not wait. He struck first. He had no suitable weapon. The Voidheart Hornblade was gone, sold, and even if he still possessed it, using it here would invite complications. The sword elevated Ashen to another tier. Speed, angles, killing intent, all amplified beyond the bare-handed exchange. Kaelin had dared trade flesh for flesh before. Now, a punch answered by a sword thrust meant death. He moved with agile, desperate precision, slipping through white mist swordlight, hunting openings to close the distance. Ashen read the intent, but it hardly mattered. Every time Kaelin pressed in, his angles were vicious, denying the blade a clean line to vitals. Yet Kaelin could not commit his full strength either, forced to guard against the single strike that would end him. Dozens of exchanges passed. 7 or 8 bloody welts scored Kaelin's body, staining his white robe crimson. The battle had turned decisively against Kaelin. Below the profound core realm, the body remained mortal, every wound a potential death sentence. He spat blood onto the stone, the copper taste sharp in his mouth, and lifted his gaze to Ashen. He had landed strikes. Ashen's ribs ached with each breath, internal meridians bruised from impacts that would have felled lesser men. But against Kalen's shattered condition, ribs cracked, meridians screaming, spiritual reserves guttering, it amounted to nothing. The observers murmured, reassessing. Kalen is strong, but the lack of a proper weapon cost him dearly. One voice carried, another corrected. Ashen is a sword cultivator. Without a blade, he cannot reach his peak. Opinions shifted. The young man's talent demanded respect, his endurance something beyond mere stubbornness. Elara stood veiled, her eyes the only visible betrayal of her anxiety. Beside her, Baldric radiated satisfaction, his mind already calculating. Make a move. Kill him now. Thorn's expression fractured, pride warring with something uglier. He had lost to Kalen fairly. Should have accepted it, sought rematch later. Instead, he found himself nodding along to Baldric's scheming, the bitter taste of compromise coating his tongue. Ashen studied his opponent with cool assessment. You cannot win. Continuing only exhausts you first. Truth, if Kalen possessed no final card, a war of attrition favored the less damaged. Kalen smiled, blood staining his teeth. How will we know unless we try? Ashen's brow furrowed, then smoothed. Your persistence is admirable. Let us continue. He surged forward, the Albanor Nebulus Gladius singing through air. White light traced each arc. Kalen inhaled, drove his cultivation to the breaking point, and met the charge head-on, closing distance instead of creating it. Folly by every conventional measure. Sword cultivators dominated melee. The sensible path was evasion, range, counterstrike. Yet Kalen had fought this way from the first exchange, a puzzle no one could solve, least of all Ashen, who refused to believe his opponent simply didn't understand. Mid-clash, Ashen's blade whispered past Kalen's ear. You know close combat favors me? Why persist? Kalen's lips curled. No answer. Only motion. Ashen frowned. Something pricked at his awareness, a wrongness he couldn't name. Minutes stretched. Kalen accumulated fresh lacerations, crimson streaking his robes. Yet his eyes held no fear, only a mounting, terrible excitement. Could it be? Dark possibilities flickered through Ashen's mind. He dismissed them, overthinking. The Dravos elders exchanged glances from their elevated positions. Ashen hasn't held back. The boy simply endures, it's unnatural. Younger scions of the great families lacked the cultivation to perceive the anomaly. They only knew humiliation. Kalen had shamed them, and Ashen's blade would restore order. Finish him, Ashen. Admit defeat, live in son-in-law, know your place. Baldric's smile widened. He would have joined the jeering himself, had decorum permitted. Kalen's gaze swept the crowd, cold, flat, dangerous. Silence fell instantly. He returned his attention to Ashen. Let's continue, and thank you. Thank you. Confusion rippled through the spectators. But the Draconis clan patriarch, suspended in the air above, clicked his tongue in genuine surprise. I underestimated him. No fortunate encounters, just raw, terrifying talent. Ashen's jaw tightened. Stop this stubbornness. If you strike me again, I won't pull my blows. Kalen's smile deepened. To show my gratitude, I'll go easy on you. He moved. Faster, impossibly faster. A blood-stained white robe blurred past Ashen's vision. Instinct screamed. He tried to retreat, too late. Kalen launched from below, trajectories converging, their eyes locked. Ashen's widened, Kalen's smile curved like a blade. Damn, the sword began its arc. The seal completed first. Golthor lock. Kalen's right hand formed the gesture, every remaining scrap of power flooding into golden light. The seal blazed, impossible aureate radiance, and drove toward Ashen's throat. A Dravos elder's shout cracked the air, too late. The momentum was staggering. Whether mercy or calculation, the seal twisted at the final heartbeat, redirecting from throat to chest. Impact. Ashen's consciousness whited out. He heard his sternum shatter, felt his body become projectile. 20 meters backward, stone wall arresting his flight with brutal finality. Blood erupted. Darkness took him. Absolute silence descended. Only the Dravos elders' hurried footsteps broke it, rushing to determine whether their air still breathed. The Dravos elders exhaled in unison, relief washing over them. Ashen lived, badly hurt, but alive. One elder's anger died in his throat when he recalled Kalen shifting the falling seal's trajectory. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Mercy had been the only thing standing between Ashen and death. Kalen actually won. He beat Ashen at the 4th level of Starfall transformation. Am I dreaming? The crowd murmured in disbelief. The useless son-in-law had felled the genius Ashen. If this was useless, what did that make the rest of them? Pride stung, but the evidence stood before them, bloody and breathing. Kalen stood motionless, drawing a slow breath. The Gloomvale lock had drained most of his reserves, but its power had not disappointed. If that final strike had targeted Ashen's throat, the Veilers watched with unreadable faces. Garrick had never imagined the son-in-law he dismissed could fight like this. Baldrick's expression hardened. Kalen's victory only amplified the embarrassment of his own earlier posturing. Thorn's thoughts remained masked. Ilara's joy at the win warred with anguish at the sight of him. More than a dozen bloody furrows scored his body. The tiger's mouth of his right hand split wide from the technique's backlash. He was a ruin of wounds, yet none of the young scions dared meet his gaze. Who else wants to challenge me? Kalen's calm sweep silenced the courtyard. Are you mad? They fight like demons. Ashen nearly died. Who seeks that? Heads lowered. The title of strongest among the younger generation had effectively been seized. Garrick surveyed the field. He knew when to stop. Kalen's combat strength impressed him. At this rate, the young man would reach his own cultivation level before long. Enough. The children's sparring ends here. Back to the hall, let the wine flow. The elders welcomed the excuse, especially those whose juniors had gone pale under Kalen's stare. The crowd drifted toward the main hall, giving the bloodied victor a wide berth, wary of provoking a ruthless star. Ilara reached him first, hands hovering over his injuries, exhaling only when she found no mortal damage. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Come back with me, medicine, clean clothes. She tugged at his sleeve. He didn't move, shaking his head with a gentle smile. Superficial. I can tend myself. Today is your father's birthday. You shouldn't leave mid-banquet. Wait here. I'll return once I've changed. Because of her birthmark, this was the first time in years she'd attended. He wouldn't have her slip away on his account. She hesitated, then nodded, turning toward the hall. High above, the Draconis patriarch's eyes glinted with understanding others missed. The boy used the fight itself to temper himself. Audacious. But that final art, what was it? Where did such power come from? At the villa, Kalen sank into the astral chart of Evernight, divine sense drinking the dregs of his spiritual medicine. Little remained after his bout with Thorn. Fortunately, he'd kept distance. His wounds were surface deep. He opened his eyes, smiling. Battle truly is the fastest forge. He could have ended Ashen quickly with the Gloomvale lock. Instead, he dragged the fight out, using Ashen as a whetstone, pushing his limits to force growth. Now he was certain, seclusion would bring him to the 3rd level's perfection, then shatter the 3rd star. Inside the main hall, the mood had curdled at Garrick's table. Elders sat stiff with shame, their direct-line prodigies beaten by a son-in-law. At Thorn's, the young geniuses stared into their cups, too humiliated to speak. Ashen, Cedric and Lucian were absent, unconscious or recovering. Ilara sat silent. The other tables followed suit. Voices hushed. Garrick's birthday had soured. He masked his irritation poorly. A servant burst in. Master, the 4th miss has returned. Garrick's face brightened. Seraphina, where is she? Father, I'm here. A woman in green entered, almond eyes bright, face delicate but alight with a lively, almost impish energy, nothing like the poised decorum expected of Vela women. She skipped to Garrick, who caught her face in a rough, affectionate hand. Long enough away, don't you miss your father? No, I timed it perfectly for your birthday. She was his youngest, his 4th child, the one he doted on most. Garrick had 3 wives. The first, his legal wife, bore Thorn and Baldrick. The second gave him Ilara, then died young. The third was Seraphina's mother, her family powerful enough to argue with Garrick and simply leave, taking Seraphina with her. Vela women held little standing. Even the first wife wasn't qualified for today's gathering. Seraphina's mother was the exception. Father, I heard a son-in-law married my second sister. Where is he? Logically speaking, a live-in son-in-law was looked down upon regardless of time or place. Yet when Seraphina said she wanted to meet hers, the expressions around her grew strange. Father, what happened? She asked, sensing the odd atmosphere. When she'd mentioned wanting to see Kalen, the room had seemed to freeze. Garrick coughed lightly and chuckled. Nothing. Let's not discuss that now. Seraphina, take a seat. She nodded obediently and didn't press further. The main table belonged to the family elders. She couldn't sit there. The table with Thorn and the others was more appropriate. Second sister, you're here too. Seraphina was surprised. She'd just seen Elara, who never attended such occasions, sitting directly beside her. Before Elara could speak, Seraphina interrupted. Third sister, where's my brother-in-law? I heard he's from the Korith family, sent to arrange a marriage alliance, is that right? The questions tumbled out in one breath. She only knew her third sister had married a live-in husband, nothing else. She is from the Korith family. Elara was embarrassed, unsure how to explain. Then where is he? I guess he'll be back soon. At those words, everyone's faces darkened. If they could avoid sitting at the same table as Kaelin, they would. Seraphina uttered a soft sound of realization and glanced around. She didn't recognize the other family members, but they all looked unwell. When she saw Baldric and Thorn wearing identical expressions, another question formed. Big brother? Second brother? What's wrong? Why are your faces so red? Thorn coughed, embarrassed, and stayed silent. Baldric chuckled dryly. Nothing. Probably just stuffy in here. You're a cultivator, yet you're afraid of heat. But she didn't press further. Elara and Seraphina were close. Seraphina was one of the few Veilers who didn't look down on her third sister, and she stayed by her side firing questions. Sis, is my brother-in-law handsome? Sister, I heard he has a younger brother named Torin who's a genius. The family was planning to marry me off to him. Sis, is he really that useless? I heard people call him a good-for-nothing. The bombardment continued. When the word useless landed, faces around them flushed bright red. Finally, Baldric couldn't bear it. To scheme against Kaelin, he'd devised two plans. If the first failed, the second would begin. Father, today's your birthday. I prepared this century-old blood spirit ginseng. He stood, producing a brocade box from his storage bag. Inside lay a bright red root. This ginseng has a 500-year lifespan. It will greatly benefit your health and replenish your chi and blood. Garrick accepted it in good humor. The gift suited his taste perfectly. Not bad, not bad. Baldric, you've put your heart into it. Praise warmed Baldric. His previous plan had failed, but this one wouldn't. Kaelin was just a live-in son-in-law. So what if he fought well? When he'd come to the Veilers, he hadn't a penny. Elara's monthly allowance was pitiful. How could she afford a gift to compete? He'd spent 80 spirit stones, all his savings, on this ginseng. Seeing it, Elara's expression froze behind her veil. Thorn also stood, presenting a jade bottle. Father, the Draconis Essentia and Tigris Valoris Pilvora. It'll make you even more vigorous in your old age. I hunted a fierce tiger on my last trip and had it specially refined. Baldric had already told him they must send something precious to slap Kaelin in the face. Good, good, good. Garrick laughed heartily, accepting the pill. A powerful tonic for strengthening the kidneys and enhancing virility. It wasn't expensive, but nearly impossible to buy. Supply never met demand. As the patriarch beamed, Baldric glanced at Elara with provocation. Come on, let's see what you've brought. The earlier embarrassment was enough. Now gift-giving absolutely could not be shameful. What's so great about it? Seraphina raised an eyebrow and produced a red spear. Dad, this is for you. Gasps rippled through the room. The weapon was clearly extraordinary. The Oramis Pyrothis Hastael, Garrick exclaimed. Why did you bring that here? Seraphina pouted. Mother gave it to me for self-defense. I don't have any other good gifts, so I'm giving you this instead. It was their mother's magic weapon, a low-grade Ashen-level treasure, extremely valuable. Take it back. Your father has received your kind intentions. He wouldn't accept it, doting on his youngest as always. The thought alone satisfied him. Seraphina pouted, shot a triumphant glance at her brothers, and stowed the spear. Envy flickered across the elders' faces. Brother Vaylor is so lucky. Such filial children, truly enviable. Indeed, if mine were half as filial, I'd die satisfied. Flattery broadened Garrick's smile. He was in an excellent mood. At that moment, Baldric glanced at the motionless Elara. Third sister, today is father's 60th birthday, and your first time attending. What gift have you prepared? All eyes snapped to her. She'd prepared one, but it was with Kaelin. Third sister, you didn't prepare a gift, did you? The words shifted the atmosphere instantly, tense, hostile, Not giving a gift on a father's birthday could be a minor slight or a major offense. In a large clan, it was disrespect to elders. Garrick's face darkened. Who said I didn't prepare one? It's here with me. At the palace gate, Kalen stood in a spotless white robe, unmarked by the battle he had only just survived. Seraphina's eyes brightened. Though they had never met, she knew him at once. He glanced at Alara, her face flushed, then at Baldric, who seemed trying to make himself small. Under the crowd's gaze, Kalen produced 1,000-year blood spirit ginseng from his storage bag. The root's value climbed with age, its bloody perfume deepening each century. Baldric had brought one as well, only 500 years old, a pale shadow by comparison. 1,000-year blood spirit ginseng. That scent is unmistakable. I've seen one before, cost a fortune, never expected another here. Far more valuable than the 500-year root from before. Kalen presented it directly to Garrick, who beamed. Good, Kalen. Alara, I see your filial devotion. The praise meant little to Kalen for Alara, though she would never admit it. Her father's approval had always been the thing she craved. Baldric paled. He had counted on the pair arriving empty-handed, a ready target for his sarcasm. Mockery would not change anything, but resentment drove him to seize any chance for revenge. He had drained his savings for a century-old ginseng, expensive, common, and never imagined being answered with a millennium-old specimen worth many times more. Kalen regarded him calmly. What do you have to say? Baldric's face burned, utterly outmatched. Then his eyes lit, and he snapped his head up. No, you're a live-in son-in-law who came penniless. How did you obtain such a ginseng on Ilara's meager allowance? Suspicion threaded his voice. Every eye turned to Kalen, including Garrick's, sharpened by the accusation. He was right, a son-in-law living off his wife's family. Where would he find several hundred spirit stones for 1,000-year root? Ilara's face darkened. Kalen's heart skipped. He had thought only of the gift, not how to explain the money. Kalen, where did you get this? Baldric sneered. Dig it up on the mountain? The implication was clear. Garrick's gaze iced over. He was beginning to believe his second son. Kalen, where did you get this 1,000-year blood spirit ginseng? I bought it from the Aurelia Pavilion. The answer was truthful. Ilara, uneasy, hurried to confirm it. It really was Kalen who bought it. I went with him. She never imagined a gift would cause such trouble. Had she known, she would not have come to her father's birthday. Garrick's tone hardened into interrogation. The matter was too suspicious. Though the Veilers dominated Iron Peak, enemies circled, rival families within the city, hostile forces beyond. Doubts about Kalen's identity were taking root. From the Aurelia Pavilion? Garrick repeated. Kalen nodded silently, mind racing, careless. The gift was presentable, but he had not planned an explanation for its origin. As a live-in son-in-law, where would he get so many spirit stones? Garrick fell into thought, while Baldric sneered. You bought it from the Aurelia Pavilion? Do you know what kind of place that is? 1,000-year blood spirit ginseng would only be available at the Ashen level. Prices there are astronomical. How did you afford it? What does it matter to you how I have spirit stones? Kalen replied coldly. Fury flashed across Baldric's face. He moved to lash out, but was cut off by Garrick. The Aurelia Pavilion's reputation is guaranteed, and they keep records of every sale. Second Elder, take this ginseng to the Aurelia Pavilion and verify the purchase. The patriarch handed it over. The elder nodded and left swiftly. Baldric sneered. Kalen, it's not too late to explain. Once the second elder returns, things will be difficult. Kalen said nothing, only fixed him with a cold stare. Baldric fell silent, suddenly remembering the ruthless monster before him. The birthday banquet had gone silent. No one spoke, everyone waited. The visiting family heads wore somber expressions but were secretly delighted. The Veilers' embarrassment was their entertainment. Garrick's face was grave, head bowed in thought. Thorn's expression was equally complicated. Since Kalen defeated Ashen Dravos, he had withdrawn. Baldric had winked at him several times, urging him to join in targeting Kalen, but he had not uttered a word. Ilara was worried but hid it. Seraphina, the most carefree, grinned as she watched the show. Kalen's calm proved the purchase legitimate. The only question was the source of the spirit stones. If he claimed he sold the Void Hearthorn blade, the entire Valor family would turn on him instantly. Moments later, the two Valor elders rushed back, followed by an old man. They looked respectful. Patriarch, I've confirmed it. The 1,000-year blood spirit ginseng was indeed purchased by Kalen and Elara. The second elder spoke urgently upon entering the hall. The old man behind him remained expressionless. He really bought it? Impossible? Before Garrick could respond, Baldric blurted, Second elder, did you confirm with the Aurelia Pavilion? They couldn't have made a mistake? The second elder started to speak, but the old man cut in coldly. My Aurelia Pavilion never makes mistakes. The old man's words drew every eye. He wore a simple grey robe unremarkable in cut and cloth, yet his authority dwarfed everyone in the hall. Old man, are you from the Aurelia Pavilion? Can you speak for them? Baldric demanded, the words instinctive, his confusion outweighing any caution. Shut up. The second elder's shout cracked the air. He whirled on Baldric, eyes bloodshot with fury. Apologize to Elder Orin now. Baldric froze. The two elders had always been indulgent. He had never seen them so enraged. What had possessed them? The same question rippled through the crowd. The Valar elders rarely lost composure. Why were they trembling over a single sentence? Garrick studied the stranger, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He could not place him. The old man chuckled. I am Valerius. Garrick's expression shifted violently. Valerius, what brings you here? He hurried forward, bowing low. Valerius smiled faintly. I heard someone framed my new friend. Came to see what was happening. He nodded toward Kalen. Kalen returned the gesture with a slight inclination of his head. The name settled over the hall like a weight. Valerius, master of the Borealis Pavilion of the Aurelia Pavilion. Within Dragonspire Prefecture, the Aurelia Pavilion was a mystery. Few knew the pavilion master. Only 4 deputy masters walked the outside world, each governing a cardinal region. Their authority was absolute. They could mobilize every Aurelia Pavilion in their territory, and the man standing before them ruled all northern branches. Elder Valerius, greetings. I'm from the Dravos family of Silverfen City. An honor, the Dravos elder pushed forward, face split by a fawning grin. Master Valerius Luminar family. Master Valerius Sorn family. One by one, the visiting elders abandoned their dignity, scrambling to curry favor, terrified of falling behind. The arrogant young masters gaped. Where had their haughty elders gone? When had they become sycophants groveling before a filthy old man? Even knowing his identity, the psychological whiplash was brutal. Baldric stood frozen, face bloodless, eyes unfocused, cold sweat soaking his robe. No, impossible. A few words, but the information crushed him. Kalen had really bought the blood spirit ginseng. The Borealis Pavilion master had called him young friend, and Baldric had just publicly challenged that same master. Baldric. How dare you disrespect Elder Valerius? Get over here and kowtow. Garrick's roar cracked like thunder. Baldric flinched violently. He had never seen his father this enraged. Father, Silence, beast! Garrick cut him off. If Elder Valerius doesn't forgive you today, you're no longer a Valar. The threat was real. Survival instinct took over. Baldric knew what he had to do. Silence fell. Valerius watched, smiling, saying nothing. Baldric scrambled forward and slammed his forehead to the floor. Valerius, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you. Please forgive me. You're magnanimous. Don't hold a petty man's offense against me. Valerius looked down at the trembling figure, then glanced at Kalen, still seated. Young friend, what should be done? The question was calm, but the hall heard the implication clearly. Valerius had called Kalen young friend. He had come for Kalen. Every gaze shifted. Disdain had become admiration after Kalen's display. Now it deepened into something unfathomable. Kalen was surprised. He knew Valerius was elevating him deliberately. Never mind, let's pretend we heard a dog barking. The first time someone called Baldric a dog, he had exploded. This time, relief washed through him. Valerius chuckled, unexpected. Very well, just barking. He had no patience for men like Baldric anyway. Baldric sagged, safe, but still kneeling. Head bowed. Garrick exhaled sharply. His son called a dog cost him face, but better that than Valerius's wrath. He knew the Borealis Pavilion master's reach. One word could erase the Valar family. Master Valerius, please. Come inside, Garrick pressed. Valerius shook his head, still smiling. No need. I came to clear my young friend's name. That's done. I'll be leaving. Regret rippled through the elders, their chance to build connection slipping away. Then Valerius turned to Kalen. Young friend, I'm off. Visit my Aurelia pavilion when you can. Kaelin smiled. I will. Valerius departed, the family elders rushing to see him off. Kaelin didn't rise. Not once. He disliked the performance and he was wondering why the man had helped him at all. Doesn't matter. I'll ask at the Aurelia pavilion later. But as the thought settled, a face surfaced, Elindra, the girl in red he'd met at the Aurelia pavilion that day. The birthday banquet had taken a turn no one expected. What began as a son-in-law's display of skill ended with the Borealis pavilion master himself paying respects, leaving even the most seasoned patriarchs struggling to reconcile what they had witnessed. After Valerius departed, a heavy silence settled over the hall. Every elder Veiler and otherwise fixed their gaze on Kaelin with the covetous intensity of collectors eyeing a priceless artifact. The scrutiny made his skin crawl, but he kept his mouth shut. Even Garrick looked at him as though the family's salvation had walked through the door. Beside him, Alara exhaled slowly, grateful the confrontation was over, yet the weight of so many eyes made her shrink inward. A birthmark had taught her since childhood to avoid gazes. Now she was the center of them. Garrick cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Kaelin, how do you know Valerius? All heads turned. We met when I bought the blood spirit ginseng. A simple answer delivered flatly. No one believed it. These men had spent decades navigating Valerius's circles. They knew better than anyone that purchasing a single herb, even a blood spirit ginseng, did not open that door. If it did, they would have emptied their vaults long ago, but no one pressed. The fact remained Kaelin could summon Valerius. That alone rewrote his value. Garrick's chuckle was dry. He recognized a deflection when he heard one, but not here, not now. His gaze shifted to Baldric, still kneeling on the stone floor. You nearly brought catastrophe upon this house. 5 years without allowance, 100 lashes. You will remain within the clan grounds until further permission. Baldric slumped, face ashen. 100 lashes would leave a body-tempering cultivator half dead. He bit back protest, knowing the patriarch's tone admitted no negotiation. Everyone understood the subtext. Baldric had spent months tormenting Kaelin. His punishment was as much theater as justice. A gift wrapped in discipline. Kaelin saw through it instantly. For him, the sentence was lenient. Brother-in-law, how do you know Valerius? Seraphina asked, wide-eyed and smiling. The day's revelations had upended everything she thought she knew. The good-for-nothing third husband was, apparently, something else entirely. We met while shopping. Same answer, same disbelief. Kaelin shrugged internally. Truth rarely sounded convincing when it was this mundane. Sister, look at him. Seraphina whispered to Alara, who covered her mouth and laughed, patting her sister's head. The banquet's tenor shifted. The visiting elders now treated Garrick with exaggerated deference. The Veilers had secured Valerius's favor through Kaelin, and that connection promised generations of prosperity. They flocked to Kaelin with cups in hand, shedding seniority like a discarded skin. Visit Silverfen City, the Dravos elder insisted. I'll receive you personally. My Keld family holds far greater wealth than the Veilers, another countered. Come by, I'll gift you treasures. A third leaned in, voice oily. You have a face full of talent. My family has 3 daughters of marriageable age. Why not meet them later? Garrick's cup cracked in his grip. He had been about to introduce his own daughters. The audacity staggered him. But this was his birthday. His manner, he swallowed the insult and smiled. The feast ended early. Kaelin fled with Alara as though pursued, leaving behind a legend already hardening in the guests' memories. Baldric became a cautionary tale told in clan halls for centuries. Back at the villa, Kaelin offered Alara a few quiet words before retreating to the secret chamber. His body still ached from the duel with Ashen. Worth it. He sat cross-legged, aura settling. Cultivation demanded more than resources. It required stillness, the slow accumulation that turned power into foundation. He had reached the 3rd level of Starfall transformation. The 4th would not come from force alone. He needed time to consolidate, to let the realms settle in his bones. The battle had compressed that timeline. At his peak he could break through and shatter the 3rd star. Eyes closed, divine sense slipping into the astral chart of Evernight. He began the 9 transformations of Starfall transformation. High among the peaks, veiled in perpetual mist, the misty immortal palace pierced the clouds. Torin had just completed the initiation rites. The selection had been brutal, but he passed out a disciple, claimed personally by an elder who saw promise. A carp leaping the dragon gate. Cultivators stronger than him already sought his company, betting on a rising star. In his cave he cycled breath, the palace's dense spiritual energy accelerating his progress. The 1,000 spirit stones from the Veilers hadn't hurt either. He stood at the cusp of the 6th level of starfall transformation. Worthy of its reputation, he murmured, opening his eyes. The chi here is miles beyond the outside world. A jade pendant in his storage bag pulsed with light. Junior brother Korith, someone is looking for you outside, Torin frowned, rising. Outside the misty immortal palace, the Korith steward waited, his 9th level body tempering cultivation, the only thing that had carried him through the half-month journey from Iron Peak City. When Torin emerged, the old man fell to his knees, weeping. Young master, you've finally come out? Torin frowned. Why are you here? Has something happened at home? The steward composed himself. After you left, young master? He recounted Kaelin's sudden ascent to the Starfall transformation realm, and how Roderick had been passed over for an opportunity. Torin sneered. Interesting, that trash actually reached Starfall transformation. Impossible without some fortuitous encounter. His lip curled. But even the greatest opportunities belong to me. He doesn't deserve them. Young master, are you returning with me? With your status as a misty immortal palace disciple, the Veilers wouldn't dare stop you. Torin shook his head. No. I've just joined, and my master arranged for me to enter the Marrow-Deep Cleansora poolshade. I can't waste it. But I'll send an outer disciple back with you. He can go to the Veiler family and bring Kaelin here. Commanding an outer disciple was simple enough. Plenty of them fawned over him, eager to prove their loyalty. Young Master Kaelin has married into the Veiler family. If you don't go personally, they might object. His standing there has been rising steadily. Torin chuckled. The outer disciples I send are still misty immortal palace members. I don't believe the Veilers would dare stop them. They should be grateful to hand him over obediently. Besides, you said, his cultivation is only at the 2nd level of Starfall transformation. Nothing special. The steward dared not argue. He bowed, showering Torin with flattery. Meanwhile, Kaelin sat in the secretum room, divine sense surging through the astral chart of Evernite, his eyes fixed on the 3rd star, bright with anticipation. My cultivation has reached the 3rd level of perfection, and my injuries have long since healed. Today I break through this star. He activated the Draconis Elephant Overlord Body Technomar, and the 9 transformations of Starfall transformation, driving his aura to an unprecedented peak. His right hand formed the Gloomvale Lockhaven seal. He struck the 3rd star. It shuddered violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, slowly widening. Not enough, keep going. He poured more strength into the seal. Sweat beaded on his forehead as spiritual energy drained rapidly. The cracks grew until the star exploded with a thunderous crash. Kaelin slumped back, panting heavily. The attack had exhausted him completely. Does it take everything I have every time? He had discovered a pattern. Each star required the previous technique to be perfected before the next could be shattered. But his face soon lit with joy. He eagerly examined the star's contents. As the smoke cleared, he found a stack of ancient books, each as tall as a man, alongside a large pile of spiritual herbs and medicines emitting a rich fragrance. The pages looked weathered by time. Just as he'd guessed, one book contained a cultivation technique, the 9 transformations of Starfall transformation. He examined it first. As suspected, it covered later cultivation stages, but only up to the 6th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Looks like the difficulty increases further in. He didn't know what grade of treasure the astral chart of Evernite was, but the stellar laws within seemed arranged so he could only progress after perfecting each stage. He stored the technique with satisfaction, then turned to the other books. Alchemical texts, pharmacopoeias. His expression shifted through surprise to shock. The collection contained descriptions of rare spiritual herbs, their uses, and various rare pill formulas. If these got out, the entire Marshallon Empyrean state would be thrown into chaos. The alchemist profession was highly sought after. Even a first-grade alchemist commanded respect everywhere. Becoming one required not just talent, but vast accumulation of spiritual herbs. Talent alone wasn't enough without experience. In a city as large as Iron Peak, only one first-grade alchemist resided in the City Lord's mansion, and even the City Lord treated him with great respect. They were simply too precious. Though Kalen had never met an alchemist, he knew their value. Even Seraphis realm experts wouldn't provoke a first-grade alchemist. Everyone eventually needed their pills. Alchemists didn't rely on cultivation level but on spirit and soul strength. Without a strong spirit, one couldn't control the heat during refinement, leading to furnace explosions. He studied seriously now. He'd longed to learn alchemy since childhood, but it had been impossible. Now that he had the chance, he devoured the basics, then searched the pill formulas desperately, hoping to find one that could remove Alara's birthmark. This is the Astravi Pilvora. It can eliminate various intractable ailments caused by congenital factors and repair congenital deficiencies. He'd found it. Alara's birthmark is congenital. The Astravi Pilvora is exactly what's needed. His face beamed, then slowly froze. The Astravi Pilvora, a third-grade elixir. A third-grade pill demands at least a third-grade alchemist, and such alchemists are vanishingly rare. Even if one could be found, there was no reason they would help. When Kalen saw the spiritual herbs and medicines required for the Astravi Pilvora, his composure nearly shattered. Heart-binding leather, Octavra Divorn spirit blood, crimson fire dried fruit. The names alone made his head throb. Many of the ingredients were entirely unknown to him. He steadied himself, took a breath, and began combing through the herbals. Heart-binding leather, he learned, was a companion plant whose flowered roots intertwine until they fuse into a leathery mass. Crimson fire dried fruit coalesced from the essence of crimson fire trees older than 1,000 years. But the Octavra Divorn spirit blood appeared in none of the herbals. He found it only in the bestiaries, the blood essence of the Octavra Divorn Atheris Simian Or, a spirit monkey of formidable intelligence and combat prowess. His head buzzed. Refining the Astravi Pilvora was supposed to be difficult, but this was the most difficult of all third-grade pills. Its materials so costly that the finished pill commanded a price rivaling fourth-grade medicines. "Forget it," he muttered. "Cultivation first, materials later." He had already reached the third level of the Starfall transformation, poised on the brink of breakthrough. 3 days later, a muffled boom rolled through the secret room. He opened his eyes, joy rising, early stage of the 4th level. He emerged to find the corridor empty. Alara had not stood guard as instructed. The Vela family was safe, and her presence at the door would have changed nothing if danger came. Before he reached the hall, voices drifted out. "Sis, hasn't my sister-in-law come out yet? You're not lying to me, are you?" Seraphina. Ilara's answering smile was wry. "Why would I lie? He really is in seclusion. When will my brother-in-law come out?" Kalen stepped into the doorway. The two women turned. Seraphina beat him to it. "Oh, brother-in-law, you're out. I thought you were hiding and didn't want to see me." He frowned, glancing at Alara. She covered her mouth, amused. "This girl has been coming every day since you went into seclusion. She has a lot of questions." "I've been in seclusion a while," Kalen said. "Haha, I knew you couldn't refuse me, brother-in-law." She laughed. "You still haven't told me how you met the Borealis Pavilion master of the Aurelia Pavilion, and... A quarter hour passed. Kalen stood. "I need to go out, you two talk. Brother-in-law, take me with you." Seraphina's expression turned pleading. Goosebumps rose on his arms. Her mouth had not stopped moving for 15 minutes. He was genuinely frightened. He had business at the Aurelia Pavilion anyway, gratitude to offer, and inquiries to make about the Astravi Pilvora's materials. "Inconvenient," he said, and fled. Ilara's voice followed him down the hall. "My father said to see him when you're done." She had nearly forgotten, drowned out by Seraphina's chatter. Garrick could wait. Kalen walked to a city pharmacy first, purchasing the more common herbs for the pill, then continued to the Aurelia Pavilion. The first floor teemed with customers despite the steep prices. Reputation drew them. He bypassed the crowd, ascending to the second floor, the profound level. The same two guards stood at the entrance. This time he passed without revealing his aura. Inside he spotted the girl who had introduced him to the blood spirit Ginseng. She recognized him instantly, smiling. "Hello, I'd like to see Valerius. Is he available?" "Of course, sir. Please wait a moment." He took a seat at a tea table. Tea appeared before he could ask. The girl returned shortly. "The Borealis Pavilion Master requests your presence." He followed her upward, 3 levels in succession past the Celestra and Seraphis floors, to a pavilion of disarming simplicity. Ordinary as a roadside restaurant, unadorned, unpretentious. Valerius sat in a chair, studying him with a smile. "You've arrived. Not bad, already, the 4th level of Starfall transformation. Kalen bowed deeply, sincerely. Thank you for your help last time, haha. No need for such formality, it was nothing. It may be small to you, but it was everything to me. I remember the favor, don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank my young lady. She told me to help you if you needed anything. The name struck Kalen like a physical blow. Aelindra Thalir, Valerius's young lady. The Borealis Pavilion master of the Aurelia Pavilion, and the woman he served. If she truly was the Aelindra he knew, her reach was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Thoughts cascaded through him in the span of a heartbeat. Valerius read the shock on his face and smiled. You guessed correctly. The Aelindra you mentioned is my young lady. As for her identity, that is not mine to reveal. You may ask her yourself, should the opportunity arise. Kalen nodded, the motion stiff. A pause, then, why does she want your help? He could not reconcile it. The woman had intervened when he bought the blood spirit ginseng, and now she had pulled Valerius into it again. What did she gain? The old man chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. My young lady said you helped her win 100,000 spirit stones. The number hung in the air. 100,000. Aelindra had mentioned it before, but the meaning had slipped past him entirely. Last time you fought Thornvailer, she wagered on you, Valerius explained, amusement crinkling the corners of his eyes. She also said you are interesting, that you may become someone formidable. That was reason enough. He leaned back. It is a fortunate connection to have established. My young lady has always had an eye for people. Kalen inclined his head, filing the debt away in the quiet ledger he kept behind his ribs. He would repay it when he could. Eldemir Orin, he said, shifting. Aside from thanking you, I hope to purchase some medicinal herbs. I wonder if your pavilion carries. Oh, Valerius's smile widened. The Aurelia Pavilion holds countless treasures. Name what you need. Kalen rattled off the list. Heart-binding leather, Octavra Devorn spirit blood, crimson fire dried fruit, and several others. He watched Valerius's expression darken with each name, the old man's face settling into something close to thunder. Mr. Orin? Kalen ventured. Do you have these in your pavilion? Valerius fixed him with a flat look. What does a mere Starfall transformation realm boy need with heart-binding leather, Octavra Devorn spirit blood, and crimson fire? Do you know what these cost? They are 4th-grade pill materials, precious beyond measure. Kalen coughed. I only heard they can treat birthmarks. I wanted to try birthmark. The irritation drained from Valerius's voice, replaced by something sharper, curiosity. You are doing this for your wife? Kalen nodded. He would not speak of the Astravi Pilvora. The formula was too dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands, and trust, even for a benefactor, was not something he granted lightly. I have some of what you need, Valerius said, but not heart-binding leather or Octavra Devorn spirit blood. As for the crimson fire dried fruit, even a small section costs 5,000 spirit stones. The number landed like a stone in water, 5,000. For a fragment, that was the price of a high-grade Ashen-level magic weapon. He might not raise that sum if he sold the entire Vaylor family. Valerius watched his face, a private satisfaction curling his lips. I'm not gouging you, boy, you have read the records. You know the crimson fire dried fruit's provenance. The Aurelia Pavilion is the only place you will find it for sale. Kalen nodded slowly. The ancient text in the astral chart of Evernite confirmed it. Then I will take the rest, he said quietly. He left the pavilion with tears pricking his eyes. 900 spirit stones reduced to a few dozen. The Astravi Pilvora was nearly complete. Only 3 ingredients remained: heart-binding leather, Octavra Devorn spirit blood, and crimson fire dried fruit. The last could be bought, given enough coin. The butler was pacing at the Vaylor estate entrance when Kalen returned. He hurried forward the moment he spotted him. Third Master, the Patriarch requests your presence. Kalen followed him to the main hall, mind drifting to Ilara. He had meant to bring her with him when he returned, but the summons had come faster than expected. Garrick sat on the dais, his expression layered, wariness, calculation, something approximating respect. Since Kalen had disclosed his connection to Valerius, the Patriarch had ordered the entire household to treat him with deference exceeding even direct bloodline. Servants at Ilara's villa had tripled from 3 to 10. Garrick himself had visited several times during Kalen's seclusion, though they had not met. Afterward, Seraphina had cornered him, and in the chaos he had not noticed the expanded staff. Ilara had had no chance to explain. Kaelin, you have returned. Garrick's laugh was loud, performative. How was your seclusion? Have the injuries from your match with Ashendravos healed? Healed, they were minor. Good, good, Garrick leaned forward. How did you meet Eldamir Orin? What is the nature of your relationship? He did not believe the shopping story. The Aurelia Pavilion saw countless visitors daily. The idea that its master would remember one boy was absurd. We met while shopping, Kaelin said. The same answer he had given before. Garrick fell silent, assuming evasion. He did not press. He did not know it was the truth. In 10 days, Garrick continued, tone shifting to business. The Vela family will contend with over a dozen surrounding cities for mining rights to a spirit stone vein. The rules restrict participants to family members under 25. I want you to represent us. Are you willing? The competition for the Lingara Shirith vein had dragged on for years. 500 miles east of Iron Peak City, the spirit stone deposit had once belonged to a minor clan whose weakness invited predation. The major families wiped them out to the last member and divided the spoils. Though sizable, the vein was only second-rate, its output limited, so the victors agreed to settle extraction rights through a friendly competition held every 3 years, open only to clan members under 25. The winner secured 3 years of mining privileges. Originally, Thorn was set to participate, Garrick said with a smile, but he's still recovering from injury, and his strength falls far short of yours. Kaelin considered briefly, then nodded. Good, good, good! You truly are a worthy son-in-law of the Veilers. Garrick was overjoyed, though he knew the truth. Even with Thorn, their chances were nearly non-existent. Thorn was no match for Ashen, and this year several families had sent disciples who had already joined cultivation sects, specifically to compete. In the past, the Veilers had never won the rights and had long since given up hope. But Kaelin's arrival had rekindled their ambition. After leaving Garrick, Kaelin returned straight to the villa. Seraphina had already departed, leaving only Ilara in the hall. He told her about the Spirit Stone mine and listened as she updated him on recent events in Iron Peak City and the Vela family. All's well in Iron Peak City. The Veilers have improved our treatment considerably. Our monthly allowance has risen to 30 Spirit Stones. That was no small sum. Even Draconis clan elders received only 20 per month. Kaelin nodded. The shift in attitude was welcome. Then, softly, he said, Ilara, remove your veil. I want to see your face. She started, unprepared for the request. In name they were husband and wife, yet nothing had ever passed between them, not even a held hand. What's wrong? I'm ugly. Her voice trembled. He smiled gently. We're already married. Even if you were, I'd still be your husband. I only want to see the birthmark to know if it can be removed. My father consulted countless famous doctors after I was born. None could do anything. Disappointment clouded her eyes. I fear there's no cure. You're my wife, we're married. His tone turned serious. I won't lie to you. Whatever it takes, I'll find a way to remove that birthmark. Tears spilled down her cheeks. She had endured endless scorn in the Vela family. Her mother had vanished after her birth, and her father had ignored her entirely because of the mark. Since childhood she had hidden behind a scarf, leaving her deeply insecure, her world shrouded in darkness. Kaelin's arrival had sparked the first glimmer of light. Someone who genuinely cared regardless of appearance. She lifted the veil slowly. A fair, almond-shaped face emerged, with clear bright eyes and a high straight nose, beauty that would have been breathtaking, save for the vivid red birthmark marring half her features. As outsiders cruelly said, half her face looked like a ghost's. She trembled, terrified her appearance would repulse him. Eyes locked on his. Sensing her fear, Kaelin stepped forward, took her hand and said softly, Don't be afraid, it's all right. The words seemed to carry a quiet power, steadying her. She nodded obediently. Trust me, I'll do everything I can to restore your face. His sincerity was absolute, a promise. She nodded, tears welling, and buried herself in his arms, the embrace of her nominal husband. For the next 7 days, Kaelin remained in the secretum room, not only cultivating but poring over ancient texts. His knowledge of spiritual herbs, medicines, and alchemy expanded greatly. With the astral chart of Evernight's resources, he broke through to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Starfall transformation realm. His strength had risen, though he couldn't gauge it precisely. The 9 transformations of Starfall transformation meant he could likely contend with a 5th-level cultivator. Even against the middle-aged Morel who had harassed him at the Aurelia Pavilion, he could now at least put up a fight, and if determined to escape, Morel wouldn't be able to stop him. It's time. He opened his eyes, aura concealed. Today was the competition. Kalen changed into a clean white robe, left the secret room, greeted Alara, and headed straight for the Vela family's main hall. All the elders were present. Garrick stood beside the main seat. The patriarch occupied it. He was personally leading the team this time. Spirit stone veins determined whether a clan could rise, and the Velas had fallen far behind. If this continued, they would soon be reduced to insignificance. Kalen entered, startled by the grandeur of the gathering. He had underestimated the veins' importance to them, but his expression remained serious. The elders regarded him with gentle eyes as if he were their own junior. Kalen, this is my father, your grandfather. Garrick introduced the patriarch seated on the main dais. Kalen had married into the Velas, and their patriarch was, by all rights, his grandfather. Yet the introduction still sat crooked in his chest, as if a stranger had materialized and demanded he call him grandfather. No one would feel good about it. He bowed anyway, voice steady. Kalen greets, Grandpa. The old man smiled, nodding. Good. You're quite good. He glanced across the gathering. Now that Kalen is here, let us set off. This time the Velas are determined to take the Spirit Stone Mine. The Draconis ancestor had reached the Seraphis realm and could fly, but not carry a group for long. 3 days later, 500 li east of Iron Peak City, the powerful families of the region converged. The Velas stood among them, led by their patriarch, with Kalen, Garrick, Thorn, and a train of elders in tow. Thorn had not come to compete, Garrick had brought him to watch. Kalen swept his gaze over the crowd. These were the ruling houses of the major cities, and the pressure radiating from many of them was suffocating. He spotted the Dravos clan, Ashen among them, his gaze sharpening with something complicated at the sight of Kalen. The Luminars were present too, though Cedric was nowhere to be seen. He counted 9 families, though he had learned en route there were 10 in total. Is there still one place to go? He muttered. A roar split the air. A colossal beast materialized overhead, hundreds of meters long, blotting out the sky. Every head snapped upward, even Kalen drew a sharp breath. The creature landed and dozens of figures dropped from its back. The moment the newcomers appeared, the Vela patriarch and his elders grew visibly graver. The other family heads wore matching grimness. A white-haired elder stood out among the dozen who had descended. He laughed, clasping his hands. Fellow Taoists, I have kept you waiting. Another patriarch, his aura no weaker than the Vela patriarch's, answered with a laugh. Brother Branno, you are late. Branno, in previous years, your family claimed the most mining rights. This year may be time for a change. Your mount, a thunder crimson spirit sparrow. Quite the grand gesture, a third remarked, clicking his tongue. The speakers were all patriarchs. Even the Vela patriarch chimed in. Branno, it has been many years, and you are still the same. Branno looked around, smiling, but when his eyes fell on the Draconis patriarch, surprise flickered. Branno, you are still alive? He laughed loudly. The Draconis patriarch sneered. You old bastard, you're not dead yet, so why should I be? Kalen frowned. What was the relationship between them? Garrick glanced at him and Thorn, catching their confusion, and pitched his voice low. Father and Branno were close friends in their youth, extremely intimate. I don't know what happened later to make them fall out. Kalen understood then. No wonder their exchanges always carried that strange edge. But father, why is everyone so polite to Branno? Thorn asked, voicing Kalen's own question. Garrick nodded slowly. The Morongis are very powerful, the strongest of the 10 great families. For years they've held half the Spirit Stone vein rights. They've controlled the mines for a long time, widening the gap with everyone else. He sighed. The Velas were considered the strongest in Iron Peak City, but against the Morongis the gulf was enormous. Branno frowned, standing so close he had heard every word. His expression darkened, but he did not react. Instead he mocked. Branno, your mount, a thunder crimson spirit sparrow with cultivation comparable to the late Seraphis realm, is not something your family could subdue. Where did you get it? The question hung in the air, the one every patriarch wanted answered. A demonic beast at the late Tengara realm was monstrously powerful. Human cultivators of the same level were no match, let alone taming one as a mount. Branno smiled, chuckling. This thunder crimson spirit sparrow was not tamed by me, but by Eldamir of Luminor Cave Heaven, who bestowed it upon us. Disbelief rippled through the crowd. Some looked shocked, others puzzled. Luminor Cave Heaven was a renowned sect in the Marshallon Empyrean state, second only to Misty Immortal Palace. Why would they gift such a mount to the Murongis? Branna drank in their expressions. That's right, a gift from an elder of Luminor Cave Heaven. If you want to know why, my family has produced an unparalleled genius who became that elder's disciple. The elder loves talent and extends that love to the family, so he bestowed this mount. The Murongis all wore arrogance like a mantle. A disciple valued by Luminor Cave Heaven elders was a source of pride for the entire clan. The other families' faces hardened. The Murongis were already dominant, with Luminor Cave Heaven's backing. The gap had become a chasm. The Vela patriarch sighed deeply, glancing back at his clan, melancholy settling in his chest. The other patriarchs shared the sentiment. If the Murongis grew stronger, they would expand and encroach on everyone's interests. All right, enough, said. The competition shall begin. Branna smiled faintly. By rule, the family that held the mine last time presided over the next contest. The rules remain the same. Each family sends one person to spar. The 5 winners then spar with one person each, with one receiving a bye. Finally, the remaining 3 spar and the winners receive mining rights for the next 3 years. Garrick had briefed Kalen on the rules before. They matched what he had already heard. Murongis glanced around the assembly, a faint smile touching his lips. Each family, please step forward. Across every major territory, a young representative emerged. The Vela patriarch turned, met Kalen's gaze, and gave a slight nod. Kalen returned it and walked into the open space. Thorn watched with a tangle of emotions he could not name. The role had been his to fill, yet it had fallen to Kalen. The 10 contestants formed a line at the center of the gathering. 9 men, 1 woman. She wore a cold expression, yet an indescribable heroic air clung to her. The Wang representative was ashen. He might have posed a threat once, but after Kalen reached the 4th level of the Starfall transformation realm, that threat had evaporated. The other representatives all wore the same bone-deep arrogance Kalen had first seen in Thorn. The Luminar representative was a young man whose gaze kept drifting toward Kalen, deliberately or not. Does this kid know me? Kalen sensed a deep malice radiating from him. He paid little mind to the other combatants, but he kept a close eye on the Branna Vela representative. Only from him did Kalen sense genuine danger. As expected of the Murongis, they're a cut above the rest. He committed every face to memory. All right, everyone? State your name and write it on a slip, the Branna elder said calmly from the stage. A middle-aged servant in Branna livery approached with paper and brush. Ashen, the first man announced his name, wrote it with his head held high, yet his eyes kept flicking toward Kalen. Liriana. Kalen noted she was the sole woman among the major families. Corvin, the Luminar representative's turn. Of everyone present, he bore the deepest malice toward Kalen. The servant finally reached Kalen and held out the paper and brush. Kalen. He spoke calmly, wrote his name, and handed back the slip. But the moment the name left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted. Branna, what's your Vela family playing at? Sending someone surnamed Korith? A patriarch demanded, baffled. Haven't you forgotten the rules? Only family members may compete. Has your Vela family lost so many years running that you're hiring outside help? Laughter rippled through the crowd. Patriarchs from every clan chimed in with jeers. Branna, why not just withdraw? You've never won once anyway. So what's the game, finding a ringer surnamed Korith? Branna, if you're going to fake it, at least coordinate your stories. Have the kid change his surname. Call him Longfan, not Kalen. The speaker laughed heartily. Not only the patriarchs, but elders and disciples joined the mockery. The 9 contestants beside Kalen regarded him with strange eyes. Garrick flew into a rage. What nonsense! Kalen is a member of my Vela family. Isn't my son-in-law a member of my Vela family too? A live-in son-in-law. The crowd erupted again. The Vela family scraped the barrel, sending a son-in-law. Is he here to die? Branor, you've brought a live-in husband? No one else left? If he were a true prodigy, he wouldn't have married into your Vela family. Amid the ridicule, the Wang and Su clans stayed silent. They knew exactly how strong Kalen was. Enough! Garrick roared, scanning the assembly. The rule we set was that only family members could marry in. My son-in-law is a Long. Where's the violation? Behind him, long faces went ashen. Especially Thorn, the brightest of his generation. forced to watch his clan mocked. Old scoundrel Branna, rule on this. Has my Valar family erred? Garrick turned to Morongis. The ancestor coughed lightly, then chuckled. By the rules, a man who marries into the Valar family may indeed represent them. There, no rule broken. What's left to argue? Garrick glared impatiently, but the other patriarchs didn't care. A live-in son-in-law, what did that matter? Kaelin's face stayed calm, but his mood had soured. The surrounding scions looked at him with utter contempt. The woman's disdain was sharpest. She saw him as nothing more than a gigolo. Chenvar, Eldrick, Darien. The roll call finished in a blink. The Branna servants collected the slips into a wooden box. Of everyone present, only Darien held Kaelin's attention. Though male, he radiated an inexplicable effeminate aura that repelled. Begin the lottery. Those called, step forward. Morongis reached into the box and drew 2 slips. Kaelin? Chenvar? First match, Kaelin's turn. Chenvar grinned broadly and strode out. Kaelin ignored him and walked forward steadily. Begin. Morongis vanished. The open space where he had stood became the arena. Chenvar laughed. What luck! Drawing the live-in son-in-law first. Victory is mine. His aura surged to the 4th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Not yet 20. Definitely a genius. He dismissed Kaelin entirely. Chenvar moved like a thunderbolt, fierce pressure crashing toward Kaelin. Gasps rose from the crowd. Chenvar's strength was formidable. Many already mourned the son-in-law. Then their eyes widened. A cry rang out as Kaelin's kick caught Chenvar mid-charge, launching him backward faster than he had come, completely out of control. But Kaelin didn't stop. He accelerated, caught up, and unleashed a ruthless flurry of punches and kicks. Blood sprayed. No, stop hitting him. The onlookers swallowed hard, the scene too terrifying to process. Kaelin had beaten Chenvar until his face was a mask of blood, the sickening crack of bones echoing through the arena while clan members trembled. Is he even human? I yield, please. Stop. Chenvar begged, his features ruined beyond recognition. The fight had ended in less than 5 breaths. Everything after was simple butchery. The Chenvar patriarch's face flushed crimson, his body shaking with rage. Behind him, his clansmen wore identical expressions of humiliated fury. I have seen embarrassing things before, but never anything this humiliating. The Valar patriarch laughed loud and long. Old man, still convinced your clan stands a chance? Valar family members erupted in laughter, their earlier anger vanishing in an instant, replaced by a giddy, vindicated relief. The Chenvar patriarch snorted coldly, forcing himself not to explode as he watched Chenvar limp away, broken and bloody. Further outburst would only deepen the shame. Kaelin wins the first match. Ancestor Morongis looked surprised. He had only stepped away for a cup of tea. Kaelin nodded, his own anger draining away as he descended to stand among the remaining 8 competitors. Mocking expressions had vanished, replaced by solemn calculation. The displayed strength was too astonishing. It was not that Chenvar was weak. He stood at the 4th level of Starfall transformation, but that his opponent was simply too strong. Murmurs rippled through the audience. What happened? Chenvar is no weakling, yet he fell so quickly. Kaelin's aura suggested the 4th level as well, but the gap. No wonder the Valars sent a son-in-law. They came prepared. Treacherous. Conspiracy theories took root. A powerful prodigy married in to seize the Spirit Stone mines. None of them guessed how wrong they were. Darien, Eldrick, ancestor Morongis called the next names. The Morongis clan's turn. Both men stepped onto the arena floor. Eldrick's face was grave. He faced a Morongis genius and knew he needed absolute focus. Darien, by contrast, wore a faint, gentle smile. Almost feminine. Goosebumps rose on spectators' arms. Even Kaelin felt the wrongness of it. But no one dared underestimate him. He was anything but ordinary. Begin. The ancestor vanished. Eldrick held nothing back. At 25, he was the oldest representative present, his cultivation at the 5th level of Starfall transformation. Before a single blow was exchanged, he pushed his power to its limit, determined to strike first. Darien remained unconcerned. Eldrick moved like a thunder dragon, faster than Chenvar had been, a long sword materializing in his hand as he slashed downward. 3 golden-backed swords. Gasps rose from the crowd. An ashen-grade magic weapon, one of the Dengor clan's treasures. I never expected Eldrick to wield it. The blade descended, an inch from Darian's skull, poised to cleave him in two. A killing strike. Kalen frowned, unprepared for such lethality in a sparring match. Eldrick had played his trump card immediately. Even a strong opponent would suffer grievously against a full-force assault. Then the impossible happened. As the sword neared, Darian's expression shifted. A chilling aura erupted from his body, and Eldrick shuddered, his strike slowing fractionally. Darian slipped aside. The blade regained momentum but struck only earth. Eldrick realized his peril too late. Darian counterattacked. The precious sword meant nothing if it could not cut its target. Darian's aura surged, 5th level starfall transformation, far denser than Eldrick's. Fists clenched, he unleashed a ferocious assault. Eldrick tried to dodge and block. Both stood at the 5th level. Even if Darian was stronger, Eldrick should have defended. Yet every blow landed. Eldrick moved like a man under water, sluggish and helpless, utterly dominated. Finally, he coughed blood and collapsed unconscious. The match ended. Darian won. The Dengor clan wore grim masks. They had not expected defeat after securing the 3 golden-backed swords. The battle left them baffled. Only the Dengor patriarch sighed, worry etching his face, and silently ordered his men to carry the unconscious warrior away. The gap is too great. Darian's strength likely rivals an ordinary 6th-level cultivator. A genius, a true genius. Darian smiled, effeminate and unbothered, and rejoined Kalen and the others. Gazes shifted, waited with new wariness. Even Kalen's the fight had been deeply strange, impossible to anticipate. Next, Liriana, the competition continued. The remaining clan representatives displayed genuinely impressive strength by Kalen's estimation. Darian's talent was formidable, perhaps the strongest he had ever encountered, save for his younger brother Torin. But age mattered. Kalen was 19, Torin 16. Darian appeared several years older, which dulled the comparison slightly. Still, astonishing. In the end, Liriana, at the 4th level of Starfall transformation, narrowly claimed victory and entered the top 5. Corvin dominated his match with 5th level cultivation. The final 3, Kalen, Darian and Fenris of the Sealaw clan. Fenris defeated Ashen to secure the last spot. Though Kalen noted Ashen's unhealed injuries from a previous bout, his true strength had not been shown. The first round comprised only 5 matches, yet the caliber on display was staggering. Thorn's face had darkened. He had always regarded himself as a Veiler prodigy, but the gulf between him and these contestants was humbling. His cultivation sat at the 2nd level of the Starfall transformation realm. Without the injury Kalen inflicted and the lingering after effects of the Purpura fire pilverer, he would already have reached the 3rd. Even then he would not have matched the disciples of the other families. After an hour's respite, the 2nd round of lots commenced. The rules stipulated 2 matches per contestant, with one receiving a bye into the final. Ancestor Morongis stood on the platform, surveyed the crowd, and drew the first pairing. Darian, Fenris. Kalen was not selected. Fenris's expression was grave. Darian was the undisputed favorite. Before they stepped onto the arena floor, the ancestor withdrew, leaving them alone. The competition begins. All eyes fixed on the pair. Darian's reputation preceded him, but Fenris stood at the 5th level of Starfall transformation and had performed admirably in the previous round. He had studied Darian's earlier fight and noted the strange sluggishness that overtook opponents once they engaged. Rather than rush in, Fenris held his ground, keeping enough distance that any advance would buy him time. Fenris is clever, Kalen observed. If Fenris's movements and attacks slowed like Eldrick's had, he would be helpless. Yet Darian seemed unconcerned, watching with a calm, effeminate smile. Fenris shifted uncomfortably under that gaze. He drew a handful of talismans from his storage bag, chanted and hurled them. Fulgura talismans, someone exclaimed. Even Kalen was startled. A Fulgura talisman required a Transcendence Realm master to craft, cost 10 spirit stones each, and was single-use, the weakest of its class, its damage roughly equal to a 5th-level Starfall transformation cultivator. Activating one consumed the user's own spiritual power, rendering them largely impractical. Few bothered with them. Fenris threw more than a dozen, an assault equivalent to over 10 5th-level cultivators striking at once. It was the only ranged option he had. His storage bag held nothing else. He had meant to save them for when his spiritual power ran dry, but Darian's peculiar ability forced his hand. Below the profound core realm, magical techniques could not manifest their true power, and mere fist winds or airwaves were useless against peers. Darian did not flinch. He produced a palm-sized tortoise shell, murmured an incantation, and the shell swelled into a towering barrier. The talismans detonated against it in a rolling thunderclap, waves of energy rippling across the platform. Darien did not move. Every strike was absorbed. Murmurs rose. What manner of treasure was this? The patriarchs wore solemn faces, except Branna, who smiled faintly. The Sealer Patriarch's voice cut cold. Branna, does deploying a weapon of this caliber not violate the rules? Branna shook his head, unruffled. No cause for anger. This shell was not a gift from my Morongis family. Then who? A mid-grade ashen weapon at minimum, possibly high-grade. The declaration sent a shock through the assembly, Kalen included. The Vela unicorn dagger and the Dravos white mist sword were only low-grade ashen. Correct, Branna said. It was bestowed upon Darien by an elder of Luminor Cave Heaven. Even the Thunder Crimson Spirit Sparrow came to my family because of him. Astonishment rippled outward. The prodigy courted by Luminor Cave Heaven's elders was Darien. Faces darkened. The Sealer Patriarchs went ashen, but he had no retort. He might defy the Morongis, but against a behemoth like Luminor Cave Heaven, resistance was unthinkable. Branor surveyed the room, satisfied, exactly the message he had intended. On the stage, Fenris's options were exhausted. Close combat remained. He gritted his teeth and charged, resolved to die fighting. He overcommitted. As he closed the distance, the same lethargy that had claimed Eldrick seized him, movements slowing, reactions dulling. The match ended in an instant. Uproar erupted, fueled not only by Darien's victory, but by the revelation of his patronage. Darien descended with easy grace, smiling as he nodded to Kalen and the others. Unease prickled Kalen's skin. The opponent's strength was too uncanny. Next match, Kalen, Corvin, the ancestor announced. Liriana receives a bye and advances directly to the final. Kalen's opponent was Corvin, whose hostility had never been subtle. Kalen knew its source without asking. Cedric. They took the platform, and once Branor withdrew, their gazes locked. Kalen. I've found you at last. I swore to avenge my brother, Corvin said, his aura flaring, the ground trembling beneath his feet. So it is him. Then come, let's see if you're worthy. Corvin was Cedric's older brother. When Kalen had beaten Cedric badly, the older brother flew into a rage. He hated Kalen to the core. He had planned to wait for a chance to avenge his sibling in the future, but he never expected Kalen to fight on behalf of the Vela family, handing him the perfect opportunity. Corvin produced a long spear and unleashed his 5th-level Starfall transformation cultivation, charging straight at Kalen. He was not that good-for-nothing Chenvar. He was confident he could defeat Chenvar in an instant. It's the Luminar family's Solare Hastael. Someone immediately recognized the weapon as a low-grade Ashen-level magic weapon. The Vela Patriarch below looked grim, filled with regret. After losing the Voidheart Hornblade, his clan still possessed an Ashen-grade weapon he had been using. He should have lent it to Kalen for this test. He simply hadn't expected Kalen to perform so amazingly. The disciples sent by the various families were all geniuses, yet the strength Kalen displayed when defeating Chenvar surprised him greatly. He was even stronger than during their spar 10 days ago. It's my fault, the Patriarch murmured, his expression complex. If Kalen lost because he lacked a magic weapon, the blame rested entirely on him. One wonders what the Patriarch would think if he knew Kalen had sold the clan's Voidheart Horn Blade for 1,200 spirit stones to buy a birthday gift for Garrick. Kalen's expression was solemn. He dared not be careless against Corvin's assault. The spear excelled at thrusting, slashing, and parrying, especially with a low-grade Ashen-level magic weapon in hand. Every move was fierce and powerful. Closing the distance to attack would be difficult. A spear's reach exceeded a sword's, so he couldn't handle Corvin the way he had handled Ashen. Corvin laughed heartily, relishing the sight of Kalen retreating. Stop dodging, you piece of trash. You severely injured my brother that day. Today I'll take your life. He had practiced spearmanship since childhood. His marksmanship was superb, his attacks incredibly swift and fierce. Kalen remained silent, his figure retreating continuously. He tried to find an opening to counterattack, but every attempt was blocked. Damn it. His right shoulder was grazed, but before he could fully dodge, the spear fell like an iron rod. He twisted aside and retreated. After more than 10 exchanges, he was completely on the defensive. The Luminar family members below the stage grew excited. Their man had completely suppressed his opponent, so their spirits soared. The Vela family members looked grim. They hadn't expected Kalen to suffer because he lacked a magic weapon. Garrick glanced at his patriarch and stayed silent. He had previously suggested lending the clan's Ashen rank weapon to Kalen. More than 30 rounds passed in a blink. Kalen had taken quite a beating. He had no suitable magical artifact in his storage bag. After a quick thought, he formed a ruthless plan. "This is the only way," he muttered. Retreating hundreds of meters, he closed his eyes, his divine sense diving into the astral chart of Evernight. He grabbed spiritual herbs and medicines and stuffed them into his mouth. Outside, seeing Kalen close his eyes, Corvin sneered. "Kalen, you piece of trash, are you scared? You actually closed your eyes, thinking of ways to deal with me? Let me tell you, trash is trash." He finished speaking and charged, spear in hand. Kalen kept his eyes shut. Although he didn't know what the other intended, ending the battle quickly was paramount. Not just him, everyone watching was baffled. Was he trying to find a solution? Corvin was incredibly fast. In a blink he stood before Kalen, thrusting at his chest. A lethal strike. But just as the tip reached half an inch from flesh, Kalen's eyes snapped open, a cold glint within. He dodged sideways, and the longsword pierced his left shoulder blade. Seeing the successful stab, Corvin smiled broadly. He tried to yank the spear free for another thrust, but found it wouldn't budge. Everyone gasped, eyes wide. Even Corvin froze, his smile dying, unable to fathom what was happening. Kalen endured the pain and clamped his left hand around the shaft, piercing his body. "Let go! What are you doing?" Corvin shouted, a strong sense of crisis rising. Kalen's lips curled into a chilling smile. "Now it's my turn to attack." No one understood. Then they saw him drive forward, forcing the Solare Hastael deeper. He didn't stop. He walked step by step until he stood face to face with Corvin. Damn it. What are you doing?" Corvin panicked. He tugged with all his strength, but the weapon didn't move an inch. Kalen gripped the shaft with his left hand, clenched his right fist, and swung with everything he had. Corvin screamed. Both hands locked on his spear, he couldn't defend as blow after blow landed. 1 punch, 5, 10. Corvin coughed blood. He never expected such a ruthless method. He kicked Kalen during the barrage, but the latter seemed immune to pain, utterly unconcerned. Yet he couldn't let go. The Solare Hastael was his clan's most precious treasure. Without it, he had no confidence of victory. The crowd gasped in shock, never dreaming anyone would use such a method. Even if a normal person conceived it, they'd never execute it. Only a madman would. Seeing Corvin spit blood, the Luminar family's smiles vanished, replaced by grim faces. The Vela family also looked worried. An Ashen-level weapon piercing the body was no joke. Thorn's expression was complex, but this time he was truly convinced of Kalen's ability. In a blink, Corvin's mouth ran red, yet he endured, refusing to release his grip. He continuously poured power into the Solare Hastael. It was a low-grade Ashen-level magic weapon. With it skewering him, Kalen suffered inhuman agony, yet at that moment, he suddenly grinned, his right hand forming a seal, Golthor lock. He poured every ounce of power into the seal and slammed it into Corvin's neck. The aura was fierce, the seal blazed with dazzling golden light. Corvin was shocked. He tried to recoil but suddenly coughed a mouthful of blood. The earlier beating hadn't been meaningless. It had softened him for this final strike. With a loud bang, Corvin collapsed, blood spewing from his mouth. No one at the scene expected Kalen to be so ruthless, or that he would still have the strength to unleash a killing move after being stabbed by the Solare Hastael. "A boat," the Luminar Patriarch blurted, rushing onto the arena without thinking. The Draconis Patriarch arrived in a flash, standing beside Kalen to check his injuries. Corvin was spitting blood incessantly, his entire body drenched in crimson. The vessels in his neck had burst, exposing white bone. Unconscious and not even breathing, only a faint heartbeat proved he still lived. Though Kalen's injuries were severe, they paled beside his opponents. The Draconis Patriarch helped remove the Solare Hastael. Kalen groaned, then swallowed a pill the old man produced with a look of heartache. His complexion improved significantly. The wound still bled, but far less severely. The Luminar Patriarch hurried to save Corvin, feeding him pills and infusing spiritual energy, barely keeping the young man alive. Corvin was the Luminar family's genius. His death would be a heavy blow, not just now but 10 or 20 years hence. Without him, this generation of the Luminar family was finished. "Kalen, you have the ambition of a wolf. How dare you use such a ruthless method?" The Luminar Patriarch roared, rising with a terrifying aura that pressed down on the youth. Kalen felt his blood and chi surge under the pressure, then it vanished. The Draconis Patriarch had stepped in front of him, blocking the oppressive force. "Hey Sue, what are you doing? Sparring is normal." We all saw the fight. What did Kalen do wrong? Your disciples aren't as skilled as others. Are you, as their elder, going to take action? The Luminar Patriarch's face darkened. He glanced at Corvin on the ground, then at the Draconis Patriarch and Kalen, thinking of the Valar ancestors' strength and Kalen's connection to Eldamir of the Aurelia Pavilion. He swallowed his anger. "Give me the spear." The Draconis Patriarch rolled up the blood-stained weapon and handed it over. Without hesitation, the Luminar Patriarch stored the Solarai Hastael, swept up Corvin and led his family away. The young man needed immediate treatment or his life would be in danger. No one had expected such ruthlessness. Kalen showed no mercy, fighting with his life on the line. Was this a live-in son-in-law? If he was this capable, why become a son-in-law in the Valar family? Why not become my son-in-law instead? The arena fell quiet, but every heart churned. Mockery and disdain vanished, replaced by deep awe and fear. "Are you all right? Can you keep going?" The Draconis Patriarch asked, his surprise greater than anyone's. Flesh and blood around the spear wound had already knitted back, though burn marks remained caused by the spiritual power Corvin had poured into the weapon. Anyone else would have collapsed long ago. Yet Kalen still stood. He shook his head. "It's okay, I'm fine. If you can't continue, don't force yourself." The Draconis Patriarch's opinion had completely shifted. Once dismissed as a useless son-in-law, Kalen had impressed the family with his strength, and now showed the makings of a prodigy. The old man was no less excited than the crowd. He even thought Kalen's future growth would be a great joy for the Valar family. A flicker of self-mockery crossed him. He had valued Taurin's talent, arranging a marriage alliance to curry favor and change the family's fortunes. Instead, the Korath family had tricked him, delivering a half-dead, useless person. The entire Valar family had felt disgraced. Little did they know that this useless person might be the real genius. "It's okay, I can manage." Kalen nodded. He had consumed many spiritual herbs inside the astral chart of Evernight, fearing his body couldn't withstand the strain, but he was fine now. The Draconis Patriarch tossed him a storage bag. Kalen's expression flickered upon examining it, then settled. The old man smiled and left. Valar disciples bandaged Kalen's wounds. Once finished, he rose and walked toward Darian and Liriana. Liriana's gaze had changed. Mockery and contempt gone, replaced by shock. Darian, previously nonchalant and smiling, now wore a serious expression. Anyone would fear a madman. Ancestor Morongis returned to the arena center, surveyed the astonished crowd, and coughed lightly. Kalen wins. The next match begins in 1 hour. Even he was surprised by the youth's fighting style, a ruthlessness that shouldn't exist at that age. If this child grew up, he would be a formidable character. Ancestor Morongis had already made that judgment. During the hour's rest, Kalen sat cross-legged and recovered. Darian and Liriana, who had competed earlier, also rested with eyes closed. Kalen entered the astral chart of Evernight with his divine sense and devoured spiritual herbs and medicines. "I never expected an Ashen-rank magic weapon piercing to cause such severe injuries," he muttered. Even now, recalling it sent a chill through him. Had he not dodged that thrust, or had he not entered the astral chart beforehand to consume herbs, the outcome might have been very different. He might have fainted from exhaustion. He could now distinguish the basic effects and functions of each herb. The third star's shattering had left him ancient books recording everything clearly. Kalen now ate spiritual herbs like a main meal, stuffing his mouth full. Their value outside would be incalculable. A pity he couldn't take them out. An hour later he opened his eyes. The spear wound was no longer an issue, fully healed. His white robe was stained red with blood, but the bandages hid the details. Liriana and Darian also opened their eyes. 1 hour is up. Darian, Liriana, Kalen, come up on stage. As Ancestor Morongis's voice rang out, the three rose and walked forward. The Morongis, Valthorn and Valar families were all extremely tense. This was the final competition. Victory granted a 3-year supply of spirit stone mines. Even the patriarchs felt the weight. The Long and Hang patriarchs were in similar states. The situation was relatively easier for Ancestor Morongis. Kalen, Darian's current opponent, was already seriously injured, and Liriana posed little threat. Start. The victor's family would claim mining rights to the spirit stone vein for 3 years. The Valars dominated Iron Peak City, yet their coffers ran shallow beside the great houses of the surrounding cities. Even a vein yielding only the lowest grade spirit stones would shift the balance. Kaelin's injuries had healed, though gravity still weighed his expression. Liriana kept her distance from Darian, her face solemn. Darian regarded them both with calm amusement, a sinister smile curving his lips. Kaelin, Liriana, I'll give you a chance to work together, otherwise this ends too quickly. Kaelin didn't flicker. Liriana, however, flared. You underestimate me. A suggestion only, one-on-one, you're no match. His smile thinned. And you, with those injuries, how much strength remains? As the last disciple the Luminor Cave Heaven Elders had taken behind closed doors, Darian carried his pride like armor. No need. I'll kill you myself. Liriana roared, unleashing her 4th-level Starfall transformation cultivation. A silver whip materialized in her grip, radiating pressure that marked it ashen rank. Kaelin blinked. The woman's judgment had fractured. Darian stood a full level above her. Yet she challenged him alone. In the stands, Valthorn faces went blank, hands covered eyes. The patriarch sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. Liriana murmured to Whipspire. The weapon uncoiled for dozens of meters, silver light blazing. A casual flick cracked the air wherever it struck. What treasure is that? The Valthorns don't own an ashen artifact. They don't, but that whip, terrifying power. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even Kaelin reassessed. The destructive force matched a 5th-level cultivator's full strike. She's not entirely foolish, he muttered. Darian hadn't shown his full hand in the first round either. Kaelin stayed put. Let them exhaust each other. He could study Darian's strength and that strange ability that turned bodies sluggish. For now he was observer, not participant. Liriana struck. The whip screamed through air, pressure staggering. Darian's eyes narrowed. Faster than anticipated, but he sidestepped. The ground shattered. A crater 1 meter long and half a meter deep gouged into the mine floor. She didn't hesitate. Spiritual energy be damned, she swung again. Darian wove and dodged, movement growing ragged, yet he kept closing the gap. Liriana retreated, maintaining distance. His slowing technique terrified her. Proximity meant death. Dust clouds mushroomed. The fight was savage. Why not slow her directly? Range too short. Kaelin tracked the battle from the periphery, clear of stray lashes. She held distance because she feared the slow. He didn't use it because he couldn't, not at this range. Same calculation Kaelin had made. Darian needed to close. Liriana held the early advantage. But an ashen rank weapon drank deep. Her movements slowed, the whip's fury dimmed, a thunderous crack. She lashed out, and in that heartbeat a glint flashed in Darian's eyes. He exploded forward, speed hidden until now. She cried out, misjudging his pace. He'd been waiting 3 meters. Her body seized, sluggish as cold honey. The whip dragged in her grip. He smiled, sinister, and closed his fists for the kill. She shut her eyes. No trump cards left. It's over. The Murongis have won again. Darian's too strong. No wonder the elders chose him. How can anyone fight that? The crowd had already crowned him. Now, Kaelin moved. He'd masked his aura, held position, close enough to strike in a single burst. Lightning given form. 4th-level Starfall transformation unleashed, his right hand sealed, golden light blooming, Gloomvale Lockhaven. Darian jerked, crisis screaming down his spine. He realized the trap too late. Kaelin materialized half a meter behind him, the Lockhaven aimed at his throat. Stunned silence. Even Ancestor Morongis started. The boy had lain in wait, then struck from shadow. Insidious, throat-crushing Lockhaven, 3 inches from Darian's neck. Bone-chilling cold erupted from Darian's skin. Ice-encased Kaelin, movements freezing mid-strike. Darian seized the opening, slipping sideways. He'd seen this technique nearly kill Corvin Luminar. He wouldn't die to it. He'd underestimated Kaelin. The ice shattered. Kaelin's counterattack shattered it from within. Seals driving forward. Darian's eyes widened, disbelief. But he'd already twisted half his body clear. The Gloomvale Lockhaven caught his right arm. Darian's face contorted. Veins bulging as the Gloomvale Lockhaven sealwood caught his right arm. Kaelin's speed had been slowed earlier, disrupting the seal's attack just enough for Darian to dodge a killing blow. But the limb hung useless at his side, blood dripping from fingers that refused to close. The exchange lasted a heartbeat. Shock rippled through the onlookers. Someone cried that Kaelin was impossibly cunning for a wounded man, another that Darian was badly hurt. Even the Ancestor frowned, studying Kaelin, trying to reconcile the boy's injuries with his speed. Darian's carelessness had cost him. From the start he had dismissed Kaelin as a non-factor, convinced the boy's wounds would keep him from the fight. Now cold sweat beaded his forehead, his eyes bloodshot with pain and fury. He swallowed pills from a storage bag, the bleeding slowed. Kaelin exhaled, regret bitter on his tongue. He had meant to end his most dangerous rival with that strike, and had underestimated him. "Why did you interrupt my fight with him?" Liriana demanded from behind Kaelin. He stared, dumbfounded. Was she truly this oblivious? Without his intervention, Darian would have beaten her half to death before finishing her off. She shouted again, and this time the entire clearing heard. The patriarch covered his face. Most of the family did the same. "I was dueling Darian. What do you mean by interfering?" Liriana's anger was genuine, not performed. "The rules aren't one-on-one," Kaelin said. "Last one standing among the three wins. You're both my opponents. I'm simply dealing with them." He kept it simple. Liriana's expression shifted. Serious, then a nod of acceptance. Kaelin breathed easier. A moment ago she looked ready to attack him. "Have you said enough?" Darian's voice was cold, his earlier smile gone, replaced by something feral. He had been ambushed by a 4th-level Starfall cultivator and nearly crushed. "I can't stand the sight of him," Liriana declared, and her silver whip cracked toward Darian. She clearly loathed Darian more than Kaelin. Kaelin sighed. The sneak attack had been his only chance. A second would be impossible. That's why it froze, he thought. A glint sharpened his eyes. What he feared most was being exploited without understanding Darian's abilities. But now he had a grasp. The sluggishness was freezing. In that instant his whole body felt encased in ice. He had shattered it by flooding the Draconis Elephant Overlord body and the 9 transformations of Starfall through his veins, the cost at least tenfold the norm. The technique hadn't frozen his body. It had targeted his soul directly. Meanwhile, Liriana and Darian clashed again. Darian's speed had dropped considerably. His right arm remained dead weight. Liriana's whip sang, but she was already panting. Wielding an Ashen-level weapon exacted a massive toll. Darian split his attention. A vicious gaze locked on Kaelin, waiting for another opening. Darian cursed and produced a palm-sized tortoise shell. An incantation swelled it into a barrier of light. "Do you think I'll be scared of a turtle shell?" Liriana sneered. But strike after strike produced only crisp crackling against the screen, no sign of breaking. "You forced me to use this against a woman," Darian spat, glancing at Kaelin. "I didn't want to. My plan was to win without it. You're just a woman, and he's half crippled from the Solari Hastael. Neither of you matches me. I felt it beneath my dignity as a disciple of Luminor Cave Heaven to use a magic weapon on you. But I don't care about dignity anymore, especially not where he's concerned. I never expected Kaelin to break my technique in an instant." Kaelin frowned. The shell was harder than he'd anticipated. Liriana lashed out again and again to no effect. "Something's not right," Kaelin murmured. Each impact made Darian's aura fluctuate. An idea formed. He flashed to Liriana's side. "I'll attack with you." Before she could answer, he was before the barrier, iron fist driving into the light screen. "Didn't you say you were cooperating?" Liriana frowned, but she didn't refuse, her whip joining the assault. "They can't break it," Darian said calmly. "This Vespera turtle shell is a high-grade ashen weapon forged from a Yuan Hulis realm Vespera turtle. There's no breaking it. After Profound Core comes Primordrous Soulforge, where one cultivates a Primordrous spirit as long as the spirit endures. Death cannot claim you even if the body is destroyed. In all Iron Peak City's history, there has never been a Yuan Hulis expert." Gasps rose from the crowd. "That's not necessarily true," Kaelin scoffed. A sharp crack split the air. A hairline fracture spiderwebbed across the tortoise-shell barrier. Darian frowned, and the fractures spiderwebbing across the tortoise-shell light screen knitted themselves shut. The barrier sealing smooth as glass once more. "Really?" Kaelin smiled. "Activating that shell costs you a great deal of spiritual power, doesn't it?" "So what?" Liriana had seen the crack. "What happened? Although the shell is a high-grade Ashen-level magic weapon, the spiritual energy required to activate it is no small thing. Every blow that strikes the screen draws on Darian's own reserves to maintain the operation." Kaelin gave the explanation in passing, and Liriana nodded, understanding. It was common knowledge. The higher a magic weapon's grade, the steeper its consumption. "But so what?" Darian said calmly. "With your current strength, you're incapable of inflicting serious damage on the barrier. My consumption will remain minimal. He was right. A Tengara realm master attacking casually would probably shatter him, but his opponents were merely two cultivators at the 4th level of Starfall transformation. What could they do, even if he let them strike freely? So my guess was correct. Kalen's aura surged, and he slammed his fists hard against the barrier. Liriana grasped the situation, took a deep breath, and continued lashing the screen with her long whip. Darian sneered. Go ahead and fight. Let's see how long you can keep this up. In truth, he had been forced into this. He was not skilled at direct combat. His freezing technique was useless against Kalen, and his right arm hung temporarily immobile from injury. Faced with the two of them working together, he had no better solution for the moment. Once my right arm recovers, it will be the day you two die. Is that so then? Let's see who outlasts whom. Kalen sneered, launching a fierce assault without regard for his own spiritual expenditure. Each strike carried power no weaker than Liriana's silver whip. If this continues, Kalen and Liriana are bound to lose. Many spectators sighed in dismay. Everyone shared the thought. Since Darian only expended spiritual power to activate and maintain the barrier, his consumption was naturally very small. However, a quarter of an hour passed. Liriana was already panting heavily, while Kalen still attacked with all his might. Half an hour later, she was exhausted, devoid of strength, yet he continued. An hour passed and Kalen was still striking at full force. Darian's face had turned a sickly green. Kalen had actually fought at full power for an hour. Was he a monster? His spiritual power not only failed to recover but depleted further. Even after consuming numerous restoration pills, it was to no avail. Liriana was in the same boat. She took many pills as well, but the effects were negligible. After all, the pills they had were only first grade, the lowest level, so the results were naturally poor. Is Kalen a monster? He's been attacking with all his might for an hour. A spectator shouted. Am I dreaming? It's been an hour, another cried. A hallucination. This must all be a hallucination, a third exclaimed. The crowd was astonished. Even the various family elders couldn't fathom where Kalen's stamina came from. What they didn't know was that Darian's defensive method, isolating himself behind the barrier, had actually helped Kalen. During this time, his soul had returned to the astral chart of Evernight repeatedly, and he had consumed large amounts of spiritual medicine to restore his power. These herbs were extremely precious, even unrefined into pills. Their effects far surpassed first-grade remedies. Damn it! Darian cursed, eyes bloodshot. The barrier was much thinner than at the start and had shattered several times already. He had run out of pills and couldn't hold on much longer. Smash it! Kalen roared, the earth trembling as a deafening crash rang out between his fist and the light screen. Ancestor Morongis watched from the side with a grim expression. He hadn't expected his descendant to be forced to this extent. Darian took a deep breath and deactivated the barrier. Continuing to waste time would do him no good. Did it work? Liriana asked, looking at Kalen. She was also incredibly surprised, never expecting him to be so long-lasting. He let out a ragged breath, panting heavily, attacking with all his might while recovering via spiritual medicine. It would be a lie to say he wasn't exhausted. If not for the powerful Draconis Elephant Overlord body Technomar and the 9 transformations of Starfall transformation, strengthening his physical body, he probably would have fallen apart long ago. Similarly, Darian on the other side was in bad shape, but fortunately he could now move his right arm. Come on, let me see what you're made of. Darian breathed a sigh of relief, his figure vanishing as he rushed forward. His first target, Liriana. She was shocked. She didn't even have the strength to swing her whip anymore. In the blink of an eye he was upon them, his speed scarcely diminished. Damn it, Kalen cursed. Darian only consumed spiritual energy while he and Liriana burned both spiritual energy and physical strength. In particular, his own physical strength had long since been exhausted, so he couldn't rely on spiritual energy alone before reaching the Tengara realm. One was still mortal. A thunderous crash rang out. Liriana was sent flying backward. She tried to fight back, but under Darian's freezing technique, which could slow and immobilize enemies, she had no power to resist. By the time Kalen arrived, it was too late. Liriana had fainted and was eliminated. Darian turned to Kalen. Now it's just you and me. Kalen sighed. His reason for wanting to save Liriana had been simple. Darian's abilities were strange, and his cultivation was higher. Having another teammate would have been advantageous. Looks like the next challenge is a head-on showdown between us. Kaelin exhaled, and a flash of anger crossed Darian's eyes. He wanted to avenge the earliest sneak attack. Darian's aura shifted, his 5th-level Starfall transformation realm cultivation erupting as he charged. Kaelin's expression turned solemn as he unleashed his own 4th-level cultivation, and the two clashed. Although Kaelin's cultivation was 1 level lower, the high grade of his technique was enough to bridge the gap. They fought for dozens of rounds in the blink of an eye, neither gaining the upper hand. Kaelin threw a punch at Darian's chest, while Darian struck at Kaelin's neck with a palm. However, Kaelin's figure suddenly stopped, frozen in ice. The palm struck his neck directly, tilting his body, and a series of cracking sounds rang out from his cervical bones. But in the blink of an eye, Kaelin shattered the ice sealing him, and drove his fist into Darian's chest. The latter coughed up blood and staggered back several steps. The battle had stretched into a second day, defying every expectation. No one had imagined the Veiler's son-in-law capable of such ferocity. Darian wiped blood from his mouth, eyes gone glacial. Across the arena, Kaelin swayed on shattered legs, his neck a lattice of broken bone held together only by the spiritual medicine burning through his veins. Every breath sent white fire through his nervous system. It ends now. Darian drew a purple longsword from his robes, the Purpura Nethralus Gladius, a mid-grade ashen weapon. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A top-grade ashen tortoise shell, now this. The Murongi's heir wore more artifacts than most Tengara realm cultivators owned. Kaelin exhaled, a sound like cracking ice. Close. Too close. Darian frowned, uncomprehending, until Kaelin produced his own blade from a storage bag. The 3-tasseled ghost head blade. Mid-grade ashen. The Veiler clan's treasured heirloom. Branor, the Murongus ancestor, leaned forward. That old fox, I never thought he'd give it to the boy. He glanced across the platform at the Veiler patriarch, who wore a smile sharp as a blade. Both young men stood on the edge of collapse, spiritual reservoirs nearly dry, yet both still held weapons that could shatter mountains. They collided with a roar that shook the viewing stands. Sparks showered each impact, the ring of steel so pure it hurt teeth. Blood slicked their robes, then their skin, until both were painted crimson. A quarter-hour passed. Darian's alarm deepened. How could the boy still stand? His will was iron, but Kaelin's was bedrock. Wounded worse, cultivation lower, yet he refused to break. Kill, the word rose in both minds unspoken. Darian's consciousness frayed. He poured everything, spiritual power, will, the last dregs of his life, into a single descending strike aimed at Kaelin's skull. Kaelin's saber answered, humming in his grip. He raised it mirror-perfect, targeting Darian's head. 2 death blows, no defense. At Starfall transformation, a severed head meant true death. No medicine could reverse it. The crowd held its collective breath. Darian saw the madness in Kaelin's eyes. He'll trade his life for mine. The blade screamed toward flesh, and Darian flinched. At the final half-inch, survival instinct overrode pride. He was a Murongis genius, a closed-door disciple of Luminor Cave Heaven. His future stretched bright and long. He sheathed his sword and twisted aside. Kaelin's saber did not stop. It bit deep from collarbone to ankle, a furrow exposing bone. Only Darian's last-moment dodge prevented bisection, blood fountained. The arena gasped. Branor materialized beside his heir, catching him before he hit the ground. He emptied a jade bottle of healing pills down Darian's throat, then another and another, every vial in his storage bag. The verdict was written in that intervention. The Veiler patriarch appeared at Kaelin's side, pressing pills into slack fingers. His fingers froze on Kaelin's wrist. Beneath the fever heat of battle, the boy's skin was cold, corpse cold. Only the faint rise of his chest and the white-knuckled grip on his saber proved he still lived. Kaelin swallowed the medicine, levered himself upright on the ghost head blade. He stood silent, swaying, a statue carved from exhaustion and something harder than steel. Brannor's voice rolled across the silence, rough with reluctant respect. Kaelin wins. The Veiler clan erupted. Cheers strangled in their throats as Kaelin's eyes rolled back. His knees buckled. The saber clattered from nerveless fingers. He fell into the dark hole at last. The single word won the last thing his consciousness caught. Kaelin collapsed backward, unconscious before he hit the ground. The Veiler patriarch caught him, and the room fell into a silence heavier than any cheer. Everyone understood then that he had been moving on will alone, refusing to fall until the match was decided. His injuries might have been worse than Darian's, but that will had carried him to victory. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he finally opened his eyes, he lay in a clean bed, a white robe replacing his blood-stained clothes. His hand flew to his chest, the astral chart of Evernite still rested there, undisturbed. "You're awake?" Ilara stood at his bedside, her veil in place but her eyes red-rimmed, voice thick with tears she had not bothered to hide. 3 days already? He tried to rise but his body protested sharply, a groan escaping him. "Don't move. You'll need a month of bed rest with injuries like that." She eased him up gently, pillows propped behind his back. He smiled wryly, taking in the bandages wrapping him like a shroud. The fight with Darian had been brutal. If his opponent hadn't faltered at the end, Kalen would be cold in the ground. "Did we get the Spirit Stone mine?" "Yes. You're number 1. The mine belongs to the Veilers for 3 years. Kalen, thank you." The words came earnestly. He blinked. "Why are you thanking me? For securing the mine, the monthly allowance for every family member has multiplied, and the clan has a real chance at rapid development." He said nothing, only smiled. Truthfully, he hadn't fought for the mine. He had fought to sharpen himself. Cultivation was a long road, but life and death struggles compressed it. At the 4th level of Starfall transformation, even with his talent and the chart's cleansing of his meridians, the 5th level would have taken 3 to 6 months. Now he felt the threshold trembling. Once healed, he could break through. Ilara filled him in on the household. The useless cast-off son-in-law had defeated Thorn, the Veiler's own prodigy, and won a Spirit Stone mine. The Koriths had become a laughingstock in Iron Peak City, ridiculed for their blindness. Kalen only smiled. Seraphina arrived soon after. She had visited daily while he slept, hungry for details of the fight. But her mouth never stopped moving, and the headache she induced finally drove him to feign exhaustion and send her away. Ilara didn't linger either. She withdrew to the next room, telling him to call if he needed anything. Alone, he closed his eyes and sent his divine sense into the astral chart. His physical injuries were no barrier here. He breathed out, located the healing elixirs he had catalogued, and began consuming them. The Veiler pills were fine, but these were in another league. Garrick visited next. He treated Kalen like a true son now, all satisfaction and warm concern, then left. The Patriarch did not come. His seclusion was too deep for anything but major events. But Kalen sensed an aura brush the courtyard shortly after Garrick departed, present for a heartbeat, then gone. 3 days later, he could move freely. 3 more, and his wounds had all but closed. The household was stunned. He prepared to enter seclusion and consolidate the breakthrough he felt coming. Then the uninvited arrived. At the Veiler gate stood Roderick, Seraphine, the Korith steward, a contingent of direct descendants, and a young man in misty immortal palace robes, standing apart with the easy arrogance of someone who knew the world bent for him. "Tell Garrick to come out and greet him. This is a disciple of the misty immortal palace." The steward pounded on the door, voice carrying. The Veiler's servants bristled, then paled at the name. Even a dog in that palace was worshipped by ordinary folk. In the main hall, Garrick started at the report and hurried out with the elders. The Korith party waited. The palace disciple glanced at Garrick with flat indifference. "I'm here on Senior Brother Torin's orders to take Kalen. Bring him immediately." "Oh," Garrick's smile tightened. "What brings you here, son-in-law?" A Korith elder barked for silence, sneering that palace disciples had come to collect someone and the Veilers had no business asking questions. Roderick cursed from the sidelines, swelling with new confidence. Torin's rise in the misty immortal palace had given him a mountain to stand on. "That's right. Hand over that good-for-nothing so we can be on our way," Seraphine added, lip curled. Garrick's face darkened. The elders behind him shifted, hands moving subtly to sword hilts. "Bring that trash out now. Do I have to say it twice?" The disciples of the misty immortal palace radiated such naked aggression that Garrick's face drained to ash. The head of Iron Peak City's greatest clan was being publicly reprimanded by a young man. The humiliation would follow him through every hall and courtyard once word spread. "Kalen is a member of my Valor family," Garrick said, his voice cold iron. "You have no right to come here and demand we hand him over." Roderick laughed, a harsh bark. "Garrick, do you have a death wish? You dare block the misty immortal palace? Do you want your entire clan wiped out?" Seraphine's voice dripped venom. "My good-for-nothing son, is he really worth all this pampering? Now that we're here to take him, You're suddenly reluctant to part with him. The two elders flanking Garrick step forward, faces flushed. When did it become your place to demand people from the Veilers? Kaelin is already a son-in-law. He belongs to us. Your Corith family's demands mean nothing. Old man, since when do you speak? Roderick cursed. The second elder's face purpled. He opened his mouth to retort. A wave of Gavrick's hands silenced them. The outer disciple's voice cut deep. I come on senior brother Taurin's orders to take Kaelin. If you stop me, you disrespect Taurin himself. Grim silence settled over the Veiler members. In the past, they would have handed Kaelin over without a thought, perhaps even celebrated his departure. But now he was the clan's hero, the man who had risked everything to secure the Spirit Stone mine. To surrender him would be heartless betrayal. Garrick's jaw tightened. Kaelin is the son-in-law of the Veiler family. He has nothing to do with the Coriths, and even if you are from the misty immortal palace, why should we hand him over? He did not yield. Not even before such overwhelming force. Fine. Gavrick sneered. I'll go in now and take him. I'll break his arms and legs and drag him out. Let's see who dares stop me. If your clan moves, I'll report to the palace and you're finished. He moved the instant the words left his mouth. Cultivation flaring at the 6th level of starfall transformation. Garrick stood at great perfection of the same realm. The elders behind him hovered at 6th and 7th. Yet none dared raise a hand against the approaching disciples. An outer disciple acting beyond the palace gates carried the palace's full authority. The steward hurried forward, obsequious. Lord Gavrick, I'll lead the way. The disciples followed him into the Draconis mansion. Roderick and Seraphine glanced at Garrick, snorted, and swaggered after. Garrick's fists clenched until veins stood white on his forehead, his whole frame trembling with suppressed rage. The elders beside him were little better. Patriarch, the second elder asked, voice tight, are we really going to abandon Kaelin? Garrick's face remained storm-dark. He considered, then spoke. Second elder, go to the Aurelia Pavilion and find Elder Orin. He and Kaelin are close. Tell him what's happening. Third elder, go to the City Lord's mansion and summon the City Lord. They nodded and vanished, rushing for reinforcements. Garrick exhaled a long, controlled breath. Let's go. Whatever happens, we hold them off until Orin and the City Lord arrive. In the villa's main hall, Kaelin sat opposite Elara and Seraphina. The girl had been visiting daily of late. Brother-in-law, Seraphina asked, chin propped on her hand, is Liriana pretty? Who's prettier, her or me? Kaelin pressed a hand to his temple. The questions never ended. A servant burst through the outer door, panic in every breath. Third master, something terrible people from the misty immortal palace have arrived. Kaelin frowned. The women beside him stiffened, understanding dawning. Before the servant could finish, a familiar voice boomed from the courtyard. You little bastard, your father's here. Aren't you coming out to greet me? Veins bulged along Kaelin's jaw. Roderick moments later, the steward ushered them in. Gavrick and the palace disciples, Roderick, Seraphine, a clutch of Corith relatives and servants. Kaelin surveyed them, father, mother, the toadying steward, cousins, retainers, his expression utterly black. You little beast, Seraphine snapped, eyes sharp despite her preserved beauty. Now that your mother's here, why don't you come over and pay your respects? Who do you think you are, you old hag, to insult my brother-in-law? Seraphine Veiler stepped from behind Kaelin, finger jabbing at Seraphine. You little brat. What business is it of yours if I scold my son? How dare you insult your mother? I'll tear your mouth apart. Seraphine lunged, but Roderick caught her wrist. Minor matters. Taking Kaelin is what matters. She subsided, jaw tight. For Taurin's sake she would endure. Gavrick said nothing. He simply studied Kaelin, Taurin's older brother, the trash they'd spoken of. Roderick stepped forward, command in every syllable. Kaelin, go with this disciple. Your brother wants to see you. Before Kaelin could answer, Seraphina Veiler snapped. Why should he go with you? Elara pulled her back, worried but aware of the impropriety. These were Kaelin's parents, after all. Kaelin didn't rush to respond. Roderick raised a brow. You'd better come quietly, or we'll make you. Are you talking to me? Kaelin looked at his father with the flat gaze one reserves for idiots. He couldn't fathom the man's logic. Arrive, speak a few words, expect obedience. Gavrick spoke. I'm Gavrick. I'm here on senior brother Taurin's orders. If you don't obey, he instructed that your legs can be broken before taking you back. That's right, Seraphine added, cold. The valets have already agreed to let us take you. You'd better leave obediently, trash, and you'll suffer less. Kaelin frowned. Heavy footsteps thundered from the courtyard. Kaelin is a member of my Valar family. You are not qualified to take him away. Garrick arrived at the villa with a retinue of Valar elders and guests. Seraphina ran to meet them, aggrieved and ready to complain, calling out to her father. Roderick whirled, his glare fierce. You, surnamed Valar, do you want to die? This is my Valar family's place. You, surnamed Corith, had better watch your words. Garrick's face went cold. My Valar family dares not touch disciples of the misty immortal palace, but I dare to kill you, Roderick. Roderick fell silent at once. Seraphine, standing beside him, swallowed whatever she had meant to say. Garrick ignored his daughter and strode to Kaelin's side, exhaling in relief when he saw the boy unharmed. Opposite them, Gavric, a disciple of the misty immortal palace, fixed Garrick with a deep stare. Is your Valar family going against the misty immortal palace? Do you know what happens to those who oppose it? Garrick's expression grimaced, but he forced the words out. My Valar family would never dare oppose the misty immortal palace, but Kaelin is a member of my Valar family, and we will protect him. I have said it before, Kaelin is the person senior brother Thorin wants, and he must be taken away. Gavric spoke coldly, a long sword materializing in his hand. Garrick's face darkened. If he truly attacked a misty immortal palace disciple and word reached the palace, the Valar family would likely be wiped from the Marshallon Imperium prefecture overnight. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from mid-air, the kind only a Tengara realm expert could emit. The Valar patriarch, Branor, appeared above them, looking down with a grim expression. Garrick had already sent word. The Seraphis realm, Gavric frowned. His cultivation sat at the 6th level of the Starfall transformation realm, no match for a Tengara expert. Judging by the aura, this one was formidable even among them. Yet Gavric showed no fear. His status as a misty immortal palace disciple was his guarantee. Old man, you want to make a move? Gavric gripped his long sword and glanced up at Branor, offering no courtesy. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Branor seethed. A powerful Tangara expert, never before so humiliated. You had better think it over. I am from the misty immortal palace. What will be the consequences if you attack me? Gavric said deeply. Roderick and his wife exhaled in relief. Most of the Corith family felt the same. When Branor unleashed his aura, they had nearly wet themselves in fear. Branor's face flushed red, his eyes blazing as if to devour someone, yet, thinking of his family, he restrained himself and held back. How dare a mere outer disciple of the misty immortal palace cause trouble here? A faint voice drifted from afar, though no speaker could be seen. Who's talking? Playing tricks? Gavric sneered, but a murderous aura suddenly enveloped him. He forced himself to remain calm. You think I'm just playing tricks? A figure moved like lightning, appearing above the courtyard in a blink, hovering near Branor. Who are you? Gavric asked. The aura radiating from the newcomer was terrifying. The man chuckled. My name is Valerius, but people like to call me Valerius. Roderick recognized the name immediately and whispered in Gavric's ear. He is the Borealis Pavilion Master of the Aurelia Pavilion, Gavric exclaimed in shock. Although the misty immortal palace's power surpassed the Aurelia Pavilions, he, an outer disciple, was not worthy of comparison with one of the 4 Aurelia Pavilion Masters. What, you know who I am? Valerius smiled, though the smile was cold. Gavric took a deep breath, clasped his hands and said, Junior Gavric, outer disciple of the misty immortal palace, pays respects to Elder Valerius. I did not know it was you, please forgive me. The scene stunned everyone, including Branor. They knew the Aurelia Pavilion was powerful and held countless treasures, but never expected such influence that even misty immortal palace disciples had to bow. Even Kaelin was taken aback. He had thought he overestimated the Aurelia Pavilion's influence. It seemed he had underestimated it. Valerius sneered. Now that I'm here, why don't you get lost? Gavric lowered his head, forced to speak under pressure. Elder Valerius, I came on the orders of senior brother Thorin to take Kaelin to see him. Valerius frowned. You're trying to intimidate me with a disciple's title? I think you've gone mad. This junior would certainly not dare. Gavric was bitter. He had thought it an easy job, but ended up offending the Borealis Pavilion Master of the Aurelia Pavilion. Yet if they couldn't bring Kaelin back, how would they explain it to Thorin? He lowered his head, pondered, then said, But I would like to ask your permission, Senior. I want a life-or-death battle with Kaelin. We'll sign a life-or-death agreement. If I win, I take Kaelin away. If I lose, he may do whatever he wants with me. Valerius was taken aback, about to refuse. When Kalen spoke in a deep voice, I agree. Everyone froze, all eyes turning to Kalen, including Valerius. Kalen, your injuries haven't healed yet, don't be rash, Garrick hurriedly advised. Branna chimed in. That's right, his cultivation is at the 6th level of the Starfall transformation realm, 2 minor realms above yours, and you're injured. Even Valerius advised, you don't need to pay attention to a mere outer disciple of the misty immortal palace. At that moment, another gust of wind surged in midair. A figure appeared, first clasping hands to Valerius, then standing beside Branna. The newcomer was a tall, imposing middle-aged man, Haldor, the city lord of Iron Peak City. No, I will accept the challenge. Kalen stepped forward and bowed to the three in midair. They had come for him, and he would remember this kindness. Though he didn't recognize the city lord who arrived last, he could roughly guess his identity. Gavrick's face lit up with joy. This way he could openly beat Kalen half to death and take him back to report to Torin. He was willing to risk his life to curry favor. Roderick, Seraphine, and the rest of the Korath family breathed a sigh of relief. From the moment Branna appeared to the moment Valerius arrived, their hearts had pounded so hard they dared not breathe. Gavrick declared that 3 days from now, at the City Lord's Mansion arena, they would fight to the death. No one could fathom why Kalen would accept a death match. Gavrick, a disciple of the misty immortal palace, wielded extraordinary techniques and stood 2 minor realms above him. The disadvantage was crushing, yet Kalen remained immovable. No persuasion could sway him. With the matter settled, the crowd dispersed. After seeing off Eldamir and City Lord Haldor, Kalen retreated straight to the secretum room for secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, Gavrick departed with Roderick and Seraphine. However arrogant he might be at the Valar estate, he still dared not slight Torin's parents. Days blurred inside the secret chamber. Seated cross-legged, motionless, Kalen slipped into the astral chart of Evernight, where his divine sense bathed in abundant spiritual energy. He first consumed vast quantities of spiritual medicine and herbs to mend his injuries, then turned to spirit stones for cultivation. The chart's isolated space was thin with ambient energy, theoretically slowing cultivation compared to the outside world. Yet he absorbed the stones at an astonishing rate, a testament to his high-grade technique. The 9 transformations of Starfall transformation was an earth-rank art, far surpassing any profound rank method. A shout tore from his throat as cultivation power surged, trembling the space within the chart. Veins bulged across his face as he poured everything into the breakthrough. He had spent the past days reaching the peak of the 4th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Now, he struck for the 5th. A low rumble built into a thunderous bang, and terrifying pressure erupted, simultaneously from his divine sense within the chart and his physical body without. The commotion far exceeded his previous breakthrough, drawing the attention of Valar family members throughout the estate. Coming from Third Master's side, isn't it? A servant whispered to the others. Patriarch Garrick and the elders felt it too, but after brief discussion none disturbed him. They let him cultivate in peace. When Kalen finally opened his eyes, he clenched his fist and felt the surge of strength far beyond the 4th level. Finally, the 5th level of the Starfall transformation realm. A smile curved his lips inside the chart. If I fought Darian again, defeating him would be effortless. He was confident he could crush Darian completely. Rising, he summoned a massive star from the starry expanse before him. Unleashing his full power at the early 5th level, he sent concentric rings of wind surging outward. His right hand formed a seal. The Gloomvale Lockhaven blazed with golden light. He leaped, driving the seal toward the 4th star. Another earth-shattering roar louder than the breakthrough itself. Yet when the seal struck, the star only suffered surface shattering, far from destruction. Kalen landed, panting heavily, spiritual energy nearly spent. The fractured star slowly knitted itself whole. As expected, at least the 6th level is required. He hadn't truly intended to shatter it, only to test his strength and verify his guess at the difficulty progression. A day and night passed as he remained in the chart, consolidating his cultivation, consuming numerous nourishing elixirs. Back in the secret room, he opened his eyes. His gaze held uncommon depth, his aura more potent than before. He frowned at the wreckage, furniture and chairs splintered beyond recognition. My breakthrough caused this? He scratched his head, rose and opened the door. Elara waited there. Seeing him emerge unharmed, she exhaled a long breath. Kalen, you. She had been deeply worried by the previous day's noise, simply waiting at the door for him to exit seclusion. I'm fine. Let's go to the City Lord's mansion. The arena outside the City Lord's mansion in Iron Peak City was already packed. Word that the Vela family's son-in-law would face an outer disciple of the misty immortal palace had spread far and wide. The entire city clamored to witness this once-in-a-century clash. 19 years good for nothing, Kaelin had married into the Velas and defeated their genius, Thorn. Gavrik, by contrast, carried higher status, a misty immortal palace disciple at the 6th level of Starfall transformation. By every measure, Gavrik held the advantage. The Korath family had arrived before dawn. For 3 days, Gavrik had enjoyed fine food and lodging at their estate. Roderick had even brought several beautiful women from brothels to entertain him, which delighted Gavrik no end. Such mundane pleasures simply didn't exist, nor were they permitted, in the strictly controlled misty immortal palace. Gavrik, it's up to you now, just leave that little beast alive, then take him back to Torin, Roderick sneered. Exactly. What skills does that trash have? He won't even bow to me. Break his legs later. I want to see him kneeling on the stage, kowtowing and begging forgiveness, Seraphine added, hatred twisting her face. Gavrik nodded. Uncle Aunt, don't worry. 3 days ago Kaelin was only at the 4th level. He's not worth mentioning. I'll teach him a lesson and break every bone in his body so he'll regret not leaving with me obediently back then. The couple smiled with satisfaction. A shout announced his arrival. Kaelin strode toward the arena, flanked by Vela family members. Garrick walked beside him, with Alara and Seraphina Vela following, then a train of clan elders and Thorn. The patriarch himself did not appear. He stood inside the mansion with City Lord Haldor. Do you think we can win this match? Haldor asked. I have no idea. The patriarch paused, then chuckled. However, it seems Kaelin has never lost. Gavrik burst into laughter the moment Kaelin appeared. Trash! You finally arrived! He vaulted onto the arena, eyes flashing with fierce light. Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat. Below the stage, Kaelin regarded him with the calm pity one reserves for an idiot. Those are actually the words I wanted to say to you. He finished speaking and jumped onto the stage, planting himself opposite Gavrik. The two men locked eyes. Gavrik grinned with malicious anticipation, studying Kaelin as if he were a lamb led to slaughter. Kaelin returned the gaze with the flat curiosity of someone watching an idiot, wondering where such confidence originated. Am I really that weak? In a life-or-death battle, both parties first sign a waiver, Haldor announced, ascending into the air. He tossed a jade slip to each combatant. Imprint your divine consciousness. The contract takes effect immediately. Previously, Kaelin and Thorn had fought without such a formality. This time was different. Gavrik was a disciple of the misty immortal palace. Killing him would invite the sect's retribution. Kaelin pressed the slip to his forehead. The terms were simple: agreement to a death match with Gavrik. He imprinted a thread of his divine sense. The jade pulsed faint blue. Gavrik had already finished by the time Kaelin lowered his hand. He flung the slip back to Haldor, fixing Kaelin with a taunting stare. Does he truly want to die that badly? Kaelin muttered, returning his own slip. Haldor verified both, gave Kaelin a long, unreadable look, and vanished. Regret is useless now, trash, Gavrik said, his face twisting into a ferocious smile. A long sword materialized in his grip, radiating dazzling light, an ashen rank magic weapon. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll shatter every bone, turn you into a cripple, and drag you back like mud to senior brother Torin. Gasps rippled through the crowd, Iron Peak locals who had never seen an ashen rank weapon in the flesh. As expected of the misty immortal palace, even a disciple wields ashen steel. How many such weapons exist in our city? Kaelin is in danger. I have to raise my bet on him. Kaelin sneered. Don't worry, I won't break your ribs. I'll kill you. He drew the 3-tasseled ghost head blade. Its aura matched the longsword, rank for rank. After the spirit stone mine closed, the Vela patriarch had reclaimed the blade. Upon arrival, he had Garrick hand it to Kaelin, a quiet declaration of the family's stance. Gavrik faltered, eyes sweeping the weapon from tip to hilt. You actually possess an ashen-grade weapon. I underestimated you. Kaelin said nothing, holding that same pitying gaze. The crowd erupted again. 2 ashen-rank weapons. Last time Kaelin and Thorn had fought unarmed, yet the battle had been thrilling. What would happen now? You talk too much nonsense. Kalen roared, raising the ghost head saber overhead, pouring spiritual power into the steel and swinging. Terrifying pressure erupted, forming a hurricane of blade energy that screamed toward Gavrik. The disciple froze. He hadn't expected a sudden opening move, nor the power behind it. This was no ordinary cultivator. Still, a misty immortal palace disciple did not panic. He raised his longsword horizontally, dispersing the incoming energy. But as he committed to the block, Kalen vanished, reappearing above Gavrik's head in a blink. The saber descended with several times the force of the prior strike. Gavrik cried out. He hadn't anticipated such speed, such ruthlessness. Blade energy to distract, wait for the sword to commit, then dodge and strike from above. Forced to raise his weapon against the descending blow, otherwise it would cleave him in two. He would have to absorb the blade energy head-on. Damn it. Against an ordinary cultivator, the tactic would decide the match. Death was certain for anyone below the Tengara realm, whether by saber or shredding energy. But Gavrik carried treasures. His right hand caught the aerial strike while his left slapped his storage bag, producing a silver talisman. A hand seal ignited it. He hurled it at the oncoming wave. Light blossomed into a shield that swallowed the attack. His longsword met the ghost head saber, but the transmitted force numbed his wrist. Without hesitation, Kalen raised his weapon again and began slashing relentlessly. Saber cultivators cultivated power. Every strike had to carry the strength to cleave the sky and overwhelm the earth to unleash the weapon's full potential. The style suited Kalen perfectly. Damn it! Damn it! Gavrik cursed under his breath, frantically waving his longsword to block. His right wrist throbbed. Several times the sword nearly flew from his grip. He never dreamed the useless Kalen would be this strong. Is this the trash Torin spoke of? Roderick and Seraphine sent me to beat the other half to death, leaving him barely alive? Are you kidding me? The spectators were dumbfounded. Kalen's opening sequence had dazzled them. My God, Kalen is too strong. He's actually dominating a misty immortal palace disciple. Did you see that? He unleashed blade energy, then moved faster than the energy itself. I didn't even catch his movements. Who called Kalen trash first? The Vela section buzzed with excitement. Garrick and the elders could barely restrain their cheers. In contrast, the Korath family's area was deathly silent. Roderick clenched his fists, face pale with disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! He's clearly trash! Clearly trash! He couldn't understand why Kalen was so strong. Gavrik stood at the 6th level of Starfall transformation, yet Kalen suppressed him. Seraphine, beside Roderick, fared no better. Damn it. How can this little beast be so strong? On the stage, Gavrik was mentally cursing Torin, Roderick, and Seraphine's ancestors 800 times over. Is this what you call trash? He now seriously suspected Torin had sent him to his death. Damn it. Gavrik lost count of his curses. If this continued, he would die. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He slapped his storage bag, and a handful of Fulgura talismans appeared. After forming a hand seal, he hurled them at Kalen. It took more than 10 detonating talismans to force a retreat. Taking advantage of the opening, Gavrik stumbled back, chest heaving. His right hand had gone numb, wrist red and swollen. Had he not been a disciple of the misty immortal palace, with its arsenal of self-preservation, he might already be dead at Kalen's hands. The thought turned his eyes bloodshot. The talismans he had burned to block Kalen's sword energy, the dozen Fulgura talismans he had just unleashed, each exacted a heavy toll. But compared to his life, such costs were insignificant. Now only one thing mattered: how to defeat his opponent. Given another chance, he would have left obediently 3 days ago. Might even have abandoned Torin altogether. One only had one life, after all. The detonation of over a dozen Fulgura talismans had forced Kalen to retreat temporarily, but he emerged unscathed. Given his current physical resilience, even enduring more than 10 such talismans would not seriously injure him. Seeing this, Gavrik's eyes grew even more ruthless as he prepared to charge again. He slapped his storage bag, producing a jade bottle. With a pained expression, he poured out a crimson pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The effect was immediate. His eyes turned blood red, veins bulging across his face, his aura surging dramatically. Kalen frowned, uncertain what was happening, but having already drawn his saber and closed the distance, retreat was not an option. Gavrik roared curses, declaring his opponent deserved death. his longsword humming as his cultivation climbed toward the 7th level of starfall transformation and kept rising. The onlookers were startled. Whispers erupted. What had the misty immortal palace disciple consumed? It seemed even stronger than the medicine Thorn had taken previously. These disciples were terrifying. The Vela family members looked grim. Their elders exchanged bewildered glances, none recognizing the pill. The Korith family reacted differently. Roderick shouted for Gavric to spare the young beast's life, fearing an impulsive killing blow. The words only enraged Gavric further. He screamed for the old man to get lost. If not for the Korith family, he would not be in this state. The blood-burning Pilvora forcibly consumed essence and blood to enhance combat power, several times more potent than the Purpurifier Pilvora, with correspondingly severe side effects. Prolonged use risked death. At minimum, cultivation would stagnate for life. The revelation stunned Roderick into red-faced silence. Inside the City Lord's mansion, both Branner and Haldor recognized the pill. Their expressions darkened, and neither spoke. High above the arena, concealed in the void, Valerius's eyes narrowed slightly. He had arrived long ago and witnessed the entire battle. Kaelin's progress amazed him, another breakthrough in just 3 days. But even more surprising was Gavric's possession of a blood-burning Pilvora. The boy clearly no longer cared about his future. How would Kaelin handle this? On the stage, Kaelin rushed forward, saber in hand. He sensed extreme danger from his opponent, but was momentarily stunned when Gavric cursed Roderick, a sight that felt strangely satisfying. Shouting for his enemy to die, he brought his ghost-headed saber down with greater force than before, aiming to end the fight quickly. Gavric's current state was too bizarre. He roared in response, longsword rising to meet the blow, his body wreathed in crimson light. The stench of blood reached Kaelin even across the clash. Their weapons collided. Numbness shot through Kaelin's wrist. The opponent's strength was utterly transformed. Yet he did not retreat, continuing to hack away. Gavric fought with equal ferocity, wielding his sword as if his life meant nothing, because the moment he swallowed the pill, he had effectively thrown it away. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 10 blows. Both were bloodied, but Kaelin was clearly worse off. Gavric's aura completely overwhelmed him, placing the man at least at the 7th level of starfall transformation. Kaelin cursed his carelessness. Face grim. He had believed his 5th level cultivation sufficient to crush Gavric easily. He had underestimated sect disciples, from the silver talisman that blocked his sword energy, to the simultaneous barrage of Fulgura talismans, to this final pill. Their wealth of resources was evident. Still, Gavric fell far short of Darien, closed-door disciple of the Luminor Cave Heaven Elder, whose techniques and artifacts were in another league entirely. Gavric roared in fury, declaring Kaelin had forced the blood-burning Pilvora upon him, swearing he would pay with his life. In his rage, he had forgotten Taurin entirely. The pill's consequences were foundation damage. Severe cases meant cultivation could never advance another half-step. Even if he returned to the misty immortal palace, he would be a cripple. All because of the man before him. All because they shared the surname Korith. Gripping his longsword, Gavric charged again, radiating terrifying crimson light. Kaelin spat blood, eyes cold and sharp. Then a voice rang in his ears. The blood-burning Pilvora uses one's own essence blood as catalyst. At his strength, it can last a quarter hour at most. He recognized Valerius's voice. The transmission technique required at least profound core realm cultivation. He knew the Elder's status as Borealis Pavilion Master of the Aurelia Pavilion, but had not expected such depth. No time to dwell on it now. Kaelin lifted his saber, drew a deep breath, and prepared to meet the onslaught head-on. Half an hour. He only needed to hold on for half an hour. More bloodstains bloomed across Kaelin's body, dyeing his white robe crimson, white bone visible through the deepest wounds. Gavric was different. The pill drove him nearly mad. He took multiple slashes, bled profusely, and acted as if nothing had happened, swinging his sword without pause. The fight had become entirely one-sided. A man who felt no pain and valued his life not at all was terrifying beyond measure. Most would have lost the will to fight long ago against such an opponent. But Kaelin was not most men. He was ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to himself. The battle raged on. Gavric absorbed punishment that should have felled him twice over, yet he fought with a madness that bordered on delirium, each wound seemingly fueling rather than diminishing him. From his vantage in the air, Valerius watched without intervening. He had warned Kalen against a head-on clash, but the boy had chosen the harder path, using the fight itself as a crucible to shatter his own limits. "This child is stubborn," Valerius murmured. "Then again, every strong person refuses to accept defeat passively." Time stretched. Gavrick's roar shattered the rhythm. "Impossible! How are you still standing? How can you be so strong?" The blood-burning Pilvora had left him delirious. Reality had diverged violently from expectation. Not only did Kalen's strength exceed projection, his resilience was monstrous. Even the misty immortal palace's most vaunted geniuses would struggle to match such tenacity. Kalen said nothing. His body was a lattice of wounds, blood slick across every inch of skin, yet his eyes burned with undimmed focus, tracking every micro-shift in Gavrick's stance. He would not fall. "Damn it, Torin, this guy is far from trash." Gavrick spat, fury laced with disbelief. A disciple of the misty immortal palace, a bright future ahead, undone by his own sycophancy. The pill's effects waned, essence drained, his aura sputtered, and the long sword slipped from nerveless fingers to clatter against stone. Kalen did not rush. He advanced step by measured step, the three-tasked ghost-head blade held ready. Despair washed across Gavrick's face. Side effects ravaged him, he lacked even the strength to stand. "No, don't kill me. I'm a disciple of the misty immortal palace. They won't let you off." The words tumbled out, repeated, frantic, instinctual. Fear stripped away dignity. Then he saw Kalen's eyes, cold, final, already regarding him as a corpse, and his knees buckled. "Lord Korith, I beg you, spare my life." A disciple of the misty immortal palace, kneeling in the dirt. Gasps rippled through the crowd, spineless. Ruthless. The Veilers exhaled in collective relief, tension finally breaking. The Koriths went pale, Roderick especially, humiliated that this palace lackey had not only lost but begged before everyone. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Branner released a long breath. "I didn't expect the boy to be this ruthless." He shook his head, still processing. Only a short time since the Spirit Stone Mine, and he's already at the 5th level of Starfall transformation. 10 times Torin's cultivation speed. His future is limitless. Terrifying, Haldor agreed. "But Branner, aren't you going to stop him? Killing a palace disciple invites catastrophe, life or death pact or not." Zyric hesitated, the weight of the same calculation settling over him. After a long moment, whether to kill or not, let him decide for himself. Haldor studied him, sighed and fell silent. Valerius smiled faintly. "What will you choose, to kill or not to kill?" Kalen stopped before Gavrick, blade poised. "Lord Korith, I can be your servant, your dog. Just don't kill me. 6th level Starfall transformation, I can be useful." Gavrick kowtowed, terror having hollowed out everything but the will to survive. "Look up." Kalen's voice was chill. "Answer what I ask. Do you hear me? If I answer truthfully, will you let me go?" "You have no choice. Refuse, and you die now." Gavrick nodded frantically. "Why did Torin send you? Why didn't he come himself?" Kalen knew his brother. Torin would have come personally if he suspected a treasure. Sending a subordinate was out of character. Torin has become a disciple of Elder Shomir, an outer sect elder of the misty immortal palace. He planned to come, but Shomir secured him a spot in the marrow-deep Clenzora poolshade. He couldn't leave. Gavrick's words spilled out. "He gave me no other instructions, just capture you and bring you back. He wants to interrogate you personally. I know nothing else." Kalen processed. "What is Elder Shomir's cultivation?" "All outer sect elders are at least profound core realm. Shomir is among the strongest. Great perfection of Starfall transformation within profound core." Perfected profound core. The words carried weight. A master of that caliber could flatten Iron Peak City alone. What is the marrow-deep Clenzora poolshade? It cleanses marrow, refines essence, unlocks potential, enhances aptitude. The spiritual energy inside triggers cultivation surges. "Does the palace know you're here?" "I don't know about the palace. This wasn't a palace mission, it was for Torin. I've told you everything. Please, spare my life." Kalen nodded once. The blade moved, a single swift stroke. Blood arced. Gavrick's head separated from his shoulders. Astonishment sucked the air from the square. No one expected Kalen to behead Gavrick so swiftly. The victim was a disciple of the misty immortal palace. "Kalen, how dare you kill a disciple of the misty immortal palace?" Roderick stood and cursed. "You beast, who gave you the audacity?" Kalen did not reply. He merely turned his head and fixed the man with a cold stare. Under that icy gaze, Roderick felt as if a prehistoric beast were eyeing him. A chill ran down his spine and his voice trailed off. The Vela family members were equally astonished. They had not expected such decisiveness. Onlookers murmured in shock. This Kalen who would dare provoke this scourge in the future? I think the Korith family is regretting it to the core now. This is no useless person, he is clearly a true dragon. Disciples of the misty immortal palace killed without hesitation. Truly ruthless. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Inside the city lord's mansion, even Branagh could not help but cover his face. Haldor glanced at him. You're worried that if he doesn't kill Gavrik, he won't quell his anger and it will affect his cultivation. But if he does kill him, what happens to your Vela family? What if the misty immortal palace really sends someone? It's not just that. You know very well it's unfair to stop him from acting just because of his identity. The patriarch sighed. This time, Torin sent a disciple from the misty immortal palace who dared come to my Vela family to seize Kalen. My clan should have stood up to stop him, but instead Kalen had to face it himself. That's unfair to him. How can I stop him from killing with his own hands? Haldor glanced at him but said nothing more. The two had a good private relationship spanning many years. The advice was well-intentioned, yet Branagh's reasoning left him speechless. Valerius chuckled in mid-air. Good lad, decisive and ruthless, without the slightest hesitation, a promising talent. His figure vanished. No one had ever noticed he was there. On the arena, Kalen, dressed in blood, bent and took Gavrik's storage bag from his waist, then transferred the ashen-grayed magic sword from the dead man's hand into his own bag. A disciple of the misty immortal palace, there had to be many treasures inside. He returned to the Vela family group and left under the awe-inspiring gazes of the onlookers. Back at the clan, Kalen went straight to the villa where a doctor bandaged his wounds. Garrick and a group of elders arrived, exchanged brief greetings and departed. Seeing he was all right, Elara felt relieved. She did not stay by his side, instead retiring to the next room to let him rest. Kalen had just handed the three-tasseled ghost head blade to Garrick, asking him to pass it to Branagh. The disciples of the misty immortal palace are indeed not simple. I almost capsized in a ditch, he murmured. The power unleashed by the blood-burning pilvera Gavrik had taken was truly terrifying. If the opponent's cultivation had been slightly higher, or the pill's effects lasted longer, Kalen might be the one lying in a pool of blood. But what exactly is Eldamir's cultivation level? The Aurelia Pavilion doesn't seem as simple as it appears. He recalled the telepathic reminder from the Elder, and Gavrik's attitude toward him. Forget it, let's see what's in the storage bag. This was the second storage bag Kalen had obtained. The first from Darius, a guest elder of the Vela family, contained only a dozen spirit stones. He first erased the divine sense mark on Gavrik's bag, making it ownerless, then probed it with his own sense. He gasped instantly. Over 300 spirit stones, 5 jade bottles of pills, an outer disciple token of the misty immortal palace, more than 10 thunder and fire talismans, a silver talisman to resist sword energy, and some clothes. A quick check of the bottles revealed 4 held healing pills. The 5th contained a single blood-burning pilvera. No wonder they say killing and robbing brings quick riches. I only killed Gavrik and got all this. The Thunderfire talismans alone were worth over 100 spirit stones. The silver talisman was obviously more valuable. Including the pills and spirit stones, Kalen estimated the total value at nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Although his astral chart of Evernight held vast resources, he could not access any of them. He was in a great mood to gain so much from a single kill, he almost wished a few more troublemakers would come. After inventorying the loot, he closed his eyes, entered the astral chart of Evernight with his divine sense, and began consuming large amounts of spiritual medicine to heal. On the other side, Garrick gathered the entire clan in the conference room. He sat in the main seat, scanned the room and said, "Everyone witnessed Kalen killing the misty immortal palace disciple today. Any thoughts?" The elders exchanged glances, then began speaking. "This Kalen is actually so strong. That disciple was only at the 6th level of Starfall Transformation Realm, yet he still managed to kill him," one praised. "He killed a disciple of the misty immortal palace. Our Vela family might be in big trouble now. He's caused a huge disaster," another worried. "The other side came to provoke us and both signed a life-or-death agreement. The misty immortal palace can't be unreasonable," a third said indignantly. The scene descended into chaos. Garrick helplessly covered his head. Just after returning, Branner had summoned him and dropped a bombshell that was giving him a real headache. He had called these elders to discuss feasibility, and the result: all right, Kalen has already killed the envoy from the Misty Immortal Palace, so there's no need to mention this matter further. My father will make arrangements for what comes next. At those words, the elders fell silent. However, two seemed to sense Garrick had more on his mind. Is there something else you want to discuss? Tell us. Garrick's expression turned strange. He paused, organized his thoughts, and said in a deep voice, My father told me, Kalen's current talent has surpassed most prodigies. He believes our Vela family must keep him and firmly bind him to us. The elders pondered, then nodded in strong agreement with the patriarch's opinion. Then, my father said that since Kalen married into our family, and because of Ilara's appearance, he was worried Kalen might change his mind as he grew up. After all, they are both men. The elders remained silent, eyes fixed on Garrick, waiting. So my father wants to marry Seraphina to Kalen. The elders of the Draconis clan wore expressions of collective bewilderment. Perhaps we should betroth Seraphina to Kalen. Both sisters married to the same man who already lives with their husbands. Anarin, would you truly have both your daughters serve one husband? Silence settled over the chamber. Garrick's face drained of color. He had only 2 daughters. Ilara the elder bore a birthmark that marred her face, and he had scarcely looked her way in years. Seraphina, the youngest, was his treasure. Yet now the elders proposed giving her to Kalen as well. He sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. This was my father's notion. I intend to speak with Seraphina first. If she consents, I will not stand in the way. He did not commit. Marrying off a daughter served the family, but he would not wrong his youngest. The elders exchanged glances and withdrew. Once a daughter married, she belonged to another household. That night, Garrick knocked on Seraphina's door. Father, what brings you at this hour? She opened the door, curiosity warring with sleep. He coughed lightly. There are matters I wish to discuss. I would hear your thoughts. Why not during the day? Why come all this way in the middle of the night? She stepped aside nonetheless, letting him enter. He did not speak at once. He crossed to the tea table and sat. She followed, perching beside him, unsettled. She had never seen him so hesitant. 17 this year, are you not? He said. I'm not getting any younger. Her eyebrow arched. She understood. Father, you want to marry me off? You don't want me anymore. The words cracked. At 17 she felt discarded. Seeing her distress, Garrick's resolve wavered. The thought of giving both daughters to a live-in son-in-law galled him further. Very well, if you do not wish to marry so young, forget it. I never agreed in the first place. Father, who did you intend to marry me to? Curiosity cut through her hurt. Why ask her opinion if he opposed the match? His expression grew strange. Your grandfather wishes to betroth you to Kalen. He believes Kalen suitable. Seraphina froze. Kalen, her brother-in-law, would Ilara accept it? Yet the thought did not repel her. Kalen was handsome, formidably capable. 100 questions flickered through her mind in a single breath. Forget it, Garrick muttered, rising. I will refuse, no need to worry, pretend I never came. He turned toward the door, the weight of absurdity pressing on him. 2 daughters fighting for one man. Impossible. Father, wait. Her hand caught his sleeve. Grandfather must have deeper reasons. Garrick mistook her motive. You need not feel obligated. You know your sister's face. Kalen's talent is extraordinary. Grandfather only wants to bind him tightly to the Velas. There are other ways. This need not involve you. He took her face in his hands, thumb brushing a tear. Do not worry, Seraphina. Your father will never let you suffer. Whatever the cost, I will stop grandfather and prevent this marriage. He moved to leave, meaning to confront the patriarch that very night, dread coiling in his gut like a walk to the scaffold. Father, I do want to marry. He paused, patting her head. Seraphina, do not be like this, I will be fine. At worst, a scolding. Father, I really want to marry my brother-in-law. Tears spilled. Why would he not listen? Seraphina, do not cry. Even if I die, I will never let you marry Kalen. He pushed the door open, then stopped. Her fingers clamped around his ankle, anchoring him. Father, I really want to marry my brother-in-law. Truly. She wiped her face, voice rushing. He is handsome and strong. Marrying him is better than marrying a stranger. Garrick stood paralyzed, stunned into silence. Father, look at his talent. Even my eldest brother cannot match him. The Vailers must keep such a man in the clan. Besides, he is a live-in son-in-law. I would never have to leave you. And grandfather is right. Kaelin is a true genius. Elara cannot handle him, but I can. Believe me. She poured out argument after argument, terrified he would refuse. No one knew a daughter better than her father. Garrick saw the calculation beneath her fervor, the want she dressed in filial logic. A long silence. Then he sighed. Are you certain? Absolutely. I will marry no one but my brother-in-law in this lifetime. She thumped her chest in vow. Garrick felt the strange hollowing of a man losing both cabbages from his patch. He left. Seraphina watched him go, joy blooming in her chest, and spent the night dreaming of a future with Kaelin. Kaelin, the unwitting center of it all, sat deep within the astral chart of Evernight. Consolidating his cultivation, he stood on the threshold of the mid-stage 5th level of the Starfall transformation realm, entirely unaware that his household had just been rearranged. 3 days after Kaelin's victory over the misty Immortal Palace disciples, Iron Peak City still buzzed with the tale. The story had grown in the telling. Now he had killed a palace disciple, and the misty Immortal Palace would send enforcers to slaughter the entire populace in retaliation. Have you heard? They might butcher everyone in Iron Peak. I've heard, but who knows what's true? If it is true, we've all been ruined by Kaelin Korith. The talk grew heated enough that City Lord Haldor dispatched agents to suppress the rumors before panic took root. The Vaylor family tracked the gossip as well. What troubled them was the clear malice behind it. Aimed squarely at Kaelin and the clan, yet their investigations turned up nothing. The source remained a ghost. Meanwhile, Kaelin remained in seclusion, unaware of the uproar. When he opened his eyes on the 3rd day, his aura had deepened, more restrained now, his gaze carrying a new weight. He found Elara waiting in the main hall, veiled as always. Their eyes met, and he sensed a tangle beneath her composure, shyness, resentment, helplessness. What's wrong? He asked before she could speak. She hesitated, color rising beneath the veil. Garrick had already broached the subject of betrothing her younger sister, Seraphina, to him. Marrying one's own sister to one's husband was a bitter pill. Yet the family's reasoning was sound, his talent was prodigious, and they needed to bind him fast. Nothing. Father said to see him once you're out. He has something important to tell you. Kaelin nodded. I'll go now. She paused. There have been many rumors about you in Iron Peak City lately. She outlined the talk of retaliation, of possible massacre. His face darkened. He smelled conspiracy. After a few more words, he made for the clan's main hall. Garrick was conferring with the elders when a servant announced Kaelin's arrival. The patriarch ordered him brought in immediately. Master of the family, Kaelin greeted. As son-in-law, he should have called him father, but they had barely interacted before. By the time Garrick revised his opinion, Kaelin was already a rising star, so the patriarch let the formality slide. Kaelin, I have something to tell you. Garrick laughed, though the smile sat awkward. The elders exchanged strange glances between him and Kaelin. It would be odd if he felt comfortable marrying both daughters to the same man. Patriarch, please speak freely. Kaelin noted the embarrassment and wondered if the clan wanted him gone to avoid misty Immortal Palace trouble. Understandable, if so not worth dragging the whole family down for a son-in-law. What came next made his eyes widen, then fill with shock. Kaelin, we've decided it's unfair for you to be with Elara alone. We're betrothing Seraphina to you so the 2 sisters may serve you together. His jaw nearly hit the floor, an expression he had never worn, not even when activating the astral chart of Evernight. The elders stared with matching peculiar looks. Garrick coughed lightly. Kaelin, what do you think of marrying Seraphina? In truth, his heart bled, but his face stayed calm. Seeing the dazed look, he assumed the young man was smitten. Seraphina was a renowned beauty, after all. The elders agreed, a dream come true for any man. Patriarch, this is unacceptable. Kaelin's voice trembled. Now he understood Elara's earlier look. You don't want to? Master, I'm already married to Elara. Taking Seraphina would wrong them both. Please reconsider. He pleaded urgently, not from disinterest in multiple wives, nor from principle, but because Seraphina was impossibly talkative. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. He could already hear the endless daily murmurs. Garrick felt a storm of mixed emotions. He had expected joy and grateful agreement. Instead, the man looked like he faced catastrophe. Was his daughter truly that bad? All right. He waved it off. We'll settle this later. Grandfather wants to see you come. Eager to move on, he led Kalen away. Kalen followed, covertly wiping cold sweat from his brow. The clan was not kicking him out. They were nailing him to their doorstep. Before he could puzzle out the patriarch's true aim, they arrived at a secluded, luxuriously appointed courtyard with a small garden, devoid of servants. At the villa's main hall entrance, Garrick knocked respectfully. Enter. The Vela family patriarch's voice came from within. The door opened. Both men stepped inside. The old patriarch sat cross-legged on the main futon, gazing up at them, especially at Kalen, with kindly eyes. Kalen, we'll set a date for your marriage to Seraphina soon. No thanks needed. Kalen stared, stunned. Garrick stood beside him, equally speechless. Neither could have imagined the clan patriarch would utter such a sentence the moment they opened the door. In that instant, Kalen understood. The person who had arranged his marriage to Seraphina was the very man standing before him. That old scoundrel had ruined him. Garrick coughed lightly. He hadn't had a chance to tell his father that Kalen disagreed. Father, let's discuss Kalen and Seraphina later. Let's get down to business first. Branor glanced at them, sensing the situation differed from what he'd imagined. He'd expected Kalen to be grateful the moment he entered, to kneel and thank him immediately. Why did he look so mournful? True enough, we can talk about children later. The patriarch organized his thoughts. Kalen, you've incurred the wrath of the misty immortal palace. Have you thought about what comes next? The grudge between you and Torin runs too deep to resolve. This time he brought a disciple from the palace. You can kill him. But if someone with higher cultivation comes later, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kalen lowered his head, pondering. I want to join a sect, to have someone to rely on. The idea wasn't new. Only within a sect could he go higher and see further. Torin sending people had merely accelerated the timeline. Branor nodded, satisfied. Actually, I called you here to discuss this. The Vela family may be the strongest in Iron Peak City, but in Dragonspire Prefecture there are many forces stronger than us. Joining a sect is indeed your best choice. Kalen nodded. Garrick remained silent. Branor had discussed this with Kalen before. What are your thoughts on choosing a sect? The patriarch asked, gaze fixed on Kalen. Kalen thought, then shook his head. I don't have a target yet. I can offer suggestions. Listen. Branor spoke slowly. The premier power in Marchelon Empyrean State is, as its name suggests, the Misty Immortal Palace. Its selection is rigorous. Every year it sends envoys to recruit geniuses. This should be the best choice. However, Torin is currently highly valued there, so I don't recommend it. Kalen nodded. His thoughts aligned. The palace was strongest, but unsuitable. Below the palace are Luminor Cave Heaven, the Fulgora sect, and the Extreme Immortal sect. Only these three have the power to protect you. Even the palace wouldn't dare offend them easily. Luminor Cave Heaven was where Darien belonged. He'd become an elder's disciple there, and the tortoise shell treasure he carried had been a gift from that elder. He also possessed a technique that could instantly freeze a soul, likely from the same source. The Fulgora sect's influence was no less formidable. Its inner disciples were notoriously domineering. Thorn had once been favored by a Fulgora elder and invited to join. The Extreme Immortal sect was said to be the oldest in history. At its peak it had surpassed even the Misty Immortal Palace. No one knew why it declined, yet it maintained its position among the top four, demonstrating profound heritage. Branor laid out the advantages and disadvantages of each. Lower-ranked sects he advised against. Besides lacking resources, they might not withstand Torin if he gained power in the palace. I've outlined the situation. What are your thoughts? Both Patriarch and Garrick watched Kalen. He pondered, then said, I want to go to the Extreme Immortal sect. First, its foundation. The oldest sect, by no means weaker than other forces, even the palace's foundation might not be much stronger. And it was fully capable of protecting him, even against the palace. Branor nodded slowly. A very good choice. The Vela family preferred the Fulgora sect. Thorn would be going there soon, and the two could watch each other's backs, but since Kalen had chosen, they wouldn't stop him. Have you heard the rumors circulating outside? Branor asked. Kalen nodded. He sighed. We've investigated. The Korath family is involved, but the Luminar family of Emberglade City appears to be as well. The Korath family's involvement was expected. But why would the Luminars slander him? Kalen frowned. The Koriths spread rumors to ruin your reputation, make you a sinner in Iron Peak. As for the Luminars, it's because you injured Cedric and Corvin in succession. They're this generation's hope for the Luminar family, and you nearly ruined them. But what's their purpose? What's the point of slandering me? This puzzled him most. Branagh sighed. You've already joined the Vela family. The rumors may not affect you personally, but they've greatly damaged our status and reputation in Iron Peak. Most of our businesses here are experiencing significant decline. Kalen realized the strategy: target him while simultaneously attacking the Velas. He was now a Vela member, and the family's stance toward the palace disciples was clear. The rumors could also sow discord between him and his new family. In that instant he understood everything. Though he'd married in involuntarily, never truly considering himself a Vela, recent events, and Ilara's kindness had shifted his perception. The Velas treated him at least 100 times better than the Koriths ever had. Seeing his face darken, Branagh laughed. It's all right, don't worry, they're minor matters. Since you've acquired the Spirit Stone mine, even poor business won't matter. There's about a month before the Extreme Immortal Sect's triennial recruitment. Go back, prepare, and find a time to set off. Kalen returned to the villa after a brief exchange with Garrick. In the hall, Ilara sat opposite Seraphina, her face flushing at his entrance. He had meant to speak with her, but the younger sister's presence swallowed the words. Brother-in-law, you're back. Seraphina sprang from her seat and skipped over. He coughed, nodded, and turned his gaze to Ilara. Did father talk to you about something? Seraphina asked, blinking with secret delight. Some rumors circulating outside, Kalen replied hesitantly. Besides that? Joining a sect? It's not about those things, it's about me. About me, she insisted, a flash of anger in her voice. Kalen changed course immediately. Ilara, I'll be leaving for the Extreme Immortal Sect in a few days. Please prepare some clothes, I'll be in seclusion until then. He vanished before she could respond. Ilara started to ask what business he had at the sect, but he was already gone. Seraphina stamped her foot, then stormed off to demand answers from their father. In the secretum room, Kalen wiped cold sweat from his brow. He would rather face a duel to the death than endure Seraphina's company. Keep cultivating. At least reach the 5th level of Starfall transformation. Light flashed in his eyes. Last time he had recovered from his injuries and reached the mid-stage of the 5th level in 3 days. He had no need to consolidate yet. He could push straight through. The Extreme Immortal Sect would demand every ounce of strength. He knew nothing of its inner workings, but the competition would be fierce. For 5 days, Seraphina came daily to the villa, only to be turned away at the door. The Vela residents seethed with unrest. She harassed Garrick each morning, and had even sought out Branagh once. The servants knew nothing of the cause. The elders, deeply moved, kept their counsel. Rumors swept Iron Peak City. At first they spared the Vela name. The first family of the city commanded too much fear. But lately the talk had turned, dragging the clan's reputation down with it. This Kalen is a curse. The misty immortal palace has sent hunters. He'll drag us all down. It's the Vela's fault if they'd handed him over. Quiet. Don't let them hear you. Why fear? It's all because of him, and we can't even speak. Maybe the Korith clan had reason to cast him out. On the 5th day, Kalen emerged from seclusion, the 5th level of Starfall transformation secured. He exchanged a few words with Ilara, then set out for the Aurelia Pavilion. Valerius had aided him greatly. A farewell visit was only proper. He would have gone alone, but Ilara insisted the family provide a carriage. He did not object. Along the streets, the insults carried clearly to his heightened senses. He had made himself a sinner in Iron Peak City. Before, he had only heard whispers. Now the vitriol was open. He had never cared much for reputation. Back in the Korith clan they had called him a good-for-nothing, but these new slurs made the old ones seem mild. The carriage halted before the Aurelia Pavilion. Kalen entered and climbed straight to the 2nd floor, finding the girl who had guided him before and asking her to announce him to Valerius. She nodded, surprised, and returned shortly to lead him to the top-floor pavilion, the same spare room. Valerius was making tea, his face breaking into a smile at Kalen's arrival. How did you end up here? There's been no end of talk about you lately. He waved Kalen into the opposite chair. Kalen sat and sighed. Elder Valerius, please don't mock me. Little guy, what brings you? Valerius poured 2 cups. I plan to join the Extreme Immortal Sect and leave Iron Peak City soon. Valerius was unsurprised. A fine choice. The sect's foundation is profound, deeper even than the misty Immortal Palace. Its advanced techniques are severely incomplete though, and few ancient inheritances remain. He sighed, a note of regret in it. His knowledge of the sect ran deeper than Branner's, Kalen noted. The Borealis Pavilion master of the Aurelia Pavilion would naturally be well informed. You know the sect well, Elder? Valerius smiled. The extreme immortal sect predates the Marshallon Empyrean dynasty. For reasons unknown, it suffered a devastating blow and was nearly erased. The misty immortal palace rose in that vacuum. What nearly destroyed the sect, I cannot say. Kalen absorbed this. Incomplete techniques, but a profound foundation. It suited him. He lacked neither techniques nor resources, all contained within the astral chart of Evernite. What he needed was a solid base. Taurin's entry into the Marrowdeep Cleansora poolshade had been such a foundation for the misty immortal palace, cleansing essence and marrow, elevating talent. Thank you, Elder, there is something I would ask of you. Speak freely. Valerius sipped his tea, eyes narrowing with amusement. After I leave, if the misty immortal palace comes for the Vela family, I hope you will intervene. Kalen stood and bowed. The family was entangled because of him. His departure would leave them exposed. I can promise that. If they come, I will mediate. Valerius set down his cup. But you must promise me one thing in return. Valerius's words caught Kalen off guard. He hadn't expected the old man to offer help. What could someone like him possibly do? Seeing his confusion, Valerius smiled faintly. Nothing's wrong, I just wanted you to remember this favor. If you amount to anything in the future, remember you owe me. Senior, I'll remember. With the elder's backing, Kalen's worries eased. He spent half an hour questioning Valerius about the extreme immortal sect, and the old man answered openly, to Kalen's considerable benefit. After taking his leave, Kalen hurried back to the Vela mansion through a gauntlet of curses from the street. Gavrick's standing in the misty immortal palace couldn't have been high, or he wouldn't have been courting Taurin's favor. With a life-or-death agreement secured and Valerius intervening, the palace wouldn't trouble the Velas. The only real problem was Taurin. Kalen knew his younger brother too well. He wouldn't rest until he'd wrung the secret from Kalen himself. Back at the house, Kalen dined with Elara, but didn't retreat to the secret room. Instead, he asked her to prepare a bedroom. For all their years of marriage, they'd never truly lived together. Lying in bed, he murmured, "Since coming to the Velas, I haven't had a proper night's rest in a bed except when I was half dead." A self-deprecating smile touched his lips. A Korith by birth, unwelcome in his own clan, he'd become a live-in son-in-law only to find himself strangely sought after. Elara's family even wanted both daughters married to him. Once I reach the extreme immortal sect, I need to do 3 things: grow stronger, gather the remaining herbs for the Astravi Pilvora, and learn alchemy. The astral chart of Evernite contained alchemical texts and herb references, but no furnace, and alchemy was too deep a craft to master alone. 3 days slipped by. Kalen didn't seclude himself. He stayed by Elara's side, genuinely grateful. From the moment they'd carried him in half dead, the Velas had tended him without a flicker of disgust. Everything since had only deepened the bond. Though their marriage remained unconsummated, he already considered her his true wife. He'd hinted at consummation these past days. She'd refused, afraid he'd despise her if he saw her face. She never said it aloud, but he knew. Seraphina clung to him daily, and each time he fled, leaving only a retreating silhouette. Before dawn on the 4th day, Kalen rose, washed, and accompanied Elara to pay respects to Branner. Today he'd leave for the sect. He'd memorized the route. The family had also provided a map, 500 spirit stones, and travel necessities. His departure stayed within the household. After killing misty immortal palace disciples, discretion was wise. At the mansion gate, the family gathered. Garrick, several elders, Seraphina. Thorn had already left for the Fulgura sect a day earlier. "Come back safely," Elara said. Her veil hid her face, but tears glistened at its edges. Kalen's voice was grave. "Don't worry, I'll return, and I'll find a way to heal your face." He kissed her forehead. Garrick and the elders looked away. Seraphina pouted. "What about me?" No one acknowledged her. The elders offered final instructions, then watched his figure recede. The household steeped in quiet emotion. "When did we start accepting him?" The second elder muttered. The others fell silent, considering. When had this unwanted son-in-law, dismissed as worthless, truly become one of them? "I can't speak for you," the third elder said. "But when I saw him fight for the Valas, when he battled Darien to the death, I considered him family, he laughed, recalling the fight none of them would forget. A long silence followed. Ilara said nothing. She stood alone long after Kalen vanished, still facing the road he'd taken. Kalen left Iron Peak City at a run, heading east. At the 5th level of Starfall transformation, one step from the 6th, he moved faster on foot than any horse. 8,000 lie to the Sex territory. At this pace, 10 days at sunset, he washed his face in a clear stream. Need to hurry, or I'll sleep under the stars, he kept running. A day out, he passed a large city at noon but didn't enter. The Sex annual recruitment began in 20 days, plenty of time, but he'd rather arrive early against the unexpected. Dusk found him at Ebonreach City, similar in size to Iron Peak. He paid a spirit stone at the gate, found an inn, and ordered food to his room. The waiter showed him up warmly. After Kalen left the common room, 2 strangers appeared outside the inn, faces that didn't belong in Ebonreach. Can you confirm it's him? It can't be. Kalen left the inn before dawn, heading east along a road that cut through dense forest. The heat built steadily. By mid-morning, sweat clung to his brow, and he wiped it away with the back of his hand. 2 hours out of Ebonreach, the only sounds were birdsong and the rustle of unseen animals in the undergrowth. He stopped abruptly and turned, eyes narrowing. Come out. You've been following me since I left the city. Aren't you tired? A rush of displaced air. 2 figures materialized from the tree line, one heavy-set, one gaunt, both dressed in black. Strangers, they studied him with open curiosity. The heavier man spoke first. How did you spot us? Kalen didn't answer. Who sent you, here to kill me or something else? The thin one sneered. So young, yet you speak like a veteran. Save the talk, we're discovered. Let's fight. They exchanged a glance, greed bright in their eyes, and nodded. Their auras flared, both at the 5th level of Starfall transformation. Kalen's eyes went cold. A long sword materialized in his grip, his own aura surging to meet theirs. An ashen rank weapon, the thin man breathed, surprised. They hadn't expected that kind of backing from someone his age. Greed sharpened into something hungrier. Looks like we'll strike it rich today, the fat man grinned. Not just the bounty, an ashen-grade sword. Whoever kills him first claims it. Agreed. Who gave you the courage to speak like that? Kalen almost laughed. These 2 were idiots. Boy, prepare to die, provoked. Each drew a long knife, yellow rank artifacts, a full tier below his blade, and charged. Their coordination was flawless, honed by years of murder and robbery together. They had never lost to same realm opponents, and could even hold their own against someone a minor realm higher. Yet within a few breaths of engagement, bewilderment cracked their confidence. How can he be this strong? The fat man's blade clashed with Kalen's, the shock traveled up his arm, hand bones groaning. A kick drove into his stomach, folding him double, blood spraying from his mouth. The thin man fared no better. He tried a flanking strike during the clash, but Kalen sidestepped with impossible nimbleness and nearly took his head with the return stroke. Damn it, we've run into a tough nut. The fat man coughed, organs churning, pain radiating from the kick. Isn't this kid 5th level? How can he be so strong? The thin man's voice cracked. They'd have believed 7th level. Kalen didn't press the advantage. He held his ground, sword tip lowered. One more time. Who sent you? Damn it, let's kill him. The fat man roared and charged again, the thin man right behind. Courting death, Kalen slashed, sending 2 invisible sword energies slicing through the air. The fat man blocked, staggering back to dissipate the force. The thin man leaped clear. Before either could breathe, Kalen vanished. Not good. The thin man sensed killing intent at his back and whipped around, too late. Kalen stood there, blade flashing silver, blood arced. The thin man's legs severed at the thigh, he collapsed screaming. Second brother. The fat man lunged to help, but Kalen reappeared in front of him in a heartbeat. What? No time to think. He gritted his teeth, gripped his sword with his remaining hand, and slashed wildly. Kalen's blade moved like water, the fat man's sword arm flew free, weapon still clenched in a dead fist. Before the scream could form, a second flash took the other arm. Moments later, both men lay in a heap, groaning. Kalen hadn't killed them. He watched coldly as blood pooled beneath the fat man's shoulder stumps and the thin man's truncated legs. Starfall transformation cultivators were durable. Ordinary men would have bled out already. The screaming stopped. Pale, terrified faces turned toward him. Now, Kalen said, voice flat. Can we talk properly? If you're even half a word slow, you've no reason to live. They were terrified now. He was a devil. First question, who sent you? Sir, the Luminar family. The Luminar family sent us. The fat man blurted. The Luminars of Emberglade City. The thin man confirmed it. That's right, the Luminar family. Kalen nodded. Explain everything, clearly, neither dared hide or bargain. They told him all. The moment Kalen left Iron Peak, the Luminars had received word and dispatched hunters with a single directive: kill him. They knew his route, contacting local underworld networks in each city to track his movements. The bounty was staggering for Starfall transformation cultivators: 1,000 spirit stones for the kill, 500 for confirmed intelligence. The Luminars had also disclosed his cultivation at 5th level, but explicitly warned that anyone below 6th level should not engage. Instead, they were to report via provided communication jade slips. After hearing their explanation, Kalen understood. The two assassins cared only for money, which was why they had ignored the Luminars' warning. He was merely at the 5th level of the Starfall transformation realm, yet 1,000 spirit stones had been offered for his head. Greed alone had driven them to act. Sir, that is everything, please spare us, the fat man pleaded. The skinny man echoed, Sir, have mercy, we only acted on the Luminar's orders. Kalen ignored them. Did you report my location to the Luminar family? The pair hesitated. That silence confirmed his suspicion. In your next life, don't cross the wrong people. His voice was calm. Before the words faded, his long sword flashed, 2 heads fell, faces frozen in terror and disbelief. The Luminar family, he muttered, a ruthless glint in his eyes. The feud began when he crippled Cedric at Vela's birthday celebration and deepened during the Spirit Stone Mine competition, where he nearly killed Corvin. Every clash gave the Luminars more reason to want him dead. Late that night, the 2 corpses lay in the wilderness, already attracting scavengers. 3 figures materialized beside the mangled remains, faces grim. One struck down a feeding wolf, scattering the rest. A man stepped forward, checked the bodies, and said, These are the informants from Ebonreach City who passed us Kalen's trail. I never expected them to die here. Have those 2 fools been exposed? A middle-aged man asked, expression dark. Damn it. Those good-for-nothings caused more trouble than they were worth, the third spat. Don't panic. Judging by the time and location of their last message, Kalen can't be far. He's heading for the Extreme Immortal sect. If we move east, we'll intercept him. The middle-aged man's tone marked him as the leader. All 3 were Luminar elders. Seems that's our only option. The others nodded, and the trio prepared to leave. Then a streak of silver light cut the darkness. A figure dropped between them, long sword slashing across one elder's throat. Blood sprayed. The man dropped with a single strike. The remaining 2 froze, then bolted. The attacker formed a hand seal, golden light flaring, throat crushing Lockhaven. The golden seal slammed into one fleeing elder's abdomen. He screamed as intestines burst and stomach ruptured. In a heartbeat, one elder was dead, another crippled. Kalen fixed his gaze on the last man, breathing steady, eyes cold. After killing the first pair, he hadn't fled, he'd waited. He gambled the Luminars would send searchers when the informants went silent, and that those searchers would find the bodies rather than walk blindly into unknown ambushes ahead. He would strike here first, eliminate a few, and extract intelligence on the Luminars' full deployment. The surviving elder recognized him instantly. You, Kalen. He never imagined an ambush here, let alone that one move would kill a companion and gut another. All 3 were at the 6th level of Starfall transformation. Yet Kalen had hidden from their senses, revealed himself despite being outnumbered and outcultivated, and struck anyway. The man was insane. Even with a full realm advantage, the elder had no stomach for a fight. Kalen's opening had been too terrifying. Without hesitation, Kalen recalled his longsword aura erupting as he charged. The elder's eyes widened. Kalen was faster, far faster. Escape was impossible. Desperate, he crushed a signal jade slip from his storage bag, then manifested a long spear. As the Luminar Patriarch, he favored spears, but his was only a yellow rank magic weapon. Kalen's profound rank blade, a relic from Gavrik forged by the Misty Immortal Palace, outclassed it entirely. Cultivation gap aside, Kalen was no ordinary 5th level cultivator. The 9 transformations of Starfall transformation let him contend with 7th level experts. The elder was swiftly overwhelmed, forced onto the defensive. Spear and sword clashed. Several times Kalen could have ended it, but he held back. He needed the man alive for answers. Finding an opening, he flicked his wrist and knocked the spear away. Not good. The elder twisted, but too late. Silverleaf light flashed, both hands severed, falling useless to the dirt. A kick followed, driving blood from the elder's mouth. Kalen dragged him over to the two dying men and dumped all three together. Tell me, how many did the Luminar send this time? His voice was ice. Go to hell, the maimed elder snarled. Kill me if you want, I'll say nothing. Without a word, Kalen swung. Legs separated from torso. The elder shrieked, agony raw. He'd meant to stall. He hadn't expected such immediate, merciless ruthlessness. In moments he'd lost every limb, a living cripple. Kalen turned to the man whose stomach had been blown open. Your turn to speak. Under Kalen's icy gaze, the Luminar elder, his stomach laid open, trembled violently. He wanted to stand his ground, but a glance sideways showed his companion reduced to a screaming trunk, hands and feet severed, begging for death. The elder swallowed hard, abandoned his defiance, and nodded rapidly. I'll talk. We sent 8 clan elders this time. The patriarch came himself. He recited the entire operation without omission. After arriving in Ebonreach City, they had lost contact with the 2 cultivators Kalen had killed during the day. Realizing he was no ordinary target, they split into 3 groups to search separately. Intelligence placed Kalen at the 5th level of Starfall transformation. Luminar elders were at least 6th. Even with exceptional talent, he shouldn't have stood a chance in a head-on fight. He might take 3 6th level elders alone. But even that was uncertain. No one expected him to use the 2 corpses as bait, lying in ambush nearby until they lowered their guard. Each blow killed one and crippled another. How did you know I was heading to the extreme immortal sect? Kalen looked down coldly. Who leaked my whereabouts? This? The elder clutched his stomach, intestines spilling, and gritted his teeth. I truly didn't know. The patriarch handled everything, we only followed orders. Please let us go. Pale from blood loss, he wouldn't last long without treatment. The other elder, reduced to a human stick, was even worse, blood gushing from severed limbs, barely able to howl, hovering at death's door. My lord, I've told you everything. Please let us go. In your next life, don't cross the wrong people. Silverleaf light flashed from Kalen's longsword, and the elder's voice cut off. The other met the same end, throat slit. Kalen's gaze sharpened. He collected the 5 storage bags and the long spear, then vanished. A sneak attack only works once. Intelligence indicated 5 more clan elders and the patriarch were present. A signal had been sent, the Luminar family would arrive soon. Can't rest in other cities this time, we leave immediately. Kalen ran through the undergrowth, muttering to himself. The battle had been brief but costly, one killed instantly, another crippled with a throat-crushing lock, the last defeated head-on. He had already taken the Star Chart elixir to restore spiritual power, which was gradually recovering. He headed east, pausing frequently to scan for ambushes or pursuers, time-consuming, but essential for survival. The 3 Luminar elders had just fallen. The other 2 groups arrived shortly after, the patriarch among them. Damn it! It has to be that little beast, bloodshot eyes, furious. That bastard went too far? I'll grind him to dust. Judging by the scene, he ambushed them, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. The patriarch's voice was harsh. He can't have gone far, split up and chase, but don't stray too far. We kill him this time. Rage drove them. They stored the 3 corpses and pursued east. Regardless of outcome, the Luminar family had suffered devastating losses, 3 6th level elders dead. Kalen proceeded cautiously, covering 50 miles eastward. His spiritual energy peaked. He passed through a city without stopping. The Luminar family would be hunting like madmen now. Location wouldn't matter, they'd attack on sight. His guess proved accurate. The pursuing elders had bloodshot eyes. Spies in every surrounding city would report his appearance instantly. No questions, just death. A day and night blurred past without rest. He wasn't traveling, he was fleeing. Twice he dealt with cultivators trailing him, all drawn by the Luminar family's bounty. 500 spirit stones for information on Kalen. Enough to drive most independent cultivators insane. Damn it, more company. Kalen sensed another group closing fast, high cultivation, great speed. It's Kalen found him, alert the patriarch and the others. Don't run, little beast, prepare to die. the Luminar elders had caught up. 3 of them, desperate, using gathered intelligence to track him. Kaelin's cautious pace and 2 prior battles had slowed him. The 3 elders radiated murderous intent, eyes blazing with hatred. Cedric had lost an arm, restorable, but Corvin's foundation was damaged, his future cultivation slowed, and Kaelin had killed 3 clan elders. Blood feud. "Prepare to die," a pursuing elder roared, hurling a throwing knife. Kaelin tracked the rear. Gladius in hand, he knocked it aside, but the other 2 elders flashed in, cutting off escape. He gripped his longsword, expression grave, facing the 3 who surrounded him. "You little beast, today you die. Kaelin brat, prepare to die." 3 elders materialized long spears, each high-grade yellow rank, and struck as one. Kaelin's expression hardened. 2 6th level and 1 7th level Starfall transformation cultivators. He could not afford restraint. His aura surged, full commitment from the first breath. His longsword met the first spear. Spiritual power flooded the strike, driving the elder back several steps, but the other 2 thrust from behind. Kaelin whirled, slashing left and right to deflect both. Before he could recover, the first elder lunged again, spear humming toward his back. 3 against 1 was unsustainable. Head on, he would be ground down. He leaped forward, threading between the 2 in front, dodging the rear thrust, but the elders anticipated the escape. They gave chase. Kaelin's gaze sharpened. A backhand swing blocked 2 spears. The 3rd elder vaulted from between his companions, thrusting with superior reach. No room to dodge. Kaelin turned and blocked, straining. Then his eyes flashed. He slapped his storage bag, producing a Fulgora talisman, formed a hand seal, and hurled it point blank. It detonated instantly. The elders recoiled in shock. None expected such a thing. A single-use item packing a 5th-level cultivator's strike, worth over 10 spirit stones each. The blasts weren't lethal. At their level, they could simply endure. But in that moment of resistance, Kaelin paused. A cold glint. He hurled his longsword with tremendous force, using the explosion's opening to drive it toward an elder's throat. None imagined such decisiveness. The talismans brought a perfect escape. He abandoned it to kill. The sword flashed. The targeted elder froze, shock etching his face. Too late, the blade pierced his throat. He died instantly. The other 2 cried out. As they turned, Kaelin was already rushing in, right hand forming the Gloomvale Lockhaven sealwood, blasting it at 1. "Damn it," one shouted. "Little beast," the other cursed. Both elders thrust desperately at his vitals, but Kaelin had closed the distance. A spear's advantage is range, up close. It's a liability. Yet these were Luminar elders. Their marksmanship was superb. Even panicked, both aimed killing blows, one at the abdomen, one at the chest. They knew the Gloomvale Lockhaven's power. The targeted elder grew frantic, needing to force a retreat or die. Both underestimated his resolve. Faced with 2 lethal thrusts, Kaelin didn't retreat. He leaned forward. Both spears struck him but missed vital organs. He endured the pain without slowing. The elder's eyes widened as the sealwood slammed into his chest, tearing flesh inch by inch. Another fatal blow, 2 dead. The cost was horrific. 2 spears pierced his body, blood gushing. He'd avoided vitals, one through the abdomen, the other through the upper left chest, missing the lung. "You little beast, die," the surviving elder roared. 7th level cultivation, the strongest of the 3. 1-on-1, even Kaelin might lose. And now he had 2 bloody holes through him. The enemy's spear was still embedded in him. With a sudden exertion, Kaelin shifted it, wounds tearing wider, agony washing over him. He groaned, coughing blood. A lesser cultivator would have fainted, but his will held he would not fall while a breath remained. He had no weapon now. His longsword hung from the dead elder's neck. The leader yanked his spear, the one impaling Kaelin's abdomen, lifting him and slamming him violently to the ground. Kaelin crashed down, ribs shattering, half his body embedding in the earth. He coughed blood. "Die." The elder's eyes were bloodshot. He wrenched the spear free, preparing to pierce Kaelin's heart. The boy was helpless. Then Kaelin's gaze sharpened. The only weapon nearby was the spear still stuck in his own body. As the elder thrust, Kaelin exploded upward with strength from nowhere, turning his back. The elder hesitated. Escape? He yanked his spear back to strike, but Kaelin was closer now. He hadn't run. A silver beam shot from Kaelin's left chest, piercing the elder. The clan elder froze, never imagining such ruthlessness, using his own body as bait, the embedded spear as weapon. It tore through Kalen's left chest with terrifying speed, striking the elder's own chest. The elder coughed blood. A suicidal gamble.
Damn it!
His lung was punctured, heart barely missed. Kalen coughed another mouthful. His injuries were far worse, anyone else would be dead. The Luminar patriarch screamed and wrenched the long spear from the ground. He would end this with one final thrust. The Luminar elder had lived decades without knowing such defeat. In all his years he had never met anyone so ruthless. Who else would wield a spear buried in their own flesh as a weapon? A madman, utterly deranged, yet madness changed nothing. Anarin would run him through with that same spear just as before. The weapon was already in his hand. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he prepared a killing thrust. Then Kalen formed a seal with his right hand, the Gloomvale Lockhaven. His back was turned. He showed no fear. Damn it, Anarin roared, baffled by the boy's remaining strength. He raised his spear for the finish, but Kalen moved first. A primal roar tore from his throat, drawing on reserves he didn't know he possessed. At his limit, he wrenched his body around. The motion was sudden, violent. As he spun, the spear drove through both of them simultaneously, forcing the elder to twist as well. What? The man stared, shocked. Already gravely wounded, the impact worsened the lung injury and blood erupted from his mouth. His spear never struck. Agony nearly blacked him out. A thunderous crash followed as his body slammed into a massive tree behind him. Using the momentum, Kalen gritted his teeth and yanked backward, pressing himself flush against the elder. The Gloomvale Lockhaven seal on his right hand flared with faint golden light and drove into the old man's abdomen with a wet, muffled sound. Anarin never imagined dying like this. The strike carried far less power than before, but the abdomen's defenses were weak. A bloody hole punched through. Damn it! The words came as a dying whisper, unwilling. He wanted to retrieve his spear and kill the boy, but strength had fled. Anarin of the Luminar family, always high and mighty, falling to such a youth. Kalen couldn't lift a hand. A bloody hole pierced his abdomen, slowly weeping. The spear through his chest still connected them. The immense force had turned his left chest wound into a mangled mess. Aetheris exhausted, body overdrawn. He had used the Gloomvale Lockhaven twice and fought to death's door. He bit his tongue. Blood dripped. Pain kept consciousness from slipping, because unconsciousness meant death. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Divine sense plunged into the astral chart of Evernight. This time differed from before. Upon entry, he nearly lost footing and fell. No time to wonder why. He went straight to the spiritual herbs and medicines, swallowing them in desperate gulps. Hesitation meant death. Moments later, rain began to fall. The stench of blood drew wild beasts to watch. Kalen opened his eyes. He clenched his fist gently. Some strength returned. I have to leave. The Luminar family will finish me if they arrive. A fierce glint burned in his eyes. He gripped the spear through his left chest with both hands and, inch by inch, dragged it free. First came the heavy thud of the dead elder hitting the ground behind him. Then the spear clattered down. Throughout, he made no sound, though the pain would break ordinary men. The spear gone, his wounds slowly congealed and stopped bleeding. The spiritual herbs from the astral chart had done their work. He breathed, movement returning with difficulty. He looked down, stuffed the three elders' storage bags and magical spears into his own, and vanished in a flash. The surrounding beasts watched him go. Then they turned to the three corpses and surged forward with hungry eyes. The battle had lasted less than half an hour, but its ferocity was anything but ordinary. For Kalen, facing one 7th-level Starfall transformation cultivator and two 6th-level cultivators head-on should have been hopeless. Yet he had carved a path to life. Just after he fled, as beasts fed, two dark figures emerged from the void. One tall, one short, both clad in black with masks concealing their faces. The taller figure clicked his tongue. Ruthless kid. Never seen such a vicious little bastard. Never imagined a backwater like Dragonspire Prefecture would produce someone like this. The other replied, a woman by the voice. If he survives to maturity, he'll be extraordinary. The man glanced at her and chuckled. Take him and train him properly. Waste to let such talent die out there. His vitality is astonishing. Near death moments ago, yet he woke, healed enough to escape. The woman lowered her head, pondered. then shook her head. Greenhouse flowers never match wildflowers. If he has the life to grow, it's not too late to recruit him then. The man fell silent. Both figures dissolved into the void, leaving no trace. They had watched the entire fight. Kalen remained unaware, fleeing desperately eastward. The Luminar family pursued from the west. Only east meant safety. Need a place to rest. These injuries, even escaping, I won't get far. He panted heavily. Bleeding had stopped, but full recovery remained distant. The clearing where Kalen had slaughtered 3 Luminar elders lay silent. Half an hour later, the patriarch arrived with the 2 surviving elders to find a corpse torn beyond recognition. All 3 trembled. The patriarch swayed on his feet, near fainting. Kalen, you brat. My Luminar family will grind you to dust. This was no minor setback. Losing 3 elders was barely acceptable, but 6 wiped out in a single stroke. Devastating. These men weren't merely fighters. They managed the family's businesses, oversaw operations, and formed a core combat force at the Starfall transformation realm. In a small city, such experts were irreplaceable. Patriarch, judging by the scene, Kalen is seriously injured. We must give chase immediately. Right. This revenge must be taken. The other 2 elders seethed. They wanted to curse the patriarch for his reckless decision. Sending everyone after Kalen to avenge his son had led to this disaster. But recriminations were pointless now. The boy was too terrifying. If he lived, he'd become a major threat. Let's go. The patriarch gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Kalen stumbled eastward, enduring his injuries for half an hour. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Instead of fleeing blindly, he turned deeper into the dense forest to find a cave and recuperate. The Alpha mountain range stretched endlessly, its depths largely unexplored. Countless monsters ruled their own territories there, rarely attacking human cities. Few beasts ventured near human-developed roads. But deep in the forest, every kind of monster lurked, growing stronger the further one went. Humans entered to hunt demon cores and harvest materials. Monsters saw humans as food. The 2 races had never coexisted peacefully. Entering the forest was a desperate gamble, one that might just save his life. Insects and birds chorused constantly. Venomous snakes teemed in the underbrush. Yet the wild beasts sensed danger radiating from him and kept their distance. He ran 20 miles into the forest's edge, wounds no longer bleeding, though the scent of blood still clung to him, drawing attention. His gaze locked onto a stone cave at the foot of a high mountain. A powerful demon beast dwelled within. A roar erupted as a massive golden lion, 2 meters tall, 6 meters long, leaped out, issuing a challenge. It sensed his strength but refused to yield a single step. This kilometer was its territory, and defending it was instinct. Unbelievable. The strength of the Starfall transformation realm before even developing sentience. He was shocked. The lion's aura placed it at least at the 2nd level. The beast crouched, eyes fixed on him. It smelled his blood, and greed flashed in its gaze. Instinct told it his blood would be sweet. You beast. Though seriously injured, he could still handle a demon beast comparable to the 2nd level. His longsword hummed as he advanced several steps, launching a fierce assault. The lion lived up to its reputation. Exceptional reflexes. It sidestepped the blade and slammed its right paw toward his head. He estimated the force at 5,000 jin minimum. Monsters far surpassed humans in raw power and defense, and he couldn't afford a head-on clash. He dodged and thrust his sword at the lion's throat. The blade flashed, arriving in a blink while he closed the distance. The lion leaped aside, the sword grazing its flank and opening a bloody gash. But he was already there, fists driving into its abdomen in a rapid series of strikes. The lion screamed, spraying blood. He slapped his storage bag, and a long spear materialized, one looted from a Luminar elder. He leveled it half an inch above the lion's forehead, motionless, eyes cold. Despite reigning supreme here, the beast lacked true intelligence. Sensing death, it froze in terror. I came to recuperate, not kill. I'll borrow your cave for a few days. If you're willing, you can live. He didn't kill it outright. He'd invaded its home, and resistance was natural. Though the lion couldn't speak, it wasn't ordinary. It seemed to understand, nodding repeatedly, eyes full of fear. Seeing genuine submission and no hostility, he exhaled, stowed the spear, and returned his sword to its sheath. The golden lion sat obediently to the side, motionless as a kitten. I need the cave for a few days. You stay outside, no entering. It nodded vigorously, showing no displeasure, even wagging its tail. He was speechless. Where had that imposing aura gone? Kalen entered the cave and drew wood from his storage bag, striking a flame to push back the darkness. The bag, Veiler provisioned, held food, water, and the full complement of daily necessities. He shed his tattered outer robes, applied ointment to the wound, and bound it with gauze. Spiritual herbs could knit flesh from within, but surface treatment still mattered, and flight had left no time for it. He changed into a clean white robe, ate, and drank. He had not yet reached the grain-abstaining stage. His body still demanded fuel. Color returned to his face as he finished. A massive stone slab lay against the far wall. He considered it, then heaved it across the entrance, sealing the cave. 1,000 pounds. Trivial for the Oromese lion outside, but the barrier wasn't meant to stop the beast. If the lion broke through, the noise would wake him. He needed to close his eyes and send his consciousness into the astral chart of Evernite. He could not gamble everything on a monster's obedience. Cross-legged, eyes shut, he entered the chart. Inside, he consumed healing elixirs in quantity. Dangerous as those battles were, the gains were immense. The thought brought a smile, the first in days. Sparring with masters, honing his edge in death's shadow, once healed, he would break through to the 6th level of the Starfall transformation realm, and do so effortlessly. Perhaps even reach its peak. Time thickened. His injuries closed. He prepared for the breakthrough. A day later, thunder cracked from within the cave. Every creature within half a mile scattered. The line at the entrance trembled, the stone door itself near shattered. When the sound faded, Kalen's cultivation had settled at the 6th level. He did not leave. Inside the chart, he continued swallowing elixirs, restoring spiritual energy, pushing higher. At the 6th level, he could cultivate the second martial skill of the Earth rank technique, Miravel transformations of Starfall transformation, the Ravanth Silthor Tarnis. Outside, the Luminar Patriarch led 2 elders eastward, a day and night of fruitless searching. They had alerted city gates along the route. Kalen had entered none. Where could that little beast have run? The Patriarch cursed. Badly wounded, he should have left a trail. Patriarch, one elder ventured. What if he didn't run? What if he's hiding nearby, healing in secret? Kalen would have recognized him instantly. The old man who had shadowed Cedric at the Aurelia Pavilion. The Patriarch's eyes sharpened. He didn't run, at 6th level at most, and injured, he couldn't hide from me. The Patriarch stood at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm. No one within half a mile escaped his notice. Could he have fled into the dense forest? The elder pressed. Anyone else would court death there? But Kalen was a madman. The Patriarch stilled. That makes sense, back we go. He's likely holed up in the forest recuperating. They fought their way back over another day and night, moving with caution. They combed the ground for blood, for tracks. A wounded man leaves traces, however careful. Another day passed before an elder found something. Master. Footprints. He entered the forest. The Patriarch and the other elder converged. Search inside. The bastard's close. By the time they pinpointed his location, 3.5 days had elapsed since Kalen vanished. Inside the cave, Kalen's eyes opened. Spiritual herbs had closed every wound. His aura had deepened, strengthened, mid-stage 6th level now, late stage within easy reach. He had mastered the Ravanth Silthor Tarnis, the second form of the Miravel transformations. It surpassed the Gloomvale Lockhaven. Spiritual energy condensed in the palm into a handblade, capable at his current level of delivering destructive force equal to great perfection. What happened to a target struck by it, he would learn when he used it. The cave interior was ruined. The entrance stones remained but cracked. The breakthrough noise again. Next time I'll find somewhere more secluded. The Veiler Secretum room had suffered similarly, though less severely. He rose, shoved the stone slab aside, and strode out. The Luminar family, he murmured. A cold edge entered his gaze. You've chased me long enough, time to collect. The golden lion nearby froze, terror locking its muscles. It had seen that look before, and knew what came after. In the golden lion's eyes, the human boy was a devil, more terrifying than any monster. Hurry, look ahead. I sensed a Starfall transformation cultivator up there. The bastard's probably waiting. Silence fell. Then a man's voice drifted from the trees ahead. Kalen frowned. He didn't need to guess, the Luminars had arrived. Coming this fast? Rushing to be reincarnated? A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward, then paused. The other side had the family head, a great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, plus 2 elders. He was no match for them head-on. His gaze shifted to the golden lion beside him. Cunning sparked. The beast shivered, a bad feeling welled in its heart. Deep in the forest, the Luminar Patriarch and 2 elders had tracked scattered footprints for a day and a night. "That little bastard runs fast, daring to come here," an elder spat. The Patriarch gritted his teeth. "He's definitely ahead. Once we catch him, we'll torture him to death." Kalen had killed 6 clan elders. The Patriarch's position was at risk. Few experts remained to challenge him. He had to capture the boy, atone, and beg forgiveness. Suddenly rumbling footsteps approached, a huge beast. The 3 readied their spears, frowned at each other but held back. Powerful beasts lurked deeper in, careless action might draw them out. A golden lion burst from the bushes and roared. Early-stage Starfall transformation demonic beast, the 3 breathed in relief. The Patriarch moved to kill it, but the lion turned and fled. "Runs fast," an elder noted. The Patriarch raised an eyebrow. "What's hanging from its tail?" The others squinted. A blood-stained cloth dangled from the lion's tail. "Could that be the brat?" an elder asked urgently. "Must be. But how'd it end up there?" the other wondered. "He's likely seriously injured and bandaged nearby. Since the lion has the cloth, the brat must be close." The Patriarch sneered. "Hurry, chase him down. Could be a trap." "He's already killed 6 of us," an elder warned. They could no longer underestimate Kalen. "Trap?" the Patriarch sneered. "Even if he wanted one, would an Oramus lion cooperate? Definitely not. Chase and kill." Rage had blinded him. Kalen had to die, his only chance at redemption. Otherwise, the consequences of returning were unpredictable. The elders considered, then agreed. A demon beast cooperating with a human. Absurd, they followed. The group leaped through trees, rapidly closing on the Oramus lion. The lion glanced back, nearly losing its soul from fright, and ran harder. "I sense it. Faint Starfall transformation aura ahead, it's the brat." The Patriarch's eyes burned with ruthlessness. The lion fled for its life. All 3 pushed themselves to the limit. Hearing Kalen was ahead, the cautious elder also quickened his pace. All 3 shared the same killing intent. Then a whoosh from ahead. Arrows whistled through air. "What? Watch out!" the Patriarch roared. 4 spears shot from the front with fierce force. He leaped, dodging. The elders scrambled. One escaped, but the other dodged the first only to be impaled by the second, pinned to a giant tree, barely alive. "What? This spear belongs to the Luminar family." The surviving elder recognized them instantly. He'd accompanied Cedric to the Aurelia pavilion. "Damn it, I'll kill you," the Patriarch roared. None had imagined Kalen hiding in shadows, using their own spears as assassination weapons. What tactic was this? Who would think of it? Ignoring the dying elder, the 2 looked up toward the spear origin. "Go chase him. He's just ahead. Be careful." The Patriarch charged, the elder close behind. Kalen had fired 4 spears, killed 1 and vanished without pause, exactly as he'd forced the golden lion to do. The beast had been bait to lure them in. He hadn't expected the plan to work. The Luminars weren't fools, but he hadn't expected them to actually chase a lion. "Thought we'd ambush longer, wait for them to find us. Good. Only 2 left now. My chances are much higher," he murmured, eyes ruthless, 2 long spears still in hand. But such a sneak attack wouldn't work twice. It succeeded only because all 3 were focused on the lion, caught off guard. Prepared opponents wouldn't fall for it. "We only have a chance if we take out one of them." Kalen dropped from the tree and melted into a patch of grass. Behind them, the Patriarch and the sole surviving elder of the Luminar clan gave desperate chase. The feud between Kalen and the Luminars had become a fight to the death. Both pursuers would have gladly ground him to dust and burnt him alive. For now, however, he lay hidden in the brush, his aura suppressed to a whisper. "Why is the little beast aura fading?" The Patriarch frowned. The elder beside him looked equally unsettled. "Master, is he plotting something again?" Since the pursuit began, 7 Luminar elders had been murdered. The companion killed before their eyes had shaken them deeply. The Patriarch shook his head. "I don't know, he's cunning, we should be careful. He must be lying in ambush ahead." The elder nodded, and they advanced with caution, scanning for the flash of a thrown spear. Kalen's spear throwing had been too shocking. Now they watched their speed, knowing that even if he tried again, he would not succeed so easily. "Follow me." His scent leads there. The patriarch stood at the great perfection of the starfall transformation realm. Even with Kalen's best efforts to hide, he could still sense him roughly. "Have we been discovered?" Kalen murmured, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. The two luminars pressed forward, attention fixed ahead, weapons ready. The patriarch gripped the clan's Solare Hastael, a low-grade Ashen-level weapon. He had temporarily given Corvin the clan's magical artifacts during the previous Spirit Stone mine competition. The elder held a yellow-rank magic weapon, a long spear. "Be careful, he's probably nearby. He should have only 6 spears left, now only 2. The patriarch instructed, and the elder behind him nodded. A whoosh split the air. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 long spears erupted from the bushes ahead with immense force. The pair were prepared. The patriarch's cultivation was profound. He leaped up and flashed away. The elder, equally alert, flicked his spear forward, blocking the sudden attack. He had just breathed a sigh of relief. Kalen had killed 6 elders and should possess only 6 spears total. This was the last one. Another whoosh cut the air. The patriarch shouted a warning. The elder started, another silver light streaked toward them from the front. A Brindor magic weapon longsword. He dodged sideways, but the sword had been thrown during a gap in his defense against the spear, its angle vicious. Unlike a spear, by the time he spotted the blade, it was nearly on him. Given his strength, escaping unscathed was impossible. He gritted his teeth, twisted sharply, and let the blade slash across his arm before flying past. In such moments, sacrificing a limb to save one's life was the only wise course. The patriarch exhaled slightly in relief. A sharp swoosh sounded. Before he could finish exhaling, a figure rushed the elder at blinding speed. The patriarch roared and charged forward, Solare Hastael in hand, before the elder could even straighten. Killing intent surged from behind. He cried out in shock. He had just turned when he saw Kalen at his side moving at top speed. Auramis light blazed on Kalen's right hand, the Gloomvale Lockhaven sealwood, and it slammed into the elder's chest. The elder had no way to avoid it. Kalen's strength had reached the 6th level of the Starfall transformation realm, making their cultivation comparable. He was no match at all. His chest burst open, blood gushing, internal organs shattered by the throat-crushing seal. "You?" The elder died with a look of resentment. Having succeeded, Kalen didn't hesitate. He immediately leaped back to retreat. At that moment the patriarch had already arrived, thrusting his Solare Hastiel at Kalen's back. This spear was several times more powerful in his hands than in Corvin's. It had once pierced Kalen's chest, causing him immense suffering. Kalen currently lacked a suitable magical artifact, and had no desire to face the patriarch head-on. He wanted to escape first, but the latter gave him no chance. The patriarch stood at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, his speed 3 points faster. In a flash, the Solare Hastael's tip neared Kalen. Kalen sidestepped the thrust. The spear, missing its target, instantly changed trajectory, sweeping toward him. Kalen dodged repeatedly. Though unhurt, the gale force from the Solare Hastael still left many bloody marks on his body. A Brindor magic weapon was inherently terrifying. It simply hadn't unleashed its full potential in Corvin's hands. Now, in the patriarch's grip, its true terror was revealed. Kalen's white robe quickly became tattered and stained red with his own blood. The patriarch roared that the little beast deserved to die, his moves ruthless. Kalen had inflicted heavy losses on the Luminar clan this time, crippling 2 of their younger generation's geniuses and killing 8 elders. The patriarch wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood to vent his hatred. Kalen retreated repeatedly, backing up to the very spot where the flying sword had been aimed. Without a suitable weapon, one could not possibly fight the Solare Hastael head-on with bare hands. The patriarch sneered that the little beast was dreaming. He naturally saw through Kalen's intentions and leaped into the air, cutting off his retreat. Entangled with a cultivator at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, Kalen had no way to avoid it. The patriarch shouted a death sentence. Finding an opening in Kalen's turn, he thrust his spear at Kalen's chest. Kalen's gaze turned cold. He gritted his teeth, slapped his storage bag with his left hand, and a silver talisman appeared. It was the last one left in Gavrick's storage bag. This silver talisman had easily blocked Kalen's sword energy last time. He wasn't sure if it could withstand the spear, but he needed to delay the attack just enough to dodge a fatal blow. Seeing the talisman, the patriarch was also surprised, but he did not hesitate and still thrust toward Kalen's chest. The silver talisman ignited. emitting an invisible light barrier that blocked the spear's path. The dragon spear touched it, but only held for a moment before the barrier began to crack inch by inch. Taking advantage of the opening, Kalen bent down without retreating, dodging the Solari Hastael and charging straight at the Patriarch. His right hand flashed with golden light, but it was not the hand seal for the Gloomvale Lockhaven. He unleashed the Raventh Silthor Tarnis. Kalen's hand blazed with golden light as he shaped his palm into a blade and drove it toward the Patriarch's chest. The Gloomvale Lockhaven was formidable, yet still inferior to the Raventh Silthor Tarnis. This chance to use the Silver Talisman would come only once. His opponent stood 4 minor realms above him. If he couldn't kill or cripple the man now, he would be the one in danger. The Patriarch was deeply shaken. He had underestimated Kalen from the start. For all the boy's talent, he was merely a 5th-level Starfall transformation cultivator who hadn't fully matured. The Elders' deaths he blamed on their own weakness and stupidity falling to a junior. He had believed a single strike would end this. The aura Kalen now radiated proved he had reached the 6th level. That surprised the Patriarch, but not enough to concern him. The 6th level was nothing to a cultivator at great perfection. What truly stunned him was the Silver Talisman blocking his attack, and instead of fleeing, the boy charged. Oramis light flared from that palm, thick with killing intent. Unable to recover his Solari Hastael in time, the Patriarch released the shaft with his right hand and held it horizontally across his chest to block. Kalen roared and unleashed the Raventh Silthor Tarnis into the guarding arm. A thunderous crack split the air, as the Patriarch's right forearm shattered, bone fragments spraying. The Patriarch screamed. He had not underestimated the move, yet he had. Without hesitation, he let go with his left hand and threw himself backward. The slash carried through, still hungry, aiming for his heart. Desperation saved him. It only raked a bloody furrow across his chest. The golden light faded. Kalen panted, staring at the man 30 meters away. The Patriarch's right forearm was gone, a mangled scar weeping blood across his chest. His eyes burned with ferocity. "Little beast, you deserve to die. Die," he roared, fury and disbelief warring in him. He had never expected such a loss. If not for that last-second block, he would be dead. A 6th-level child wielding martial arts this terrifying enough to wound a great perfection cultivator. A cold premonition settled in him. Kalen had to die today, or the Luminar family would face calamity. He didn't bother treating his wounds. He charged, sensing the boy's exhaustion. The Raventh Silthor Tarnis had to have drained him enormously. And it had. After the Gloomvale Lockhaven and the slash, Kalen's spiritual energy was nearly gone. With the Patriarch bearing down, there was no chance to enter the astral chart of Evernight and take medicine. He had swallowed some earlier, but recovery was too slow. He fished several jade bottles from his storage bag. Gavrick's leftovers, verified as healing and recovery pills, and downed them all. Aetherus energy surged back. He glanced at the Solari Hastael lying nearby, seized it, and wrenched it free. A Brindor artifact had no fixed master. Possession was ownership. Seeing his family's ancestral weapon in the boy's hands drove the Patriarch into a fresh frenzy, blood gushing from his wounds. He cursed silently. One-armed, the Patriarch still commanded his full cultivation, his spiritual energy largely intact. Kalen, by contrast, ran on fumes. He could barely defend with a spear, let alone unleash its power. The Patriarch was resolved. They would perish together. The Luminar family had lost 8 elders. They could not afford to let this boy escape. Die. A left fist slammed into Kalen's chest. He staggered back, blood spraying from his mouth, but his grip on the Solari Hastael never loosened. Losing it meant death. Kalen cursed inwardly. His power had recovered somewhat, but the gap remained vast. All he could do was endure. The Patriarch was worse off. No Tengara realm regeneration for severed limbs or ruined organs. If Kalen could just outlast him, the man would break first. Little beast. The Patriarch charged again, his lone arm slashing the air. The missing limb crippled his combat ability. Blood loss sapped his strength and aura by the second. No time for pills, no time to breathe. He feared Kalen would flee. 8 dead elders. The boy could not be allowed to leave alive even at the cost of his own life. Kalen coughed blood. He had hit his limit. The disparity was crushing. Every blow churned his insides. Then in the distant brush, a golden shape moved. The Oramis lion. He had sent it as bait. It had lingered there, his bloodied rags still dangling from its tail. Under his gaze, the beast trembled, It understood he wanted it closer, but it dared not. The one-armed man across the way looked like death incarnate. Kalen was beaten, vomiting blood, yet his eyes locked on the lion. He spoke through ruined breath, voice vicious. "Come here, or I'll skin you alive and brew wine from your cock." The lion swallowed hard. No true intelligence sparked behind its eyes, yet it understood, and it instinctively refused to believe this boy could die. Gritting its teeth, it charged. The patriarch started. He had noticed the beast but dismissed it. A second-level starfall transformation demon, nothing to fear. Then the lion reached Kalen, and the boy vaulted onto its back, spear in hand. "Run." The lion obeyed. Its 6-meter frame swayed beneath them, larger than any warhorse. Kalen's spiritual energy was insufficient to fully wield a Brindor weapon, but mounted, everything changed. The golden lion seethed inwardly, yet it obeyed. It knew with absolute certainty that Kalen would drive the Solare Hastile through its heart without hesitation. The situation had inverted in a heartbeat. Moments earlier, the Luminar Patriarch held the advantage. Grievously wounded though he was, his strength still sufficed to crush a spiritually drained Kalen had he pressed it. Instead, Kalen mounted the beast and rode it like a warhorse, conserving his dwindling reserves while fixing every fiber of his will on a single thrust. The Patriarch cursed the young beast, his distress deepening. When the distance closed, the spear flashed, piercing his left chest. As he gathered himself to counter, the lion bolted at the first whisper of danger, needing no command. Terror lent it a speed the dying man could never match. Round after round of exhaustion forced the patriarch to one knee. He fumbled a pill from his storage bag, life slipping away without it. He would not last the hour. Kalen would not allow it. He charged again, spear thrusting. The old man gritted his teeth, dodged, and scattered the pills across the dirt. Now anger, resentment, and despair warred in his eyes. He had never imagined a great perfection cultivator of the Starfall transformation realm would be worn down and killed by a 6th-level youth. Another half-hour bled away. The patriarch had lost too much blood to stand. He collapsed to his knees, a spent thing. Kalen could taste the end. Yet he did not rush the kill. He demanded, cold and quiet, who had leaked his whereabouts, promising a clean death for the answer. The patriarch struggled upward, gaze burning. "Little beast who deserves to die." "You deserve to die," Kalen replied. "The Luminar family sent killers after me, and now it's my fault. You nearly killed my son, Corvin. You're ruthless," the patriarch roared, accusing Kalen of butchering Luminar elders, naming him executioner. Kalen chuckled. "I fought Corvin in the ring and won fair. How is that vicious? He drove a spear through my chest. Was that not vicious? Your family sent assassins. I fought back and killed them. Should I have waited obediently for death?" The patriarch only glared, silent. From the first, the Luminar family had provoked everything. They had only themselves to blame. Kalen asked again, voice stripped of patience. "Who leaked my information?" Hesitation flickered across the old man's face. Then, a deep voice. "I'll tell you. But you must promise not to retaliate against the Luminar family." Fear had sharpened his mind. Kalen was a prodigy of extraordinary talent, and ruthless. Joining the Zereth immortal sect was inevitable. Once grown, he would erase the Luminar line. The patriarch regretted it all. Why had he provoked this madman? Kalen lowered his head, considering. "Fine. But only if the Luminar family doesn't come looking for death." The patriarch nodded, hollow. It was all he could do, hope his kin would never again trouble Kalen. It was Baldric. He and Cedric have always been in contact. After the competition with Corvin ended, they connected. They originally planned to ambush you near Iron Peak City, but you went to the Zereth immortal sect instead, so they changed the plan. The old man unspooled the rest. After his imprisonment by the Vaylor family, Baldric had burned for revenge. The assassin Darius had vanished mysteriously. The Vaylors investigated, found nothing, assumed he had simply left. But Baldric knew the truth. Darius was dead, killed by Kalen. Fearing retribution, he had betrayed Kalen's movements and let the Luminar family set the trap. It really was him. Kalen murmured, realization flashing. He had doubted, but never been certain. The patriarch said he had told everything. He hoped Kalen would keep his word. His eyes slid shut. The blood on his body had dried, his face was paper pale. Kalen nodded. "I will." He thrust the Solare Hastile forward. The patriarch died with grief in his heart. never dreaming the dignified head of Emberglade City's Luminar family would fall to a junior, someone others called trash, and by the family's own precious treasure. Afterward, Kalen sagged, coughing a mouthful of blood. Went much more smoothly than expected. He hadn't anticipated the Ravent Silth or Tarnis would cost so dearly. The pills Gavrik left behind had mediocre effects, his recovery had crawled. But it was resolved. Agony racked him. He needed to heal. He dismounted, collected the storage bag, the scattered spears and the Brindor longsword, then rode the lion toward its cave. The beast looked reluctant, but had no choice. It feared this evil star and could only obey. Even Kalen found it strange. Logically, monsters that understood human speech should be able to speak. This one understood him but could not talk. He did not dwell on it. The beast had saved his life. At the cave, his steps were unsteady. He paused, then pulled a large piece of dried meat from his storage bag and tossed it to the lion. The beast started, then leaped up and swallowed the jerky in one gulp. Afterward, its eyes gleamed, drool at its jaws as it stared at Kalen. He was speechless. He threw most of the remaining dried meat, over 200 pounds, to the lion. It was all the Vaylor family had packed for his journey, now feeding this golden-haired glutton. The lion ate with great satisfaction, never having tasted anything so delicious, far better than raw meat. Kalen thought the lion wasn't just timid. It was greedy too. He said nothing, turned, and entered the cave to recuperate. The jerky would serve as repayment for saving his life. The battle had been a near thing. Without the golden lion drawing the three elders into the open, the ambush that felled one of them would never have succeeded, and the fight would have taken a far darker turn. There might have been no lion left to ride, no escape at all. The outcome had balanced on a knife's edge. Inside the cave, Kalen did not immediately rifle through his spoils. He sealed the entrance with a stone slab, then sank his divine sense into the astral chart of Evernite. The elixir went down in great gulps. A moment later a burp escaped him. It was always this way when he was gravely wounded. Inside the chart, he consumed spiritual medicines like common food. Once my body mends, my cultivation should climb further. I'll be ready to shatter the next star soon, he murmured. Lately, survival and the Luminar threat had crowded out everything else. Before even injured, I moved freely inside the chart. After the last battle I could barely walk a straight line. He paused, understanding dawning. My consciousness entered while my mind was still hazy from the fight. That's why it felt wrong. The realization settled the matter. He sat cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Days of flight and combat, patching himself with pills between engagements, had left debts his body now had to pay. He would not risk hidden flaws undermining his foundation. 4 days passed without him leaving the cave. His wounds closed. His cultivation surged, early 6th level of the Starfall transformation realm, then its great perfection, then mid-stage great perfection, late stage. His aura climbed until it plateaued at late 6th level. He opened his eyes. No need to rush, steady steps matter most. He had touched the threshold of a breakthrough and deliberately stepped back. The body Orindal realm built physical strength. The transformation realm taught a cultivator to shape energy into spiritual power, the gateway to the Seraphis realm. The deeper the foundation now, the higher the ceiling later, at the Tengara realm, the Schwanden realm, and beyond. The Luminar conflict had been a crucible. His cultivation had risen only from 5th to 6th level, but his strength, battle sense, and will had been forged anew. Once, he would have been satisfied simply to reach Starfall transformation enough to make the Korith family respect him. Exile and the awakening of the astral chart had changed the horizon entirely. Kalen retrieved the storage bags of the Luminar Patriarch and the 8 elders. He had been too busy surviving to inventory them, though he had already claimed their spears as makeshift lances. He opened the bags one by one, sorting the contents. The work was methodical, but his smile widened with each pile, especially when the Patriarch's bag yielded over 600 spirit stones. He laughed aloud. Killing and robbing truly was the fastest path to wealth. Resentment toward the Luminars curdled into something like gratitude. They had delivered themselves as a windfall. The 8 elders' bags held 2,000 spirit stones combined. 300 from Gavrik, 500 from the Vaylors, 600 from the Luminar head, 3,400 total. The number startled even him. Spirit stones inside the astral chart could not be withdrawn. They existed only to fuel his cultivation. But 3,400? Torin had once sold his elder brother into a marriage alliance for 1,000. The entire Korath clan's assets probably fell short of that. Even the Veilers would have to liquidate most holdings to raise such a sum. By any measure, he was wealthy now, likely richer than nearly anyone in the Starfall transformation realm. Selling the rest would bring more, but these spears are serviceable. Yellow rank, yes, but still good weapons. The Solari Hastael is a treasure, I'll keep it. He found ample spiritual herbs, pills, and materials besides. No urgency to offload them. 3,000 stones covered his cultivation needs for the foreseeable future. The Elder's spears would serve as future ambush tools. The Solari Hastael felt better in hand than the stolen longsword. All told, the haul approached 10,000 spirit stones in value. The Luminars had mined spirit veins for years. Wealth concentrated in the hands of high-status cultivators who carried their fortunes with them. Inventory complete. He shifted the stone slab and stepped out. The golden lion sprawled in the sun, the 200 pounds of dried meat long since devoured. At his appearance it rumbled softly, tail sweeping the dirt, and trotted over with tongue lolling. Kaelin sighed, understanding perfectly. He produced the remaining 20-odd pounds of jerky. The lion's eyes brightened. It fell on the meat in ravenous gulps, satisfied in seconds. I'm leaving the cave to you. I'm going now. The lion paused, great round eyes darting as if weighing something. Thanks for this time. If I pass this way again, I'll bring more. He turned to go. The lion dropped low beside him, offering a fawning, slobbery grin. You want to come with me? Kaelin asked, startled when the beast pressed directly against his side. The lion nodded vigorously, drool dripping. The golden lion barked twice and crouched lower, waiting. I'm going to the Zurith Immortal Sect. It's far, and there will be danger. Are you sure you want to come? He asked only because the beast had saved him. He couldn't abandon it. The lion nodded eagerly, tongue lolling in a fawning grin. He hesitated, then sighed, and swung onto its back. Let's go. Once we clear the forest, head east. The lion growled low and bolted. The Luminar family's assassination attempt had already cost him days. He couldn't afford more. The beast was a superb mount, covering ground far faster than he could alone. Every cultivator they passed watched with envy and greed. The lion's golden mane marked it as extraordinary, at minimum. 2 7th-level Starfall transformation cultivators tried to rob them. Both died. He didn't know the lion's breed, but it was certainly intimidating. He muttered about buying a spirit beast bag in the next city. Glancing at the corpses, he sighed. This was the third wave he'd killed. Even so, he calmly retrieved their storage bags. The action felt perfectly natural, without the slightest incongruity. Each time the lion watched him kill so casually, its massive body trembled, though it tried to hold composure. She didn't want to lose face in front of him. They traveled another 100 li east to Uldren City. The entry fee was higher because of the lion, 3 spirit stones. He shot the beast a disdainful look. Sensing it, the lion was equally speechless. Inside, he drew stares everywhere. His cultivation, 6th-level Starfall transformation, wasn't low for these parts, and within city walls no one dared move against him. Asking around, he found the Aurelia Pavilion. He wasn't sure where to shop reliably in other cities, but Aurelia's reputation was guaranteed anywhere in Dragonspire Prefecture. Amidst envious gazes, he led the lion to the Uldren branch. Wait at the door. Don't wander off. He entered. Like the Iron Peak City branch, it had 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. He wondered if Valerius managed this one too. He wasn't here for treasures, just a spirit beast bag. He went straight to the counter. Even the most ordinary bag cost 50 spirit stones. His heart skipped. Though he was now a big spender, he couldn't adjust his mindset that quickly. Durnith bags cost only a few stones, but spirit beast bags required internal living space and were dozens of times more complex to craft. Suppressing the heartache, he handed over 50 stones and left under watchful eyes. He had over 3,000 stones. The expense was negligible. The thought improved his mood considerably. He'd almost forgotten his recent windfall. The Luminar family were truly good people. At the entrance, a chubby boy circled the lion, marveling. Magnificent spirit beast, so imposing, so enormous, excellent, excellent. The boy looked 20-ish, slick-faced, but a head shorter than him. His clothes screamed wealth. The lion felt extremely uncomfortable under that gaze, But the boy was 5th level Starfall transformation, stronger than the beast, so it only let out a low howl. When he emerged, the lion growled and looked at him with a wronged expression. He was speechless. The lion wasn't very strong, but its appearance was certainly eye-catching. The boy followed the beast's gaze and saw him approaching with a helpless look. "Sir, is this lion yours?" The boy laughed, fat jiggling. He ignored it, walked up, and stuffed the lion into his new spirit beast pouch. Seeing himself ignored, the boy hurriedly called out, 200 spirit stones. Sell me the spirit beast? He glanced back, didn't answer, and kept walking. 300 then, not for sale. His cold voice came from ahead, and he left without turning. The boy trotted after him. Big brother, don't go. The price is negotiable. Please, sell it to me. My name's Kaldor. I'm heading to the Zereth Immortal Sect to become an apprentice. Brother, could you do me a favor and sell me a place? Brother, you've an exceptional appearance. May I ask your name? He remained silent. He bought dried meat and other food from street shops, then found an inn to rest. Kaldor followed the whole way, from the market to the inn, chattering non-stop. He saw Seraphina's shadow in this boy. They were so alike. He suppressed the urge to act several times. To his surprise, the boy also planned to become an apprentice at the Zereth Immortal Sect. Early the next morning after washing up, he was about to depart when he stepped out of the inn and saw Kaldor waiting. Big brother! The boy greeted him with a chubby grin. He stayed silent. Ignoring him, he turned and left, unconsciously quickening his pace. Outside the city gates, he released the lion without a word and galloped east. But Kaldor didn't give up. He released a horse-headed spirit beast from his own pouch, no slower than the lion. Big brother, wait for me. Kaldor showed no embarrassment whatsoever. He rode hard on his horse-headed mount, keeping pace with Kalen's golden lion, chattering away the entire distance. Kalen found himself speechless. The boy's obvious wealth sparked a fleeting temptation to rob him, but the thought vanished as quickly as it came. No grudge existed between them, and the act would have been beneath him. They had covered half the distance to the Zereth Immortal Sect. A few more days at this pace would see them within its territory. Previously, Kalen had traveled under his own power, modulating his speed to conserve energy despite his capacity for explosive bursts. The lion had collapsed the timeline considerably. Kaldor maintained a distance of less than 10 meters. Suddenly Kalen frowned, patted his mount, and brought the beast to a halt. The chubby boy reined in behind him, breathless. Big brother, what's wrong? Kalen ignored the question, his gaze fixed on the tree line behind them, voice cold. Come out. Aren't you tired of following me all this way? 4 figures materialized, blocking the path. Their expressions were feral, fixed on the pair. The burly leader chuckled. Not bad, kid. Sharp eyes. His aura marked him at the 7th level of Starfall transformation. The other 3 radiated the 6th. Brother, let's kill this one too, one suggested, eyeing the lion. The mount looks valuable, the leader sneered. This didn't concern you originally. We only wanted the fat one. But since you've seen us, we'll send you both on your way. Keep each other company in the afterlife. They drew artifacts, encircling the pair. Kaldor stepped back. Did my stepmother send you? Heh. Not too stupid. Kalen glanced between the boy and the assassins, then sighed. You're sure you won't let me go? Stop talking nonsense and die. The first attacker moved, a 6th level cultivator, sword aimed for Kalen's throat. His movements bore the economy of professionals who had killed often. Not the strongest among peers, but ruthless and vicious. The blade stopped an inch from flesh. Kalen vanished. The attacker's eyes narrowed. He hadn't tracked the movement, then froze. Kalen's boot drove into his stomach. No dodge possible. The man flew backward dozens of meters, vomiting blood. 4th brother. Damn it, brothers, together. The remaining 3 surged forward, weapons raised. The 7th level leader reached Kalen first. Kalen tapped his storage bag. The Solare Hastael materialized in his grip. 3 against 1. Similar cultivation levels, vastly different caliber. Only the leader could barely withstand the onslaught. Blood sprayed twice in quick succession. Within a quarter hour, 2 6th level cultivators lay dead. The leader alone remained, faltering. Damn it, he cursed. Realization dawning. Who knew a 6th level cultivator could be this ruthless? He turned to flee. The spear did not spare him. He collapsed into the growing pool of blood. Kalen hurled the Solare Hastael like a javelin at the first man he'd kicked. Still crawling, still alive. The spear pierced him clean through, 4 dead, none survived. Kaldor stood dumbstruck. He had accepted death, his mind racing through survival scenarios. He never imagined this youth, same cultivation level, would slaughter 3 6th level and 1 7th level cultivators in the span of heartbeats. The Golden Lion remained impassive. It had witnessed similar slaughter along the road already. Kalen collected storage bags, then turned to the boy. You knew you were in danger, that's why you clung to me, isn't it? To shift the threat or something else? The boy had been strange from the start, relentless pursuit, endless chatter. But now Kalen saw calculation beneath the harmless facade. Kaldor coughed, face trembling. Brother, since you figured it out, I'll tell the truth. He was the eldest son of a family far more powerful than the Valers. His father, an Ashen Dan realm cultivator, had remarried after his mother's death over a decade past. The new wife bore a son, and affection shifted entirely to the younger brother. The stepmother orchestrated every manner of difficulty, seeking his removal. Assassination within the clan was inconvenient. The journey to the sect provided the perfect cover. Kaldor had evaded an earlier attempt, the attacker only 5th level. They fled to Aldrin City. At the gate he spotted Kalen's extraordinary mount and foreign attire, deduced his destination, and manufactured a reason to attach himself. Brother, I didn't know they'd sent experts of this caliber. I only wanted you nearby to make them wary. His face flushed. I truly didn't mean to drag you into this. It was true. The previous assassin had been 5th level. Who could anticipate 3 6th level and a 7th? Without Kalen's strength, they would both be dead. Something in the boy's story resonated. Kalen studied him a moment, then said, Since we're headed the same way, why not travel together? Kaldor beamed, thumbs up. Big brother, you're a good man. Kalen sighed, launching into a lecture about how he needn't fear anyone below the 7th level of Starfall transformation. Big brother, what's your name? Kalen? Great name, you're so handsome, must have charmed countless women. Kalen said nothing. He drew Solarai Hastail, mounted his Orimus lion, and rode east. Kaldor trailed behind, showering him with flattery until a flat threat to shut up finally quieted him. The Zereth immortal sect's influence radiated hundreds of miles from its center. 3 days' travel brought them to Kaldra City. Brother, Kaldras is Zereth territory now. Once inside, you're under their jurisdiction. Kalen nodded at the towering walls. Come on, let me buy you a meal. Thanks for looking after me. Over the journey, they'd grown close. Their backgrounds mirrored each other, except Kaldor's family life had been kinder. Inside the city, Kalen froze. Most cities had cultivators on demonic beasts. Kaldras made them look sparse. Mounts of quality and speed were ruinously expensive, yet the streets teemed with them. Worse, cultivators flew overhead. Seraphis realm at minimum. This sect is extraordinary, Kalen muttered. Just the first outer city and already this scale. What's the real thing like? Kaldor laughed. Top sect in Marshallon Empyrean State. Real influence. And I've heard, he leaned close, voice dropping, Marshallon Empyrean Prefecture is actually run by a handful of major sects. The dynasty is a puppet. Kalen's expression sharpened. How do you know? Overheard my father and his friends, might be rumor. Kalen nodded. If true, Dragonspire Prefecture was far more tangled than he'd imagined. Recent arrivals packed the city, candidates for the outer disciple selection. Guards barely glanced at identities before waving them through. They found a restaurant with prices multiples of anywhere else. Even Kaldor winced at vegetable costs. The food was excellent though, rich with rare spirit beast meat that aided cultivation. After eating, they rode the final 100 miles, reaching the outer gate before dusk. It soared over 100 feet, piercing clouds, an array obscuring the interior. The 3 characters Zareth Immortal Sect carried a sense of transcendence, yet only a dozen blue-robed disciples stood guard. Cultivation around 7th level Starfall transformation. Are you here for this year's outer disciple selection? One asked. Kaldor nodded rapidly, cupping hands. Yes, very polite of you. I'm Kaldor, he's Kalen. Follow me. Brief registration at the entrance. Then the disciple led them through the gate. Kalen felt a curtain of light pass over him, inside and outside 2 different worlds. Divine senses swept his body head to toe, several times in a few breaths. Beyond the barrier, both gasped. Outside, a blurry forest. Inside, marble floors, buildings taller and grander than any outside, blue-robed disciples moving purposefully. Surprised everyone is? First time I was. The disciple smiled. Anarin Harrow? Call me Senior Brother Harrow. Kalen nodded. Kaldor beamed obsequiously. Senior Brother Harrow, handsome man. He slipped a storage bag into Anarin's hand. Newcomers here, hope you'll look after us. Anarin weighed the bag, found 100 spirit stones and grinned. No problem, we're all on the same side, come junior brothers. Kalen watched, speechless. This works? He said nothing, following. Half an hour later they reached the reception area, a dozen independent courtyards beside a loft holding thousands. Don't say your senior brother doesn't care for you. Glimmer, Number, Revel, rest there. Whether you stay is up to you. Anarin smiled. Selections in 10 days, lunch at noon daily, don't wander unless necessary. He whispered to the steward, handed over another storage bag. The steward nodded, smiling at them. Let's go, big brother. Glimmer Miravel. Kalen followed, curious. Difference between the courtyards and the pavilion? Selection participants wait here. Only a dozen private courtyards. Everyone else crams into the pavilion, dirty, chaotic, thousands sharing thin spiritual energy, incomparable. Kalen understood. Denser spiritual energy meant better cultivation, but a crowd divided the cake. Common sense. Only a dozen rooms here, Kaldor added. Rest squeeze into the attic. But what did he mean, whether you can hold on? These courtyards are for elites in the selection. Defending them depends on your strength and background. Kalen glanced at the chubby boy, a flicker of admiration. Well prepared. Kaldor knew everything. The 9th courtyard was incongruously spare. 20 square meters of packed earth, a 30 square meter room furnished with 2 wooden beds, a table and a handful of stools. Kalen took it in with a flat look, then turned to Kaldor. How many spirit stones did you just give?
100?
Kaldor's smile evaporated. He sighed, the sound heavy in the cramped space. Kalen clapped a hand on his shoulder and dropped onto one of the beds. He had been moving without pause for weeks. Even at inns, sleep had been a luxury snatched between travel and vigilance. Here at least the spiritual energy was thick, nowhere near the rush of absorbing spirit stones inside the astral chart of Evernight, but steady, workable. He had not entered the chart in days. The Zareth Immortal sect crawled with experts, and he had no desire to draw attention. Besides, he was in no hurry to break through. His cultivation sat at the late 6th level of Starfall transformation, but each time he brushed the threshold of perfection, he forced the energy back down, compressing it, layer upon layer. The method was common knowledge. Every cultivator knew that compression multiplied strength. Few practiced it. Breakthroughs were hard-won, and the temptation to advance was nearly impossible to resist. Only the exceptionally talented could afford such patience. An ordinary person attempting it would be called a fool. Kalen had been at the body ordinal realm 3 months ago. While he cultivated, Kaldor worked the crowd. In 3 days he had charmed half the aspirants, trading gossip and favors with the easy grace of a man who had never met a stranger. The selection pool had swelled to nearly 1,000, with more arriving daily. The 100 spirit stones Kaldor had slipped to Elowen, nearly his last, had bought them a courtyard that now looked like a bargain compared to the attic cubicles the latecomers were fighting over. 2 more days passed. Kalen was midway through his evening meditation when the gate banged shut. Kaldor appeared, beaming, a spirit fruit dripping juice onto his fingers. Brother, you work too hard. I've never seen you stop. He took a bite. If I cultivated like you, I'd probably be just as strong. Kalen opened one eye. Who gave you that confidence? Kaldor swallowed, offended. Big brother, do you really underestimate me? I'm 20, already at the 5th level of Starfall transformation, and I haven't even cultivated seriously all these years. Kalen nodded, solemn. I'm 19 this year, Kaldor stared. A year younger. My cultivation is late 6th level Starfall transformation. The chubby boy's jaw worked. You're not kidding, are you? Body ordinal to 6th level Starfall in 3 months, even if you were at great perfection of body ordinal, that's impossible? Indeed, Kalen said, stroking his chin. I wasn't at great perfection 3 months ago. Kaldor exhaled, shoulders dropping, a joke. Thank the heavens. Kalen watched the relief wash over him and decided against mentioning he had only reached the 2nd level of body ordinal 3 months ago. It would shatter the boy's self-regard and he wouldn't believe it anyway. Heavy knuckles rapped the courtyard gate. Kaldor started, wiped his hands and hurried over. Aside from the noon food deliveries, no one had knocked at any other hour. 5 young men stood on the threshold. The one in the center wore silk brocade. The four flanking him deferred with the easy arrogance of retainers. "We're from the Scorned family of Valeth City," the lead retainer announced. "This is our third young master, Marek Sorn." Marek didn't so much as glance at Kaldor. "Our third young master has taken a liking to your courtyard. Consider it a friendly gesture. Let him live here. After you join the Zareth Immortal Sect, you can invoke his name if you encounter trouble." Valeth City was a powerhouse in Dragonspire Prefecture. The Sorn clan, one of its pillars. Kaldor's face darkened. He could swallow a great deal for the sake of harmony, but not this, not when the courtyard had been bought with gratitude, with the memory of Kalen pulling him from certain death on the road. "I'm sorry, everyone," Kaldor said, forcing a smile and cupping his fists. "This courtyard is where I live with a friend. He's in seclusion at the moment. Please look elsewhere. My apologies in advance." Marek's frown deepened. His companion's expressions hardened. One stepped forward, voice sharp. "Boy, you're courting death. It's your good fortune our third young master likes this villa, yet you dare be ungrateful." "I don't care about seclusion. We've taken a liking to this courtyard. Don't force us to make a move." Kaldor's hand drifted toward his waist. A voice drifted from the shadows behind him, calm and cold. "If you want to die, then you can try it." Kalen heard the commotion before he saw it. The visitors had come for trouble, and when he saw Kaldor being bullied, he stepped outside without hesitation. His words cut sharp and arrogant, and the faces of the Sorn family darkened, Marek's included. "Hey kid, who are you? How dare you talk to us like that?" a young man shouted. "Damn it, I'll kill you today," another cursed. "Kid, I think you're tired of living," a third sneered. Several tried to force the door open. Marek didn't stop them. "You can't come in." Kaldor still blocked the doorway, well aware of Kalen's strength. But he was new to the area, and these were Sorns from Valeth City. He didn't want to escalate. "You fatso, get out of here!" Four young men rushed forward, 3 at the 6th level of Starfall transformation, 1 at the 5th. Kaldor, only 5th level himself, took a kick to the chest. He staggered back 5 or 6 steps, blood spilling from his mouth, face gone pale. At the shout, Kalen's eyes turned cold. His aura erupted. 6th level Starfall transformation. Behind him, Marek's eyes flickered with surprise. The Zareth Immortal Sect's outer disciple selection weighed 3 criteria: age, cultivation level, and combat strength. The younger, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the fighter, the better the evaluation. The youth before him was barely 20, yet already at the 6th level. His talent was extraordinary. Still, Marek was only slightly surprised. Kalen was merely 6th level. Marek himself stood at the 7th. Besides, everyone participating in the selection was a regional genius. The 4 rushed into the courtyard and instantly found themselves surrounded. "Go to hell!" One struck first, fist force howling. Kalen didn't move until the man was nearly on top of him, then tilted his body slightly and dodged cleanly. The attacker froze, stunned by the agility. Before he could process it, a tremendous force slammed into his abdomen. He flew backward, coughing up blood. Someone gasped. The sudden reversal startled everyone. One move, a 6th level cultivator defeated in a single exchange. Even Marek was shaken. The strike was swift, decisive, without wasted motion, and ruthless. "Damn it," attacked together. The remaining 3 exchanged a glance and lunged as one. They could see Kalen was no pushover. 2 at the 6th level, 1 at the 5th combined. They'd overwhelm most at the same realm. But Kalen's expression didn't change. The trio closed in with lightning speed. None drew magical artifacts. This was the Zareth Immortal Sect, and escalation would bring sect punishment. Marek sneered. "Kid, you've offended the Sorn family. I wonder how many lives you have to spare." Kalen's opening move had been impressive, but the first attacker had been careless. Kalen was only at the 6th level. Facing multiple opponents at the same level, Marek didn't believe he stood a chance. Yet his expression grew grimmer by the second. 3 scoffs later, Kalen moved. He beat all of Marek's servants until they coughed blood and collapsed, while he himself remained completely unharmed. "Useless. A bunch of useless trash." Marek roared, glaring at the 4 on the ground, rage twisting his face. These were young geniuses carefully selected by the Sorn family, sent specifically to serve as attendants within the Zareth Immortal Sect, a common practice among great clans. He never expected the so-called elites to fall so easily, crushed by a mere 6th level cultivator. "Third young master, we." The men on the ground tried to explain. But Marek cut them off coldly. Trash is trash. Nothing you say changes that. Then he turned to Kalen, who met his gaze evenly. Kaldor's injury wasn't serious. The kick hadn't carried full force. He hurried to Kalen's side. "Big brother, are you all right?" Kalen glanced at him, eyes seemingly asking, "Do I look like something's wrong?" Kaldor gave a dry laugh and fell silent. The commotion drew a crowd, fellow participants in the outer disciple selection. A fight in Glimmer Miravel. Brutal. That's Marek, the third young master of Valith City. And those on the ground, they're all Scorned family. Recognition sparked shock. More people gathered, scrambling to the courtyard entrance until it was packed. Marek's face darkened further. He felt their gazes like mockery. They were mocking him, watching him make a fool of himself. "Kid, you've got some skill. I'll give you a chance. Follow me from now on and I'll let this slide. Otherwise I'll break your legs myself." Marek's voice was cold. He still couldn't accept losing. In his view, a minor realm gap meant Kalen couldn't possibly win, even among 7th level cultivators. His strength was top tier. Kalen looked at him like an idiot. "If you want to join them on the ground, stop talking and come get me." An uproar rippled through the crowd, so bold. The Scorned family of Valith City was right there, and he dared talk back like that. Curiosity about Kalen's identity surged. Several female cultivators looked at him with admiration. This was what a man should be. "You little brat, you're asking for it," Marek exploded. He hadn't expected such ingratitude. His aura surged, 7th level starfall transformation pressure trembling the ground beneath them. The aura rolling off Marek hit the late 7th level of the starfall transformation realm. A pressure that drove the onlookers back several paces. None of them wanted to be caught in the aftershocks. They looked at Kalen with something like pity. His cultivation sat at the 6th level, a full minor realm below, and Marek was the third young master of the Sworns in Valith. The techniques he had drilled since childhood had to be formidable. "This one is dead," the crowd thought. Kaldor frowned, but the calm on Kalen's face made him shrink back, deciding he was borrowing trouble. He knew his friend's strength too well. Kalen had put down 7th level cultivators before. "One last chance, kid," Marek said, voice hard. "Kneel and admit your mistake or else." Kalen cut him off, cold. "Are you deaf? Wasn't I clear enough? Do I need to repeat myself?" "You're asking for it." Marek moved without hesitation, a blur of motion that kicked up wind. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, right palm driving for Kalen's head. Kalen didn't budge, just as he hadn't for the challenges before. But when Marek struck, Kalen's figure flashed faster, and his left hand caught the blow. The impact dead-stopped Marek's advance. His pupils contracted. He knew instantly he had bitten off more than he could chew. Teeth gritted. Marek drove a kick at Kalen's chest. High, ruthless. A cold glint entered Kalen's eyes as he stepped back, dodging. Marek didn't retreat. He flowed forward, palm shifting to a blade edge slashing for Kalen's throat. Every strike aimed for a vital point. Then Kalen's aura surged, still 6th level, but the pressure he radiated now stood 3 points above Marek's. What level is this kid? Isn't he 6th? How is his aura more terrifying than Marek's? Who is this young man living with Kaldor? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, reaching even Kaldor's newer acquaintances. Marek felt the same shock. Lower cultivation, stronger presence, it meant only one thing. The other man was stronger. "Go to hell," Marek roared. "He's weaker. How can I accept that?" His strike stopped 3 inches from Kalen's neck. Contact would maim, maybe kill. Kalen moved. No dodge, his right hand snapped out and seized Marek's attacking arm. The limb locked instantly. Marek felt caught in the jaws of some prehistoric beast, zero leverage to break free. Dread crept up his spine. "You?" Marek started to speak, then saw the sly curve of Kalen's mouth. The world inverted. Kalen slammed him into the earth like a sandbag. A thunderous impact shook the courtyard. Marek lay disoriented, disheveled. Before he could react, the world flipped again. Another heavy crash. He drove 1/2 meter into the marble, a crater forming around him. Again and again. In less than 10 breaths, Kalen dragged him by the arm and hammered him down more than 20 times. Gasps rose everywhere. Faces froze in shock. No one had ever seen a living person thrown into the ground like a rag doll, especially not a 7th level cultivator subdued so easily by a 6th. Was Marek weak? The third young master of the Valeth Sworns at 7th level, strange if he were. This only proved Kalen was too strong. I've really learnt something today. This guy is ruthless. Hope Marek didn't die, he's not moving. This one's a jinx. I'd rather die than cross him. Marek has thoroughly embarrassed himself. Kalen hadn't left the house, but his name had already spread far. Marek's 4 followers stood dumbstruck, their young master tossed around like a punching bag. Zero resistance, a disgrace. Kaldor, by contrast, wore the look of a man who had known all along. They even glanced at the mangled form on the ground with a hint of sympathy. I stopped you because I was afraid you'd die. Why are you so disobedient? No, don't fall, you'll die if you fall again. One follower forced out, the others chimed in fast. Sir, don't fall. We were wrong, please, have mercy. The Sworns were intimidated now. No choice but to back down, the other side was too ruthless, practically a demon. No mercy shown, they were genuinely afraid Marek would fall to his death. Kalen merely glanced at them, cold, and kept smashing his toy. No intention of listening. A 7th level Starfall cultivator isn't so easily killed by a fall. Amid the stunned silence, Kaldor spoke. Brother, forget it, spare him. This is the Zareth Immortal Sect, don't kill anyone, measured words. Even begging mercy, he didn't forget to cultivate a positive image for Kalen. The onlookers were even more shaken. Kalen really dared to kill? Kalen glanced at Kaldor, nodded, and casually tossed Marek away, one final heavy impact. Marek crashed unconscious, ribs shattered throughout. Out in 3 breaths, Kalen said cold. His gaze swept the crowd gathered at the courtyard entrance. They trembled under it. He said nothing more, turned, and walked into the hut. The crowd exhaled as one and parted consciously, clearing a path for the 4 followers, dragging Marek away. Gentlemen, my courtyard's a bit messy, so I won't invite you in for a drink. Kaldor clasped his hands in a fist salute to the doorway, beaming. They understood, returned the greeting politely, and vanished in a blink. The courtyard dispute had ended. Kalen had defeated Marek with contemptuous ease, and every young witness had already branded him a jinx, ruthless beyond reason. Kaldor shut the gate, surveyed the ruin, and sighed. There was no expecting Kalen to clear the wreckage. That burden, as always, would fall to him. Above the courtyard, 2 figures hovered unseen. The white-haired elder clicked his tongue. The boy holds nothing back. He goes for the kill every time. The middle-aged man beside him wore a dignified calm. Ruthless, yes, but his strength is genuine. To defeat a 7th-level Starfall transformation cultivator, while at the 6th, he possesses at least 8th-level combat power. A promising talent. This outer disciple selection should be interesting enough. Let us go. We have seen sufficient excitement. They vanished without a trace, their positions in the outer sect high enough that their assessment carried weight. Had they known Kalen had once killed a cultivator at great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, their composure might have cracked. On the ground, Marek lay broken, multiple bones shattered. He had only begun to stir after his attendants force-fed him a fortune in pills. Third young master? Third young master? The servants hovered, not from loyalty but self-preservation. If Marek died, they would follow. His eyes opened, bloodshot, taking in the ruin of his body. Damn it. Damn it. Where is he? He had passed out after being thrown like a sack. The attendants recounted the rest, how he had been carried out unconscious. The humiliation drove a fresh mouthful of blood from his throat. He had never been so thoroughly disgraced. Dead. I want him dead. I will kill him. Third young master, shall we inform the second young master? Have him avenge you? A ruthless glint flashed, then faded. Marek shook his head. No need. Thalen is an inner disciple now, Tangara realm. His movements are restricted. We don't need him for a piece of trash like this. The Sworns placed their direct descendants across major sects. Thalen's position in the Zareth Immortal sect was a pillar of the family's influence. What do we do, third young master? The boy is no ordinary cultivator. 6th level, yes, but his strength is monstrous. Marek considered the glint returning. Mirabelle is here. I'll see him tomorrow, offer him what he wants, and make him do the killing. I don't believe the bastard survives that. The 4 servants exchanged looks, then settled into gloating. Kalen was as good as dead. Mirabelle of the Stonewards, Wyrmere City's premier family, had reached the 8th level of Starfall transformation before 20. His combat power let him challenge above his realm. The Sworns and Stonewards had circled each other for years, their heirs measured against one another. Marek usually won the comparisons, which only deepened Mirabelle's resentment. Now both sought entry to the Zareth Immortal sect, rivals by default, but revenge made strange bedfellows. Dawn found Marek walking on his own, propped by pills and a night's meditation. 4 servants in tow, he approached the second room in a courtyard of more than 10. A knock brought the door open. Young Master Sorn, the servant raised in the Stonewood household, recognized him instantly. Marek nodded, expressionless, his face a map of fresh scars. "Is Mirabelle inside?" "Yes, young master. Wait a moment." The servant hurried back. Footsteps approached, and Mirabelle's voice carried before he appeared. "Marek, what brings you here? I heard you were beaten half to death yesterday. Planned to visit, but you've beaten me to it." The Sorn servants' faces darkened. Mirabelle emerged, tall and handsome in black robes, grinning. "Ha ha, just teasing, Brother Sorn. Don't take it to heart. So what brings you? If you've nowhere to stay, move in. There's a spare bed." They had mocked each other for years. Marek's jaw tightened. "I have business. Don't you intend to invite me in?" Mirabelle slapped his forehead, laughing. "Forgot my manners. Come, inside." A lone Stonewood attendant rushed to brewed Stonewood. Attendant prepared tea. Mirabelle sipped, smiling faintly. "Let me guess. You want me to avenge you? That boy's cultivation is formidable." Marek's face had not lightened since he entered. He met his rival's gaze. "If he were weak, I wouldn't be here. Spare the sarcasm. I need you to teach him a lesson." He set the price coldly. "An Oramis Orindal Pirith." Mirabelle's eyes flared. The 4 Sorn servants stiffened. The Oramis Orindal Pirith was a treasure of staggering rarity. The Sorns had nurtured an Oramis Orindal spirit Quelmir for generations, yielding a single fruit every decade. For cultivators below the Tengara realm, it fortified the physical foundation beyond measure. Marek's silence confirmed it. Mirabelle burst into laughter. "Brother Sorn, you are generous. Rest assured he will pay." Mirabelle had coveted the fruit for years. He had never imagined Marek would surrender it. Marek's heart bled. He owned only one. But fate demanded blood, and he would pay far more than a single fruit to see Kaelin dead, after Marek and Mirabelle settled their fees. The group left the courtyard. Marek led the way, his expression ferocious as he dragged Mirabelle toward trouble. "Don't hold back," he instructed. "If you won't kill him, leave him alive for me." Murder within the Zerith Immortal sect carried severe penalties, but Marek counted on his second brother's status as an inner disciple and his own family connections to soften the consequences. Besides, the sect wouldn't hold a grudge against a dead man who had never officially joined. A series of knocks pulled Kaldor from deep sleep. Kaelin, standing to the side, remained seated in meditation, eyes closed, showing no intention of rising. Kaldor sighed. He knew without thinking who it would be, Marek causing trouble exactly as warned. Last night he'd told Kaelin that Marek wouldn't accept the humiliation quietly, but Kaelin had only smiled, dismissive and calm. "I have a bad feeling about this," Kaldor muttered as he crossed the room. "Experience says Marek's found help." His stomach still ached from yesterday's kick. He glanced back at Kaelin, unmoving, then gritted his teeth and opened the door. Marek stood on the threshold, flanked by 2 strangers in addition to the 4 from yesterday. "What do you want?" Kaldor pasted on a false smile. He knew trouble when he saw it. "Where's the kid from yesterday?" Marek roared. "Tell him to come out and face his death." He didn't attack Kaldor. Yesterday his entourage had admitted it was Kaldor who'd persuaded Kaelin to stop, or the beating would have continued. "Now look," Kaldor tried to speak, but the words died in his throat. "Stop wasting breath and move." Marek and the others shoved past, Mirabelle following with a faint smile. Kaldor wanted to stop them, but his body wouldn't cooperate. Inside, Kaelin's eyes snapped open. "Will Marek accept this?" "Never. Spoiled scions of aristocratic families rarely do." He stepped into the common room. Marek and the 4 bruised followers waited, plus 2 newcomers. One wore black robes with an elegant bearing, clearly the hired help. "Kid, you finally figured it out." Marek grinned, his face twisted with rage. "How?" Kaelin regarded him with flat indifference. "You haven't had enough of yesterday's beating, itching for another round today?" Marek's eyes reddened. "Damn you, you know I'm a Sorn. How dare you treat me like this? You probably don't even know how to spell death." Mirabelle watched with interest. He'd helped Marek only for the Oramis Orindal Pirith. If anything, he should thank Kaelin. Without him, this opportunity wouldn't exist. "Mirabelle, he's yours." Marek wanted to act himself, but knew he was no match for Kaelin. Mirabelle nodded, stepping forward with a smile that surprised everyone, even Kalen. I'm Mirabelle, here to help Marek cripple you. So you're the helper this waste of space hired. Kalen jerked his chin toward Marek. Marek fumed at the dismissal. Mirabelle, hurry up and cripple him. Just leave him breathing. I want to kill him myself. Mirabelle sighed. Right, him. We have no grudge, but he paid well enough, so you have to die. His aura spiked. Wind howled around him, shaking the room's foundations. The pressure crushed down on everyone present, not just Kalen, but Kaldor as well. Mirabelle stood at the 8th level of Starfall transformation, yet his combat power rivaled the 9th. He was one of the top contenders in this outer disciple selection. Kaldor recognized the name the moment he felt that pressure. He hurried to Kalen's side and whispered, Kalen, this guy isn't simple. Mirabelle is supposedly the second strongest among the outer disciple candidates. 8th level Starfall transformation, and he can challenge higher levels. Kalen nodded silently. Kaldor worried he'd never seen Kalen kill a 9th level cultivator, but Kalen's expression steadied him. Kalen stepped forward, his own aura rising to the 6th level of Starfall transformation. Yet the pressure he radiated was terrifying. 2 minor realms separated them, and Mirabelle, a genius who could challenge above his level, possessed strength equivalent to the 9th. This was effectively a 6th level cultivator fighting a 9th. Yet Kalen's face showed no fear. If anything, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Mirabelle frowned. Despite the opponent's mere 6th level cultivation, his aura far surpassed what a 6th level cultivator should produce. Interesting, Mirabelle said, fighting spirit surging. 3 moves begin. That's what you said. Kalen vanished, reappearing before Mirabelle like a ghost, fists launching a ferocious assault. So fast. Mirabelle was caught off guard by the speed, but he was no novice. He met the rain of punches head-on. Fists collided. Neither man bothered with defense. In a heartbeat they exchanged over a dozen blows, neither gaining ground. A thunderous crash rang out. The commotion drew a crowd. Yesterday's spectacle had primed them for another. Is that Mirabelle? Someone exclaimed. That ruthless guy from yesterday actually picked a fight with him. Revenge for Marek, but who's stronger? That's Kalen, right? He's fierce. He can actually trade blows with Mirabelle. Mirabelle was a celebrity in this selection. Nearly everyone knew him. Kalen, however, hadn't left his courtyard since arriving, so he remained an unknown quantity. Kalen attacked without mercy, and Mirabelle met him blow for blow. Though the older cultivator held a higher realm, none of his strikes landed with real force. You really do have some skill? Mirabelle said after creating distance, his voice measured. To put Marek down like that. Kalen's face stayed calm, but inside he was shaken. He had held nothing back save his 2 final cards, Erwin and Ravant, and still they stood even. Mirabelle's strength brushed the Luminar Patriarch's own. To find an opponent this powerful, near his own age, in the outer sex selection was almost absurd. Kid, you're good enough to make me use my full strength, Mirabelle said. Kalen frowned. Then Mirabelle's aura erupted. His eyes went bloodshot. Veins corded his forehead, the air warping around him. He had bridged the gap to the Patriarch's level in a single breath. Kalen drew deep and pushed the Mirabelle transformations of Starfall to its limit. The onlookers at the courtyard entrance recoiled instinctively, pressing back against the pressure. Proud of yourself, Mirabelle said, cold and sharp. He moved like light given form, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Kalen barely registered the motion before a fist filled his vision. He threw up an arm. Bone met bone, and he slid back 2 steps, 30% more force at minimum. No time to recover. A kick drove at his midsection. He twisted aside, but the initiative was lost. Mirabelle owned the center now. Kalen could only weather the storm. This was nothing like the fight with Marek. Ground and walls shattered. The courtyard itself seemed to scream under their exchange. It's over, Kaldor muttered, despair thick in his voice. All that cleaning last night for nothing. The Zareth Immortal Sect's buildings were forged from materials far stouter than any mortal construction, yet the courtyard crumbled like dry clay. A thunderous crash. 2 perimeter walls collapsed. The main gate folded inward, yet Kalen had never once driven the fight toward the hut at the center. It stood untouched amid the ruin. With the walls gone, the spectators had an unobstructed view. Incredible, someone breathed. Mirabelle at the 8th level of Starfall transformation, hitting like great perfection. Wait, Kalen's only 6th level. How is he still standing? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Kaldor, Marek, and the others had already cleared the courtyard. Marek's face twisted with rage. Finish him! Cripple him already! With the glimmer Mirabel's walls gone, the battlefield widened. Mirabel, stronger by 2 minor realms, had no fear of a direct clash. He unleashed a barrage, each strike heavier than the last. All you know is running. Mirabel sneered, genuine anger bleeding through now. A stonewood genius stalemated by a lower realm nobody. The shame burned. Kalen said nothing. He needed one opening, one fatal blow. Otherwise the math was simple, he would lose. The fight spilled into the neighboring courtyard, Glimmer Octavra. Its walls fell too. The residents, exceptional cultivators in their own right, didn't dare breathe too loud. At least one knew with certainty he couldn't match either combatant. The violence drew the stewards. When they saw the destruction spreading beyond a single courtyard, their faces darkened. Stop! A Tengara realm aura crashed down. A gale erupted between the fighters, hurling them apart. Each staggered back more than 10 steps before finding footing. The steward stormed between them, grim-faced. Did you destroy this place? Neither answered. Silence was admission enough. Good, good. Not even disciples yet, and you brawl on sect grounds, bold. The outer sect steward's anger was cold. Kalen recognized him. The same man who had taken Anarin's storage bag, who had smiled when bringing Kalen and Kaldor in. Do you know the penalty for fighting and damaging sect property? Loss of one hand? Mirabel stepped forward quickly. Sir, I'm of the Stonewood family, Weirmere City. Please make an exception. Mirabel Stonewood, so it's you! The steward's tone shifted. He knew the name. He knew the family. Yes, sir. Brother Stonewood was helping me, Marek interjected, pushing forward. I'm of the Sorn family, Valeth City. The steward's expression softened markedly at the 2 names. Then his gaze settled on Kalen. Your name, your backing. Kalen. I'm of the Valer family, Iron Peak City. Iron Peak City. The steward had never heard of it. The Valer family? How does a Kalen come to be Valer? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Kalen's jaw tightened, but the words came steady. I married into the Valer family. Married in. Son-in-law. The realization swept the onlookers in a wave. A live-in son-in-law? The steward's face went strange. Marek laughed, harsh and loud. So you're just a kept man living off a woman. Mirabel's expression mirrored the steward's strange. Measuring Kaldor blinked, caught off guard. The crowd erupted in laughter. None of those present could have imagined the ruthless man who had just fought Mirabel to a standstill was a live-in son-in-law. Laughter rippled through the crowd until Kalen turned a cold gaze on them. Mouths snapped shut. They had nearly forgotten the person before them had nearly killed Marek. Even as a son-in-law, he was not someone to provoke. Their silence, however, did not mean Marek would shut up. Kid, I never expected you to be a live-in son-in-law. Why aren't you at home taking care of your wife? What are you doing here? The 4 men behind Marek started to speak, but one look from Kalen silenced them. Marek dared to laugh, they would not. The steward sneered. So you're a live-in son-in-law. Those who live off women deserve harsher punishment. I'll cut off your arm as a lesson. Be careful in the Zareth Immortal sect from now on. He had heard Kalen married into his wife's family, and in his mind Iron Peak City was an insignificant town. He saw no need for politeness. Kalen's face darkened. Why only punish me? The other 2 came to cause trouble. Are they not to be punished either? Kid, are you questioning me? The steward's voice rose sharply. Anger surged in Kalen's chest. He was about to lash out when Kaldor stepped forward. My lord, please calm your anger. I am from the Ironwood family of Xylor City. Please forgive my brother's ignorance this time. Kaldor smiled obsequiously, stuffing a storage bag into the steward's arms. The Ironwood family of Xylor City. No wonder you, little fatso, are so cunning. The steward glanced at Kaldor, then sideways at Kalen. Considering this is your first offense, cutting off an arm is too harsh. We'll be lenient, 100 lashes as a warning. Kaldor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he would keep his arm. Wait. Marek's voice cut in. He leaned close to the steward's ear and whispered, Sir, I have a blood feud with this Kalen. I hope you can punish him severely. My second brother is Thalen, an inner disciple. I ask this small favor for his sake. He looked distressed as he handed over a storage bag. Thalen was famous in the Zareth Immortal sect, an outstanding inner disciple whose cultivation matched the steward's own at the Tengara realm. The steward examined the bag, and even he was shocked, a full 1,000 spirit stones. A large sum. Kaldor had given only 200. Don't worry, we're all family. The steward nodded to Marek with a smile. Then his expression hardened. He threw back Kaldor's bag and said sternly, Kaldor, what kind of person do you take me for? How dare you openly bribe me? I'll let it go this time since it's your first offense, but if it happens again, I will punish you severely. He had already forgotten his own earlier words and was now acting all business. Kaldor stared, glanced at Marek's broad smile and immediately understood. Kalen saw it all and knew without a doubt that Marek had paid for the harsher sentence. He cursed inwardly, remaining outwardly calm, while silently activating the Mirabel transformations of Starfall transformation. If the deacon truly attacked, even knowing he was no match, he would fight back. The deacon looked at Kalen coldly. Kalen, for causing trouble, damaging sect buildings and disrespecting your elders, you are hereby sentenced to have both arms severed. Execution is immediate. His voice carried clearly to everyone nearby. The young onlookers' expressions changed, though they hadn't witnessed the incident. They could guess Marek's group had started it. Yet Kalen was the one being punished. No one spoke up who would offend an outer sect steward for a stranger. My lord, please have mercy, that's not what you said just now. Kaldor panicked, hurriedly trying to defend Kalen. The steward didn't even glance at him. Marek's face was full of smug triumph as he looked at Kalen, as if to say, see? So what if you're strong? Mirabel said nothing. Whatever happened next was none of his concern. He looked at Kalen with pity, clearly talented, but without background, destined to be at the mercy of others. Kalen's eyes were cold and sharp. He didn't speak, already prepared to fight to the death. Kalen? Come here to accept your punishment, the steward said, stepping forward and unleashing a powerful aura. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice rang out from mid-air. Considering this is Kalen's first offense, he will be given a warning, and the matter will be dropped. A simple sentence, without unnecessary words. Stunned everyone. They looked up, but saw nothing. The steward's expression changed instantly. I obey. No further sound came from the sky. Marek and Mirabel were also stunned. But after hearing Kalen was spared, Marek's expression turned ferocious. Your Excellency, you just announced the punishment. How can you change it so easily? He didn't notice the steward's reaction. He was filled with anger. The steward shouted for him to be silent, and Marek regained some sense. The other party could transmit their voice without showing their face, and the stewards and deacons feared them. The opponent was at least a profound core realm master. This matter is dropped. Kalen is innocent. The steward left those words behind and hurried away, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Kalen was stunned. He was. All right. Kaldor didn't react either, but it was good that Kalen was safe. As the crowd dispersed, many whispered about who had spoken earlier. No one guessed, but one thing was certain, the other party must be a big shot from the Zereth Immortal sect's outer sect. Marek cursed, glared at Kalen fiercely, then turned and left. Mirabel's expression was strange. He gave Kalen a deep look, then turned and left. Big brother, are you all right? You scared me to death just now. Kaldor patted his chest, panting heavily. It's all right, let's go. Kalen spoke, though he was puzzled why the earlier voice had helped him. Since the other party hadn't shown themselves, there was no rush to find out their identity. He would simply remember the favor. The courtyard at Glimmer Mirabel lay in ruins, though the small house at its center had survived. Kalen slipped inside, leaving Kaldor outside with a thunderous expression. Grey-robed disciples from the Zereth Immortal sect arrived soon after to clear the debris, menial laborers who had failed the selection but refused to leave, clinging to the hope of someday becoming outer disciples. Kalen had asked Kaldor about the hierarchy earlier. Blue robes marked inner disciples like Anarin, who guarded the outer gate, a full rank above the grey. Inside, Kalen sat cross-legged, his face grim. This sect isn't peaceful either. I need strength, and fast. Since joining, he had never entered the astral chart of Evernight, fearing exposure of the supreme treasure he carried. But his duel with Mirabel had proven he wasn't strong enough. Even an outer sect steward would crush him at his current level. Suppressed to the limit. Time to break through. He closed his eyes. For weeks he had held his cultivation at the late 6th level of the Starfall transformation realm, capable of advancing to the 7th at any moment, perhaps even the 8th, if he pushed. Half an hour later, the 6th major stage peaked, but his momentum didn't falter. It climbed steadily, the fruit of constant self-refinement amplified by the battle with Mirabelle. His divine sense sank into the astral chart of Evernight, consuming a considerable quantity of spiritual medicine. An hour later, a deafening roar erupted from Courtyard 9, shaking the ground. Waves of force surged outward, one after another. "What's happening?" someone shouted. "An earthquake in the Zareth immortal sect?" "No, a breakthrough. Coming from Glimmer Mirabelle, let's go see." Caldor felt it most acutely. He was sweeping the courtyard alongside several grey-robed disciples when the sudden surge nearly bowled him over. He steadied himself and retreated several hundred meters with the others. A crowd gathered fast: Marek, Mirabelle, a cluster of clan prodigies, even the steward who had threatened to break Kaelin's arms. Is that boy breaking through? How can the aura be this powerful? Even a great perfection breakthrough doesn't cause this much commotion. Kaelin was only at the 6th level moments ago. One fight and he breaks through? Marek's face was the ugliest among the onlookers. He cursed inwardly, never expecting this. The greater the commotion during a breakthrough, the stronger the resulting cultivation, and this already rivaled a great perfection ascent. Two figures hovered in mid-air, the white-haired elder and the Aurelia Pavilion manager who had spoken for Kaelin earlier. "This boy is no ordinary person." The elder smiled, though shrewdness glinted in his eyes. "He's only reached the 7th level, yet look at the disturbance." The manager nodded. Not simple. At the 6th level, his strength already touched the 9th. And now he's at the 7th. A genius like this hasn't appeared in the Zareth immortal sect for a long time, the elder murmured. The greater the challenge, the stronger the talent. They saw more clearly than anyone. Kaelin could already fight 9th level opponents at the 6th level. At the 7th, he might challenge great perfection cultivators. At the 8th, he would have no rivals within the Starfall transformation realm. This was the mark of a true prodigy. Another massive wave rolled out from Courtyard 8. Then the tremors and rolling air dissipated, as if they had never been. Inside the small house, Kaelin opened his eyes, his gaze deep, his aura markedly more powerful. 7th level of Starfall transformation. Indeed extraordinary. If I fought Mirabelle now, I wouldn't be suppressed. Joy flickered across his face. The breakthrough had been easy. He could have pushed to the mid-7th level, but he chose a steadier, more solid foundation. Only a strong base allowed one to go further. More importantly, he was certain that once inside the astral chart of Evernight, no one nearby could sense it. The commotion had undoubtedly drawn important outer sect figures, at least the man who had vouched for him. But with no abnormalities detectable, his secret remained safe. The chart was his greatest secret. If revealed, he would die. Even the sect leader would covet such a treasure. The divine soul enters the astral chart of Evernight. The physical body appears to lack divine consciousness, yet outsiders cannot detect it. He had mastered the chart's use since activating it, though not all functions were unlocked, or perhaps his strength was simply insufficient. He would master more as he grew stronger and shattered more stars. Kaelin rose and walked out. Thousands had gathered, which startled him. He had expected a commotion, not a spectacle. "Everyone, my apologies. The breakthrough was a bit loud." He cupped his hands, feigning embarrassment. The crowd didn't see it that way. What they had witnessed had astonished them. "See? Told you, he really broke through. Breaking through to the 7th level with that kind of commotion. Impossible. Is he really a live-in son-in-law? Don't believe it? Someone with that talent would become a live-in son-in-law." "Keep your voice down. Don't let this evil star hear you." Murmurs rippled through the throng, but the crowd soon dispersed. The show was over, nothing left to see. Marek seethed with resentment. If he wanted revenge, he would need another way. Mirabelle's expression was grave. Kaelin had been strong before, now he was undoubtedly stronger. After a glance at Marek's departing figure, Mirabelle followed. The matter hadn't been accomplished, but accepting some benefits wouldn't be too much, would it? 3 more days slipped by, leaving only 2 until the Zareth immortal sect's outer disciple selection. Over 5,000 aspirants had gathered by then, many of them exceptional talents, yet the attic accommodated barely 3,000. Excluding the dozen small courtyards, more than 2,000 people had nowhere to sleep. Fights broke out daily near the attic, but stewards and deacons never appeared, as if the sect tacitly approved. Unless outsiders caused genuine disruption, Zareth immortal sect rarely intervened. The only reason Kalen and Mirabel's clash had drawn a steward was the scale of the damage. They had demolished an entire courtyard. The grounds buzzed with sparring and exchange. At night, scores of female cultivators bedded down under open sky, most of them newcomers. They all knew the courtyards housed the standout talents. Glimmer Holdress 9 drew particular attention, a hut without walls or doors uniquely exposed. Many coveted it until they learned who lived inside, a ruthless figure they heard with a battle record that included fighting Mirabel to a standstill. Though he had no background, that alone marked him as extraordinary. They abandoned the idea. No one knew Kalen, but everyone knew Mirabel, Moro Ariel's prodigy, 8th level of the Starfall transformation realm, ruthless, a guaranteed outer disciple. No one had the confidence to provoke him. On selection morning, Dawn found nearly 10,000 people massed outside. Kalen scanned the crowd, scions of Dragonspire Prefecture's great families, independent cultivators of respectable cultivation. He spotted Marek, face darker than before, eyes spitting fire when they landed on him. Damn it, Kalen. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Marek had been forced to pay 1,000 spirit stones as a service fee, even though the Oramis Orindal Pyrith never reached Mirabel. The loss had gutted him. He liked to say he had lost both his wife and his army. Mirabel stood apart with his entourage, a clear radius of empty space around him. The same held true for Marek and his followers. Kalen noticed others in similar isolation, himself included, alone save for Kaldor. He understood after a moment. Fear kept people away. A woman caught his eye. She stood by herself in white, expressionless, radiating a cold aloofness. Her features were strikingly beautiful, almost otherworldly. And she was strong, profoundly so. Curious, Kalen asked Kaldor, "Who is she?" Kaldor followed his gaze and lowered his voice. Isolde Blackthorn, 8th level Starfall transformation. Young lady of the Blackthorn family, said to be the strongest here. The Blackthorn family, Kalen started, he had heard of them, a legendary clan in the Marshalon Empyrean state. One, even minor sects hesitated to cross. They belonged to no city. Their family was a city, controlling multiple spirit stone mines, making them one of Dragonspire Prefecture's supreme powers. Isolde seemed to feel his gaze. She turned, her eyes icy with disgust, and Kalen looked away, unsettled. He did not know she had already branded him a lecher in her mind. Bold and shameless, at that. Afterward, Kalen pointed out several other notable candidates. Kaldor answered each query like a living encyclopedia, his knowledge precise and deep. For all his quiet demeanor, he had proven invaluable at intelligence gathering. An hour passed, the sun climbed. Then a procession entered. Over 100 blue-robed outer disciples, 4 stewards, and a dignified middle-aged man, followed by 4 deacons moving with respectful deference. Kalen recognized the deacon who had nearly shattered his arm among them. The middle-aged man's gaze lingered on Kalen a beat too long. Instinct told him this was the one who had spoken for him that day. The outer disciples fanned out around the perimeter, each at least 7th level, Starfall transformation. Silence fell over the 10,000 the moment Zereth Immortal Sect representatives appeared. Even Isolde and Mirabel stilled. The middle-aged man swept the crowd, his eyes resting on Kalen once more before he spoke. His voice deep and carrying. "I am Darius Breno, one of the outer sect elders in charge of this selection." Kalen confirmed it. This was the voice from the courtyard. The Zareth Immortal Sect holds this selection yearly, drawing many. Only 500 become outer disciples. The rest may choose to enter as menial disciples, cultivating within the sect and awaiting another chance. Darius's voice was not loud, but it reached every ear. Kalen knew the terms. Menial disciples were essentially servants, resources earned only through assigned tasks, status low, numbers in the hundreds of thousands scattered across the sect. Yet few left. The sect was a treasure land. Its spiritual energy was so concentrated that 1 day of cultivation inside equaled 3 outside. The outer sect test has 3 parts. The first examines bone age. Darius paused. The younger the bone age, the higher the cultivation, the higher the score. A ripple of understanding passed through the crowd. The format was standard across most sects and powers. Bone age measured potential, youth meant greater room for growth. Cultivation level measured present strength. Divide into 4 groups. Begin the test. The 4 elders exchanged glances and dispersed to their stations. The bone age test was straightforward. Each deacon held a golden compass that, when activated, released a golden mist across its surface. Unless a cultivator had reached the profound core realm or possessed a supreme treasure, there was no falsifying the result. Line up at the back. Come forward one by one. More than 100 outer disciples organized themselves into a queue, their chatter directed mostly at the ordinary youths among them. They were polite enough to Isolde, Mirabelle, and Kaelin. In the crowd, Kaelin spotted Anarin, the man who had accepted 100 spirit stones from Kaldor to assign them the small courtyard Glimmer Miravel. Few had actually come to claim it. The most outstanding candidates had stayed away. Everyone knew that securing the courtyard was easy, but defending it was another matter. You might be attacked outright, so only the strong dared. Otherwise, Anorin would never have been able to steer the two of them there. Anorin seemed to feel Kaelin's gaze. He lowered his head, ashamed, unwilling to meet his eyes. Though Kaelin had not yet joined the Zereth Immortal sect, he had already earned a reputation in the waiting area. Darius speaking up for him alone proved his worth. Add the commotion of his cultivation breakthrough and the battle with Mirabelle that had transcended his level, and his uniqueness was undeniable. Even Anarine wondered whether to find an opportunity to return the spirit stones, fearing future retaliation. Kaelin, for his part, did not care. He thought the courtyard, bought for 100 spirit stones, was quite pleasant to live in. One by one, candidates stepped forward. The mist on the compass shifted, condensing into numbers that revealed true age. The sect's requirement was lenient. Anyone under 30 could join. Kaelin and Kaldor stood together, at least 500 people ahead of them. Isolde, Mirabelle, and Marek were not in the same line. Marek glanced back occasionally. At 20, he had already reached the 7th level of the Starfall transformation realm, an absolute rarity. Even Mirabelle was 21 this year, which gave him some confidence before Kaelin. In his estimation, Kaelin should be in his 20s, not from appearance, but because his personality was too mature, too worldly. He believed he would surpass his rival in a few years. Several hundred meters was nothing to a cultivator at the 7th level. Their sensory functions far exceeded ordinary limits. Eyesight, hearing, strength, all were heightened beyond the norm. Soon it was Mirabelle's turn. He strode forward, naturally drawing attention as a prodigy. The compass glowed, faint golden light coalescing into two numbers, 21. Surprised murmurs rippled through the crowd. Reaching the 8th level of Starfall transformation at 21 was unquestionably genius. Even Darius lingered on him a moment longer. Mirabelle remained calm. This was not the first time he had drawn such notice. Not long after, Isolde stepped up, dressed in white, her face stunning. She commanded every eye. Normally few dared stare openly. This was a perfect excuse. She walked to the compass expressionless, as if the world around her were irrelevant. Auramus light emerged and condensed into two characters, 18. An uproar erupted instantly. My goodness, Isolde is amazing. She's only 18. 18. And already at the 8th level of Starfall transformation. A monster. It seems she won't be the first place winner in this outer sect selection. Even Darius's gaze carried a hint of praise, signaling his approval. Kaelin was also astonished. He knew his opponent was strong, but not this strong. At 18, she stood at the 8th level's peak, poised to break through to the 9th. If all went well, she might advance to the Seraphis realm before 20. A 20-year-old Tengara realm expert, the thought was terrifying. Kaldor's jaw nearly dropped. Merrick curled his lips. Though surprised inside, he outwardly showed dissatisfaction. Soon it was Merrick's turn. Before the test, he turned to look at Kaelin. Kaelin noticed and wondered about Merrick's age, not out of curiosity about talent, but because he simply thought the man wasn't very bright. Perhaps they were too young to understand. As a member of the Sorn family at the 7th level, Merrick had attracted plenty of attention. The compass glowed, mist condensing into two large characters, 20. Many were surprised at 20. Reaching the 7th level was impressive, though not as stunning as Isolde, still undeniably genius. Merrick was very pleased with the surprised faces around him. While secretly enjoying himself, he didn't forget to shoot Kaelin a fierce, provocative look. It seemed to say, I'm still young. You'll see in a few years. Kaelin couldn't guess what he meant. He was just curious, already 20, and still so brainless. They'd met only 3 times. From the first meeting where Merrick loudly questioned the presence of a master to the second, Kaelin had concluded the man's mind definitely wasn't working properly. The line continued. Half an hour later, Kaelin's turn arrived. He was a prominent figure among the outer disciples. Evil Star wasn't a title given lightly. His record was remarkable, undefeated in one-on-one against Mirabelle, and the sounds from his cultivation breakthrough had been spectacular. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked step by step to the compass. Marek sneered. Mirabelle's expression was solemn, and Isolde was cold as ice, all focused on him. The deacon activated the compass. Oramus light appeared. Kalen felt a wisp of divine consciousness briefly pass through his body before withdrawing. The golden mist slowly condensed into two large golden characters. 19. The murmurs rippled through the crowd, sharp with disbelief. 19? This jinx is only 19? My God, a devil at 19 and already this strong. He just broke through to the 7th level of Starfall transformation a few days ago, didn't he? With talent like that, no wonder even Marek is no match for him. Voices overlapped, agreeing on the absurdity of it. In raw terms of age and cultivation, Kalen stood inferior only to Isolde. Marek's face drained to a mask of denial. Impossible. He had never expected Kalen to be younger than him, never expected that he, the third young master of the Sorn family, would stand beneath someone else's shadow, but rejection changed nothing. The numbers were the numbers. Kalen glanced back, catching the death's head expression on Marek's face. Does my age have anything to do with him? Darius watched from the platform, admiration open in his gaze. To hold such strength and skill before 20, this young man's future had no visible ceiling. 3 more hours passed before the last tester stepped away from the golden compass. Darius descended to the high ground, surveying the sea of faces. The first test, Bone Age, is complete. Now we begin the second, cultivation level. The queue reformed. This time the instrument was not a compass, but a translucent emerald pearl, fist-sized, cradled on a velvet stand. Each tester laid a hand upon it, and wisps of green mist coiled upward, condensing into characters. Each wisp marked one level of Starfall transformation. The line stretched as long as before, but Marek moved through it with quiet obedience. He knew Kalen's cultivation better than anyone, 7th level, same as himself. Most of the powerful family scions knew one another's standings. This round everyone assumed would be routine. They were wrong. Isolde stepped forward, slender fingers settling on the pearl. Green mist bloomed. 1, 2, 3, 8. The crowd held its breath. Then a 9th layer unfurled, pale and cold as winter light. Isolde has reached the 9th level. The shout tore through the silence. Wasn't she 8th before? When did she break through? Terrifying. She's the undisputed number 1 outer disciple this year. Even Mirabelle and the other major family prodigies frowned. They had heard whispers that Isolde was not to be trifled with, but an 8th level opponent was calculable. 9th level meant she stood at the threshold of the Seraphis realm. Kalen felt the shock too. She was extraordinary. His own turn came and went. 7th level, no commotion. Mirabelle tested at 8th, Marek at 7th, Kaldor at 5th. Respectable, but the gap between prodigies and the merely talented yawned wide. Isolde was not the only surprise. Varric, the Chenvar family's pride from Dragonspire Prefecture, had claimed 7th level. The pearl revealed 8th. The uproar was instantaneous. Mirabelle's face darkened. He had been considered the clear second, and now another 8th level cultivator stood beside him. The Chenvar family rivaled the Stonewoods and Sorns in power. Kalen had watched Varric closely since spotting Shirith at his side. He had asked Kaldor for intelligence, but the chubby boy knew little. Varric had arrived, taken Courtyard 4 and not left since, attended by a single servant. The remaining tests yielded a scattering of high cultivations, mostly from older candidates. Some families had concealed their scions' true levels, but only 2 exceeded 8th. The rest clustered around 7th. In Kalen's estimation, only Isolde and Varric posed a genuine threat. 8th level. He felt no fear. By the time the last hand left the pearl, afternoon sun slanted across the testing grounds. Darius reviewed the records, nodded, and announced, "Testing concludes for today. Scores will be calculated from age and cultivation. The practical test begins tomorrow." He turned and left, leaving a vacuum of speculation. No one knew what the practical test entailed, what the previous scores meant, how they factored into the final selection. Kalen turned to Kaldor. "Do you know what a practical test means?" Kaldor nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead. Like previous years, each person receives a base score from cultivation and bone age. Higher score, better chance at outer disciple. But the third test, strength, divides everyone into groups for challenges. Low cultivation and advanced age mean a low base score, but consecutive victories add points. Even someone with poor talent can climb the ranks if they win enough. A simple explanation, but it clarified the architecture. Kaelin understood. Cultivation and bone age measured talent. Exceptional talent advanced directly. Everyone else fought for the remainder. High scorers needed fewer wins. Low scorers needed streaks. It seemed unfair, yet it handed opportunity to those whom talent had passed by. In this world of cultivation, talent is itself a form of strength. Some spend lifetimes chasing peers they can never catch, not for lack of effort but for want of innate gifts. Talent and age set a cultivator's ceiling. Without them, one remains a grain of sand in the long river. Kaelin felt this truth in his bones. Without the astral chart of Evernite to cleanse his marrow and raise his aptitude, he would still be mired in the body or indal realm, what others called trash. Dawn brought the final practical test. Outer sect stewards herded the candidates from the rest area to the arena grounds where hundreds of blue-robed disciples ringed the field, each radiating at least the 8th level of starfall transformation. This was no traditional arena. Dozens of massive grey brick platforms fanned out from a central grand stage, and even scions of powerful houses gaped at the spectacle. Darius materialized in midair, his figure cutting through the morning light. The third strength test begins now. We will announce each candidate's realm and bone age scores, then divide the 500 among the arenas. The top 20 scorers in each become outer disciples. Each person may challenge and be challenged 10 times. A successful challenge earns 5 points, losers lose nothing, and the challenged may concede. The round lasts 3 days. Unused challenges are forfeited. 10 outer disciples will oversee each arena. When your name is called, proceed to your assigned platform. He dissolved into a streak of light and vanished. 200 blue-robed disciples stepped forward, jade slips in hand, calling names in a thunderous chorus. Cultivator hearing cut through the cacophony. Marek, bone age and cultivation score 8, arena 6. Mirabelle score 9, arena 3. Varric score 9, arena 2. Isolde score 10, arena 1. Kaelin score 9, arena 4. The order was random, not ranked. Kaelin noted the distribution, most scores clustered around 5. Marek's 8 was high. Mirabelle, Varric, and he shared 9. Only Isolde had achieved a perfect 10. Arena 4 held 500 candidates and 10 presiding outer disciples among the crowd. Kaelin spotted Shenvar, assigned here as well. Shenvar kept his head down, avoiding eye contact. The candidates around them gave Kaelin a wide berth. The instinctive distance the weak keep from the strong. Scanning the assembly, Kaelin recognized no one else. The highest cultivation present was 7th level starfall transformation. He understood the sect's logic. Geniuses were scattered across arenas so they wouldn't eliminate each other early. Their high preliminary scores acted as a buffer. Even if they conceded a match they couldn't win, they could still place in the top 20. One of the 10 disciples stepped forward. 9th level starfall transformation, clearly the leader. His voice carried arrogance, the tone of a senior instructing juniors. Fellow disciples, this is the final assessment for outer sect entry. Some may find the unequal starting scores unfair. That is reality. As Eldemir said, the top 20 in each arena advance. You each have 10 challenges and 10 defenses. Who begins? Kaelin stayed silent. His score led the arena, and none here could match him. I will. A 6th level cultivator vaulted onto the platform, cupping fists. Which brother would offer guidance? Another 6th level answered the call. They saluted and engaged. Duels unfolded rapidly, over 20 matches in half an hour. Kaelin watched none of them. No one dared challenge him. Then Shenvar stepped up, 5th level starfall transformation, stronger than their last encounter at the mine. His opponent matched him. The fight was close. Shenvar won by a hair. He exhaled, glancing around, caught Kaelin's gaze, and immediately lowered his head. Kaelin smiled, curious how they'd cross paths again. I will. Shenvar hadn't even left the stage when Kaelin leapt up. The 500 candidates went deathly quiet. They'd heard of this evil star even unseen. His reputation preceded him. A score of 9 implied power, and here he stood. Shenvar tried to retreat. Too late. I challenged Shenvar. Shenvar froze halfway down the steps, his foot catching on the threshold. He stumbled, barely catching himself before his knees hit the boards. Of all the people to find him here, after every precaution, every quiet arrangement, it had to be him. He turned slowly, face drawn, forcing a smile that cracked at the corners. "Brother Kalen, it's been a long time." Kalen leaned against the railing, arms folded, watching with the quiet amusement of a cat that had cornered a mouse. He said nothing. Chenvar shuffled back toward the center, shoulders slumped. "So you're here too? What a coincidence." His voice thinned. "I just finished a match, haven't recovered. I'll abstain if that's acceptable." He was nearly pleading. No path to victory existed, and fighting meant leaving the arena broken, useless for what came next. "You dare abstain?" Kalen's eyebrow arched. "Come here. I'm curious why you're even here." Bitter obedience pulled Chenvar forward. The crowd murmured, piecing it together. Two men who knew each other. But why was Kalen here at all? And what connected him to Varric? They shared a surname. Yet Varric's Chenvar clan stood among the great families of Dragonspire Prefecture, while Chenvar's branch had long since withered into irrelevance. Chenvar shook his head, the wry twist of his mouth deepening. "We're a branch line. The main house doesn't acknowledge us. No contact in years," he explained in fragments. Varric was entering the Zareth Immortal sect and needed a follower. The direct line, too proud, too weak, too young. The choice had fallen on him. Kalen nodded, understanding settling over his face. As Chenvar spoke, his expression soured further. Once he had swaggered through the clan like a petty tyrant. Now he was being shipped off as a servant. No wonder the mood was foul. They stood reminiscing on the boards while 500 competitors burned time they couldn't spare. The lower-ranked especially seethed, but the 10 outer disciples charged with discipline kept them silent. Their leader's face darkened. He felt his authority fraying. "The arena isn't for reminiscing," he said, voice low. "If you won't fight, get down." Kalen frowned, recognizing the waste. He meant to offer Chenvar a token exchange and end it. But Chenvar only clasped his fists, smile fixed. "All right, senior brother, fight Kalen? He'd sooner walk into a furnace." The leader's patience snapped. "Didn't you hear me?" He took the silence as insult. "Boy, your senior brother asked you a question. Are you deaf?" Kalen turned slowly. His gaze was flat, cold. "Are you talking to me?" "So you're not deaf, I thought you didn't hear." The disciple sneered. "Since you heard, start the match and get off the stage." He dismissed Kalen entirely. 9th level Starfall transformation realm against 7th, 2 minor realms of difference. The strong ignoring the weak. "So the deaf person you mentioned was me." Kalen's voice carried no inflection, no tell of joke or rage. The outer disciple frowned. No uninitiated disciple had ever spoken to him like this. "That's right. I'm talking about you." The air thickened. 500 youths held their breath. Chenvar felt the awkwardness acutely. He had just claimed kinship with Kalen and now feared the backlash. "Very good, you just called yourself senior brother, didn't you?" Kalen smiled. "Then I concede defeat in this competition." A collective freeze. The strongest in Arena 4 had just yielded. Everyone knew Chenvar stood no chance, yet Kalen handed him the win. "Kalen, you admit defeat, then I win?" Chenvar stammered, stunned. 5 points meant nothing to Kalen. To Chenvar, they were the difference between entry and exile. "Since you've conceded, hurry up and get down." The leader's frown deepened. He had just demanded the match begin. The boy had immediately quit. But Kalen laughed. "Senior brother, I concede this match, but I want to challenge the next person." Challenge himself? The arena went silent. 500 vows formed in unison. If this jinx chose them, they would abstain instantly. The leader glanced around. "Since no one objects, choose your next opponent. Anyone here can be chosen." "That's right, anyone." "Very good," Kalen smiled at the leader. "Then I choose you. Senior brother, come up here." The outer disciple gaped. Kalen wanted to challenge him, a 9th level cultivator. Not just the youths, but the other 9 disciples stared. Had he lost his mind? "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." The leader's face darkened. "Boy, I think you're courting death." "I just said I want to challenge you. Whether I'm courting death, you don't need to remind me." Kalen's expression remained indifferent. "Courting death." The first outer disciple leaped onto the arena. The outer disciple's face darkened. 5 years in the Zareth Immortal sect, and he had never been spoken to like this by someone who had not yet crossed the threshold. "Boy, I've been here 5 years and never seen anyone as arrogant as you." Below the Tengara realm, a cultivator lived barely past 100. Even outer disciples faced a hard ceiling without progress. They were shuffled off to manage the sect's external holdings or dismissed entirely. The enforcement hall's ranks were young, turnover high. "Didn't you just say I could challenge anyone here? Did I hear wrong?" Kalen's voice was calm, unhurried. He had considered keeping a low profile before arriving, but the sequence of events, beating Marek, fighting Mirabelle, the breakthrough that had shaken the selection grounds, had already marked him. Hiding served no purpose. Better to demonstrate value, to make the sect invest in him. He needed Xereth's protection. If the misty immortal palace came calling, he needed the sect to refuse them. Since that's how it is, let your senior brother teach you the principles of being a good person. Cedric moved like lightning, aura surging at the 9th level of Starfall transformation. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Good timing. Kalen's own aura erupted, tiger-like, matching the higher cultivation despite sitting 2 minor realms lower at the 7th level. Cedric was no fool. He sensed the danger immediately and held nothing back. The clash was blinding, leaving the 500 candidates breathless. They knew Kalen as a ruthless star, but to see him engage an enforcement disciple directly and show no disadvantage was something else. The other 9 outer disciples watched with growing unease. They knew Cedric's measure. He was not losing, he was being suppressed. The commotion drew eyes from the neighboring arenas. That's Kalen, and he's fighting a blue robe? An outer disciple? How did he pick a fight with enforcement? And the outer disciple is strong. This jinx, has he lost his mind? Kaldor watched from a distance, grinning. My goodness, Big Brother is really fierce. Marek's face darkened, lips moving in silent curse. Kill him. Kill Kalen. Arena 4 sat closest to Arenas 1 through 3. The prodigies, Isolde, Varric, Mirabelle, had clear sightlines. Mirabelle's expression shifted. Kalen's strength had grown since their exchange, and his relaxed bearing suggested reserves untapped. A strange light flickered in Isolde's eyes, gone before anyone could name it. Her face remained cold, unreadable. Varric watched in silence, something calculating in his gaze. Cedric's alarm deepened with every exchange. 7th level. The boy was 7th level, yet every strike met his own or bettered it. He cycled through techniques, searching for an opening that never came. Damn it, he retreated, hand flashing to his storage bag. The ethereal Jorvin Gladius materialized ashen grade, Brindor forged, earned through years of merit accumulation. The ethereal Jorvin Gladius. Senior brother Varel has actually drawn his own weapon. Murmurs rippled through the outer disciples. Brindor artifacts could be bought with merit points after entry, but this sword represented years of service, a testament to how far Kalen had pushed him. Kid, you forced me to this. Cedric's eyes burned. He had already lost face, forcing a pre-entry disciple to draw a Brindor weapon. He could not afford to lose the fight. Heads turned across the selection grounds. Even distant matches paused. A Brindor weapon? That's a Brindor weapon. This jinx has met his match. 2 cultivation levels higher, and he still draws a Brindor weapon? Despicable. Using a magic weapon against an unarmed opponent? Utterly shameless. The candidates, fellow outsiders, all of them, spoke for Kalen. The disparity was obvious. The escalation ugly. Kalen's expression did not change as Cedric charged, the Gladius whistling through air. He sighed, almost bored, and patted his own storage bag. The Solare Hastael appeared in his hand, spear-thin, lethal, Brindor forged. Bang, bang, bang. Spear met sword, the ground shook. A Brindor weapon. That spear, it's Brindor too. Recognition flashed through the crowd. What? You have a Brindor weapon? Impossible. Who are you? Cedric's composure shattered. No one expected a pre-entry disciple to possess such a weapon, let alone that Kalen also carried a Brindor longsword, a misty immortal palace artifact he had no intention of revealing. Damn it! Damn it! Cedric unleashed everything, the Gladius a blur of continuous strikes. Everyone was neutralized. Not a scratch landed. Senior brother, you're a bit weak. Kalen smiled faintly. Then his eyes sharpened, eagle sudden, and his aura tripled. The Hastael flashed silver, thrusting a gale straight at Cedric's guard. The wind arrived in a heartbeat. Cedric raised the Gladius barely in time. Crash. The block held, but the force drove him back dozens of meters before he arrested his slide. He had no breath to recover before Kalen was already there. the Astral descending. The dragon-shaped spear hung suspended in the air, its tip a hair's breadth from Cedric's throat. He stood frozen, face drained of color, cold sweat beading on skin that had gone clammy with the certainty of death. "Stop!" The command cut through the silence, Darius's voice resonant from the void. Kalen stood between them, the draconis coiling Astral held loose in one hand. He lowered it slowly. Cedric exhaled, a shuddering breath, then crumpled to the arena floor as the adrenaline curdled into trembling weakness. He realized his mistake the moment his knees hit the sand. Arena 4. The watching eyes, mocking, sarcastic, pricked at his pride. He scrambled up, glaring at Kalen with hatred he dared not act upon. The gap in their strength was a wall he could not scale. "You," Cedric's voice cracked. He swallowed the threat forming on his tongue and spat instead. "I'm the one responsible for maintaining order here. You dare lay hands on me? You've violated Zereth Immortal Sect's rules. I'll break an arm and a leg, cripple you, and have you expelled." Kalen watched him with flat indifference. Darius spoke again from the void. "This competition selects new disciples. Outer disciples may not participate. The competition continues." That was it. A few casual words and the matter closed. Cedric stood stunned, bitterness choking him, but Darius had spoken. He was a mere outer disciple, not even a steward. He turned and left the arena. Kalen clasped his hands in salute to the empty air and vanished. The disciples in Arena 4 looked after him as if he was something unnatural. A silent consensus formed: if he challenged any of them, they would forfeit. Chenvar watched, astonished. How long since they'd arrived at the Spirit Stone mine? Kalen had just felled a 9th-level Starfall transformation cultivator. That was the strength of a minor family head. Cedric's shame burned hot. He abandoned Arena 4, palming the duty off on another outer disciple. The matches resumed. The prodigies, Isolde, Varric, Mirabelle crushed their opponents with casual dominance. Miles away in a secluded pavilion beyond the outer gates arena, Darius sat across a chessboard from a white-haired old man whose kind face creased in a smile. "This Kalen has great talent," the old man said, lifting his teacup. Darius moved a piece. "On the path of cultivation, talent is only one aspect." A tacit acknowledgement, the old man chuckled. "Interested in taking him as a disciple?" Darius considered the board. "We're still investigating. I didn't expect the brat to catch your eye. Perfect timing to dig into his background, just in case. I heard he was a live-in son-in-law. Curious how a promising young man ends up in that position." Darius said nothing, but his silence agreed. The days blurred, 3 days and 3 nights, Darius had said, and the grey-robed servant disciples brought food twice daily. Kalen didn't rush the stage. Discounting the Cedric incident, he still held 9 challenges. The results across the arenas were predictable. The prodigies never lost, and no one dared challenge them. Kalen found the sect's selection method ingenious. Talent stayed, high ability and potential stayed. The final day arrived. Kalen stepped up and randomly selected 9 opponents. Each one conceded before a blow was struck. He was a menace. No one would risk offending him. Chenvar, perhaps sheltered by Kalen's reputation, went unchallenged for 3 days. He picked weaker opponents, accumulated points, and secured 18th place among the outer disciples. The third assessment ended. 500 promoted disciples gathered on the main arena. The remaining 9,500 could become menial disciples and wait for the next selection or leave. Darius appeared, majestic and satisfied, his gaze lingering on Kalen, Isolde, Mirabelle, Varric, Marek, the family scions all promoted without exception. Kaldor, through shrewd calculation, had advanced by challenging only those weaker than himself, racking up points early. "You've done well. Congratulations on becoming outer disciples. Next comes a ranking competition for outer disciples. Rewards will be distributed by rank. Top 100, 10 contribution points. Top 50, 20. Top 20, 30. Top 10, an Ashen level cultivation technique from the Lumineth and 30 contribution points. Top 3, a Brindle cultivation technique from the library, 30 contribution points and a private cultivation cave. First place, a low-grade Earth-level cultivation technique from the library, 50 contribution points and a private cultivation cave. A collective intake of breath, 500 pairs of eyes ignited. Earth-rank cultivation technique, a private cave. Earth-rank cultivation techniques were vanishingly rare across the entire Marshallon Empyrean state, and a secluded cave dwelling in a place like the Zereth Immortal Sect where spiritual energy pooled thick as mist was rarer still. When Darius Brennell laid out the stakes, every eye in the crowd of 500 kindled, even Isolde, usually remote as a winter moon, betrayed a flicker of longing. The selection and ranking competition would begin in 3 days. Until then, they were free to rest. Darius delivered the news and vanished like a streak of light. Those 3 days culled the field ruthlessly. Kaelin, Isolde, and Varric advanced with overwhelming force, untouched. Most of the other newly promoted outer disciples emerged greatly exhausted, some nursing serious injuries. 9,500 eliminated candidates watched the survivors with complex expressions, envy, jealousy, resentment, before blue-robed outer sect disciples led them away. Those who stayed would be assigned odd jobs throughout the sect, the rest would leave. Kaelin and the other successful candidates had not yet been assigned accommodations, so they remained at Glimmer Number Ravel for 3 more days. Kaldor beamed as he held court in the courtyard. "Big brother, you don't know. There was a monster in my arena. He didn't like me, challenged me outright. I surrendered without a word." The onlookers laughed. They didn't see the calculation beneath the cowardice. Kaldor had used that surrender to conserve strength, then systematically challenged weaker opponents until he clawed his way into the top 20. Kaelin stared at him, speechless. He knew his friend was shameless, but this was something else entirely. "Brother, you have to make top 3 this time. The cave dwelling the sect provides, it's everything." Kaldor's chubby fingers ticked off the rewards. First place gets a top-tier earth rank technique. That alone is worth more than most clans possess. But the cave dwelling, the spiritual energy inside, is several times denser than anywhere else. Once you're inside the sect, without a proper cave, your cultivation will crawl while others fly. Kaelin listened closely. A sect of Xerath's stature would naturally claim a blessed land. Within it, caves rich with ancient concentrated spiritual energy would be carved out. Places where Kaldor claimed one's cultivation advanced even in sleep. The claim was probably exaggerated, but the underlying truth was clear. A good cave dwelling was the foundation of everything. "There aren't many such caves," Kaldor continued, voice dropping. "Most deacons don't even rate one. The sect reserves them for cultivating outstanding successors. That's why we need top 3 at minimum." Kaelin nodded, serious. "I'll do my best." Kaldor had laid it all out because he feared Kaelin might not grasp the stakes, might hold back and let the chance slip away. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Kaelin had saved his life. The least he could do was ensure his savior didn't squander the opportunity. The next morning, Kaelin sat cross-legged in the courtyard and turned his divine sense inward, into the astral chart of Evernite. A massive star floated before him, pulsing with quiet power. 7th level of the Starfall transformation realm, consolidated. He had completed the first 2 parts of the Miravel transformations of Starfall transformation. Now, with his strength at the necessary threshold, he could attempt to blast open the 4th star. Pressure crushed the air around him. His aura climbed steadily, trembling the ground of the astral chart. He exhaled sharply, golden light flaring around his right hand, his strongest strike to date, and drove it toward the 4th star. Thunder cracked. Golden radiance blazed. Within 3 breaths of contact, the star shattered, spilling its treasure in a blaze of light. Kaelin staggered back, panting, sweat slick on his forehead, but his face split into a grin. He strode forward to claim what lay within. The remaining Miravel transformations of Starfall transformation, enough to carry him to great perfection of the realm. A mountain of spirit stones, hundreds of thousands at a glance, each pulsing with spiritual energy far purer than anything in the outside world, and spiritual herbs and medicines piled like cordwood. Even half expecting it, the sheer volume stole his breath. Each shattered star yields this much. I wonder if the higher stars hold Seraphis rank techniques. Heaven rank cultivation techniques were the stuff of legend. It wasn't certain the entire Dragonspire prefecture possessed a single one. For most, Seraphis rank methods were myths, spoken of, never seen. The Miravel Nithor were vast, but compared to the legendary continents, Dragonspire province was impoverished. Kaelin didn't waste time. He sat cross-legged in the astral chart, spirit stones clutched in both hands, and began absorbing the remaining Miravel transformations. A low-grade Earth rank technique still priceless, and likely top-tier even among the greater continents. His cultivation speed was staggering, fueled by the concentrated spirit stones and the spiritual herbs he had already consumed. Before he knew it, the day of selection arrived. Kaelin, Isolde, Varric, Mirabelle, and the other prodigies stood on the main arena in the outer sect grounds, flanked by the remaining 500 candidates. Participation was voluntary, but almost everyone showed up, even knowing they were outmatched, even Kaldor and others less capable, all hoping for a stroke of luck. Darius Brennor waited before them, but he wasn't alone this time. 3 powerful elders flanked him, an elderly man with a full head of black hair, a middle-aged woman of striking bearing, and at the very front, a white-haired elder whose kind smile crinkled the corners of his eyes. His gaze swept over Kalen and the others, satisfaction warming his weathered face. "Very good, all good. I am Kaldric, leader of the Zareth Immortal Sect's outer sect." The white-haired old man chuckled as he surveyed the crowd, and a ripple of astonishment passed through them, Kalen included. The amiable figure before them was Kaldric, leader of the Zareth Immortal Sect's outer branch. The sect split into inner and outer divisions, and he stood at the apex of the latter. His cultivation remained imperceptible. To their untrained senses he seemed merely an ordinary old man, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. With a kind expression, Kaldric concluded the introductions and gestured to the elders behind him. They stepped forward in turn. Darius spoke first, imposing and tall, his voice deep. "I am Darius. You've come to know me these past days. I oversee the transmission of skills." Next came Sorrel, black-haired and severe, chin tilted high enough to reveal his nostrils. Sorrel, alchemy? His arrogance outstripped even the sect leader's bearing, yet the moment his role was named, the crowd understood. Alchemists carried themselves thus, regardless of cultivation. Their authority rested entirely on proven ability. Shirith followed, smiling. "Shirith, formations!" Like alchemy, the art commanded awe. A true array master could casually deploy defenses, offenses, spirit-gathering arrays, labyrinths, countless variations. Most cultivators dabbled at beginner level. Mastery meant defeating enemies far beyond one's rank with a gesture. Last came Lyriel, thin and middle-aged, unremarkable in feature and presence. He whispered, "Lyriel. Weapon refining." The craft held ancient lineage and status equal to alchemy. Its practitioners earned respect wherever they went. The artifacts in Kalen's hands were serviceable finished goods, but not made for him. Custom-forged implements mattered profoundly to a cultivator's path. "These 4 are the outer sect's teaching elders," Kaldric said. "They'll hold regular classes. Attend if you wish." His smile widened. "They'll also observe today's competition, catch one's eye, become a direct disciple. Your future becomes limitless." He announced the format. Single elimination, 3 simultaneous arenas, names drawn by lot. 1 loss meant disqualification. Darius nodded, stepped forward. "I'll oversee the draw. Write your names. When called, ascend the platform." He patted his storage bag. 500 sets of paper and brushes flew into waiting hands. Once completed, a blue-robed disciple collected the slips into a wooden box. Darius flicked a finger. A beam of light struck the box, triggering a series of sharp cracks. 6 slips floated into his palm. Thalorin, Aranel, Kaldric, Orinel. The first 6 contestants took their arenas. Kalen calculated silently. Each round halved the field. 2 rounds would winnow 500 to barely 100. The pace was brutal, accelerating as numbers dwindled. A quarter hour later his name rang out. He vaulted onto the platform. His opponent stood at the 6th level of Starfall transformation, respectable for his age, bone age and realm rating both 7 points. But when he recognized Kalen, his face twisted as though he'd swallowed something foul. No choice now, he gritted his teeth and engaged. 3 moves. Kalen kicked him from the ring. No one was surprised. Kalen had already felled Cedric, an outer disciple at the 9th level, despite sitting only at the 7th himself. The first round unfolded. Isolde, Varric, Mirabelle, they never met, and their opponents crumbled instantly. Elsewhere, scions of prominent clans clashed fiercely, each desperate for ranking and reward. Kaldor took the stage. His opponent startled even Kalen, Shenvar Shirith, both at the 5th level, roughly matched. Their duel gripped Kalen more than the prodigy's routs, cold expressions, each treating the other as a true rival. Had either faced overwhelming strength, Kalen suspected they'd have conceded instantly. But here, against a peer, neither would yield. Shenvar, Kaldor, a formal clasp of hands. Then they moved like lightning, holding nothing back. Spectators gasped at their ferocity, modest cultivation, immense fighting spirit. Kalen, watching from the stands, knew better. Both were hunting the split-second lapse, the opening for a killing strike. Shenvar's fist met Kaldor's kick. They locked in a brutal, close-quarters exchange, largely ignored by the crowd. Kalen relished every moment. Beside him, Varric watched with equal intensity. The end came when Kaldor drove a decisive kick into Chenvar's groin, leveraging superior technique. Chenvar crumpled, hands clamped between his legs, tears streaming, face contorted in resentment. Few witnessed it, but Kalen and Varric exchanged a look strange, measuring. Cunning, Kalen thought. That fat bastard fights dirty. 2 hours later, the first round concluded. Just over 200 remained. The wooden box glimmered, signaling the next draw. Kalen, Marek, the voice registered, and Kalen froze. He had not expected Marek. Marek's heart stumbled. Fight him. He had not dared face Kalen at the 6th level of the Starfall transformation realm, and now Kalen stood at the 7th. What was the point? Kalen smiled as he leaped onto the arena. Teaching Marek a lesson would not be unwelcome. Marek's face drained to ash. He wanted desperately to refuse, but as a Sorn family genius ranked among the top 10, surrender would disgrace his clan entirely. He gritted his teeth, stepped onto the stage, and decided to yield the moment he was outmatched. Their confrontation ignited the crowd. Look, Marek and Kalen. Marek was beaten by Kalen before in Glimmer Miravel. Beaten like a dead dog. Someone wondered aloud if this was a destined showdown. The murmurs swelled. Marek's face cycled pale, then red. How could he possibly match Kalen? He forced the words out, quiet and strained. Kalen, I'm from the Sorn family. My second brother, Thalen, is a Tengara realm disciple and an inner disciple of the Zerith immortal sect. Kalen blinked. What do you mean, did Marek think name-dropping would frighten him? I want to ask. Please save me some face later. Don't be too ruthless. The words scraped from his throat, barely audible. Kalen stared, stunned. He had never imagined Marek would say such a thing. Ask me to go easy on him? He sneered, regarding Marek like an idiot. I'll spare your life for what you just said. Marek cried out in shock. He had humbled himself, invoked his family and brother, hoped only for mercy. But Kalen had only said, I'll spare your life. Before Marek could respond, Kalen vanished and reappeared before him. Both at the 7th level of the Starfall transformation realm, yet worlds apart in strength. Marek had no time to react. 2 fists drove into his abdomen. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his face flushing crimson. He was completely powerless. As Kalen moved for another strike, Marek barely raised an arm to block. Crack, forearm bone snapped on impact. Pain and fear washed over him. Cold sweat soaked his body. He tried to surrender, to admit defeat. They were not on the same level. What was the point of continuing? If this went on, Kalen might tear him apart. But before the words formed, cold light flashed in Kalen's eyes. A right-handed slap cracked across Marek's face. Stars burst in his vision. 2 back teeth flew out. He could not speak. Half a breath later, the other side of his face took the same force. 2 more teeth gone. Regret flooded Marek. If I'd known, why would I have provoked this jinx? He desperately tried to shout surrender, but Kalen never gave him the chance. Every time Marek opened his mouth, a slap or punch silenced it, always aimed at his mouth. Now only 1 front tooth remained. All the others were gone. Gasps rose from the crowd. Both were powerful, with a past grudge. Everyone expected Marek to last a while, even if outmatched. No one imagined this. He was being tortured. I swear, I'd rather die than provoke this scoundrel, a chosen one muttered. The sentiment was universal. Blue-robed outer disciples gaped. They had never seen such a ruthless new disciple. And not just them, the Zerith immortal sect leader and outer sect elders watched. Kaldric, Darius, Sorrel, Shirith, and the others wore strange expressions. By now, Marek swayed on the verge of unconsciousness. He wanted to collapse and yield, but Kalen would not let him. One hand clamped his neck, the other slapped him repeatedly. Screams of agony tore from his throat. A moment passed, the beating continued. Marek purely defensive, purely taking hits. Kaldric coughed lightly. Isn't this disciple a bit too rough? He looked at Darius. Darius nodded. A bit ruthless. He agreed. Marek barely looked human anymore. Then why aren't you stopping it? Darius froze. That's what Kaldric meant. He should have been careful about Kalen's character. He had wanted to take him as a disciple, after all. He had almost forgotten he was hosting the competition. Stop. At Darius's command, Kalen halted. Marek collapsed like a rag doll. Darius glanced at Kalen. Kalen wins. His gaze fell on the lump of mud on the ground, no longer recognizable as a person. A hint of guilt flickered in his eyes. Someone rushed up, one of Marek's 4 followers, and dragged him off like a dead dog. All 4 had entered the selection. Only one became an outer disciple, the other 3 menial disciples. Kalen shrugged. Despite the blood Marek had spilled, not a drop had touched his white robe, it remained spotless. Stepping down, he felt every eye on him like he was a monster. They had known he was not to be trifled with. They had not expected him to hold a grudge this deep. Darius cleared his throat. The competition continues. He coughed lightly and read the next names. The competition rolled on. Isolde, Varric, and the rest paraded through their matches with overwhelming force. Their opponents surrendered without a fight. The ugly incident between Kalen and Marek did not repeat itself. Then came Kaldor's turn. Luck abandoned him. He drew a prodigy at the 7th level of Starfall transformation. They traded a few blows before Kaldor went down. But he wore no disappointment. He was already glowing over his first victory. An hour later, the second round ended. 106 disciples remained. Kaldric surveyed the crowd and smiled. 106 remain. I'll decide for you. Everyone receives the top 100 reward. Whether you continue is your choice. Joy rippled through the disciples. Kalen nodded. The white-haired elder knew how to win hearts. Darius stepped forward. Next, we draw lots for the 3rd round. Participation is entirely voluntary. Many, having secured the reward, saw no reason to risk more. In the end, 84 chose to stay. The draw took half an hour. When Kalen's name was called, he wondered if it was fate. His opponent was Mirabelle. Kalen, Mirabelle, Darius's deep voice startled them both. Kalen especially suspected the lottery was rigged. Last match, Marek. This match, Mirabelle, both had conflicts with him. After a moment's thought, he stepped onto the arena. No reason to hold back. Mirabelle had backed Marek before, and their fight remained unsettled. Mirabelle's expression darkened. He leaped up after Kalen. Previously, when Kalen was at the 6th level, Mirabelle could barely suppress him. Now that his opponent had broken through to the 7th, confidence wavered. Still, as an 8th level prodigy with combat strength comparable to the 9th, he wasn't without hope. I never expected to meet you so soon. Mirabelle spoke first, eyes vigilant, aura flaring. Yes, Kalen smiled faintly. Didn't expect it either. You came causing trouble last time. Our outcome's still undecided. Mirabelle didn't bother explaining. It was pointless. He had indeed stood up for Marek. Then let me see your strength at the 7th level, he roared, aura surging to its peak. The crowd watched intently. Everyone knew the history. Mirabelle, like Marek, had clashed with Kalen before. Marek had been beaten. Mirabelle had fought to a draw. Who would win now? It's hard to say. If Kalen was still at 6th level, Mirabelle's chances would be higher. But losing's fine, but will Kalen pull a knife like he did on Marek? Discussions buzzed, drawing even the elders' attention. Kaldric glanced at Darius. Others might not know, but he did. Darius had rigged the draw, deliberately pairing Kalen with Marek and Mirabelle. Partly to test Kalen's strength, partly to give him legitimate revenge. On the arena, Mirabelle roared, moving like a dragon at incredible speed, but he didn't charge. He circled the arena. What's he doing? Someone asked, puzzled. Most didn't understand. Isolde and Varric watched closely. Previously, Mirabelle was considered the 2nd strongest in the selection. They'd viewed him as a rival. Now Kalen had emerged as an even more dangerous potential enemy. Planning a sneak attack? Kalen sneered at the circling figure. Give it up! His words didn't stop Mirabelle. A few breaths later, at full sprint, Mirabelle threw 5 throwing knives from different directions, near simultaneous, whistling through the air. Kalen sneered, patted his storage bag, and the Solari Hastael appeared. He calmly knocked all 5 knives down. But in that moment, Mirabelle vanished, stopped circling, accelerated above Kalen's head, a powerful longsword in hand. Die! He brought it down. It's a Brindle magic weapon. Someone recognized it. The Aloria Brindel Orimis knife, mid-grade profound level, a tier above the Solari Hastael. Mirabelle's circling had been distraction. The knives both sneak attack and feint. He didn't want a prolonged fight, knew a head-on confrontation against Kalen was difficult. Kalen's eyes flashed cold. He didn't turn too late. Loosening his left hand, tightening his right, he poured spiritual power into the spear. It roared like a dragon, stabbing straight at Mirabelle's heart. Mirabel cursed, abandoned his slash, and dodged. The spear had longer reach. Before the sword could connect, the spear would pierce his heart. In an instant, Kalen had shattered the attack, simplest, most direct way. The exchange lasted only a moment, yet the crowd fell silent. The air thick with held breath, then came the sharp hisses of inhalation, the low murmurs of disbelief. Lirael, the gaunt elder of the weapon-refining lineage, spoke first, his voice calm. Mirabel has excellent timing, and he fights without mercy. Though he stands only at the 8th level of Starfall transformation, few at the 9th would best him. Shirith, a woman of striking beauty from the Calvera Darnath line, covered her mouth as she laughed. Then Kalen on the other side must be formidable indeed, 7th level, yet Mirabel dares not meet him head-on. Lirael did not argue. The truth of it was plain. He chuckled. Both are exceptional. A pity Kalen's talent clearly surpasses the others. Sect Master Caldric smiled, sharing the assessment. Mirabel could challenge those above his level, yet Kalen, a full realm lower, had dispatched him with ease. That was proof enough. Sorrel, who oversaw the alchemy lineage, said nothing, his expression remote, hands clasped behind his back. Darius was much the same, stern, seldom smiling. After repelling Mirabel, Kalen did not pause. He gripped the Solaray Hastail and seized the initiative. Mirabel was strong, his combat power equal to the 9th level, honed by high-level techniques since childhood, a rare opponent among peers. Yet against Kalen, a realm beneath him, he could only barely defend. In Kalen's hands the spear moved like a living dragon, its ferocity far exceeding anything the Luminar Patriarch had drawn from it. Though the weapon ranked below Mirabel's longsword, it radiated a far more savage aura. Mirabel's grip trembled, his face draining of color. He had known Kalen would be strong, but the reality staggered him. Ridiculous. This is hardly 7th level. I would believe great perfection of Starfall transformation. Terrifying. Within a few dozen exchanges, Mirabel faltered. More than a dozen bloody welts marked his body. Kalen remained untouched. Looks like you're not that strong after all. Kalen's voice was calm as he thrust again, the spear's cry like a dragon's roar striking Mirabel's right arm. Mirabel's face twisted. He had given everything and still fell short. I surrender. The words came reluctantly. He knew continuation meant only defeat. Kalen withdrew his spear and did not press the advantage as he had with Marek. First, Mirabel was genuinely powerful. Killing him would not be easy. Even at the same level, Marek would have been no match. Second, the grudge did not run deep enough to warrant it. Mirabel left the ring bloodied, drawing sighs of regret. He had been the favorite after Isolde, hailed as the #1 contender. Now this. Kalen stepped down as well. The battle had been nothing to him. His current strength, still shy of the 9th level, posed no threat. Caldor rushed up, grinning. Big brother, you're ruthless. Beating Mirabel locks you into the top 3. Caldor was vibrating with excitement. He had known Kalen was strong, but not this strong. Top 3 meant a private cultivation cave. Kalen smiled, recalibrating his own measure. To the disciples he was a vengeful force, best left alone. To the outer sect leader and the elders he was a treasure. Apart from Darius, none were seeing him fight for the first time, yet all were stunned. Challenging higher realms was the privilege of geniuses, but the combat power Kalen had just displayed reached at least the 9th level of Starfall transformation. His talent was extraordinary. This boy is not bad. The words came from Sorrel, his black hair and severe expression unchanged. The surrounding elders glanced over in surprise. They had known Sorrel for years. His standards were exacting, his praise rarer than phoenix feathers. The competition continued. Round after round thinned the field until fewer than 50 remained. The consensus solidified: Isolde, Kalen, and Varric. Everyone silently agreed. Meet any of the 3, and you simply surrendered. 3 hours slipped by. Evening fell. Eliminations produced the top 20, the top 10, and finally the top 3. As expected, Isolde, Kalen, Varric. Darius announced the final format in a carrying voice. Each of you faces the other 2. Win both matches, you take first. Second and third share the same reward, only first differs. First match, Kalen, Varric. Kalen glanced at Varric and leaped onto the arena without hesitation. Varric followed instantly. They stood at opposite ends, sizing each other in silence. You're very strong, Varric said after a moment. The first words he had addressed to Kalen directly. My cultivation is higher, but my chances of winning are not high. I sense the same from you, Kalen replied. Varric gave off a quiet, dangerous stillness. He had reached the 8th level unnoticed. His external spiritual fluctuations were unremarkable, yet Kalen felt him more threatening than Mirabelle. Varric shook his head with a wry smile. The Euphoria cultivation technique is too tempting. I'll hold nothing back. Neither will I. Varric's aura shifted in an instant. The gentle, low-profile demeanor vanished, replaced by a sudden, violent intensity, as if another person entirely now stood there. Kalen frowned. He dared not be careless. The Solare Hastael materialized in his hand. You're strong, so I'm going all out from the start. Varric's face contorted with rage. A wild beast unleashed. Kalen frowned. His opponent's behavior was deeply wrong. Varric's aura didn't just intensify, it turned violent, and his body followed. His fair skin flushed a feverish crimson, veins corded across his forehead, and his pupils contracted into scarlet pinpoints. A murmur rippled through the stands. Anyone could see the abnormality. What is happening? Shirith asked, bewildered. By his aura, he's become an entirely different person. The surrounding elders fell silent, equally perplexed. Kaldric sighed, his gaze heavy. This boy, of the Chenvar line. I never imagined. The Chenvar family, Darius, Shirith, and Sorrel, exchanged confused glances. Only Lirael remained calm, eyes fixed on the arena. Kaldric glanced at them. Years ago, the Chenvar family commissioned a first-rank magic weapon. To bind it to their line forever, they used the blood of their direct descendants as a guide during the forging. A collective intake of breath. The Galvorn Halicon Technomar. All eyes turned to Kaldric. He nodded, expressions darkened. The Galvorn Halicon Technomar was a vicious technique. Powerful families used it to ensure artifact loyalty and deter theft. The essence and blood of numerous direct descendants were incorporated into the refining process. The blood nourished the artifact, attuning it to that specific lineage. Thereafter, only those sharing the bloodline could wield it. But the true cruelty lay in the nurturing. After formation, the artifact required a host of that direct bloodline to sustain it within their own body. Only Earth rank or higher artifacts could be stored internally. Hence, every Galvorn Halicon Technomar weapon was at least Earth rank. Human bodies as living sheaths for ritual implements. Several elders glanced at Varric, his face contorted with rage on the arena floor, then at Lirael's unnerving composure. The implication hung unspoken. Lirael surveyed the circle, then smiled wryly. No need to speculate, I forged that Euphoria weapon. The admission settled heavier than suspicion. The insidiousness, he continued, is that once a host is chosen, they must continuously feed the artifact their blood essence. Each feeding inflicts severe harm. Generally, the host doesn't survive past 30. In exchange, they can draw on a portion of the artifact's power to drastically amplify their strength. But the cost escalates, the artifact demands ever more essence. If the host's cultivation falters or their essence runs dry, they're devoured, reduced to a desiccated corpse. Weapon refiners call it a forbidden technique that defies the natural order. A long silence. They had known Lirael for years. Neither his quiet nature nor their friendship had suggested such capacity. I owed the Chenvar family an immense debt, Lirael said. That is why I agreed. He paused. This artifact is a middle-grade Euphoria. No one pressed further. The stronger the artifact, the more terrifying the backlash. All attention returned to the arena. On the stage, Kalen's frown deepened. Varric's aura radiated like a caged beast at minimum, the great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm. He dared not be careless. His grip tightened on the Solare Hastael. Varric's power kept climbing. Terrifying energy fluctuations warped the air around him, thick with a pungent metallic stench of blood. Kalen, come, Varric roared. The blood energy coiling around him condensed toward his right hand, shaping into the phantom of a crimson longsword. Gasps rose from the disciples. The displayed strength was monstrous. Is this still Starfall transformation? It feels like the Seraphis realm, Isolde, the strongest of their generation, watched with solemn eyes. She wasn't confident she could defeat him in this state. A collective chill passed through the crowd for Kalen. The elders were no less stunned. In previous years, the highest cultivation among Zereth outer disciples reached only the 8th level of Starfall transformation. This year brought Isolde at the 9th, Varric and Mirabelle at the 8th, and Kalen an irregular who fought above his level, a rare convergence. Varric moved, lightning fast, his body wreathed in crimson energy that stained the ground red beneath his feet. Kalen advanced to meet him, Solari Hastael raised, every nerve alert. The first clash rang out, then another and another. Though the longsword was a phantom, it behaved with physical solidity. Meeting the Solari Hastael, it yielded nothing, even pressing a subtle advantage. Kalen's surprise sharpened. Varric was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, far beyond the Luminar family head. Kill. Varric's bloodshot eyes locked on him. The phantom blade slashed downward. Kalen coiled the Solari Hastael to intercept midair. The impact numbed his wrist. In that moment he recognized the state, similar to a misty immortal palace disciple who had taken the Galvorn burning Pilvora, yet more deranged and stronger. Kill, 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 Varric shrieked, face twisted, attacking like a madman. Kalen sensed it clearly now. Varric's will was nearly extinguished, gradually suppressed by whatever force drove him. He was a beast wielding a blood-red phantom sword, knowing no retreat, no defense, only relentless, mindless offense. This was the most brutal match the arena had seen in days. Kalen's terrifying power was no secret. He was a nemesis to many, but Varric had always been a cipher, known only for a high cultivation level no one had witnessed in action. Even Kalen, whom they considered a benchmark, could barely hold ground. Shirith stood below the platform, face grim. He had come on another errand entirely. Watch Varric, report anything irregular to the Chenvar family. Varric roared, a beast unleashed. His phantom sword had already carved bloody furrows across Kalen's body, and the scent of blood only sharpened his ferocity until his face was no longer human. All you know is killing, Kalen frowned, the Solari Hastael straining to block each illusory strike. He guessed Varric had burned some secret technique to force this enhancement. It couldn't last. A war of attrition. A smile curled Kalen's lips, terrible in its calm. I've never been afraid. The spectators whispered. Has he gone mad? How can he laugh now? He's broken. Varric is too strong. No, Kalen's ruthless. Fear isn't in him. Kaldor's face was equally grim. He had been confident in Kalen, but Varric's current state chilled him. On the dais, Kaldric and the four elders said nothing. Their eyes never left the arena. They saw what the crowd missed. Kalen was fading, barely parrying, but Varric was burning vital essence at a ruinous rate. When the fuel ran out, the fire would gut him. Half an hour passed. Kalen's white robes hung in tatters. The tiger's mouth of his grip had split, blood dripping steadily from his palm onto the stone. Varric bore wounds too, but they were superficial. His face had grown only more bestial. He shouted again, the only word he had spoken since the fight began, repeated like a mantra. Kill. 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 Kalen cursed, tightened his grip, and met the charge. He withheld his signature forms, the Airwen smashing Lockhaven and the Ravent Silthor Tarnis. The cost was too high. A miscalculation would leave him empty against a man who felt no pain. And this was a competition, not a duel to the death. He would not accidentally kill his opponent. Their weapons thundered together. Varric's phantom longsword scored cracks into the Solari Hastael. A gasp rippled through the stands. The Hastael was a Brindor magic weapon. Varric wielded no artifact, only blood energy given shape. The disciples watching felt the gulf between them and the combatants. Same age. How could the difference be this vast? Varric surged again, bloodshot eyes fixed on nothing but the kill, mind reduced to the mechanics of tearing Kalen apart. Kalen inhaled, hands white-knuckled on the shaft. Trading injury for injury was suicide against a man who had lost all reason. You could not bargain with instinct. The elders and Kaldric wore matching gravity, shaken by the strength of two newly initiated disciples. This Kalen is no ordinary cultivator, Sorrel said. 7th level Starfall transformation, and this strong Sorrel's standards were legendary. The elders had never heard him praise anyone so highly. Not simple, Phoenix murmured, shaking her head. If this drags on, Varric loses. What a waste. Both have emptied themselves here. Whoever wins won't stand a chance against Isolde. No one argued. It was truth. Varric hadn't expected Kalen to endure this long in his augmented state. The plan, crush Kalen at peak output, conserve spiritual power, then ride the same state against Isolde. He had underestimated Kalen. Kalen was equally surprised. Same 8th level as Mirabelle, but Varric's strength dwarfed hers. Darius's face was thunder. Kaldric glanced at him, sighed, said nothing. Only Kaldric knew Darius had rigged the bracket Kalen first against Varric, a test by fire. Kalen had crushed Marek at equal level, beaten Mirabelle a level above. Darius wanted to see how the three true contenders measured up. Even Darius hadn't anticipated Varek's ruthlessness when cornered. The quiet, unremarkable disciple hid a monster. If Kalen knew the manipulation, what would he feel? Now Kalen felt his organs churning. Varek remained at peak, relentless, spiritual energy draining fast. No time to enter the astral chart of Evernight and replenish. Only endurance remained. The protracted battleground on. Another quarter hour, the blood mist around Varek thinned, his strike slowed. Pupils dilated, returning to human proportion. "It's over," Kaldrick said from below. The elders nodded. Varek had hit his limit. On the platform, Kalen saw it too. He was drenched in blood, strength spent. Varek tried to press forward, but his body locked. The phantom sword dissolved. The crimson aura of violence evaporated. "Is it over?" Kalen murmured. Varek collapsed to his knees with a heavy impact. The flush drained from his face, leaving it corpse pale. His pupils stayed wide, fixed, empty. The battle was decided. Kalen stood as the victor, bloodied but standing. Darius appeared in the arena's center in a flash of movement, his gaze sweeping over Kalen, and then Varek, who lay motionless as a corpse. Kalen wins the first match. The announcement rippled through the onlookers. The brutality of the fight had left them stunned. Chenvar surged forward the moment the words fell, desperate to reach Varek. If something had happened to him, Chenvar would never forgive himself. Kaldrick glanced at Sorrel and chuckled, low and dry. "This one's half dead at best. Heaven truly envies talent." Sorrel's lip curled. He dug into his pocket and tossed a jade bottle across the space between them, his disgust palpable. "Good to know how to refine pills, at least." Kaldrick caught it with a smile, already turning toward the arena. "Wait!" Sorrel's voice stopped him. Another bottle flew through the air. "This one's for Kalen." Kaldrick glanced at it, surprised, then nodded. He moved like light itself, materializing in the arena. The first bottle went to Chenvar. "Give it to him." "Thank you, Sectmaster." Chenvar didn't ask what it was. He uncorked it and poured the contents into Varek's mouth with trembling hands. Color returned to Varek's face. His eyelids fluttered. Kaldrick exhaled, then tossed the second bottle to Kalen. Kalen caught it, stunned. He hadn't expected anything. Kaldrick smiled. "Eldamir gave it to you. Accept it, Eldamir, Sorrel." Kalen looked up toward the stands. Sorrel's face was impassive, serious. Their eyes met. Sorrel gave a slight nod. Kalen bowed from a distance, respectful, then opened the bottle. 3 black pills. He swallowed one. Warmth bloomed in his throat, spreading through his chest and limbs, a current that settled deep and radiated outward. In moments, his spiritual energy had recovered by more than half. He'd planned to enter the astral chart of Evernight and consume herbs, but there was no need now. Darius, standing close, recognized the pill. A grade 3 elixir, Silwyn Pilvora. His gaze shifted to Kaldrick, strange and measuring. Kaldrick was equally surprised. The pill he'd given Varek was only 2nd grade. He hadn't expected Sorrel's second bottle to hold a grade 3, and Kalen had taken only one, pocketing the rest. Proof there were more. How willing the old man is to part with it. Could it be? His eyes lit with a bold guess. Sorrel had taken a liking to Kalen, wanted him as a disciple. If so, things would get interesting. He looked at Darius, smiling, saying nothing, leaving the other man speechless. Darius surveyed the arena. The second match begins in 1 hour. Kalen versus Isolde. Murmurs erupted. Isolde was the recognized favorite 9th level of Starfall transformation. Kalen was known as ruthless, vengeful. Notice how everyone who fights Kalen ends badly. A whisper. But Cultivator's hearing carried it far. The observation landed. None of his opponents had walked away whole. Varek's color continued to improve as Chenvar helped him down. Resentment burned in his eyes, but beneath it lay grudging conviction. He had used the sealed artifact within him. It hadn't been enough. Kalen exhaled, the Jorvath Pilvora settling. Bleeding stopped. Spiritual power surged. He slipped from the arena, seeking a quiet corner to enter the astral chart. Isolde stood waiting, brow furrowed. Both opponents were formidable at peak. She wasn't certain she could beat either. The advantage was hers, yet satisfaction eluded her. Must I fight them broken? Varek would need months. Kalen covered in wounds. How much could an hour restore? The victory would be hollow. Kalen found a secluded spot. Kaldor approached, concern etched in his weathered face. I need to rest, watch my surroundings. Kalen closed his eyes, consciousness sinking into the astral chart of Evernight. Experience told him the transition would be undetectable. Inside, he consumed spiritual medicine without restraint. Elixirs seeped into damaged tissue, knitting him whole. Pills surpass herbs, no matter the herb's rarity. The thought surfaced unbidden. He'd taken pills before, none had hit like this. He didn't know the grade of Sorrel's gift, but its recovery speed and potency dwarfed raw herbs. I'll need to cultivate a connection with Sorrel, partly from genuine interest in alchemy, partly because he needed to refine the Astravi Pilvora. He believed Sorrel had reached third-grade alchemy, but he wouldn't ask for help. He wanted to refine it himself. Time compressed. An hour vanished. Kalen opened his eyes. Aura stable, spiritual power at 90%. External wounds sealed. He could fight. Isolde stood in the arena, cold and waiting. Kalen stepped onto the arena floor. Opposite him, Isolde's face remained a mask of winter, beautiful and utterly still. Darius appeared in a flash of light, glanced at Isolde, then fixed his gaze on Kalen. A soft sound of surprise escaped him. Kalen's blood energy surged vigorous and whole. The wounds from the previous match had nearly vanished. Darius had carried a sliver of guilt. His interference had forced Kalen to fight Varric first, costing him a near-certain shot at first place. That guilt evaporated. The third match begins, the words barely left Darius's mouth before he streaked away, rejoining Caldric and the elders below. Kalen exhaled, studying the woman before him. Her beauty was the kind that stopped breath, yet her eyes held no warmth. Isolde glanced at his healed wounds, her brow furrowing faintly. You are seriously injured. It would be unfair to defeat you like this, so I will use only half my strength. Her voice was cold, melodic, carrying an odd courtesy. Kalen blinked. He hadn't expected such words from her. A cough masked his momentary disorientation. No need. My injuries are fine, just fight normally. He wondered if she was simple. This match decided first place. Even with cave dwellings already secured, the winner earned first pick of a low-level cultivation technique. Her logic escaped him entirely. You said it yourself, you lecherous thief. Prepare to die. A silver-white longsword materialized in her hand. Its light biting, no ordinary weapon. Kalen stared, bewildered. First words exchanged and already a lecher. And from her stance she meant to kill. He wasn't careless. The Solare Hastael formed in his grip, rising to meet her strike. Impact rang through the arena. Isolde frowned, flowed past the block, and pressed the assault. Her swordsmanship was superb, each slash hissing through air, yet Kalen turned them all aside. Are you really all better now? After more than 10 exchanges, she asked, voice still cold. He moved with nimble precision, breathing perfect, strikes powerful, no hint of injury anywhere. Didn't I just say my injury was nothing? Kalen's jaw tightened. Liar, you're asking for it. A flash of genuine anger cracked her composure. Her sword force jumped 3 degrees. Kalen's own temper flared. He'd been clear from the start. Where was the lie? And the lecher accusation, what did that even mean? Isolde's features, usually frozen, burned with rare heat as she drove strike after strike at vital points. In her mind, the label had stuck since the Bone Age test when he'd stared too long. She'd intended a fair fight, holding back. Discovering him unharmed felt like mockery. The more she thought, the hotter her blade grew. Kalen felt the shift. He knew she was ruthless, but not like this. At the 9th level of Starfall transformation, Isolde stood among geniuses who could challenge higher realms. She wielded strength at great perfection of that realm. Few at her level could match her. How ruthless. He sensed the power humming in her longsword, only a shade below Varric's. She was attacking in a normal state. When she'd said 50%, she hadn't been boasting. She had indeed held back at the start. Below, Caldric and the elders watched with keen interest. Unlike the brutal previous match, this one held a strange entertainment. Isolde's beauty made every sword arc captivating. Kalen looked pitiful in his tattered, blood-stained white robe, yet his movements told another story. Who do you think will win? Caldric smiled at the 4 elders. Shirith covered her mouth, laughing. I don't know, but Kalen's injuries are healing incredibly fast. Brother Mirith, your pills are really effective. All eyes turned to Sorrel. He stood tall, proud, offering no explanation, the arrogant silence of a master alchemist. In truth, he was puzzled himself. A Sylvan Pilvora aided spiritual power and injury, but full healing in an hour was impossible. He would never admit that. Darius glanced at Sorrel, then at Caldrick's grin. Could the old man also have designs on Kalen? A cold spike of crisis drove deeper the longer he considered it. The fight was neither spectacular nor epic. Isolde, disliking rough brawling, measured every strike with precise force. They appeared ordinary only because the power was concealed. Kalen felt it most keenly. Despite her unremarkable aura, each blow carried tremendous weight. Her swordsmanship ran deep, her speed extreme. He couldn't create the distance his spear required, forced into pure defense. Frustration welled in Kalen, the sensation of strength with nowhere to land. Once a spear wielder was closed on, advantage vanished. Isolde's longsword was at least mid-grade ashen. The Solari Hastale, already damaged from Varric, accumulated fresh nicks with every exchange. Isolde is too strong. No wonder she's number one. This Jinx is in trouble. Looks like he can't beat her. You can't say that. Kalen fought fiercely last round and he's still injured. Wait, look. Why is Kalen putting away his spear? Amid the rising clamor, the subject of their speculation calmly stored the Solari Hastale into his storage bag. A long sword rested in his hand. When Kalen drew a Brindor longsword, the crowd erupted. They had not expected him to wield a blade at all, let alone a second Brindor artifact. Whispers rose. Were Brindor weapons so common now? He was merely a son-in-law. Where had he acquired such things? Lyriel frowned, turning the weapon in his hand. This sword, it bears the mark of the misty immortal palace. Caldrick glanced over. What of it? The others followed his gaze, Sorrel among them. Lyriel was the authority on weaponcraft. It was forged there. The question is how it reached him. Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. No one doubted Lyriel's eye, but the implication was troubling. An escapee from the palace, a spy. Shirith's voice was cold, her dislike of the palace evident. Unlikely? Caldrick dismissed the notion. If the palace sent him, he would know better than to carry their signature so openly. Silence settled. No one countered. Enough speculation, Caldrick said. I have investigators on his background. They will return soon. Better to wait until the match ends and ask him directly. On the arena floor, Isolde's face darkened further. You dare insult me? Kalen blinked, genuinely bewildered. Wait, insult you? How? Explain. He still did not understand what a lecherous thief meant. But this was different. He had only drawn a sword. Using a sword before me is an insult. Her expression twisted. Scoundrel, prepare to die. She lunged, blade raised. Kalen felt the absurdity crashing over him. The Solari Hastale had failed him. He had switched weapons out of necessity, not provocation. If she were not so overwhelmingly strong, he would never have abandoned his spear. Even if I use a sword, it hardly concerns you, he said, voice sharpening. Does that mean no one else may wield one? She faltered, struck silent. Beautiful, proud, radiating the chill that had always cowed men into reverence. She had never been mocked like this. You deserve to die. Her face went near black. She raised her sword, chanting, Thalwen spirit, gladius, ignite. Blue flame erupted along the blade, swallowing the steel in fire. Kalen frowned, a sharp sense of danger prickling his skin. The watching disciples stirred. At the Starfall transformation realm, most relied on artifacts or physical strikes. Spellcraft was weak below the Tengara realm, yet she had coaxed blue flame from her weapon. Caldrick's eyes narrowed. This girl is no ordinary talent. She has already touched the first level of her family's ancestral art. Thalwen spirit gladius, Shirith murmured. The Blackthorn's secret technique. Correct. Still crude, far from perfected, but to wield it at this cultivation, remarkable. He had seen the Blackthorn arts before. Their power was legendary. That she could manifest even the initial stage here spoke of extraordinary gifts. You scoundrel, prepare to die. Isolde's longsword burned with blue flame, the cold fire outlining her face in a way that should have been beautiful. Kalen found himself speechless, though not for the reason anyone would assume. Lecher, swindler, womanizer. The reputations cycled through his mind, each more absurd than the last, even as their blades met again with a pair of sharp reports. His Brindor sword, a low-grade relic from the misty immortal palace, should have outclassed her Solari Hastale. Instead, he felt the strain in every parry. The cyan flames coating her blade carried no heat. Up close, they radiated a penetrating cold that sank through metal and into bone. His wrist, locked around the hilt, had gone numb, the joints stiffening as though he'd plunged his hand into a winter river. Cold fire. He had never encountered its like. Darian's technique had frozen the soul, slowing movement without touching flesh. This was different. The chill was tangible, crawling up his arm with each contact, a physical weight rather than a spiritual one. What is this? The question barely formed before Isolde's next strike whistled past his guard. Her aura flickered. Maintaining the flames cost her, but her slash still found his left arm. Fabric parted, skin tore, no blood welled. The wound smoked with blue fire, and his arm simply stopped obeying him, not paralyzed, frozen. The tissues had turned rigid as winter wood. He retreated, face ash gray, the cold already spreading through his veins. Each heartbeat sent fresh needles of pain radiating outward. In the stands, the elders watched in silence. The Blackthorn family's secret arts are extraordinary, one murmured. Darius, arrogant and spare with words, asked, "What grade?" Caldric shook his head, a wry twist to his mouth. "No grade recorded, just a family technique. But it is not simple." No one pressed further. The implications settled over the pavilion like frost. At their cultivation, profound core and above, physical wounds were trivial. Bodies could be regrown so long as the golden core survived. But this flame did not merely damage flesh, it froze the blood, slowed the chi, turned every injury into a systemic collapse. Against an equal, a single cut could decide the match. Below, Kalen fumbled through his storage bag. Water. Cloth. Salves. Talismans. Nothing touched the fire. Water hissed and evaporated without warming. The flame burned atop the wet fabric, indifferent. The cold in his arm deepened, throbbing in time with his pulse. "You lecherous scoundrel," Isolde said, her voice tight with exertion. "The Thalwen Ulvaris never extinguishes, not while I have spiritual power to feed it." She was right. The flame was bound to her will, a persistent curse, rather than a simple combustion. Kalen's jaw tightened. Pain lanced through him with every breath, his blood turning to slush in his veins. The spectators had already decided. Finished, no match for a 9th level Starfall transformation cultivator. Not at 7th level. Even Caldric and the elders had written him off. They knew the Thalwen Ulvaris. They knew they could not counter it themselves. Then Kalen's eyes hardened. He raised his right hand high, sword gripped tight, and brought the blade down toward his own left arm. The arena fell into a stunned silence, broken only by the wet thud of severed flesh hitting stone. No one could quite process what they had just witnessed. Kalen had driven his own blade into his left arm, shearing away half the limb in a spray of blood and dying blue flame. The moment the corrupted flesh fell, the azure fire guttered out and the creeping chill in his veins vanished, replaced by a searing, clean pain. Swallowed breaths hissed through the crowd. "Isn't he a bit too ruthless? A madman. An absolute madman." The consensus settled quickly. A man who would turn a blade on himself would show no mercy to anyone else. Isolde's pupils contracted to pinpoints. She had never imagined he would purge her flames through self-mutilation. "This little guy is ruthless enough," Eldamir murmured. The surrounding elders nodded in grim agreement. "If someone can be this ruthless to themselves in a friendly spa," Liriel said, "they'll be even more ruthless to others." True enough, Marek's fate had already proven that. Kalen's left arm gushed. No time for proper treatment, he fished a hemostatic pill from his storage bag and swallowed it dry. Unless one reached the Tengara realm, severed limbs did not regenerate. He had genuinely considered amputating the entire arm seconds ago. The pill took hold quickly, the bleeding slowed, and when he clenched his fist, the fingers responded. Functional. Good enough. "You lecherous thief, prepare to die." Isolde's surprise did not linger. The Thalwen Ulvaris had drained her as well. She needed to end this before her reserves ran dry. Kalen exhaled, measuring her. Facing her head-on was more dangerous than facing Varric at his craziest. That blue flame was a nightmare, and cutting himself free had cost plenty. He chose retreat instead, circling the vast arena's perimeter. She pursued, but the distance held. He glanced back, a cold calculation hardening his eyes. A spear whistled through the air, streaking toward Isolde with lethal speed. She halted, barely raising her longsword to deflect it. 3 more followed in rapid succession, yellow rank magical spears, hidden until now. Curses rose from the stands. No one expected thrown weapons, let alone spears of that caliber. You lecherous scoundrel, you deserve to die, Isolde sneered at the ambush, yet also dismissed it as naive. Did he truly believe a handful of spears could defeat her? She leaped, twisting mid-air to dodge the trio aimed at her blind spots. Kaelin was already there, descending from above with a longsword strike timed to her jump. He had anticipated the evasion, pre-aiming the spears to herd her into this exact trajectory. She frowned, white robes unmarked since the battle began, now facing pressure she had not expected. The Thalwen Ulvaris had consumed over 70% of her spiritual energy. She had not deployed it lightly. Without it, she could not defeat Kaelin at his peak. She had watched his fight with Varric and knew his strength. Yet the passionate young man who had fought to the death now chose a sneak attack against a woman? She could hardly believe it, but as the strongest contestant and a direct Blackthorn descendant, she would not fall so easily. She tapped her storage bag, a jet-black greatsword, over a meter long, materialized in her left hand, radiating a sense of immovable weight and indestructibility. Kaelin frowned at the strange weapon, but he was committed. No retreat now. She hovered, greatsword in left hand, longsword in right, a bizarre and terrifying dual wield. The instant the greatsword appeared, she swung it in a wide arc to bat aside the 3 incoming spears, while raising her right blade horizontally to catch his descending strike. The spears deflected effortlessly. His longsword met only air. Without pause, she reversed the greatsword's momentum into a vicious backhand arc aimed at his mid-air form. He wrenched his blade back to block. The impact shuddered through his wrist, a tingling shock that traveled to his shoulder. The greatsword's power far exceeded his own, even surpassing Varric's brute force. At that same instant, her longsword, wreathed in blue flame, slashed toward his exposed flank. Kaelin did not hesitate. He relaxed his wrist, letting the greatsword's recoil hurl him backward, and twisted clear of the flame-wreathed blade. In a heartbeat, he opened a gap of several hundred meters. He was panting heavily, the exchange having been far more dangerous than he'd anticipated. The black greatsword possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, and though its attack speed was slow, its power was surprising. The eerie blue flames were worse. Isolde did not pursue. Her physical aura had grown even more disordered, a clear sign that wielding the weapon exacted a steep toll. She cursed under her breath, realizing they had forced the Chimera Gladius from her hand. The blade was her greatest trump card, reserved for self-defense, yet Kaelin had compelled her to draw it here. From the start, she had never intended to use it. Wielding the Chimera Gladius consumed more energy than the Thalwen Ulvaris. Around the arena, spectators murmured in awe. One marveled at the sword's palpable power, another at its sheer size and weight, a third at the revelation of Isolde's hidden ace. The chatter continued, but at the arena's edge another figure took notice. Varric stood covered in injuries, his face deathly pale, barely able to remain upright. After his fight with Kaelin, Shirith had helped him to a corner to recuperate. He had just woken when the clash began. Both combatants were formidable. He was certain that without the Athorian magic weapon sealed within him, neither would be his match. The elders watched with visible surprise. On one hand, Kaelin, such a tenacious fighter, had resorted to a sneak attack. On the other, the Chimera Gladius itself commanded recognition. Their discerning eyes marked its extraordinary nature. "What level of magic weapon is this?" Darius asked, glancing toward Lirael. "High-grade Ashen rank," Lirael replied. Darius nodded, though he already suspected as much. The sword's displayed power and the instant chaos in Isolde's spiritual energy both pointed to enormous consumption. "This girl is no ordinary person," Caldric said. "I didn't expect the Blackthorn family to value her so highly. 18 years old, a genius at the 9th level of the Starfall transformation realm, capable of using Thalwen Ulvaris, and in possession of a high-grade Ashen magic weapon." The elders fell silent. They could sense her standing in the Blackthorn family. Direct descendants were rarely entrusted with artifacts of this caliber. On the arena floor, Kaelin exhaled. He had entered the battle in poor condition, and the exertion had severely depleted his spiritual energy. Isolde had fared worse. She had already burned through 10% of her reserves. In the short time she'd held the Chimera Gladius, he himself retained perhaps 20%. A moment later, her icy voice carried across the stone. "Kaelin, you are very strong. If you can withstand my next sword strike, you win this match. She had no intention of prolonging the fight. Delay served her poorly. She would pour everything into the Chimera Gladius. One move would decide it. His expression did not change, nor did he answer. But his aura surged. He too wanted this finished, though he sensed she was more exhausted than he. Every eye fixed on the platform. The elders stilled, their idle conversation forgotten. Isolde drew a breath and returned the silver longsword to her storage bag. She gripped the Chimera Gladius with both hands, raising it high. Her white robe seemed to glow against the dim light, her black hair floating as if suspended in water. Her face was stern, her aura climbing until powerful gusts radiated outward, cracking the bluestone beneath her feet inch by inch. The gathering pressure was terrifying. Faced with her, Kalen did not dare complacency. He tapped his storage bag and the solary Astral materialized in his grasp, a dragon-shaped spear in his left hand, a magical longsword in his right. His brows furrowed as his aura rose steadily. He could dodge the attack and claim an easy victory. He did not intend to. When her momentum peaked, it halted. The Chimera Gladius emitted a dark light, its presence overwhelming. With a clear, cold shout, she brought the massive blade down in a two-handed slash, unleashing a jet of black sword energy that streaked 100 meters toward Kalen. Grey stone slabs shattered in its wake, the imposing force crushing the air itself. Kalen cried out, his own shout meeting hers. The spear and sword in his hands hummed as he mobilized every last reserve of strength to meet the attack. Faced with that seething black sword energy, Kalen did not dare the slightest carelessness. He summoned every dreg of spiritual power he had left, his aura flaring as he poured it into the Solari Hastael and the magical longsword. Twin blades blazed and he unleashed a strike that met the darkness in a thunderclap. The arena vanished beneath flying sand and billowing smoke, a deafening roar battering eardrums. The shockwave knocked onlookers back steps before they found their footing. All eyes locked on the field where the collision of two immense forces had birthed a thick grey mist that swallowed the stage whole. "Who won?" a disciple shouted. "Is Kalen dead?" That attack was terrifying. I could barely stand from here. The crowd fell into a hushed murmur, gazes fixed on the impenetrable grey. Most were already writing the young man's obituary. Caldric and several elders saw through the mist as if it were glass. "The outcome is decided," Caldric sighed. "This little guy is no ordinary opponent." The elders around him nodded. After more than 10 breaths, the mist thinned, revealing the wreckage. Isolde's white robes were coated in dust, her cuffs shredded, her greatsword driven into the ground. She clung to the hilt with one hand, chest heaving, a crack in the icy mask she usually wore. Kalen looked far worse. His robe had been reduced to hanging strips. He knelt on one knee, blood streaming from his mouth. Through the tatters, exquisitely sculpted muscle showed, and a blood and dust-stained cloth bound his chest. "I won," he rasped, hauling himself upright. Despite the ruin of his body, a bright smile cracked his face. Isolde's beautiful eyes burned with resentment, but she had to admit she was outmatched. She paused, drew a deep breath, and sealed the giant sword into her storage bag. Without the weapon's weight, she listed forward, nearly stumbled, caught herself. She gave him a long, unreadable look, turned and walked off the stage. Kalen let out a sound between a laugh and a groan and dropped heavily onto the stone, panting, grin still wide. That strike, the strongest blow a high-grade ashen-level weapon could deliver, had nearly reduced him to ash. Why did she step down? Is she admitting defeat? Over already? Murmurs rippled through the stands. Most disciples had no idea what they had just witnessed. Darius flashed onto the arena, glanced at the young man sitting in the dust, and announced in a voice that rolled across the grounds, "Kalen is the first-place winner of this outer disciple selection competition." Varric's expression was complicated where he sat in the audience. "I never expected you to win." He had fought a brutal battle with the victor himself, and that was after Kalen had only an hour's rest before facing Isolde and winning again. At that moment, Varric was convinced. Completely convinced. The crowd erupted. Few had predicted this outcome. A cultivation base only at the 7th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Yet he had prevailed despite a prior grueling fight. Proof enough of his strength. "We won. We really won." Kaldor beamed, disbelief shining on his face. Standing beside Varric, Chenvar looked equally enlightened. That boy from the Spirit Stone mine a few months ago had just become the #1 candidate in this year's outer sect selection for the Zereth Immortal Sect. The elders were deeply impressed. At the early stage of the 7th level of Starfall transformation, he withstood that kind of attack, Lyrael said. I doubt there are many in the entire realm who could match him. The surrounding elders nodded. Even the notoriously discerning Sorrel admitted, if this little guy grows up, he'll be absolutely terrifying. 7th level Starfall transformation is this strong? Shirith said, covering her mouth with a smile. I certainly didn't have this strength when I was in that realm. A few sideways glances answered her. You play with formations. Your actual combat strength has never been great. Why compare? Kaldric chuckled. You lot shouldn't praise him too much. Geniuses need time to grow. I'm curious to see how far this young man will go. A good sapling must weather storms to become a towering tree, but before it takes shape, the seedling is terribly fragile. The world never lacks for geniuses, only for those who survive long enough to matter. After a brief recovery, Kalen stepped down from the platform. First place was already his. The remaining matches were irrelevant. He found a quiet corner and closed his eyes. 2 consecutive fights had drained him deeply. Kaldor stood watch beside him, his round face set in serious lines, eyes scanning the crowd. An hour later, Kalen opened his eyes. The spiritual medicines he had consumed inside the astral chart of Evernight had knit his strength back together. Next came the battle for second between Varric and Isolde. When Darius called their names, both chose to abstain. The hall stirred, then settled into understanding. The rewards for second and third were identical save for reputation, and neither fighter had the strength to continue. Varric was pale, his life essence guttering at less than 20%. Isolde, though uninjured, had emptied her spiritual reserves completely. The outer sect selection competition has ended, Darius announced, his voice carrying clear across the square. Kalen takes first place, Isolde and Varric are tied for second. The ruling had been settled after consultation with Kaldric and the other elders. With the rewards equal, a tie was the cleanest resolution. Kaldric mounted the platform, his gaze sweeping the assembled disciples. Kalen, Isolde, Varric remain. The rest of you, along with the stewards and deacons, may depart to prepare for entry into the Zareth Immortal Sect. 500 outer disciples had been chosen. Their rankings were set. The stewards led them away to assigned courtyards, distribute the blue robes of their new status, hand out ranking rewards, and explain what came next. The top 3 were escorted before Kaldric and the gathered elders, hands clasped in respect. Kaldric smiled. Come, we'll speak in the main hall. A wave of his hand sent a beam of azure light wrapping around the 3 disciples. His own figure blurred into a streak of light and vanished. The elders, Darius, Shirith, Sorrel, and Lyrael, exchanged a glance and followed in a flash. Kalen's vision swam, the speed leaving him momentarily disoriented. In the space of a few breaths they arrived at the outer hall of the Zareth Immortal Sect. The chamber soared over 100 meters high, vast and solemn, its grandeur pressing against the senses. Even Isolde and Varric, scions of prominent houses, stood somewhat awed. Kaldric flashed to the central seat and settled into it, looking down. Moments later, the 4 elders took the golden thrones arrayed around the hall. Kalen counted 10 thrones in total. 6 sat empty. 6 outer sect elders had yet to appear. You 3 are not bad at all, Kaldric said, his face creasing into a kindly smile, like a friendly neighbor. Very strong. The 3 bowed again, deeper this time, the weight of the hall behind them. Nothing special brought you here, Kaldric continued. Just the matter of your cave dwellings and rewards. The top 3 would receive cultivation caves, a privilege usually reserved for disciples of exceptional talent or steward rank and above. Furthermore, the top 10 could visit the sect library and select an Ashen-level cultivation technique. As first place, Kalen would also receive a low-grade Ithoria technique. All 3 brightened at the news, though Isolde and Varric glanced at Kalen and their expressions dimmed. Ithoria techniques were rare, the chance had slipped past them, and who knew when another would come. Don't be discouraged, Kaldric said, reading their faces. Once you're settled in the sect, you can earn contribution points through tasks. With enough points you can exchange for Ithoria techniques. Of course, the cost is steep. Cultivate diligently. You all have great talent, the inner sect is within reach. Several elders will take you to choose your caves shortly. Isolde, Varric, wait outside the main hall. Kalen, you stay. Yes. They bowed and left, untroubled by curiosity. Kalen was the top performer, different treatment was expected. Now only Kalen, the four elders, and Caldric remained in the vast hall. Kalen kept his expression calm, but his mind was already turning over the reasons they had held him back. Kalen, Caldric said, do you know why we asked you to stay? Darius spoke first, his voice deep and edged with quiet command. This disciple does not know. Kalen clasped his hands in respect. Where did you get that Brindle magic weapon longsword? The question landed like a weight, every eye in the hall fixed on the young disciple. The Zareth Immortal Sect and the Misty Immortal Palace had been bitter rivals for generations, each willing to annex the other given the chance. Infiltration and intelligence gathering were open secrets, never acknowledged publicly. Reporting to the Eldemir, Kalen said, his voice steady, neither humble nor arrogant. This magic weapon was obtained after killing an outer disciple of the Misty Immortal Palace. A ripple of shock passed through the dais. Caldric and the four elders stared. He killed an outer disciple of the Misty Immortal Palace, and they still dare show their faces at the Zareth Immortal Sect. Explain this matter from the beginning, Darius said, his voice low. The elders and sectmaster leaned in. Kalen recounted the story methodically. Torin joining the Misty Immortal Palace, Gavrik sent to Iron Peak City to capture him. He spoke of his circumstances in the Korith family, of becoming the Valar family's live-in son-in-law. He made no mention of the astral chart of Evernight, attributing his progress instead to an inexplicable improvement in aptitude after waking. The elders present were all profound core realm cultivators. They could judge truth from lies by tone and heartbeat alone. When Kalen finished, he bowed with clasped hands. The elders exchanged glances, then turned as one to Caldric. The sectmaster nodded slowly, confirming he had detected no deception. The young man's words were true. Kalen, please leave the main hall first. We have something to discuss. He nodded and turned to go. As his figure disappeared, strange expressions crossed the faces of the elders and sectmaster alike. This little guy actually signed a life or death agreement with disciples of the Misty Immortal Palace, then openly killed them on the arena, Shirith asked, disbelief and a glitter of excitement warring in her eyes. She seemed in high spirits that he had killed one of theirs, beaten half to death by his own younger brother, then sold off as a live-in son-in-law for a mere 1,000 spirit stones. This kid's background is truly tragic. You've all investigated thoroughly, haven't you? He wasn't lying. My investigation confirms it, he definitely wasn't lying. Several elders and the sect leader discussed the matter, marveling at the young man's extraordinary encounter. Beaten nearly to death by his own brother, sold off, only to wake with drastically altered aptitude and cultivation speed that defied belief. How credible do you think his account is? Caldric asked. At least the beginning should be true. It not only has nothing to do with the Misty Immortal Palace, but he also bears them a grudge. However, this cultivation speed, several elders were curious. How could someone severely injured and near death have their talent altered? Their first instinct was to suspect a supreme treasure, which would explain his meteoric rise. All right, I know you're curious, but everyone has their own destiny, Caldric said. Opportunities belong to individuals. Everyone must not forget the rules of the Zareth Immortal Sect, and also, this kid's something else. I think it won't be long before he catches up with us. The elders continued discussing the matter. Ultimately, the decision was made to ignore whether the disciple had any special opportunities. Opportunity was good, but it depended on fate. If one focused solely on seizing it, one might make a fool of oneself and lose one's life. The sect master's words, intentionally or not, served as a reminder to them all. At the entrance of the main hall, Kalen found Isolde and Varric standing at opposite ends of the gate. Neither spoke, each gazing into the distance. He had no idea what held their attention. Hearing footsteps, both turned simultaneously. Seeing him, they exchanged complicated glances. After a moment, Varric spoke. Kalen, you are very strong. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kalen laughed. You are also very strong, at least at the 8th level of the Starfall transformation realm. I have never seen anyone stronger than you. It was absolutely true. Varric was indeed formidable. The compliment left the other man somewhat embarrassed. He had just claimed to be the strongest at the 8th level, yet couldn't beat a 7th level cultivator. He only coughed lightly, keeping his thoughts to himself. Isolde frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and said nothing. But seeing her expression, Kalen could not help but ask. Isolde, I want to ask you, why did you call me a lecher? His face darkened slightly. What did I do to offend you? He had been puzzled for a long time, unable to figure out what he had done to earn the label. She stared coldly at him, her pretty face frosted over. Don't you know what you've done? You still dare to ask me, you lecherous scoundrel, shameless. Kaelin was speechless. Could this woman not understand human language? Varric, standing to the side, was also stunned. He never expected such a thing between the two. When they fought, the ring was far below, and few could hear their exchange. He had been unconscious initially, but woke during their battle. Kaelin's anger burned hot enough to taste copper. Women are a hassle. The words came out flat, the only release he allowed himself. Seraphina's nagging drilled into his skull. Liriana's vacuous simpering matched Isolde's dullness at the Spirit Stone mine. He found himself thinking the ancients might have had a point. A woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent, women and petty men impossible to deal with. 3 elders emerged from the main hall, Darius, Shirith and Lyriel. They had come to escort the new disciples to their cave dwellings. Sorrel would never stoop to such work, his status as an alchemist placed him above it. Lyriel, a weapon refiner, held nearly as much prestige, yet ranked a step below, and lacked Sorrel's arrogance. Kaelin with me, Darius said. Isolde, come along, Shirith added with a smile. Varric, you're mine, Lyriel finished. The 3 disciples bowed and followed, all headed the same way. The Valora Wilden Pavilion beyond the gate, where initiation clothing and identity tokens awaited. An elder's presence meant no queue. A steward met them at the door. The pavilion's first floor alone could hold thousands. Grey-robed servants and blue-robed outer disciples bustled through the space. Within moments, each disciple received a storage bag. Kaelin probed his with divine sense. 3 sets of blue outer disciple robes, a jade token engraved with Zerith Immortal Sect, and several jade slips. Remove the identity tokens, the steward instructed. They've already been imprinted with your divine sense. From now on, they mark you as disciples of the Zareth Immortal Sect. They complied. Faint blue light bloomed from each tablet. Activation confirmed. Kaelin sensed his token's presence, a string of numbers glowing beneath. 50. Earth rank, low grade. These record your contribution points, the steward explained. You'll need them for exchanges within the sect. The jade slips contain essential information, study them at your leisure. They thanked him and turned to cave selection. An official unfurled a map of the outer sect's dwellings, scattered across the grounds with varying advantages. Kaelin chose first place earned its privilege. He picked a secluded cave rich in spiritual energy. Isolde and Varric followed, selecting dwellings in the same area, not far from his. The steward handed each a golden token. Inject essence blood. The cave will recognize its master. They did. Once bound, Darius, Shirith and Lyriel led them to their new homes. Darius carried Kaelin through the air at blinding speed. Mountains, forest and dense spiritual energy surrounded the destination, a massive stone gate sealing a cave mouth. As Kaelin approached, the gate rose silently, keyed to his blood. Yours now? Darius said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Thank you, Elder, Darius. Kaelin clasped his hands. The Elder's cultivation commanded respect, but more importantly, he had intervened when a deacon tried to sever Kaelin's arm during the Mirabelle incident. You have talent. Focus on cultivation. Come to me if you need anything. Darius held a high opinion of him, even considered taking him as a disciple, but would observe first. He smiled rarely, then dissolved into a streak of light and vanished. Kaelin turned to the gate, breathing the rich spiritual air. Satisfaction curled his lips as he strode inside, and froze. The scene within shocked him utterly. The cave was spacious and magnificent. Its carved railings and jade steps worn smooth by time. Colorful stalactites lined the walls, catching and fracturing the light. He drew a breath. The spiritual energy here was several times denser than outside, washing through him with a cool, refreshing clarity. No wonder everyone fought for this dwelling. He had only heard rumors before. Seeing it now, he understood why the reputation held. He wandered through the chambers as if on a tour. The place was immaculate, not a mote of dust. A bedroom for rest, a secret room for meditation, a study lined with bookshelves, a tea room with low tables, even a dedicated space for spirit beasts. Spirit beast, he remembered the golden lion still confined in his pouch. Since entering Zareth Immortal Sect territory, he had kept it hidden to avoid attention, packing it away with over 100 pounds of dried meat. After joining the sect, he had never found a moment to release it, and then simply forgot. When the lion emerged, it blinked in shock. then fixed him with a pitiful gaze. Its ribs showed beneath the golden fur. "Don't look at me like that. I've been busy." He set a mountain of food from his storage bag before the creature. Its eyes flared. It fell on the meat without ceremony, devouring everything in minutes. He watched, a pang of guilt tightening his chest. He had effectively starved the beast for half a month. When the lion finally sat back, belly round and sides heaving, he asked, "Do you have a name of your own?" The lion shook its massive head, then winked, tongue lolling, performing a ridiculous, sycophantic bow. "You want me to choose one?" It shook its head again, then nodded vigorously. He hesitated. Naming had never been his strength. He studied the beast, its entire coat shimmering like molten gold, and said, "Then I'll call you Vorin. What do you think?" Vorin. The lion paused as if weighing the sound, then wagged its tail and barked twice, satisfied. "Good, Vorin. You'll live in the spirit beast house from now on." He left a generous supply of food, gave a few simple instructions, and departed. He was pleased with the dwelling, his mood light. He went straight to the secretum room, closed the door, and withdrew a stack of jade slips from his storage bag, probing each with his divine sense. One slip laid out the sect's rules, surprisingly lenient, and detailed the outer sect facilities, the mission pavilion, where disciples accepted tasks for contribution points, Aurelia Pavilion, where points were exchanged for elixirs, artifacts, or sold for profit, and the Lumineth, where outer disciples claimed basic cultivation techniques and purchased advanced ones. Every new disciple could visit the Lumineth once for a foundational method suited to their level. Anything stronger required points. Another slip listed the elders offering instruction during this period: Darius for transmission of skills, Shirith for Darneth, Sorrel for Phaleth, and Lirael for weapon forging. All outer disciples were welcome to attend. "So this is a sect," he murmured. He finally understood why Zereth Immortal Sect was so strictly disciplined, yet so fiercely coveted. Abundant spiritual energy was only the beginning. Disciples could attend regular lectures from elders at the profound core realm and above, instruction most outside families could never access. Even the Veilers of Iron Peak City, with Branna at the Tengara realm, had nothing comparable here. Seraphis realm experts were commonplace. The system was transparent: want something, complete the task, claim the reward. "This place is interesting," he said, eyes bright as he turned to the remaining slips. Mist clung to the fairy palace, a shroud over stone and silence. In his cave, Torin sat on a cold seat, eyes bloodshot, killing intent rolling off him in waves, as he fixed the steward with a glare that could have cracked the walls. He had just stepped from the marrow-deep cleanser pool shade. The plan had been simple: leave the pool, drag Kalen before him, and wring the truth of that so-called opportunity from his brother's mouth. Instead, the steward waited in the misty immortal palace with news of what followed Gavrik's departure. Torin had never imagined the trash he dismissed would actually kill an outer disciple of the misty immortal palace. Gavrik might have been weak, but he wore the palace's name. When the outer sect elders learned of his death, they sent a steward to Iron Peak City demanding answers. That steward never reached the gates. The Borealis Pavilion master of the Aurelia Pavilion intercepted him, producing the life or death agreement between Kalen and Gavrik, claiming to have notarized the match. The duel had been fair, entirely Gavrik's doing. The misty immortal palace deacon could only return and report. Unwilling to provoke the Aurelia Pavilion over a dead outer disciple, the elders let the matter drop. "Kalen, you deserve to die," Torin seethed. He had asked for an opportunity, and been refused. His men had been killed for him. This was utter disgrace. "Young master, please calm down," the butler said from the side. Torin's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm. Since the Marrowdeep Cleansura poolshade, he had broken through several levels in succession. Damn it, why is this trash connected to the Borealis Pavilion master? He could not fathom how his brother had gotten acquainted with such a figure. "This, I do not know either. I only heard they met while buying birthday gifts for Garrick." The butler trembled under the terrifying aura. "Damn it. Are we just going to let him go like this?" Resentment twisted Torin's face. "Young master, I have an idea." Now that Kalen stood under the Borealis Pavilion master's protection, causing trouble would be far more difficult. "What is it? Tell me quickly." The butler nodded. "Young master, although the matter of Kalen killing the misty immortal palace disciple has been dropped, do not forget the palace never said we could not harm him. But He now has the Aurelia Pavilion backing him up. Torin frowned. Young Master, the Aurelia Pavilion only stepped in to protect Kalen if he had lost on the arena. What do you mean? Torin's eyes lit up. Young Master, although Kalen has a good relationship with the Borealis Pavilion Master, that Master cannot stay in Iron Peak City forever. When he leaves, you can challenge Kalen in public. The Aurelia Pavilion will not interfere. As long as you defeat him on the stage, anything goes. The butler grinned slyly. Even if the Vela family had the audacity to do anything to you afterward. Good idea. A ferocious smile spread across Torin's face. He wished he could skin his useless older brother alive immediately. Young Master, when shall we depart? The butler asked. No rush. Torin's voice turned cold. I'm going into seclusion for a few days. I gained many benefits from the Marrow-Deep Clensura Poolshade. Half a month should be enough to raise my cultivation to the Seraphis realm. At that time, Young Master, you are about to reach the Seraphis realm, the butler exclaimed in shock. Torin was only 16. He chuckled. So what if this piece of trash cultivates faster? In the end, he will still be trampled under my feet. When I return, it will be his death day. The butler immediately showered him with compliments. What neither knew was that Kalen had already joined the Zareth Immortal sect as an outer disciple highly regarded by the elders, selected as the first pick. The butler had arrived right after Gavrik's death, so he knew nothing of what followed. More than a month had passed since Kalen killed the misty Immortal Palace disciple, and Iron Peak City had settled into an uneasy calm. The insults stopped. The resistance to the Vela family faded. Then, half a month ago, fresh news stirred the city. The Jinx's son-in-law, the good-for-nothing cast out of the Korith family, had left for the Zareth Immortal sect as a disciple. In the interim, Kalen had claimed all the city's attention. He defeated Thorn, the Vela family's genius, and killed misty Immortal Palace disciples. Thorn's own departure for the Fulgora sect drew only occasional mention. The Vela household had returned to something resembling normalcy. Draconis Mansion was filled with joy and harmony, at least on the surface. In the main hall, Garrick sat with the clan elders, discussing matters far weightier than domestic peace. Is the news accurate? Are the Luminar Patriarch and all the elders really dead? Absolutely, said the third elder. They contacted many assassins some time ago. It's unclear who the target was, but in the end, neither the Patriarch nor many elders returned. Garrick murmured, A month ago, wasn't that precisely when Kalen left? The elders exchanged glances. The timing aligned. Could they have been going to assassinate him? Very possible. But why didn't anyone come back, and how is he doing now? They agreed to keep the matter secret and send someone to investigate. Meanwhile, Elara had reverted to her old ways, confined to her courtyard, gazing blankly eastward. Seraphina visited when she could. Thorn was gone. Kalen was gone. Baldric had been released. But he moved through the mansion in a state of perpetual terror, as if he had committed some unspeakable crime. Kalen spent a day and night in his cave, reading every jade slip and gaining a working understanding of the Zareth Immortal sect. Instead of rushing to cultivate, he slept. The abundant spiritual energy flowed into his body as he rested, a profound comfort. Just as Kaldor said, he smiled. Simply sleeping can enhance spiritual power and promote cultivation. His injuries had healed. His spiritual power was fully restored. The spiritual herbs in the astral chart of Evernite had helped, but the rich energy of the cave deserved the credit. Then the golden token in his storage bag pulsed with faint light. Someone had arrived outside. He didn't know many people in the sect, apart from Darius. No one should know he was here. The cave gate opened. 3 outer disciples in blue robes stood before him. He recognized one, Cedric, the disciple he had taught a lesson. Whatever brought them, it wasn't good. Kalen, now that you've seen your senior brothers, why don't you come over and pay your respects? Cedric sneered. The two behind him looked Kalen up and down. What are you doing here? Kalen frowned, but his temper held. Cedric chuckled, unoffended. He gestured to his companions. This is Senior Brother Silvar, and this is Senior Brother Dernick. Let me be direct. Senior Brother Silvar has his eye on your cave dwelling, and Senior Brother Dernick values your qualification to choose a low-rank Earth-level cultivation technique. Kalen's gaze turned cold, anger rising. Clean up the cave and give it to Senior Brother Silvar, Cedric said. Also exchange the Authoria technique Senior Brother Dernick wants and send it over. Otherwise, he let the threat hang. Silvar and Dernick watched with amusement, waiting. Then what happens if I don't give it to you? Kalen spoke quietly, his eyes icy, a chill glinting in their depths. Cedric sneered. Hand it over, or I'll break your limbs first. This is the Zereth immortal sect. I can't kill you openly, but you'd better watch yourself. You might lose your life at any moment. Sylvar and Dernick sneered in unison. Both had reached the great perfection of the Starfall transformation realm, with one foot already in the Seraphis realm. They were prodigies who had joined the sect years ago with high initial rankings, yet neither had cracked the top 3. Yesterday Cedric had approached them with an offer. The outer sect selection winner was only at the 7th level of Starfall transformation, had no background, and was supposedly a live-in son-in-law. He had boasted and belittled Kalen, calling him worthless. The bait was irresistible, the chance to become the top outer disciple without connections or backing. Both the cave dwelling and the Athoria cultivation technique were too tempting to pass up. At Cedric's instigation, they had come straight to force the cave's surrender, finding it was child's play. With you, Kalen sneered, not qualified enough, a defeated opponent. Color flooded Cedric's face. The words struck home because they were true. Once a respected figure among outer disciples, his reputation had been ruined by a loss to someone who hadn't even joined the sect yet. He hadn't shown his face during the final days of the selection until he heard Kalen had actually taken first place. Then he hatched this plan to have someone else do his dirty work. Kalen, underestimating me is one thing, Cedric said coldly. But if you dare underestimate senior brothers Sylvar and Dernick, you have a death wish. They've already stepped 1 foot into the Seraphis realm. Hand over the cave if you know what's good for you, otherwise. Kalen glanced at the two behind him, judging their auras. Their cultivation had surpassed great perfection. They stood on the threshold of the Seraphis realm. Breakthrough was only a matter of time. But so what? Get out. The single word fell cold from his lips, eyes icy. Cedric shouted in outrage. I said, all 3 of you get out of my cave. Kalen's voice rose. Sylvar and Dernick, standing behind Cedric, looked dejected. The other party had just told the 3 of them to get lost. Kid, I'll give you another chance, Sylvar said, stepping forward. Killing intent radiated from him, cold and sharp. Nearly 2 meters tall, he cut a fierce, menacing figure. Take back what you said, or I won't just break your limbs. I might accidentally kill you. Dernick spoke from behind him, equally cold. Boy, we're giving you a chance. Hand over the cave and techniques, and we'll pretend you never spoke. Need anything in the sect later, drop our names, refuse, and we take your life today. Are the 3 of you deaf? Unmoved, Kalen replied. I told you 3 to get out of my cave. You little brat. You're asking for it. Sylvar exploded. How dare a newly initiated disciple tell him to get lost? He was a prodigy with 1 foot in the Seraphis realm. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? An aura surpassing great perfection erupted. Muscles bulged, stretching his blue robe to its limit, his body brimming with power. Cedric retreated repeatedly, overjoyed yet fearful of accidental injury. Sylvar specialized in body training. His physical strength far exceeded ordinary cultivators. Even most early-stage Seraphis realm experts weren't his match in raw strength. Dernick didn't react much, just stared coldly. 7th level of Starfall transformation. They didn't take it seriously at all. Time had been too short. News of this year's selection hadn't spread. Naturally, they had no idea just how ruthless Kalen was. Sylvar closed the distance in a few quick strides. Less than 100 meters vanished in a blink. He swelled further, making Kalen look like a child before him. Kid, let me break your arms and legs first, then make you kneel and kowtow. He threw a punch at Kalen's head. The strike cut through the air with a whoosh, surrounding vegetation trembling violently. Kalen raised an eyebrow. His opponent was strong, but his face showed no fear. He stepped back, nimbly dodging. Sylvar was surprised. He hadn't expected a 7th-level cultivator to evade his strongest punch. Then came an even greater shock. After 2 steps, Kalen steadied himself. His right hand flared with golden light. He formed the Gloomveil Lockhaven and blasted it forward. The move was more powerful, more terrifying than Sylvar's punch. Sylvar's heart clenched with crisis. His intuition screamed, if that connects, I die. He was a cultivator who had taken a half-step into the Tengara realm, his path rooted in physical body cultivation, a distinct advantage in close quarters. He crossed his arms before his chest just in time to meet the sudden, terrifying strike. The Gloomveil Lockhaven slammed into his guard with a deafening boom, a tremendous explosion rippling outward. The sickening crack of bone followed instantly. Sylvar stared, stunned, The moment his arm collided with the seal, his left forearm shattered, while the golden light on his opponent's right hand had yet to fade. He gritted his teeth and threw himself backward, stopping only after putting more than 10 meters between them. He had never expected such a devastating attack to materialize in an instant. Both arms were slick with blood. On the left, splintered bone protruded through torn flesh. Cedric and Dernick, standing behind him, recoiled, their expressions shifting drastically. They cried out, unable to believe that in a single exchange, Sylvar, halfway to the Tengara realm, had been beaten into this state. Sylvar felt the piercing agony in both arms, looking down at the ruin of his limb. A cold wave of lingering fear washed over him. If he hadn't blocked, if that strike had landed true, the thought turned his face deathly pale and beaded his back with cold sweat. Dernick and Cedric rushed to his side. Seeing the injuries up close, shock froze their features. Cedric couldn't reconcile what he was seeing. A young man at the 7th level of the Starfall transformation realm, this strong. Dernick cursed under his breath. He and Sylvar had been friends for years, and the displayed strength shook him equally. He turned his gaze to Kaelin, voice cold. "Kid, I think you want to die." Dernick drew a mid-grade ashen-level longsword, his eyes flat as he unleashed his half-step Tengara realm cultivation, attacking without hesitation. In his view, Sylvar had lost only through carelessness. He would use full strength from the first move, killing this 7th stage Starfall transformation cultivator before him. If he and Sylvar also fell to a newly ascended disciple, they would be ashamed to face anyone, least of all Cedric, ever again. Unlike Sylvar, Dernick specialized in the sword. With a Brindor weapon in hand, his aura surged, radiating terrifying pressure. His face contorted with rage as he charged, each step intensifying his presence until the ground trembled violently. He held nothing back. Sylvar had been defeated in one blow through underestimation. Dernick would not make the same mistake. Kaelin frowned. A half-step Tengara realm cultivator demanded respect. He tapped his storage bag, and the Solare Hastile materialized in his grip. The longsword whistled through the air, its momentum fierce as a roaring beast, slashing down. The Solare Hastile, powerful as a true dragon, resonated with a clang and thrust upward to meet it. The spear deflected the blow effortlessly. Dernick frowned. He had poured everything into that strike, yet his opponent had blocked it with ease. Without pause, he reset and launched a renewed ferocious assault. His style bore some resemblance to Variks's, but he was far inferior. Varik could mobilize the power of an Ithoria magic weapon within his body. This offense was fierce, yet still no match for Kaelin. Kaelin's aura spiked. Gripping the Solare Hastile, he counterattacked. His speed surpassing Dernick's. Dernick cried out in surprise. Moments ago he had held the upper hand. In the blink of an eye he was on the defensive. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What he could never have guessed was that their previous exchanges had merely been Kaelin testing the waters. He hadn't used his full strength at all. His recent battles had been against Varik and Isolde, both geniuses capable of challenging higher realms. Facing them, Kaelin couldn't accurately gauge his own combat ceiling. Dernick had inadvertently helped him find it. "Half-step to heaven," Kaelin muttered. His current strength should sit at the half-step Seraphis realm, and an ordinary half-step Seraphis cultivator would be no match for him. The Solare Hastile hummed. He increased his output by 3 points, shattered the longsword's defense, and drove the spear through Dernick's chest. The Solare Hastile was a Brindor magic weapon. As it pierced Dernick, he coughed blood, his aura collapsing instantly. Dernick roared in fury and swung his sword in a desperate arc at Kaelin's head. Kaelin let out a cold shout, snapped the spear back, and swept it horizontally across Dernick's abdomen. The blow launched Dernick backward like a kite with a severed string. He crashed heavily to the ground, vomiting blood, his face ashen. Sylvar, missing an arm, cried out. Ignoring his own injuries, he dragged his ruined body forward. Cedric was completely unhinged, staring at Kaelin with terrified eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably, he nearly collapsed. The opponent was monstrous. He had defeated 2 half-step Seraphis realm experts in succession without sustaining a scratch. Most importantly, his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Starfall transformation realm. What was this? A genius? Absolutely not. This was a monster. An utterly terrifying monster. Cedric was consumed by regret. Why had he provoked this curse? They had even sent someone here to take revenge on this scoundrel. Sylvar reached Dernick's side and examined the injuries with a grim expression. Only one of Dernick's arms remained functional, the other hung immobile though the bleeding had been staunched. "I'm fine," Dernick whispered, his voice barely audible. His wounds were worse than Sylvar's. A stab to the chest and a gunshot to the abdomen had his internal organs churning violently. Only his half-step Seraphis realm cultivation kept him conscious. "It's good you're all right," Sylvar exhaled in relief. A cold voice cut in from behind. "Are you sure you're all okay?" Kalen sneered. "Seems this battle isn't over yet." His white robe fluttered as he approached, Solari Hastile in hand, a mocking smile on his face. "You." Dernick tried to speak, but coughed up blood instead. Sylvar's expression shifted drastically. He hurriedly begged. "This is all a misunderstanding. We believed Cedric's lies, that's why we came. Please let us leave and pretend nothing happened. We'll never bother you again." He shoved all blame onto Cedric, claiming they'd been misled into seizing the cave dwelling and techniques. "Misunderstanding?" Kalen didn't slow his advance. "You came to seize my cave dwelling, steal my cultivation techniques, and attacked me directly, yet claim it's a misunderstanding because you were outmatched." With each step, the pressure on the two injured men grew heavier. The handsome youth before them seemed less like a cultivator and more like a demon. "It's a misunderstanding. Cedric tricked us." Dernick wiped blood from his mouth, desperate. Both were too badly hurt to fight. Hearing them shift blame, Cedric's legs gave out, he collapsed, then scrambled up and fled. Kalen was too terrifying. Staying meant death. Cedric moved with surprising speed, covering over 10 meters in a heartbeat. Then a silver spear whistled through the air, carrying crushing pressure. The dragon-patterned weapon pierced his right leg, pinning him to the ground. Cedric's face drained of color. Galvorn gushed from the wound, staining his robes crimson. Regret flooded him. Why had he provoked this evil star? "If you run again, the next shot goes through your heart," Kalen stated coldly, not sparing a glance. Someone of Cedric's strength wasn't worth his attention. Terror froze Cedric in place. Sylvar and Dernick watched, shocked. Cedric was at least 9th level Starfall transformation realm, yet this boy had pinned him effortlessly. And he was only at the 7th level. "Lord Koreth, please forgive us. We know we were wrong and accept punishment." "Lord Koreth, have mercy. We were misled by Cedric, we'll pay any price." Sylvar and Dernick begged in unison, addressing him as Sir. Their earlier arrogance had vanished, cold sweat coated their pale faces. Not a shred of resistance remained. "Punish?" Kalen paused, stroking his chin. He'd been considering the same problem. This was the Zareth immortal sect, killing them would violate sect rules. If not for that, he'd have acted already instead of walking over so leisurely. "My lord, please forgive us. We'll never dare again. We'll serve you as attendants, servants. It's all Cedric's fault, nothing to do with us." "My lord, name your price, just spare us this once." They pleaded shamelessly, no trace of the Seraphis realm cultivators they claimed to be. Kalen continued forward, considering. He had no interest in followers, never needed anyone's care, and the star chart meant he preferred solitude. Stopping before them, he said calmly, "Hand over your storage bags." Sylvar and Dernick didn't hesitate. Most cultivators carried their wealth on them, and these two scions of prominent families were no exception. Kalen probed the bags with a wisp of divine sense. Delight flickered across his face. He tossed one lightly, satisfied. "Consider these your life-saving money. Any objections?" The two men were no longer defiant, only grateful to walk away with their lives. No problem," one said. Thank you, sir, the other replied. Kalen smiled faintly, tucking the storage bags into his robes. He looked like any handsome young man now. No trace of the killing intent that had radiated from him moments before. Sylvar and Dernick looked up, faces tense. They were terrified this jinx might turn on them. "Aren't you going to get lost, or do you want to stay for dinner?" Kalen said calmly. The words felt like a pardon. Sylvar was mobile enough, his arm the only real injury. Dernick endured the fire in his chest, gritted his teeth, and scrambled up, fleeing before Kalen could change his mind. Watching them go, Kalen suddenly remembered the third man. He turned to Cedric, still pinned to the ground by the Solare Hastael. Cedric trembled under that gaze. You stay away," he stammered, panic rising as Kalen approached with a playful expression. The Zareth Immortal sect forbids killing among fellow disciples. You can't kill me? Don't come closer. I'm from the Varel family. If you kill me, the Varel family will never let you go. A long silence stretched. Cedric was babbling now, shouting threats he couldn't back. He had watched Kalen dispatch 2 half-step Seraphis cultivators effortlessly. Resistance never crossed his mind. Looks like your brain isn't as sharp as those two, Kalen said, a faint smile on his lips. Silvar and Dernick had begged for mercy without invoking their families. They had sensed the truth. The greater the threat, the faster you died. Cedric felt the murderous aura rolling off Kalen, suffocating in its intensity. He realized finally that this man intended to kill him. I was wrong, Kalen. No, sir, please forgive me, Cedric wept. He tried to kneel, but the spear through his thigh pinned him upright. My lord, I'm just a dog. Please, forgive me. Regret hollowed him out. He wished he were dead. Kalen looked down coldly. He had considered killing him. Yes, he hated being threatened above all else. But the sect's rules held. If this weren't the Zareth Immortal sect, you would die today, he said calmly. However, the death penalty can be waived. He moved, appearing before Cedric in a blink. Terror flooded Cedric's face. He opened his mouth to scream, but the sound died as Kalen's feet descended, methodically stomping and shattering all 4 limbs. Bone ground to powder. Screams tore from Cedric's throat, raw and echoing, accompanied by wet, sickening cracks. Not far off, Silvar and Dernick froze. They recognized that voice. Resentment had burned hot for Cedric without him. They wouldn't be in this mess. But hearing those screams, a cold pang of sympathy stirred in them. When Kalen stopped, Cedric lay trembling like broken clay, features distorted face, slick with terror and blood. Kalen pulled the Solare Hastael free from the ruined thigh, then bent and stripped the storage bag from Cedric's body, pocketing it. You should cherish the chance to live, he said, and I hope you don't make this mistake again. He turned and walked back to his cave. Cedric, despicable as he was, posed no threat. Outside the sect, he would already be a corpse. The man's face was ruined, blood mingling with the foul stench of voided bowels. In that moment, he understood how precious life was. His limbs were dust, his storage bag gone. Alone, he gritted his teeth and began to crawl, writhing like a snake, driven by pure survival instinct. A cultivator's body surpassed a mortal's. The movement was only slower. Shattered bones could knit with miraculous medicines given time. The shadow in his heart, though, would never fade. As for the man lying outside the cave, Kalen had no interest in whether he lived or died. Back in the secret room, he opened the 3 storage bags. His mood lifted. Silvar and Dernick had been wealthy. Their 2 bags held 2,000 spirit stones between them, plus a heap of artifacts and pills. Cedric was poorer, but still yielded 500 spirit stones and miscellany. After sorting, Kalen tallied his wealth, over 6,000 spirit stones. The disciple jade tokens of Silvar and his 2 companions were here too, their contribution points transferable. Kalen rode the high of the Luminar slaughter, his storage bags heavy with spirit stones and the spoils of more than 20 dead cultivators. The road with Kaldor had been a butcher's alley, each ambush adding to the pile, yet now, an hour past the cave, a sour note twisted in his gut. He should have let Cedric walk away. The thought gnawed at him, unexpected and sharp. If he'd spared the boys, Cedric would have returned with reinforcements, more bags, more stones, a renewable harvest. He clenched his fists, the regret so vivid he nearly turned back to find the man, to offer false comfort and a second chance at victimhood. Impulsive, he chided himself, forcing the urge down. Next time he pulled the 3 identity tablets from his robe and probed them with divine sense. Silvar, 1990, Dernick, 100. Cedric, 40. A pity about the last. Without hesitation he chanted the transfer incantation. Isara's jade slip had taught him. Blue light washed over his own tablet. The number settled at 280. Not insignificant. The combined wealth of 2 half-step Seraphis cultivators hadn't reached 200. This placed him comfortably among the outer sect's elite, whatever that meant in practice. He stretched, joints popping, and rose. An hour was long enough. Kaldor might need aid, and the cave, well, Isolde and Varric could handle themselves. What concerned him was opportunists scenting an unclaimed dwelling. He'd defend it on principle, asking nothing in return. The map in Ysara's slip led him to Aurelia Pavilion, central hub of the outer gate, flanked by Rivara and Valora Wilden pavilions. He had two materials still to source for the Astravi Pilvora: heart-binding leather and Octavra Devon spirit Galvorn. The dried Ithriel Lirandel he could buy outright now. The outer sect sprawled farther than he'd imagined. Marble avenues cut through districts that resembled nothing so much as a mortal city. Restaurants, tea-houses, gambling dens, stalls thick as ants. Blue-robed outer disciples moved through grey-robed menials in numbers he couldn't count. None of this appeared in Ysara's slip. The sect tolerated, perhaps even encouraged, the commerce. Aurelia Pavilion rose ahead. He entered without pause. The first floor alone held thousands, 500 blue robes at a glance. The rest grey, menials, 80% women, clustering around disciples like attendants at court. Some guided with bowed heads, others hawked wares with practiced volume. A grey-robed woman detached herself from the crowd, smiling. "Senior, what do you need?" Kalin rode the high of the Luminar slaughter, his storage bags heavy with spirit stones and the spoils of more than 20 dead cultivators. The road with Kaldor had been a butcher's alley, each ambush adding to the pile. Yet now, an hour past the cave, a sour note twisted in his gut. He should have let Cedric walk away. The thought gnawed at him, unexpected and sharp. If he'd spared the boy, Cedric would have returned with reinforcements, more bags, more stones, a renewable harvest. He clenched his fists, the regret so vivid he nearly turned back to find the man, to offer false comfort and a second chance at victimhood. Impulsive, he chided himself, forcing the urge down. Next time, he pulled the 3 identity tablets from his robe and probed them with divine sense. Silvar 1990, Dernick 100, Cedric 40. A pity about the last. Without hesitation he chanted the transfer incantation Ysara's jade slip had taught him. Blue light washed over his own tablet. The number settled at 280. Not insignificant. The combined wealth of 2 half-step Seraphis cultivators hadn't reached 200. This placed him comfortably among the outer sect's elite, whatever that meant in practice. He stretched, joints popping, and rose. An hour was long enough. Kaldor might need aid, and the cave, well, Isolde and Varric could handle themselves. What concerned him was opportunists scenting an unclaimed dwelling. He'd defend it on principle, asking nothing in return. The map in Ysara's slip led him to Aurelia Pavilion, central hub of the outer gate, flanked by Rivara and Valora Wilden pavilions. He had 2 materials still to source for the Astravi Pilvora: heart-binding leather and Octavra Devon spirit Galvorn. The dried Ithriel Lirandel he could buy outright now. The outer sect sprawled farther than he'd imagined. Marble avenues cut through districts that resembled nothing so much as a mortal city. Restaurants, tea-houses, gambling dens, stalls thick as ants. Blue-robed outer disciples moved through grey-robed menials in numbers he couldn't count. None of this appeared in Ysara's slip. The sect tolerated, perhaps even encouraged, the commerce. Aurelia Pavilion rose ahead. He entered without pause. The first floor alone held thousands, 500 blue robes at a glance, the rest grey, menials, 80% women, clustering around disciples like attendants at court. Some guided with bowed heads, others hawked wares with practiced volume. A grey-robed woman detached herself from the crowd, smiling. "Senior, what do you need?" "I can help." Kalin turned and studied the woman. Her aura placed her at the 4th level of the Starfall transformation realm, respectable, with fair skin and features that would be considered above average anywhere else. "Hello. I'd like the heart-binding leather and the Octavra Devon spirit Galvorn." He was polite enough, aside from enemies. He was generally easygoing. Octavra Devon spirit Galvorn, heart-binding leather. The grey-robed woman murmured the names and Kalin realized she had never heard of them. Understandable, both items were extraordinarily precious, far beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. "Senior brother, come with me. Those would be classed as spiritual herbs, correct?" "I'll take you to them," she said with a sweet smile. He nodded. Delighted, she waved him forward. "This way, senior brother." She led him through the dense crowd. "I've only just started learning. You don't need to call me senior brother." "Senior brother, you're new, so you may not know. In the Zareth Immortal Sect, grey-robed disciples address blue-robed disciples and above as senior brother, regardless of how long they've been here," she explained as they walked. Kalin nodded slightly. "Why are there so many grey-robed disciples here? And most of them women?" "Contribution points." Her smile dimmed. The difference between menial and outer disciples is that outer disciples and above don't have to do tasks for points. They still receive basic cultivation techniques. Menial disciples have no such privilege. Only a few are assigned specific duties. The rest must scrape together points on their own. Our cultivation is low, so we can't take dangerous tasks. We serve outer disciples at Aurelia Pavilion, earning a commission on each transaction. Her words clarified the sect's inner workings. It was a holy land for cultivation, yet without talent or strength, one survived only through grunt work. The girl guiding him, for instance, had reached the 4th level of starfall transformation at a young age. Back home, she'd be a prodigy. Here, she couldn't even become an outer disciple. Because he seemed decent and was a newcomer, she shared a great deal about the outer sect, much of it absent from the jade slip he'd received. Aurelia Pavilion was packed, and the spiritual medicine counter lay deep inside. A full quarter-hour later, they finally arrived, only to find a line. The girl waited patiently beside him. As they grew more comfortable, she introduced herself. "Senior brother, I'm Ilariel. May I ask your name?" "Kalen." "Kalen." She repeated it softly, the name ringing a faint bell she couldn't quite place. Another quarter-hour passed before his turn came. He asked the shopkeeper, "Do you have Octavra Divorn Spirit, Galvorn and Heart-Binding Leather?" "Yagami's Galvorn and Heart-Binding Leather." The herbalist gave him a strange look. 9 times out of 10, an unfamiliar face meant a new disciple. "I don't carry the Octavra Divorn Spirit Galvorn, but I do have the Heart-Binding Leather. It costs 200 contribution points for a small piece, likely more than you can afford." "How many?" The shopkeeper grinned. 200. The leather was exorbitant. He clearly didn't expect Kalen to pay. "Done." The shopkeeper in the herbal medicine section stared, nonplussed. Beside him, Ilariel stood equally stunned. When she had first heard the figure 200 contribution points, she had nearly cried out. Before she could recover, the young man at her side had simply agreed. 200 points, converted to spirit stones, that was 10,000. Wasn't this handsome youth a newly initiated disciple of the Zareth Immortal sect? Where had he acquired such wealth? In a heartbeat, a dozen questions crowded her mind. "Kid, you're not joking," the shopkeeper said, eyeing him with open skepticism. "You actually have 200 contribution points? Only a handful of outer sect disciples could command that sum, and this unfamiliar face claimed it as casually as pocket change." Kalen nodded, calm. He knew the amount was considerable, though not its precise conversion. The outer sect selection winner received 50 points. After entering, he had relieved Silvar and his 2 companions of over 200 in a single stroke. It had come too easily. The shopkeeper studied him a moment longer, then shrugged and withdrew to fetch the heart-binding leather. He returned cradling a wooden box, handling it with the care reserved for Aurelia Pavilion's rarest medicinal ingredients. "This is it. Are you certain?" "Certain. Provided it's genuine." The lid lifted. Inside lay a purple flower stalk from which 2 leather-like vines intertwined, the source of the name for Save the Bloom at the apex. The stem was indistinguishable from cured hide. The flower itself was startlingly vivid, and though it sat without soil, it showed no sign of withering. Ilariel's eyes brightened at the sight. Kalen examined it closely, satisfaction rising. This was unmistakably heart-binding leather, one of the 3 primary components for refining the Astravi Pilvora. "Then I'll take it." He produced his identity jade token from his storage bag without hesitation. Both shopkeeper and Ilariel watched, bewildered. He truly meant to spend 200 points without a second thought. The shopkeeper offered his own token. A blue filament of light bridged them. Kalen's balance dropped from 280 to 80. The shopkeeper verified the transfer, and his gaze grew stranger still. Who exactly was this disciple? The queue behind them stirred with the same disbelief. Most had assumed he was jesting. None expected him to follow through. With the transaction complete, Kalen felt a quiet relief. One concern settled. Now he needed only the Octavra Divorn Spirit Galvorn to assemble every material for the Astravi Pilvora. Ilariel's face flushed with excitement. Aurelia Pavilion awarded her 10% of a customer's expenditure as commission, 20 points, enough to exchange for a common low-grade Ashen-level magic weapon. Kalen turned to leave. Ilariel saw him off with a warm smile, still marveling that a newly initiated disciple could command such resources. He departed under the crowd's astonished gazes, a communication jade slip pressed into his hand. She urged him to contact her should he return. He accepted it. He had grown fond of the woman who had taken the trouble to answer his questions. Communication jade slips were costly, their price scaling with transmission distance. Even the poorest quality ran to several hundred spirit stones. She had gone to considerable lengths to ensure his return. Outside the pavilion, Kalen turned his thoughts to provisions. The outer sect provided free meals, but he had no desire to waste time traveling there daily. Besides, a golden lion waited at home with an appetite to match its size. Dried meat vendors lined the thoroughfare, all servants or apprentices in grey robes. Ilariel had explained that these menial disciples labored hard for every contribution point. He had not fully grasped it then. Now, watching a cultivator at the 4th or 5th level of the Starfall transformation realm hawking strips of jerky, he understood. In the outer cities, only ordinary residents would bother with such things. Kalen could only sigh. The path of cultivation was not easy. He visited 3 or 4 jerky stalls where the meat came from ordinary wild beasts, creatures that had yet to awaken intelligence. Servants captured them in the mountains and forests, then processed the meat for sale. Dried meat could be bought with contribution points or spirit stones, since these were not sect-run businesses. 1 spirit stone bought 10 catties of decent jerky, 10 times the price outside. But this was the Zareth Immortal sect. The markup made sense. When he learned that a single contribution point could purchase 500 catties, he gasped. It was the first time he truly grasped how valuable contribution points were. He estimated the heart-binding leather he had just bought cost 200 points, equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. The knowledge made his heart bleed. He didn't spend more points. Instead, he used spirit stones to buy several thousand catties and left. He had plenty of stones now, and his mindset had shifted from that of a poor man. He no longer felt the pinch as before. In the sect, spirit stones could be exchanged for contribution points at the Valora Wilden Pavilion at a 1:50 ratio. He was about to leave when a familiar voice drifted over. "Let me tell you, Kalen, who won first place in this year's outer sect selection, is my older brother. We're really close. We've been through thick and thin. Didn't you see we lived together in Glimmer number Miravel back then? Don't worry, if anyone bullies you, just tell me. I'll go to my older brother, Kalen." Silence fell. The chubby Kaldor was boasting to a group of newly initiated blue-robed disciples, patting his chest and promising to follow their example. He had a smooth personality and made friends quickly wherever he went. The people around him believed him without a doubt, looking at him with admiration, including many of the female disciples. They were all new outer disciples living in the same area, and Kaldor had become familiar with them in less than a day. "Kaldor, what are you saying here?" At the sound of that voice, Kaldor and the others turned to see Kalen. "Big brother," Kaldor shouted, so excited he rushed over and hugged him tightly. Kalen was speechless, but since they did have a fairly good relationship, he didn't say anything, just pushed him away with a hint of disgust. "What were you saying just now?" he asked, having only vaguely heard. Kaldor coughed. "It's nothing." His face flushed slightly. After all, he had been using Kalen's name to fool quite a few people recently. "Brother, do you have your own cave dwelling now?" Kaldor's eyes gleamed. Kalen nodded. "Then take me on a tour. I've never seen what a cave looks like before." The chubby boy's face trembled with excitement. "Okay, come with me." Kalen was speechless, but he didn't refuse. Kaldor exchanged a few words with the blue-robed disciples around him, then followed Kalen away. Under envious gazes, they went further and further. The new disciples were also eager to see what an inner cave of the Zareth Immortal sect looked like. It was a pity they weren't familiar with Kalen. Besides, he was a ruthless figure. They had all witnessed firsthand how vicious he could be, and they didn't even dare breathe loudly in front of him. Kalen led Kaldor back to the cave. Along the way, the chubby boy talked on and on, recounting what had happened that day. After they were taken away by the outer sect stewards, each had been given a blue robe, an identity token, a jade slip, and a small courtyard, much better than Glimmer number of Alaval, with richer spiritual energy inside. Since they were all disciples who entered the sect together, Kaldor got along well with everyone. Mirabelle and Merrick also lived in the same area. "Brother, is this your cave dwelling?" Upon arriving at the entrance, Kaldor looked around. The spiritual energy here was abundant. Every breath made him feel refreshed. "That's right." With a thought, the cave door opened. Upon entering, the chubby boy's jaw nearly dropped. The interior was incredibly luxurious, and the spiritual energy was many times richer than where he lived. Seeing him practically drooling, Kalen thought for a moment and said, "If you want to live here, you can move in with me." Kaldor's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. "No, I prefer a more lively place. It's more comfortable to stay where there are more people." He enjoyed being around people, but the main reason was that he and Kalen were just friends. Relying on each other too much would spoil the relationship. Kalen nodded without saying anything. The chubby boy looked around, growing more excited as he went. Kalen released Vorin and threw it a lot of jerky. The golden lion's eyes lit up and it rushed over to devour it. "Big brother, what kind of spirit beast is this, Vorin?" the chubby boy asked. Kalen shook his head. "I don't know." "That's strange. Normal spirit beasts can understand human speech once they've developed intelligence, and by then they should be able to speak. But Vorin understands human speech yet can't speak. And he looks so imposing and intimidating, yet his strength is so weak. That shouldn't be the case," Kaldor analyzed from the side. Vorin, busy eating dried meat, twitched his ears and heard the chubby boy talking badly about him. He turned around and grinned at Kaldor, letting out a howl as if protesting his discontent. Kaldor stared at the lion for a long moment, then shook his head. "This beast is genuinely intelligent. It understands insults." It was common sense, really, something Kalen already knew, but he had no real measure of what Vorin was, nor much knowledge of spirit beasts at all. "I'll find some books on them when I have time," he thought, letting the matter drop. An hour later, Kaldor left a communication jade slip with his address and a promise to visit often. The Zareth immortal sect was vast, its outer disciples left largely to their own devices, with no one overseeing their cultivation. Kalen emptied the dried meat from his storage bag and retreated to the secretum room. After his recent battles, he sensed the 8th level of the Starfall transformation realm within reach, yet he chose to linger at the 7th, honing his foundation. He still had one more selection of a low-level martial art, and planned to visit the library once seclusion ended. The jade slip notes Sorrel's alchemy lecture in 5 days. "I should attend," he murmured. "Formations, weapon crafting, alchemy, none of the elders' lessons can be missed." Before entering seclusion, he committed the teaching schedules to memory. Alchemy was a noble pursuit. The Astravi Pilvora he required demanded at least a 3rd-grade alchemist. Weapon crafting produced everything from artifacts to communication slips, formations, even in the hands of a weak master could bridge cultivation gaps and kill the strong. He wanted all 3. Inside the secretum room, he closed his eyes and sank into the astral chart of Evernight. Spirit stones in hand, bolstered by the spiritual medicines and herbs he had consumed, he climbed through the early stage of the 7th level, its great perfection, the mid-stage and its perfection, the late stage, and finally its peak. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. His cultivation had consolidated at the 7th level zenith. He could break through to the 8th if he wished, but the combat gain would be marginal. Better to refine himself here. "It's time," he said, rising. Today he would choose a low-level technique at the library. The Misty Immortal Palace's library had a long history, split between inner and outer collections. The outer library, serving the Zareth sect's outer disciples, still held countless precious volumes including numerous low-grade Ithoria techniques. The inner library was rumored to contain not only more Ithoria arts but the legendary Celestera techniques as well, though those remained stories. Following the Jade Slip's directions, Kalen found the outer library's entrance. It lacked the bustle of the Zephyr Isara Zoreth or the Aurelia Pavilion. Instead, it felt deserted. 2 white-haired elders sat at a stone table, drinking tea and playing chess with perfect composure. "Seniors, I'd like to enter and select a cultivation technique," Kalen said. They glanced over. One spoke calmly. "Exchanging contribution points or claiming a reward?" "Reward," he offered his jade token. The elder took it, surprise flickering across his face before he studied Kalen anew. "Ithoria technique," he said, pausing. "So you're the freak from this year's cohort?" "Freak," Kalen blinked. He sensed no malice, only curiosity, and the elder's cultivation was unfathomable. The second old man lifted his head, eyes sharp with interest. Heat rose in Kalen's cheeks. "Senior, may I go in?" "Go. Low-level techniques are on the 3rd floor. Your token grants entry." The first elder tossed the token back, his expression settling. His companion did the same, and they returned to their game. Kalen bowed, momentarily at a loss, then entered. Outside, the elders resumed their conversation via divine sense. "Top of this year's outer selection," one clicked his tongue. Truly, at the 7th level. That's not what Caldric reported. He said early 7th. Just now I sensed late 7th. Another breakthrough? If so, he earns the name. The girl before him was 9th level, but I'd wager even a half-step Seraphis expert couldn't match her. Unaware, Kaelin stepped into a different world. The exterior was unremarkable. Inside, the first floor unfolded into towering bookshelves carved with lifelike dragons, each shelf holding a single manual. The character Huang, yellow, marked every shelf. Yellow ranked techniques, he murmured. Disciples moved between the aisles, examining volumes with care. He bypassed them, heading straight for the stairs. His destination was the 3rd floor. We ascended to the 2nd floor. The layout mirrored the first, though fewer bookshelves lined the walls, and the character on each had shifted from Huang to Xuan. As expected, this level held only mysterious rank techniques. Yet the atmosphere differed sharply from the floor below. Clusters of outer disciples in blue robes huddled in one corner, whispering with strange expressions, some wide-eyed, others murmuring praise, a few speculating on what rare treasures the object of their attention might seek. Curiosity stirred. An Ithoria cultivation technique held value but no irresistible pull. The astral chart of Evernite rested in my possession, and my current method, the Miravel transformations, was already an earth-rank art. I wanted to see what had captured everyone's gaze. I approached the group and followed their line of sight, and the breath caught in my throat. A woman stood before a shelf, robed in white, her figure curvaceous and near perfect, her features so exquisite they seemed sculpted by the heavens themselves. Yet a layer of icy frost masked her face, radiating a coldness that kept the world at distance. Isolde. I hadn't expected her here. Though it made sense, she too held the right to enter the library and select an Ashen rank technique. She seemed to sense my presence, her brows furrowing as she turned. Our eyes met. Kaelin. The word carried murderous intent. She had found me standing at the fringe of a pack of leering men, and her judgment was instantaneous. In that moment, I understood exactly where the word lecher came from. Every outer disciple who had been spying on her snapped their heads toward me. Curiosity, envy, jealousy, doubt, their eyes past the impossible. How could a cultivator at the 7th level of the Starfall transformation realm know a woman like her? The scrutiny vanished as quickly as it had gathered. Once discovered, the disciples scattered, busying themselves with feigned indifference, pretending they had never stared. I stood alone in the sudden clearing. "Would you believe me if I said I just arrived?" she sneered. "You lecherous scoundrel. You tried to deny it last time. Let's hear your excuse now." My head throbbed. Her voice carried, and every gaze on the 2nd floor pivoted toward me, including those who had been spying moments before, disgust now uniform across all faces. Even the female cultivators looked at me with contempt. The weight of those stares made me want to vanish. The injustice burned. I wanted to scream that I was no lecher. Honestly, so young and good-looking, yet a pervert. No wonder. That new junior sister is so beautiful. It's normal for him to be attracted at such a young age. Women whispered among themselves. Shameless. They stare at pretty girls constantly. We're ashamed to share the same air. This person looks unfamiliar, newly initiated perhaps. Never seen a fairy-like figure before, so she's surprised. If this weren't the library, I'd teach him a lesson. That's right, me too. Male disciples joined the chorus, some threatening violence. Hatred rose hot in my chest. Why had I indulged my curiosity? And several of the men now mocking me had been standing right beside me, stealing glances of their own. Isolde said nothing. She surveyed the would-be avengers with disdain. Their cultivation hovered at the 7th or 8th level of the Starfall transformation realm. Where did they find their confidence? They couldn't defeat her. Otherwise, they would have already moved. I glared at the lot of them. Those unafraid of death can try. A few flinched, a chill crawling down their spines. But none were fools. They talked. They did not act. If this isn't the library, just wait. Empty threats. I glanced helplessly at Isolde in that moment. I realized her mind truly wasn't functioning well. I didn't peek at you. I left the words hanging and turned toward the stairs. The 2nd floor had become unbearable. I needed the 3rd. Laughter followed me. Go to the 3rd floor? Is he dreaming? Without 500 merit points, how could he possibly? That place is all dirt. The words died unspoken. I strode up the staircase without encountering a single restriction. The cultivators left on the 2nd floor stood dumbfounded. They never imagined the lecherous thief they'd just mocked would actually reach the third floor. Each level of the library was sealed by restrictions only the two elders at the entrance could lift, each visit requiring a fresh decree on their jade tablets. The requirements were punishing. The first floor, marked with a yellow character, demanded 20 contribution points for basic cultivation techniques. The second, mysterious, required 100 for low grade, 150 for mid-grade, 300 for high grade. The third tier, earth, asked 500 points for even the lowest Etheria technique, and no one spoke of what lay beyond. That person really went up. Am I seeing things? I saw him too. Who is he? I don't know, never seen him before. New disciple this year? The crowd fell silent. Then the second floor erupted in fresh speculation. Isolde glanced at the stunned faces around her, then turned back to the shelves with deliberate casualness. Her eyes held resentment. The opportunity had been so close. The male disciples who had mocked Kalen stared at each other in bewilderment. They'd only dared because his aura showed merely the 7th level of Starfall transformation, hoping to win the beauty's favor. Now they all chose to flee. They could pick a Brindor technique later. Anyone who could reach the third floor was not to be trifled with. The third floor was nothing like the first two. Barely 20 bookshelves stood where hundreds had filled each lower level, but Etheria techniques were that rare, even for a sect as powerful as Zereth Immortal Sect. Only 3 people occupied the space, including Kalen. The other two, a man and a woman, looked up at his arrival. The woman's eyes held curiosity, as if she'd never seen him before. In the entire outer sect, only a handful could reach this level. The minimum was 500 contribution points, countless difficult tasks for a single opportunity. Kalen studied the pair. The man was handsome and distinguished, commanding in a blue robe. The woman was equally beautiful, her figure radiating a hot, charming allure. Both exuded powerful auras, yet their cultivation levels were imperceptible, a dangerous presence emanating from them. The Seraphis realm, Kalen murmured. He was certain these two were Tengara realm cultivators. They looked at him a few more times, seemed to reach some conclusion, then returned their attention to the shelves. He approached without speaking and began examining the techniques. Before even touching them, he sensed a powerful restriction on each ancient carved shelf. This formation is incredibly powerful. All the shelves were sealed with a powerful array. Without a secret command or incantation, retrieving the techniques inside was impossible. Any attempt would forcibly destroy them. The Zereth Immortal Sect is indeed extraordinary. The same prohibitions must have been placed on the first 2 floors as well. He examined the shelves before him. Each technique's name was clearly recorded and described in detail. Aetherwin Brindara Sindral, Earth rank low grade. Dorvith Ervin, a low grade Earth level sword. He grasped the library's model, though not yet how to retrieve a technique. Once you've decided on the desired cultivation method, simply take out your jade token and place it in the recessed area on the bookshelf. A woman's voice came from beside him. He turned to find the fiery beauty speaking. Thank you, senior sister. He clasped his hands. She smiled without restraint, a carefree personality evident. Junior brother, are you the winner of this year's selection competition? He nodded. Not bad. I heard first place in this year's outer sect selection was a little guy at the 7th level of Starfall transformation. I didn't expect it to be you. She smiled. My name is Philora, junior brother. What's yours? Kalen, good name, not bad. Philora praised him, then smiled. All right, let's choose a cultivation technique. It's a rare opportunity to obtain an Etheria technique, so choose carefully. Otherwise you don't know when you'll be able to come again. He nodded his thanks. Philora left with a smile to continue her own selection, while the handsome male disciple only glanced at Kalen once from beginning to end. Kalen knew the other person meant well in reminding him. As a member of a small family, he knew all too well how precious Etheria cultivation techniques were. Kalen had no use for basic techniques. His path lay in shattering the stars of the astral chart of Evernight, and the Miravel transformations of Starfall transformation would carry him to the Seraphis realm. Beyond that, deeper methods awaited. He scanned the shelves for martial arts, movement techniques, or secret arts, anything to supplement his core cultivation. Althoria Sindral Mirathorn, Silphara Valoria Palmaris, Albinor Eldorath Madman's Staff, all Earth rank, low grade, none suited him. Then his gaze caught on a fragment, a low-grade Etheria scroll, its edges worn by time. A movement technique of Earth rank can increase one's speed. At advanced stages, it allows for instantaneous teleportation. His interest sharpened. However, this technique is incomplete and extremely difficult to cultivate. No one has ever mastered it to perfection. Therefore, it is classified as an Euphoria technique. The ancient method Valerius had mentioned. Broken, incomplete, but the foundation was extraordinary. If whole, it would rank at least high-grade Earth. I'll take it. He pressed his identity jade token to the shelf's receptor. The carved dragon flared faintly, confirming the withdrawal, then dimmed. The restriction lifted. He pulled the manual free. Fenera Galdrin Fenris Baldric. Junior brother, you've chosen this cultivation technique. Philora and the handsome young man at the adjacent shelf both turned, the security trigger drawing their attention. Surprise flickered across their faces. Kalen nodded seriously. I feel this technique is good. I want to learn it. Philora pressed a hand to her face. The young man's lips curled in disbelief before he dismissed Kalen entirely, returning to his own selection. Didn't I tell you to choose carefully? Philora's voice carried exasperation. Do you know how rare it is to reach the 3rd level and select an Earth rank technique? And you pick an incomplete one no one has ever mastered. Kalen paused. Senior sister, is it truly that difficult? Certainly. It's said to be a Celestera technique, but the missing core content makes its mysteries nearly impenetrable. You've wasted your chance, she sighed. Sigh. He had expected difficulty, not impossibility, yet he felt no regret. His core methods were secure. Movement was precisely what he lacked. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. He clasped at his hands, genuine in his gratitude. All right, it's done. No point saying more. I hope you accumulate more contribution points before your next visit. She waved him off, a flicker of pity in her expression. Many outer disciples never reached the 3rd floor at all, and he had squandered the opportunity on a dead end. Kalen thanked her again and descended. The 2nd floor fell silent as he appeared at the stairwell. Most disciples lingered on the 3rd level for hours, studying every option. He had been gone less than half an hour. His gaze swept the room. Isolde stood among the shelves, already watching him. Without a word, he turned and continued downstairs. Women and petty people are the hardest to deal with. He had no desire to be called a lecher in public again. He didn't see Isolde's face harden further, frost settling over her already cold features as he fled. Am I really that scary? You run the moment you see me, lecherous thief. How hateful. Kalen didn't dawdle. He reached the 1st floor and strode from the library's main entrance, startling the 2 elders drinking tea and playing chess by the door. Though they didn't turn, their cultivation was high enough to sense him without looking. They turned in unison, gazes settling on him. This little guy came out fast. Can choosing a low-level technique really be that quick? One elder couldn't resist asking, have you chosen your cultivation method? Kalen smiled and nodded. I have. Which one? Fenara Galdrin Fenris Baldric. He didn't hide it. The stars shift and the seasons change. Both elders were visibly stunned. Even their composure cracked, an Euphoria technique on the 1st try. What a waste. They knew its difficulty all too well. The contents were severely incomplete. No one had ever successfully cultivated it. One elder wore a helpless expression. This method is nearly impossible to master. I can make an exception, let you choose another. In his view, Kalen must not understand the 3rd level's value or this technique's difficulty. He offered a second chance, a rare favor granted only because the youth was young and extraordinarily talented. Huldris Kalen clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, seniors. I only want to try cultivating Fenara Galdrin Fenris Baldric. The elders said no more. Since it was his choice, they couldn't persuade him further. The other elder spoke. Each technique has a 1-month cultivation period and cannot be copied. Once copied, it destroys itself and must be returned after 1 month. The library's rule, all lent techniques were original ancient books, extremely precious, was recorded on the jade slip Cypher had given him. Yes. Kalen bowed again. He knew all this. Never mind, since few choose this technique anyway, take your time with it. Pyrolis waved his hand and opened a back door. The other elder laughed. Pyrolis, you think highly of this kid? He looked at Kalen, smiling. Young man, not bad. Since Pyralis has spoken, you needn't rush to return it. Kalen was stunned. Could it be like this? Thank you both, seniors. He clasped his hands again. Go, I hope you succeed in your studies. Pyrolis shooed him off. Kalen nodded, genuine respect in him. They weren't related, yet they'd granted him special treatment. He knew without doubt that extending the return deadline for an Etheria technique was a tremendous favor. He left. The elders resumed their telepathic chat. Pyrolis, giving special treatment is unlike you, especially for a low-level technique. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? So what if they find out? Besides, the kid's good. I feel he can learn it. Fine, whatever you want. Nobody practices the Etheria technique anyway. It's sat on the 3rd level for ages. Kalen bought dried meat and returned straight to his cave, eager to see just how remarkable Fenara Galdrin Fenris Baldric truly was. The jerky was for Vorin. The golden lion's eyes lit up at the sight, and he rushed over to devour it greedily. Kalen ignored him and entered the secret room. Tomorrow is the day Sorrel teaches the alchemy class, he murmured the reminder. He couldn't miss it. Today, he would study the shifting of stars and constellations. Time Flies currently judged low-grade Earth rank. He opened the ancient book. From outside it appeared complete, but inside the pages were yellowed and brittle, a faint musty rot rising from them. He read carefully, turning page by page. Before jade slips, most cultivation manuals were passed down on paper or stone. His brows furrowed deeper with each page. His expression grew grave. An hour passed. He set the book down. This technique is far too incomplete, less than 70%. It's missing everything at crucial points. He was speechless, regret stirring. He considered returning to the library, finding Pyralis at the entrance. The elder had offered another chance. Never mind. Continue the research. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the thought of switching. He'd chosen this path. He'd finish it, even if he had to crawl. Another hour passed. He gained some understanding but remained far from cultivation. All his effort collapsed into a sigh. Never mind. Just as he was about to give up, the star chart on his chest suddenly reacted.